Xiaoyu, I challenge you to a duel. A youthful boy shouted, clutching a red and white Pokeball tightly in his hand. Are you certain? Xiaoyu responded coolly, glancing at the boy with a raised chin, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. My father is the Bug-type gym leader of Starlight City. My brother is the Fire-type gym leader of Red Lotus City. I have been training Pokémon since I was 3, mastered Pokémon tactics by 5, defeated my peers effortlessly by 7, and withdrew from the battling scene at 11, seeking solitude from competition. Are you sure you wish to engage me in battle? If you persist, wager all your pocket money. Wow, I won't challenge you anymore. The young boy, upon hearing he must wager all his allowance, burst into tears and fled the square, sobbing. Xiaoyu is deceiving again. He doesn't even have a single Pokémon, yet he comes here to show off every day. He's bringing shame to the Xia family, even deceiving children. Unperturbed by the whispers around him, Xiaoyu wore a stoic expression, his face devoid of any embarrassment. As a man with a psychological age nearing 40, his resilience had been honed to a degree where he remained impervious to criticism, focusing solely on fulfilling the system's tasks, indifferent to their insults. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner task victory without battle. Victory without battle. A formidable trainer can vanquish foes through sheer presence alone, achieving 10 victories without using any Pokémon. Progress, 1010, completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Hearing the long-awaited system notification, tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face. He had deceived 10 children across several nearby squares, paying the price of infamy, and had finally completed the beginner task. Finally, the task is complete. Bring forth my reward. A Mutuo or Arceus will suffice. I am not greedy. Open the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time use Pokémon detector and a one-time use rare treasure detector. Huh? Is this it? Xiaoyu stared blankly at the items in the system space, unable to comprehend how, after such great sacrifice and a month of notoriety, he had received these 2 items. If not a Mutuo, at least a Tyranitar or Salamence would have sufficed, or even a shiny Charizard. Yet, these were the 2 items bestowed upon him. Filled with indignation, Xiaoyu felt utterly betrayed by this so-called system. In this life, he had traversed into a parallel world akin to Earth, blessed with the assistance of a system. While his start was not extraordinarily fortunate, it was at least commendable. His father, the Bug-type gym leader of Starlight City, may have ranked low among the leaders of Shishu Province, yet he had achieved the title. Later, he captured a Volcarona, dramatically increasing his strength. With a solid foundation laid by his father, his brother had a much better start, becoming the Fire-type gym leader of Red Lotus City in his 20s, boasting a Volcarona as his signature Pokémon. Compared to the lackluster Bug-type gym leader, the Fire-type gym leader held far more prestige, being a highly sought-after attribute with a significantly larger number of trainers. His brother's ascension to the role was no small feat given the advantages bestowed by his father and brother. Xiaoyu believed he could have easily acquired a Torchic as his initial Pokémon, envisioning a bright future ahead. However, the system had other plans. Upon binding to it, he gained a passive ability, Master's Aura. A true Pokémon master must possess their own charm. The Pokémon captured by the host must have a minimum qualification of champion level. Qualification levels are as follows: Ordinary, Rare, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Gym Leader, Champion, Master, Divine Beast, totaling 10 levels, Champion level. Champion level Pokémon imply that with proper nurturing, they are destined to reach the champion level. As it stood, his father did not possess a single champion level Pokémon, and his brother only had a near-champion Volcarona. Xiaoyu had no means to acquire a champion-level Pokémon, having only seen a few gym leader-level Pokémon. This Master's Aura passive had prevented Xiaoyu from capturing a single Pokémon thus far. At 18, many aspiring professional trainers had already captured 2 to 3 Pokémon, while he remained empty-handed, creating a noticeable gap between them. Feeling a tinge of regret, Xiaoyu lowered his hat and adjusted his mask, quietly departing the square while examining the 2 rewards in his possession. Champion-level Pokémon Detector one-time use. Can detect the nearest uncaptured champion-level Pokémon. Rare Treasure Detector one-time use. Can locate the rarest treasures within a 100-kilometer radius. Upon seeing the 2 items, a smile crept onto Xiaoyu's face, dispelling the initial gloom. Perhaps the system had a shred of conscience. Although the champion-level Pokémon Detector was a one-time item, its effectiveness was undeniable. My brother is home this week. I'll have him accompany me to capture Pokémon. Xiaoyu thought to himself, realizing he could not venture into the wild alone without having captured a single Pokémon thus far. He activated the Pokémon detector, and the system promptly generated a map, pinpointing the nearest uncaptured champion-level Pokémon. Is it that far? Xiaoyu scrutinized the map, noting it was nearly 200 miles away from his current location. I'll have to ask my brother to take me there on his Charizard. His brother, Xiao Luo, at 28 years old, single and strikingly handsome, was quite popular among young women. However, he had a childhood sweetheart, and their relationship was strong, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. I'm busy. Xiao Luo lay sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, liking videos of beautiful women. Xiaoyu stole a glance. The screen was indeed alluring. Quite fair. Brother, I recall your account has like thousands of videos of beautiful women. Xiaoyu remarked to himself. Never thought you were into blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls. No wonder you always complain about sister-in-law's modest bust. Where are you going? Xiao Luo, having risen and donned his coat, prepared to put on a mask. Aren't you asking me to accompany you? Hurry up. All right, brother. Xiaoyu responded eagerly. Earlier. Xiao Luo hinted. What happened earlier, brother? Xiaoyu inquired, feigning confusion. Nothing. Xiaoyu, do you have enough pocket money lately? Here is 10,000 for you to spend. A young man should be generous outside. Chapter 2, Zubat. Perched atop Charizard, the two brothers traversed through the bustling city, eventually landing on the hillside of Qianlian Mountain. What brings you here? Xiao Luo asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. I wish to capture a Pokémon. Xiaoyu replied candidly, revealing his intentions to his brother. You come to a place like this to capture Pokémon? Xiao Luo chuckled incredulously. This area has been scoured multiple times. It's rare to find Pokémon of good quality. If you truly seek a starter Pokémon, I can offer you one of the 3 starters. Though you may be starting late, there's still a chance. No thanks, brother. I know what I'm doing. Xiaoyu firmly declined, striding toward the cave at the mountainside. Suit yourself, Xiao Luo shrugged, choosing not to press further. His younger brother had always been resolute, and with both him and their father as gym leaders, even if Xiaoyu achieved little, he could live carefree as a wealthy heir apparent. Entering the cavern, where darkness enveloped him like a cloak, Xiao Luo summoned the fire god Moth for safety, its brilliant flames illuminating the entrance. Xiaoyu gazed enviously at the fire god Moth, reminiscing about a time when he had failed to cherish a burning insect of master-level quality that had once graced his presence only. In its absence did regret take root. Had it not been for that infernal system, he would have already wielded the fire god Moth to vanquish foes far and wide. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the bat-like Pokémon, startled by the flickering flames emanating from the burning insect, occasionally swooped down towards the brothers. Fire god Moth, deal with this swarm of Zubat. Zubat, a common bat-like Pokémon, was adorned in deep blue with purple-hued membranes. Its wide-open mouth revealed 4 white fangs, and it possessed no eyes. Zubat despised sunlight and spent most of its days hanging upside down in caves or under the eaves of old houses, ready to attack any intruder upon awakening. In a cavern like this, hundreds, if not thousands, of Zubat resided, and Xiaoyu even spotted a few rare Gulbat, though not a single Crobat was in sight. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Zubat were a disorganized horde. The narrow terrain allowed Xiaoyu's single fire god Moth to stand firm like an indomitable fortress. Warding off the onslaught of Zubat, we are merely 300 meters away, Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the one-time use Pokémon detector, which indicated that the king-level Pokémon lay just ahead. This revelation spurred him to quicken his pace. After traversing a subterranean river, the brothers arrived at an open area that resembled the nest of Zubat, where Xiaoyu spotted a multitude of Pokémon eggs. We've arrived, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as the detector confirmed their location coincided with the nest. This indicated that within these eggs lay one of king-level quality. Brother, there are so many Pokémon eggs here, let me choose one, Xiaoyu proposed. Suit yourself. Most of these eggs belong to the Zubat species. While they may not be particularly strong, cultivating one into a Crobat could yield decent power, Xiao Luo replied, glancing disinterestedly at the eggs. He was currently focused on preparing for his own ascent to king rank, showing little interest in ordinary Pokémon. Xiaoyu crouched down, utilizing the system's identification capabilities to examine the eggs one by one. Pokémon Egg Zubat gender, female type, poison, flying quality, elite ability. Inner focus strengthens mental fortitude, preventing flinching from opponents. Attacks moves, unknown. Not the one. Just as Xiaoyu was searching for the king-level Pokemon he longed for, a piercing scream echoed through the cavern. A purple figure darted towards him like a specter. Fire God Moth. Fire Spin. Heat surged as Xiaoluo instinctively noticed the purple figure and commanded the Fire God Moth to unleash a torrent of flames, enveloping Xiaoyu in protection. Charizard, intercept them. At the same time, Xiaoluo retrieved the Pokeball containing Charizard, summoning it to confront the suddenly appearing Golbat. Golbat gender, male type, poison, flying quality, dominant ability. Infiltrator can bypass barriers or substitutes to attack moves. Leech life, gust, supersonic, hypnosis. Bite, air slash, cross poison, air cutter, drain punch, toxic fong, mean look, scare, quick guard, black mist, poison jab, wing attack, mind hammer. With a plethora of skills, this Pokemon appeared to be the product of meticulous human breeding rather than one found in the wild. Chirp, the Golbat emitted a sharp cry, continuously producing high-pitched supersonic waves that echoed outward from the cave's entrance. Hey, Xiaoyu, have you made your choice? This Golbat is already calling for help, and if too many Zubat arrive, I might struggle to fend them off, Xiaoluo warned, as the sound of flapping wings approached from all directions, thousands of Zubat pouring in towards the brothers. I am almost there, Xiaoyu replied, urgency creeping into his voice. The sheer number of eggs before him made it challenging to locate the king-level one. Just a few more minutes. Make haste, Xiaoluo urged, feeling a sense of helplessness. Though the Zubat posed little threat to him, their sheer numbers could lead to a slip-up that might allow one or two to launch an attack on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu dared not waste time, diligently searching until, at last, he found the final cluster of eggs, discovering the king-level Pokemon egg. Pokemon Egg Wobbuffet gender, male type, flying, dragon quality, king ability, telepathy moves. Found it. With a swift glance over the Pokemon egg, Xiaoyu confirmed he had not made an error and cradled it in his arms, retreating to his brother Xiaoyu's side. Upon seeing the egg, the Golbat emitted a furious screech, its anger palpable as it flapped its purple wings and lunged towards Xiaoyu. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. The scorching flames erupted from Charizard's mouth, intercepting the attacking Golbat. Have you made your selection? Xiaoluo did not glance at the Golbat, but instead focused on Xiaoyu, his gaze landing on the Pokemon egg nestled in his brother's arms. This egg bore a distinct pattern, setting it apart from the others, suggesting it was not merely a Zubat's egg. Yes, Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. Then let's prepare to depart, Xiaoluo declared, shielding Xiaoyu as he commanded the Fire God Moth, unleash the most powerful heat wave. A torrid gust of wind surged forth, the sudden blast of heat forcing all Zubat to retreat. A mass of Zubat succumbed to the overwhelming force, plummeting to the ground. Wobbuffet, like Zubat, belonged to the bat-like Pokemon category, which also included Woobat. Their signature move was the notorious Supersonic. Wobbuffet resembled a purple bat, possessing bat-like wings and sensitive ears. However, it also exhibited traits reminiscent of some reptiles, with ears larger than its head, featuring intricate layered structures, and striking patterns adorning its eyes. It was exceptionally sensitive to sound and classified as a wave-type Pokemon, in the realm of games. Wobbuffet holds the distinction of having the lowest total base stats among all Dragon-type Pokemon, totaling a mere 245 points. Its evolution, Swoobat, is not particularly formidable within the game either. Despite this, Xiaoyu remained exceedingly pleased with his first Pokemon. Reality diverged from the game while players in the game could boast a complete Pokédex and a shiny Rayquaza. In reality, even near-gods were a rarity. For Xiaoyu to acquire a Dragon-type Pokemon was a remarkable feat. Xiaoluo's words brimmed with affection for Xiaoyu. The Fire God Moth, possessing the Flame Body ability, was undoubtedly an excellent choice for egg incubation, hastening the hatching process. Xiaoluo lending his prized Pokemon to Xiaoyu underscored his affection for his brother. Thank you, big brother, Xiaoyu expressed gratefully as he placed the Pokemon egg in the incubation box at home, watching the purple patterns on the shell with a smile. The process of Pokemon hatching in reality differs significantly from that in games. In games, one merely needs to walk continuously to hatch eggs, whereas in reality, hatching requires careful attention to temperature, humidity, and, if conditions allow, the addition of nutrient solutions to enhance the Pokemon's physical condition. If one possesses considerable wealth, they might even supplement with attribute-enhanced nutrient solutions. Xiaoyu gazed at the Pokemon egg nestled within the incubator, his mind racing with thoughts on where to procure a bottle of nutrient solution that blended dragon and flying types. The price for standard nutrient solutions hovered around 150,000 per bottle, sufficient for the incubation of an ordinary Pokémon. However, those tailored to specific attributes commanded an even steeper price, ranging from 750,000 to 1,500,000, depending on the energy type. For instance, the nutrient solution required for a Woobat, a dragon type, cost 1,500,000, while the flying type variant was priced at 1,100,000. Even a compromise would demand at least 1,200,000. At this exorbitant cost left Xiaoyu astounded. Such a sum could easily procure a fine starter Pokémon. The mere thought of spending so lavishly on an energy solution was beyond his means. Though his family was relatively affluent, they did not possess the wealth of true elites. Compared to the esteemed families of the region, his family's financial foundation was still quite fragile. His grandfather had been an ordinary man, and it was only when his father seized the opportunity to become the gym leader of Starlight City that they began to ascend into the ranks of the wealthy. Money is indeed scarce, Xiaoyu lamented, realizing that, whether in his past life or this one, financial resources held immense significance. Where can I generate income? He began to contemplate lucrative avenues, recognizing that the most profitable endeavors in this world revolved around Pokémon-related ventures, such as Pokeball manufacturing, berry cultivation, and energy block production. Xiaoyu's father had secured extensive forested land dedicated to berry farming and energy block production. Just then, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted his thoughts, and Xiaoyong and his wife entered the room. Xiaoyong, 53, with graying temples and a robust physique, was accompanied by Lin Xiaomei, Xiaoyu's mother, a Pokémon nurse serving as the vice director at the largest Pokémon medical center in the city. Upon entering, they noticed Xiaoyu leaning against the incubator, and Lin's brow furrowed as she discerned an additional purple Pokémon egg within. Where did this Pokémon egg come from? She inquired. Is this yours? Xiaoyong asked in surprise. Previously, he had attempted several times to give Xiaoyu a starter Pokémon, all of which had been declined. He never expected that today his son would suddenly take the initiative to acquire a Pokémon. Old Lin, come see what kind of Pokémon egg this is. Lin Xiaomei, strikingly beautiful in her youth and possessing a doctoral degree, hailed from a family of scholars. Xiaoyu's maternal uncle was a Pokémon researcher, and both his grandparents were Pokémon doctors, making their lineage one of intellectual prestige. Xiaoyong considered himself fortunate to have married such a distinguished woman, and their wedding had been a significant event in their community. He often remarked that marrying Lin was his proudest achievement, and their bond had remained strong throughout the years. Xiaoyu? Lin Xiaomei set down her bag, astonished by her son's sudden interest. He had previously shown little desire to become a Pokémon trainer. Despite her surprise, she refrained from questioning him and instead encouraged, "There's still a year until the college entrance examination. If you wish to pursue training, it's not too late. I'm eager to see what kind of Pokémon egg this is." Approaching the incubator, she examined the egg closely, noting its unique purple patterns interlaced with black lines and unusual color combination. The egg was plump and rounded, its surface gleaming and lustrous, adorned with vibrant, thick patterns that suggested a Pokémon of notable potential. "Where did you acquire this egg?" Lin Xiaomei asked, her mind already formulating hypotheses regarding its origin. "I obtained it from a cave in Qianlian Mountain, 200 miles away," Xia Luo interjected from the sofa. "I encountered a Zubat there, which was quite formidable. This egg likely belongs to that Zubat, although it doesn't resemble the egg of a Noibat." "This is indeed not a Noibat egg," Lin Xiaomei replied with a smile. "This is a Woobat egg. You're quite fortunate. It's a rare Dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon are inherently scarce, and this Woobat is likely to possess excellent traits. The evolved form of Woobat, Swobat, is a remarkable Dragon-type Pokémon, particularly formidable in nocturnal battles. Swobat's combat prowess is amplified in darkness. Although it has a fierce temperament, if provided with its favorite ripe fruits, it becomes surprisingly affectionate. Even the three-headed dragon would avoid confrontation in its presence before dusk. It is bold and ruthless, undefeated in battle, shrouded in darkness. Old Xia, fetch that bottle of nutrient solution. This will be my son's first Pokémon. We must establish a solid foundation." Chapter 4. Crystallization. With the utilization of energy nutrient solutions, the creature within the Pokémon egg flourished continuously, and the egg's movements became increasingly pronounced. A week later, accompanied by a crisp sound, the shell shattered, and a purple Woobat emerged. "Welcome to this world." Xiaoyu gazed at the newly hatched Woobat, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a prepared Pokeball and swiftly captured the Woobat. Subsequently, he released it once more and fed it the energy cube he had ready. The little Woobat looked at Xiaoyu with a glimmer of fondness. Although Woobats are not known for their gentle temperament, they felt a sense of warmth towards Xiaoyu, the first being it encountered. Coupled with the enticing aroma emanating from the energy cube, the Woobat became even more affectionate, eagerly climbing onto Xiaoyu's hand to devour the cube. The hidden task of capturing an initial Pokémon had been completed. Initial Pokémon. Capture 1 Pokémon. Progress 1-1. Reward. Rare item. B-grade Dragon Scale. B-grade Dragon Scale. A powerful Dragon Scale shed by a formidable Dragon-type Pokémon. Infused with immense energy. When worn by a Dragon-type Pokémon, it accelerates growth and enhances mastery over Dragon-type energy. The grading of items is a distinctive feature of the real world. After all, in games, items do not have ranks. For instance, the Water Stone in the game allows all EVs to evolve into Vaporeon, but in reality, it differs. An S-grade Water Stone is rich in Water-type energy, not only enabling EV to evolve into Vaporeon, but also enhancing its mastery and potential over Water-type energy. In contrast, a C-grade Water Stone may barely suffice for EV's evolution into Vaporeon, without granting any additional benefits, while a D-grade Water Stone could even lead to a failed evolution. This illustrates the disparity in item grades. The B-grade Dragon Scale that Xiaoyu acquired likely came from a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon, possibly from legendary creatures like Rayquaza or Dragonite. Conversely, a D-grade Dragon Scale might be sourced from weaker Dragon-type Pokémon, such as Gible or Swablu. The effects of the same item can vary immensely based on its grade, and Xiaoyu felt quite satisfied to have obtained a B-grade Dragon Scale. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu donned the Dragon Scale onto Woobat, hastening its growth in hopes of evolving it into a Swoobat soon. Woobat gender, male type, flying, dragon potential, champion level ability, telepathy moves, tailwind, moonlight, tackle, absorb, sonic boom. Missed freshly hatched, Woobat possessed 6 moves. While none were particularly formidable, several were quite commendable. For example, Moonlight is an exceptionally powerful healing move, while Sonic Boom is an irritating attack that induces confusion in opponents upon contact. As Xiaoyu played with the Woobat, nurturing their bond, he pondered the matter of earning money. Raising Pokémon can be quite an expensive endeavor. As he was about to enter his senior year, he was already on the cusp of adulthood. Previously, without Pokémon, he did not require much money. However, now that he was embarking on Pokémon training, expenses were beginning to mount, compelling Xiaoyu to devise ways to earn his own living rather than relying on his parents indefinitely. Xiaoyu had already conceived 2 potential avenues for income. The first was to leverage the system's ability to assess Pokémon potential for profit. This method promised quick returns, but came with significant risks. If someone were to discover Xiaoyu's unique talent, it could pose a substantial threat to his life. The second avenue involved legitimate entrepreneurial ventures, particularly in the realm of stone collecting. Whether for Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, Dynamax, or Crystallization, various auxiliary items are required. Thus far, only Z-Moves have been publicly disclosed, announced 2 years ago, and the price of a Z-Crystal had skyrocketed to hundreds of millions, yet the market remained sparse. The moment a Z-Crystal appeared on the black market, it was met with fervent competition, with only trainers of at least semi-legendary status eligible to contend for it. The mere existence of Z-Crystals was enough to drive champion trainers into a frenzy. Xiaoyu could only imagine the uproar if the yet-to-be-discovered Dynamax, Mega Evolution, and Crystallization were to be unveiled. However, this presented a golden opportunity for Xiaoyu, a chance to amass wealth through his foresight. Yet, he was also plagued by concerns. If he were to continuously gather evolution stones and mega stones, he might find himself in a precarious situation once Mega Evolution was announced. Without the corresponding strength or status to match his wealth, possessing a plethora of mega stones could spell disaster for him, potentially dragging the entire Xia family into an abyss. Compared to Mega Evolution and Dynamax, Crystallization appeared to be more prevalent and suitable for an initial announcement, as it required only a Crystallization gem to execute. The commotion caused by the announcement of Crystallization would undoubtedly be far less intense. making it the ideal first revelation. Once he had accumulated sufficient wealth and prowess, he could then unveil Dynamax, followed by Mega Evolution. After undergoing crystallization, the energy within the crystallization gem would be depleted, rendering it unusable. Only after recharging could the crystallization process be repeated, creating yet another revenue stream. The crystallization gem represented a one-time transaction, while recharging it offered a more sustainable business model. Pondering this, Xiaoyu opened his phone and began searching online for news related to crystallization. Crystal onyx, sighted in Cheongzhou province. Crystal EV, discovered in Altamira cave, adorned with a mysterious diamond-shaped item. Crystal Gyarados, found in Valencia, triggering a tourism boom, attracting trainers from across the globe. As Xiaoyu searched for entries related to crystal Pokémon, he indeed stumbled upon several useful pieces of information. Most crystallized Pokémon have been reported near the Pyrenees Peninsula, straddling the borders of Portugal and Spain, while there were a couple of reports of crystal Pokémon in Cheongzhou province of his own country. Perhaps a visit to Cheongzhou after the college entrance examination would yield fruitful results. Contemplating this, Xiaoyu simultaneously posted a message online seeking to purchase various rare stones, particularly aesthetically pleasing ones. High prices paid for various unique stones. Interested parties, please send photos with prices via private message. Scammers, please refrain. After completing this task, Xiaoyu continued to play with his little Woobat for a while before opening his books and diligently immersing himself in study. As he was about to begin his senior year, he had just 1 year left before the college entrance examination, and it was imperative that he maximize his study time. In this reborn life, he placed greater emphasis on education than in his previous existence, especially considering that he had not captured a single Pokémon in recent years due to the system, which made him unable to become a trainer. Therefore, he prioritized his academic achievements. If he could not be a top trainer, surely becoming a Pokémon doctor was still a viable path. It is worth noting that Pokémon doctors hold a prestigious status in this world, particularly those engaged in cutting-edge research topics such as Pokémon breeding, abilities, and moves. These Pokémon doctors are regarded as elite talents, protected by their respective nations. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu's plans for financial success were intricately linked to his education. If he could secure a foothold in academia, the threats and obstacles he might face once crystallization was publicly revealed would be significantly diminished, potentially serving as a protective charm for him. Thus, from a young age, Xiaoyu had set a clear goal for himself, meticulously planning his life. He was determined to gain admission to one of the best universities in Huagua, namely Shishu University. In his previous life, Xiaoyu achieved remarkable academic success, gaining admission to a prestigious double first-class university in China. In this life, after repeating the academic year for 18 years, Xiaoyu is brimming with confidence. For him, Shishu University is merely a stepping stone, while his ultimate aspirations lie with Capital University and Magic City University. Chapter 5. The First Victory Ding. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Xiaoyu was still playfully teasing the small Wobbuffet when the doorbell rang. Xiaoyu opened the door to find a robust figure standing before him, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, his fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, the smoothness of his skin reminiscent of a young maiden. "Come on in, Lao Wu, why so early?" Xiaoyu greeted with a smile as he recognized the stout figure. Wu Yaozu, his childhood friend and inseparable companion since elementary school. "I'm dying from heat," Wu Yaozu exclaimed as he confidently strode into the house, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of soda, gulping it down with delight. "Nothing beats being here. My parents' one tea let me drink soda at home," he lamented. "Enough complaining. Your uncle and aunt mean well. Look at you. You weigh over 200 pounds. Xiaoyu chuckled, playfully patting Wu Yaozu's belly, producing a crisp sound. "Don't touch my belly." Wu Yaozu swatted Xiaoyu's hand away, his eyes darting about. "With school starting in a few days, let us hit the internet CAF today. I'll play mid, and you can support me. I'll carry you to victory." "No." Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. After having been reborn, he had little interest in gaming, especially with Wu Yaozu, who was not only inexperienced but also overly confident, further diminishing Xiaoyu's enthusiasm for gaming. "I need to focus on my studies." "Stop pretending, all right?" Wu Yaozu, suddenly noticed the Wobbuffet lying in the temperature-control box, and his eyes lit up. Is that a Wobbuffet? A dragon type Pokémon? Is it your brother S or your father S? Wu Yaozu did not even consider that it could belong to Xiaoyu himself, knowing that Xiaoyu's family was among the wealthiest in Starlight City. However, he also knew Xiaoyu had never captured Pokémon. Thus, he overlooked the possibility entirely. This is my Pokémon. Don't joke around. It must be your brother's. Wu Yaozu mumbled to himself. Your brother must be aiming for the Elite Four to raise a Dragon-type Pokémon. But Wobbuffet isn't particularly strong within the Dragon-type. Your brother would surely choose a legendary Pokémon. What a pity. As Wu Yaozu spoke, he suddenly saw Xiaoyu take out an energy cube to feed the Wobbuffet, his voice faltering in astonishment as he gazed at Xiaoyu. Is this truly your starter Pokémon? It's a rare sight indeed. Young Master Xia has decided to follow the path of a trainer? I just hadn't encountered a Pokémon that caught my fancy until now. Xiaoyu fabricated a casual excuse. How about a battle? Didn't you just capture a Charmander? Let us go. Wu Yaozu was eager, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In terms of studies, he lagged significantly behind Xiaoyu, but he prided himself on his battle skills. While not a prodigy, he felt more than capable of handling a newcomer like Xiaoyu. Today, let Master Wu teach you a lesson. The two friends made their way to the basement in the backyard, which had been transformed into a battle arena. Each stood at opposite ends, releasing their Pokémon. Wu Yaozu had two Pokémon, a Rockruff he had raised since childhood, and the recently captured Charmander. Go Charmander! Charmander was among the most renowned Pokémon in the Pokémon world, with its final evolution, Charizard, being one of the most popular. In the Pokémon anime, champions such as Ash, Gary, and others all possessed a Charizard, making it a staple for champions. Xiaoyu himself adored Charizard, but had yet to encounter one of sufficient caliber. Xiaoyu sent forth his freshly hatched Wobbuffet. Quest activated. First victory. Objective: win the first battle. Failure penalty: none. Reward: 1 random lottery draw. Upon seeing the system issue the quest, Xiaoyu's spirit soared, his gaze fixated upon the opposing Charmander. Sensing Xiaoyu's determination, Wu Yaozu declared confidently, "You go. Allow me to show you today that the path of a trainer is fraught with challenges." Wobbuffet tackle! Xiaoyu commanded without further ado, initiating the assault. Wobbuffet possessed the ability telepathy, a trait designed for double battles, allowing it to read its allies' attacks and dodge incoming damage. However, the reality diverged greatly from the game. Telepathy was an exceptionally rare ability, possessing effects beyond those in the game, including the capacity for telepathic communication without the trainer's command, resembling a minor form of telekinesis. Wobbuffet, in perfect sync with Xiaoyu, flapped its petite wings and charged toward Charmander. "You're breaking the rules, attacking while I'm speaking," Wu Yaozu shouted, simultaneously commanding Charmander to evade. Charmander, responding to Wu Yaozu's command, gracefully leaped backward, avoiding Wobbuffet's assault. Observing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, evasion was the true skill, successfully dodging an opponent's attack. The disparity between reality and the game was evident, as such evasion skills were non-existent in the latter. Charmander, use Dragon Tail. Wu Yaozu displayed remarkable combat instincts, swiftly ordering Charmander to retaliate with Dragon Tail after evading the attack. As a Dragon-type move, Dragon Tail held a formidable advantage against Wobbuffet, inflicting double damage and forcibly switching out the opponent's Pokémon. Wobbuffet, take to the skies and avoid the attack. Xiaoyu remained composed, despite his lack of battle experience. His exposure to his older brother and father, both gym leaders, had endowed him with ample theoretical knowledge regarding battles. For instance, against a non-flying Pokémon like Charmander, Wobbuffet, capable of flight, held a natural advantage. As long as it ascended, Charmander's Dragon Tail attack would falter. Charmander Ember. Wu Yaozu noted Xiaoyu's strategy and quickly commanded Charmander to unleash Ember, one of its few ranged attacks. The searing embers soared toward the airborne Wobbuffet. Fire-type attacks would inflict only half damage upon Wobbuffet, their potency limited. Wobbuffet used Moonlight. In response to the assault, Xiaoyu instructed Wobbuffet to execute Moonlight, a fairy-type move that enveloped Xiaoyu in healing energy, mending Wobbuffet's wounds. Wobbuffet, use Supersonic. Once Wobbuffet's injuries were healed, Xiaoyu commanded it to deploy Supersonic. The ability emitted unique sound waves, causing the opponent to become confused. As a sound-type Pokémon, Wobbuffet excelled in this skill, accurately hitting Charmander with its special waves, leaving it in a state of confusion. Charmander. Wu Yaozu, witnessing his Charmander succumb to confusion, felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that his chances of victory were dwindling. Chapter 6. Wu Yaozu sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, his face reflecting his disbelief at having lost to the novice, Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu was no fool. The reason Wang Fu had triumphed over the little fire dragon was merely due to the underwhelming strength of both Pokémon, as they were only of ordinary level. The combat power levels are classified as ordinary, rare, elite, lord, overlord, gym leader, champion, master, and divine beast, aligning with the qualification levels. Wu Yaozu had nurtured his rock dog from a young age, and its strength had already reached the elite level. Even if Wang Fu possessed superior potential, the disparity of 2 levels in combat power certainly made it no match for the rock dog. Your rock dog is on the verge of evolving. Which form do you intend to choose? Xiaoyu inquired, shifting the topic. The dusk form, Wu Yaozu replied, clearly having given it thought. The dusk form of the rock wolf possesses the ability Tough Claws, which is quite formidable. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Had he been in Wu Yaozu's position, he too would opt for the dusk form of the rock wolf. The combination of high speed and attack power, along with the Tough Claws ability, was indeed impressive. Xiaoyu, are you not going online today? After their battle, Wu Yaozu's playful spirit resurfaced, urging Xiaoyu to join him online. I truly cannot go today. Xiaoyu shook his head. Wang Fu has just been born. I must care for it at home. You should go alone. Playing solo will better showcase your skills. Ridiculous. With your level of skill, how could you possibly take me along? Watch closely. Without you holding me back today, I guarantee I'll reach gold rank, Wu Yaozu retorted. His pride stung by Xiaoyu's words. He hastily made his way to the internet CAF, determined to prove that Xiaoyu was the true amateur. Once Wu Yaozu left, Xiaoyu remained at home, tending to the young Wang Fu while also engaging in his studies. The college entrance examination in this world bore resemblance to that of his previous life, with the addition of a Pokémon examination, a compulsory subject for trainers and researchers alike, and notably the most challenging. What is the perfect quantity of B-grade metal film required for a 1.5 tall, 56 kilograms Scyther to evolve into a Sizer? Which Pokémon cannot learn normal type moves? What is the standard weight of its final evolution? Please list all poison ground type Pokémon under normal circumstances. Some questions were relatively simple, yet others posed significant difficulty. After studying for a while, Xiaoyu recalled that he seemed to have completed a system task. First victory, win the first battle. Failure penalty, none. Reward, 1 rand to draw. The lottery system has been activated. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Draw, Xiaoyu silently affirmed. Before him appeared a large spinning wheel, which began to turn ceaselessly. Stop. As he willed it to halt, the wheel gradually came to a stop, the pointer finally landing on a disc. Congratulations. The host has drawn a one-time move tutor, Water Pulse. Water Pulse, a move that attacks the opponent with water vibrations and has a chance of confusing the target. The move tutor enables Pokémon to learn skills. And in this world, there are 2 types, one-time move tutors and permanent move tutors, the latter being vastly more valuable. Most move tutors are controlled by prominent families, forming the foundation of their status and widening the gap between them and the ordinary populace. Outsiders must pay a considerable price to utilize these move tutors. Xiaoyu's family also possessed a permanent move tutor, Bug Resistance, advertised a learning price of 150,000 per use. With 1 Pokémon allowed to learn per day, operating year-round, it could reliably generate around 50 million in income. This was especially notable since Bug Resistance is not a particularly powerful move. For more potent moves like Protect or Swords Dance, the price for a single learning session could soar to around 500,000, requiring advance reservations, with additional fees for those attempting to cut in line. Possessing a move tutor equates to wielding an inexhaustible gold mine, provided one has the requisite strength to match. According to Xiaoyu's understanding, A sensational news piece from last year detailed the massacre of the Chi family, who owned a Shadow Ball move tutor. All 13 family members perished without exception. Since then, the whereabouts of the Shadow Ball move tutor have remained unknown, with only a few one-time tutors circulating, their prices skyrocketing. The Chi family even had an elderly champion-level trainer, yet they could not evade their fate. How much less could a burgeoning family like the Xia family hope to endure, were it not for his older brother? The youngest quasi-champion trainer, the Xia family likely would not have retained the bug resistance move tutor. Xiaoyu withdrew the water pulse move tutor. While Wang Fu could not learn water pulse, its evolved form, Noivern, could. However, by the time Wang Fu evolved into Noivern, it would have already learned many powerful skills, rendering water pulse unnecessary. Thus, Xiaoyu planned not to use the water pulse move tutor himself, but to sell it instead, as a popular skill and a sought-after attribute. The one-time move tutor for water pulse commanded a much higher price, with online purchase offers averaging around 300,000. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel fortunate, having drawn a sum of 300,000 with a mere flick of his hand. He opened an online marketplace, comparing offers before contacting the most reputable buyer, ultimately selling the one-time water pulse move tutor for 320,000. With a substantial sum of 320,000 in hand, Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, he noticed several new private messages in response to his post seeking various rare stones. Are you there? Exceptional rare stone, flowing water over a bridge. Willing to buy? C-grade thunderstone, expert certified, genuine and trustworthy. Only 399,999. Exceptional light stone, inherited for 3 generations. Willing to part with it due to a bride's dowry demand of 288,000. Stones such as evolution stones, mega evolution stones, wishing stars, and tectonic pearls share the common trait of being dazzlingly luminous. Just as Xiaoyu was about to close the post after its recent publication, he immediately received another private message. I have a peculiar stone in my possession. Chapter 7. The black market. In my possession lies a peculiar stone. Upon receiving this private message, Xiaoyu felt an immediate surge of curiosity. The enigmatic seller, identified as Crazy August, had attached a photograph below. The image depicted a small stone radiating a dazzling brilliance. An evolution keystone. Xiaoyu could hardly believe his fortune. Within a mere day, he stumbled upon an evolution keystone online. Suppressing his excitement, he began to negotiate with Crazy August. This stone is exquisite. Where did you find it? Xiaoyu inquired. Crazy August replied, I'm unsure of its market value. How about you propose a price, and if it seems fair, we can proceed. 50 with shipping included, Xiaoyu offered. That's far too low. This stone is exceptionally beautiful. It must be at least 500, Crazy August contested. A smile crept onto Xiaoyu's face. He yearned to finalize the deal at a fixed price. Yet, he understood that failing to haggle would undoubtedly raise suspicions. 500 is exorbitant. I can offer a maximum of 100. That won't do. Just look at the stone's vibrant hue. My girlfriend's birthday is approaching, and I wish to buy her a necklace. As a student, my funds are limited. Can we settle at 500? I'm also a student with little money. Xiaoyu countered. For 80, that is my final offer. It cannot go any lower. After much back and forth, they settled on a price of 399. To safeguard his interests, Xiaoyu requested Crazy August to send another photograph of the stone. Having completed these arrangements, Xiaoyu gazed at the substantial sum of 300,000 in his account, and a different thought began to take shape in his mind. He resolved to visit the black market in Starlight City that very night. Such a significant amount of money would enable him to procure numerous valuable items, especially with the assistance of his system, which would allow him to seize opportunities. His only concern was his safety. Previously, he had ventured into the black market of Starlight City alongside Xia Luo, where the presence of a seasoned trainer ensured their safety. This time, however, he would navigate the black market alone, necessitating greater caution. He decided to bring along his father's scyther. As night fell, after enjoying dinner, Xiaoyu, accompanied by his father's scyther and a borrowed gardevoir, made his way to the black market. Initially, he had planned to bring only the scyther, but for safety's sake, he borrowed the gardevoir from his father. The Scyther was of moderate strength, possessing only Lord-level prowess, while the Gardevoir was formidable, one of his father's main Pokémon. Boasting gym leader-level capabilities, quite powerful for a small county like Starlight City. The underground black market of Starlight City was nestled within the bar street of the old town, a popular gathering spot for the youth, where one could witness young men and women reveling in intoxication. Clad in black attire and wearing a mask, Xiaoyu entered a bar named Night Star, heading directly to the second underground level. The first underground level served as a conventional bar, while the second was the true black market of Starlight City, where an array of intriguing items often surfaced, accompanied by a monthly auction featuring rare and bizarre treasures. On his previous visit, Xiao Luo had mentioned the bar's formidable background, with the Li family being the major stakeholders. The Xiao family also held a stake in the bar, reaping substantial dividends annually. The Li family was considered a local powerhouse in Starlight City, nearly monopolizing the breeding and energy cube industries, and their wealth was substantial. However, in recent years, the Li family had begun to decline. The older generation of king-level trainers was aging, their abilities waning, and the middle generation had only produced one gym leader-level trainer, who was not operating a gym. This placed considerable pressure on the Li family, given their extensive enterprises. Without sufficient strength, they risked becoming targets. Consequently, the Li family was in urgent need of a gym leader-level trainer, and if a king-level trainer could emerge, it would be even more advantageous. Due to this predicament, the Li family had broached the subject of marriage with Xiao Luo on several occasions, offering a lavish dowry with the singular goal of making Xiao Luo the youngest aspiring king-level trainer, their son-in-law. Given Xiao Luo's potential, it was almost certain that he would become a fire-type king in the future. However, Xiao Luo had rejected the proposition without hesitation, as he harbored deep feelings for a childhood sweetheart. Regarding material wealth, the proud Xiao Luo was convinced that once he achieved king-level status, all would be well. Coincidentally, today marked the day of the auction. Upon reaching the entrance to the second underground level, Xiaoyu was immediately stopped by two burly men in suits stationed at the door, who conducted a brief search before permitting him entry. As he descended into the second underground level, the space opened up before him, revealing a wide street lined with numerous stalls selling a variety of items. As Xiaoyu strolled through, he hoped to uncover some hidden treasures. His steps paused before a stall displaying Pokémon eggs, where he employed his system to assess the quality of these eggs. Regrettably, none of the eggs contained Pokémon of king-level quality or above. Xiaoyu had anticipated such an outcome. If Pokémon of that caliber were readily available, he would not have gone so long without acquiring a starter Pokémon. After passing through the Pokémon egg section, Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon area, which was divided into two categories: juvenile Pokémon and adult Pokémon. The adult Pokémon were all confined in cages, chained and emaciated from hunger, having been fed only once a day to control their strength and prevent excessive aggression. The combat power and quality of these Pokémon were generally low, with the strongest among them barely reaching the threshold of Quasi-Lord level. After traversing the adult Pokémon section, Xiaoyu entered the juvenile Pokémon area, where the quantity of Pokémon was most abundant. The juvenile Pokémon found here were often of inferior quality, stunted development, or had physical defects. Just as he entered this section, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in delight. Ralt's gender: male type, psychic, fairy quality, lord-level combat power, rare-level ability, telepathy skills, growl, charm, shadow clone, psychic hypnosis, draining kiss, teleport, black eye. Strange light, what a splendid start. The first Pokémon he encountered was of lord-level quality, igniting a spark of hope within him. Perhaps he might indeed find a Pokémon of king-level quality here. Hey there, looking to pick a Pokémon? The masked vendor called out, grinning lecherously. This Ralts is quite splendid, and its final evolution, Gardevoir, is exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 8. The Thunderstone Ralts has always been a highly esteemed Pokémon, particularly its final evolution, Gardevoir, which has garnered immense admiration from countless enthusiasts, securing its place at the pinnacle of the Pokémon wife rankings. Xiaoyu himself harbors a fondness for Gardevoir, albeit without the fervent obsession that some display. Young man, this Ralts possesses remarkable potential, both in appearance and strength. I can let it go for just 300,000, the vendor proclaimed. Upon hearing this price, Xiaoyu couldn't help but scoff internally, feeling as though he were being regarded as a fool. Do you take me for a simpleton? Apologies, but I cannot afford such an exorbitant sum. Xiaoyu promptly rejected the vendor's pitch. How about 298,000? I'll cut you a deal, the vendor urged. Even if you were to reduce it to 298,000, I still wouldn't buy it, Xiaoyu responded, turning away from the stall. Such a miser. Wasting my time, the vendor muttered, leaving Xiaoyu somewhat disheartened. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that an auction was to be held that very day, and all the top-quality Pokémon had already been claimed by the black market's overseers in preparation for the event. With no other option, Xiaoyu wandered among the various stalls, hoping to stumble upon a hidden treasure. As he passed by one particular stall, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to an unassuming stone, dark as coal, yet the information relayed by the system stirred his intrigue. Xiaoyu paused, scanning the items on display. He casually picked up a dive ball and inquired, "How much for this?" 30,000, came the reply. Is it really that expensive? Xiaoyu was taken aback by the price, as the official store sold dive balls for only 21,000 apiece. The vendor explained, "You're new here, aren't you? This is an anonymous dive ball. All Pok balls bear a serial number, and once you capture a Pokémon, the data is automatically uploaded to the Trainer Association when connected to the internet or when treated at a Pokémon Center. Only illegal Pok balls like this one remain unregistered, allowing for various uses. 30,000 is quite a bargain. Never mind, that's still too steep." Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "What about your other items? Just give me a price. These treasures were passed down from my ancestors. They aren't cheap." The vendor replied cautiously, unwilling to quote a price for fear of being outsmarted. "If there's something you want, show it to me, and I'll give you a price." Seeing the vendor's wariness, Xiaoyu felt a sense of helplessness. These merchants were quite shrewd and difficult to deal with. "I'm just browsing," he said, casually picking up a strangely shaped stone. "What about this one? This stone is no ordinary rock. It was passed down from my great-grandfather. See the white stripes? They resemble the character for Cloud. This stone is inscribed, and if sold outside, it would fetch at least several thousand. Today, I'll let it go for 10,000, the vendor rambled, knowing full well that those in his trade often exaggerated the value of their wares. Too pricey. And this one? Xiaoyu feigned nonchalance as he picked up a dark stone nearby. The vendor frowned, realizing that Xiaoyu was merely inquiring about prices without any intention to buy. "Brother, if you're genuinely interested, I can give you a sincere quote. This was found on Thunder Mountain, you know? The battlefield where Zapdos and Reiko fought. It produces many exceptional thunderstones. Though it looks unremarkable, cutting it open might reveal a high-quality thunderstone. I can let it go for no less than 50,000. Xiaoyu's heart raced. The vendor seemed knowledgeable. This black stone indeed resembled what he described, as it concealed an S-grade thunderstone within. However, the more he desired it, the more nonchalant he acted. He gently set the stone down and teased, "I've come to realize that everything in your stall is a treasure, worth thousands at a mere touch. I'm genuinely interested in purchasing something. Could you give me an honest price without the embellishments? What are you looking for? Do you have any anonymous standard Pok balls but not dive balls?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Yes, 1,100 each." The vendor rummaged through his stall and tossed a red and white Pok ball to Xiaoyu. "That's rather expensive." Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Standard Pok balls typically cost 500 each. Yet this one was priced at 1,000, double the market rate. "That's the going rate. We conduct honest transactions here," the vendor insisted. "Very well, then I'll take one." After accepting the Pok ball, Xiaoyu's gaze drifted back to the S-grade thunderstone. He casually asked, "Could you lower the price on this stone a bit?" 50,000 is already the lowest I can go." The vendor showed no signs of reducing his price, continuing to extol. "Consider this. If it turns out to be an S-grade thunderstone, there are none available on the market right now, and each would fetch over 1 million. You could turn 50,000 into 1 million. How is that too expensive? Young man, understand the stakes, win big or lose it all." Xiaoyu was left bemused. It was evident that those who could peddle goods in the underground market possessed considerable verbal skills. If it truly were an S-grade thunderstone, why would you be selling it? "I'm sincerely interested in buying. Just give me a fair price." "Would you part with it for 5,000? Brother, are you joking? That's a Dragon Slayer's sword you're talking about. At least 48,000. Impossible. The most I can offer is 6,000. With so many stones on Thunder Mountain, Any one of them could sell for thousands. How could this one be so special? My young friend, you can eat your fill, but mustn't speak recklessly. This stone is unlike the rest. Experts have examined it and suggested that it likely contains a thunderstone. If you're serious about purchasing, I can lower it a bit more, 45,000. After an exhausting round of haggling, Xiaoyu managed to settle on 38,000. Although he felt the price could still be reduced, the negotiation had drawn the attention of more onlookers. To avoid prolonged deliberation, Xiaoyu opted for the transaction. Both parties were satisfied. The vendor felt he had struck a lucrative deal, while Xiaoyu reveled in acquiring a top-tier thunderstone. As Xiaoyu walked away, the vendor retrieved another identical black stone from his bag, placing it in the vacant space with a sly grin. Fool, thinking he might unearth a thunderstone. I have plenty of these. Chapter 9. Su Xiao. As Xiaoyu gazed at the obsidian stone in his hand, his heart raced uncontrollably. No one would have anticipated that within this dark stone lay an S-rank thunderstone. Having acquired the S-rank thunderstone, Xiaoyu had no intention of selling it. Rather, he intended to keep it for personal use. Such S-rank items are rare treasures, their market value soaring beyond 10 million. Once missed, one could only wonder how long it would take to encounter another. Among all known Pokémon, only 7 could utilize the Thunderstone. Pikachu evolves into Raichu using the Thunderstone. Eevee evolves into Jolteon. Magneton evolves into Exploud. Electabuzz evolves into Electivire. Electric evolves into Electros. Shuckle evolves into Shuckle Cannon. And Froakie evolves into Greninja. Each of these Pokémon possesses formidable strength, and Xiaoyu is not particular. It all depended on which one he encountered first. From this moment onward, he needed to keep an eye out for these Pokémon. If he were to encounter any one of them with elite potential, he would undoubtedly capture it without hesitation. He was in dire need of Pokémon. Encountering the S-rank Thunderstone felt like depleting all of Xiaoyu's luck. As thereafter, he found no further unexpected treasures until the auction commenced. Xiaoyu entered the auction hall amidst the throng of people. He had previously attended an auction where an entrance fee of 1,000 yuan was required, and a 10% commission was deducted from all auctioned items. After paying the entrance fee, Xiaoyu secured a personal spot, awaiting the start of the auction in quiet anticipation. With the appearance of a seductive woman in a red slick gown on stage, the auction was officially announced to begin. The alluring figure wore a shimmering mask, obscuring her features, leaving only her striking physique visible. Welcome to the August auction. I am your host, Hong Jia. Her voice, though cool, resonated with a captivating charm, embodying the essence of a mature woman. The first item up for bidding is a Pokémon of exceptional quality. Please take a look. As her words echoed, a transparent box was presented on stage, containing a blue and white Pokémon, the rare Gyarados, which is exceedingly uncommon in Huagua. The popularity of Gyarados remained consistently high. Coupled with its immense battle prowess and unique design akin to Ash's Greninja, endearing it to Pokémon enthusiasts, Xiaoyu included. However, to his dismay, this particular Gyarados possessed only gym leader level potential, failing to meet his minimum capture criteria. The Gyarados is a Pokémon that you may not often encounter. This species is virtually non-existent in our wilds, being a unique treasure from Sakura country, with each specimen commanding exorbitant prices. We have invested significantly to procure this one. Hatched less than a week ago, it is an ideal choice for novice trainers. Should any of you have children at home, Gyarados is sure to become their most loyal companion. The starting bid is 500,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. Coughing, Xiaoyu nearly choked on his own saliva. Although he deemed the Gyarados inadequate, his total cash on hand fell short of the starting bid. What a misfortune! 550,000, 600,000. Xiaoyu clearly underestimated the wealth of the bidders present, as the price for Gyarados skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1 million. This amount was typical for a gym leader level Pokémon, yet due to Gyarados' uniqueness, the price was bound to rise further. Indeed, after a flurry of bids, Gyarados was ultimately secured by a rotund buyer for the staggering sum of 1,400,000. Congratulations to this buyer for successfully acquiring Gyarados. You may continue to participate in the auction, and the Pokémon will be delivered to you upon your departure. Now, we shall proceed to the second item up for bid. Items of Gyarados' caliber were exceedingly rare in this auction, Subsequent offerings followed a more conventional value range, starting from a few thousand to tens of thousands, reflecting the underground market's true nature. The truly valuable treasures had been reserved for legitimate auctions, while items with dubious origins remained scarce. During this period, Xiaoyu refrained from bidding, as the items on offer held little interest for him. It was not until the auction neared its conclusion that a precious item finally emerged. The next auction featured 3 Pokémon eggs. Each of these eggs housed highly coveted Pokémon, yet due to certain circumstances, they had sustained some damage, making hatching them significantly more challenging. As the auctioneer unveiled 3 boxes draped in red silk, she approached the first box and dramatically pulled down the cloth, revealing a transparent glass case containing a cracked Pokémon egg. I cannot disclose the origins of this egg, but I can reveal that it contains a Yaya. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the cracked egg, immediately scanning its information. Pokémon egg, Yaya, gender, female type, dragon potential, lord level, gym leader level, damage potential, ability, exceptional skills. A Yaya of gym leader level potential stirred Xiaoyu's ambitions. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the system, he would have sought every possible means to acquire this Yaya. Even with its damaged potential, with proper nurturing, it could certainly be restored. Once this Yaya matured, it would evolve into a dual-axe dragon of gym leader level strength, equating to a quasi-king level Pokémon. For such an item to be available for sale in the underground market was truly remarkable. However, recalling Hong Jie's words, it was evident that this egg had dubious origins. Otherwise, it would not have found its way into the underground market. Was this Yaya's egg? A dragon-type Pokémon, specifically a dual-axe dragon. Wait, 2 months ago, the Dragon Valley's egg transport vehicle was reportedly attacked by the Dawn Society, resulting in a shipment of Pokémon eggs going missing. This egg, the appearance of Yaya's egg, stirred a commotion among the crowd. Yet Hong Jie seemed wholly unfazed, moving directly to unveil the second and third eggs. The starting bid for the first egg was set at 1 million. Compared to the first egg, the latter 2 were slightly inferior, yet still exceptionally rare. Should anyone be interested, now was the time to seize the opportunity, with a starting bid of 200,000 for each. Xiaoyu's gaze settled on the remaining 2 eggs. The second egg appeared noticeably smaller, resembling a poorly developed specimen, while the third egg bore a dull color, its shell speckled with black spots, indicating that the Pokémon inside was evidently ill. Pokémon egg, Fire Mouse gender, male type, fire potential, lord level, gym leader level, poorly developed, ability, blaze skills. Pokémon egg, Magikarp gender, male type, water potential, elite level, quasi-king level. At risk due to viral invasion, ability, timid skills. Upon seeing the Magikarp's egg, Xiaoyu's spirits lifted momentarily, only to be replaced by disappointment. Why couldn't this Magikarp possess slightly better potential? Though a quasi-king level Pokémon was not quite at the king level, Xiaoyu found himself pondering. Given the auction's nature, it was unlikely he could afford any of these 3 Pokémon, even with their imperfections and questionable origins. The 20,000 yuan he had on hand would scarcely suffice. However, dragon-type Pokémon are inherently rare, and given the extraordinary quality of this egg, it is entirely reasonable for its price to exceed 2 million, even with the cracks on its shell. Sitting in his chair, Xiaoyu observed the bidding war among the crowd with the detached amusement of a spectator. Completely uninterested in placing a bid himself, he considered his acquisition of an S-Class Thunderstone to be a resounding success. 3 million. At that moment, Xiaoyu noticed a figure cloaked in black, whose raspy voice had just announced the bid. Intrigued, he directed his gaze towards this enigmatic affluent individual, and was taken aback to see a black Houndoom lying beside him. Houndoom gender, male type, dark, fire qualification, Pseudo-King level combat power, Pseudo-King level ability, flash fire item, B-Class charcoal skills, glare ember smog, thunder fong, howl trick roar bite cleanse, ambush fire fong, taunt revenge. Substitute, flamethrower, crunch, howl, dark pulse, overheat, solar beam, fire spin strike, heat wave, trick protect mud bomb. The opulent display of the Houndoom left Xiaoyu utterly astonished. A pseudo-king level trainer appearing at this underground auction was certainly alarming. It was best to leave swiftly. Xiaoyu felt no desire to remain a spectator any longer. Despite possessing a scyther and a Beedrill for protection, it was abundantly clear that he was no match for this Houndoom. A Pseudo-King level Pokémon is among the pinnacle of combat power in Starlight City, and the presence of this mysterious individual here undoubtedly signified ulterior motives. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu rose and quietly departed the underground black market. Simultaneously, he began to search for information regarding the Pseudo-King level Houndoom on his phone. In this technologically advanced world, Pseudo-King level Houndooms are exceedingly rare. Fugitive, Sushio gender, male age, 48 Pseudo-King level trainer signature Pokémon, Zoroark, Croconaw, Houndoom. Sushio is a formidable figure. He had been a Pseudo-King level trainer for a decade, boasting 3 Pseudo-King level Pokémon, Zoroark, Croconaw, and Houndoom. However, his lack of a King-level Pokémon has hindered his ascension to that rank. 3 years ago, he was implicated in the massacre of the Zhao family in Fengtian City, Shengjing Province, during which he also absconded with the egg of the semi-divine Pokémon, Bagon, from the Zhao family, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Chapter 10. The Secret Realm. Xiaoyu did not witness the final spectacle of the auction. In his mind, the safety of his life took precedence over the excitement of the event. The presence of an enigmatic quasi-king trainer suggested that something significant was afoot, and Xiaoyu felt he lacked both the qualifications and the capability to partake in such affairs. Upon returning home, Xiaoyu lay in bed, his thoughts consumed by the mysterious Sushio. He pondered what could possibly draw a renowned quasi-king trainer to the seemingly insignificant Xinguang City. Perhaps he had misidentified the individual. It was improbable that it was indeed Sushio, as there were only a few quasi-king level blackhounds, and the others had no reason to conceal their identities. Eventually, anxiety lulled him into a restless slumber. Boom! In the midst of the night, a sudden explosion reverberated throughout Xinguang City, illuminating the dark sky as if it were day. Startled from his light sleep, Xiaoyu swiftly donned his clothes and exited his room, only to encounter the grim faces of his father, Xia Yong, and his elder brother, Xia Luo, emerging from their own quarters. "Father, what has happened?" Xiaoyu could not restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing his son's inquiry, Xia Yong forced a smile, attempting to mask his concern. "It's nothing. Just stay home and don't venture outside." With that, he turned to his elder son with a serious expression. "Xia Luo, come with me." "All right, let us go, father," Xia Luo replied solemnly, shedding his usual playful demeanor. "Xiaoyu, you stay here. I'm leaving my Scyther and my Heracross with you for protection. I will also give you my Charizard, so don't leave the house." Xia Luo handed Xiaoyu a red and white Pokeball, entrusting him with one of his main Pokémon, Charizard. The concern from both his father and brother was palpable, as they ensured Xiaoyu had formidable Pokémon to safeguard him, making him acutely aware that something significant was unfolding that night. "Brother, father." Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion and could not help but inquire, "What exactly is happening?" "I encountered a mysterious individual in the underground black market last night. He bore a striking resemblance to the notorious fugitive, the former evil-type quasi-king, Sushio." "What?" Xiaoyu recounted his encounter with Sushio, omitting the detail about purchasing the S-Class Thunderstone and merely mentioning the mysterious figure accompanied by a quasi-king level blackhound. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's account, both Xia Yong and Xia Luo's expressions turned grave. It was evident they understood the gravity of the situation. There is no need to speculate. That individual was undoubtedly Sushio. He must have received prior intelligence that a small secret realm has emerged in Xinguang City, and that is his target. The secret realm, one of the unique phenomena of this world, is akin to a miniature universe. Typically, secret realms harbor rare treasures, be it berries, items, or TM machines, and also host some uncommon and precious Pokémon, which generally possess superior qualities. There is even the potential for Pokémon from previous transportation incidents to manifest, much like the Darkrai that emerged from the Nightmare Realm 3 years ago. Secret realms are like mysterious treasure troves, brimming with opportunities, yet fraught with peril. 3 years prior, countless individuals perished within the Nightmare Realm, including a quasi-king level trainer. Even the powerful Darkrai eluded capture, having claimed numerous lives before escaping through the power of dreams. And many continue to search for its whereabouts to this day. Akin to a gambling den, secret realms can yield bountiful riches for some, while others may face utter ruin. It is precisely this allure that draws quasi-king level trainers like Su Xiao. His prowess may have already ascended to king level 3 years ago. He annihilated an entire family for a Bagon egg, and such a span of time would suffice for a Bagon to evolve into a Salamence. We must exercise caution, Xia Yong analyzed coolly. Given the passage of 3 years, Su Xiao may very well have attained king level. Even with Xia Luo and I joining forces, our chances of victory are slim. However, we must venture into the secret realm. This is your brother's opportunity to ascend to king level. If we can secure a Pokémon of king level potential, he will be able to attain that rank. A glimmer of determination shone in Xia Yong's eyes. Transitioning from gym leader to king level is a monumental challenge. Many spend years without achieving it. Su Xiao himself struggled for a decade to make the leap, ultimately taking a perilous risk for a mere Bagon. Now that a secret realm had materialized in Xinguang City, Xia Yong and his sons could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Xiaoyu, you stay at home. Do not venture outside, Xia Yong admonished sternly. Many Pokémon may flee from the secret realm, posing a disaster for ordinary people. Shuimei, keep an eye on Xiaoyu. I must head to the Pokémon Center. I just received word that many will be injured and require assistance at the hospital, Lin Shuimei remarked, casting a worried glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, remain at home and be careful. Her tone brimmed with affection, for Xiaoyu was the weakest among them, and thus she harbored the deepest concerns for his safety, repeatedly urging him to stay indoors. Understood. With a click, the door shut behind them, leaving Xiaoyu alone in the house. He gazed at the restless Zubat within its temperature-controlled box. After feeding it an energy cube, he stored the Zubat in its Pokeball. Soon after, Xiaoyu changed into a different outfit, preparing to venture out. Despite the inherent dangers, he felt a sense of security with his father, S. Scyther, and Heracross, along with his brother, S. Charizard, all of which offered a degree of self-defense. As long as he did not encounter Su Xiao, he believed he would remain relatively safe. The allure of rare items and Pokémon within the secret realm ignited Xiaoyu's excitement. Such realms are exceedingly rare, and for it to appear directly above Xinguang City is an opportunity that might not come again for a century. Soon, all the formidable trainers from the entire Shishu province would likely converge here. If Xiaoyu wished to acquire treasures, he had to seize the moment. Newly emerged secret realms are typically laden with riches, and he could not allow this chance to pass him by. As he stepped outside, the sky radiated with brilliant white light, a silver vortex illuminating all of Xinguang City. Xiaoyu summoned Charizard, climbing onto its back as they soared into the sky, heading toward the entrance of a secret realm. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed, and the secret realm in the sky stirred, unleashing powerful currents that instantly enveloped Xiaoyu and Charizard. After a dizzying whirl, Xiaoyu awakened in an unfamiliar world. Gentle streams flowed, and the landscape was picturesque and enchanting. The fragrance of fresh grass mingled with the towering trees, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a fairyland. Is this the secret realm? Xiaoyu gazed upward, where a colossal silver vortex hung in the sky, mirroring the entrance that connected the secret realm to the real world. Chapter 11. The secret realm of grasses. As Xiaoyu traversed through the forest, he pondered the nature of this enigmatic realm. Each secret realm typically harbors a predominant energy type, and it was evident that the grass-type energy here was exceptionally potent. The surroundings were adorned with vibrant flowers and lush trees, teeming with life, characteristics unmistakably indicative of a grass-type realm. Here, one could likely encounter numerous grass-type Pokémon, whose potential often surpassed that of their counterparts in the outside world. In addition to the rich grass-type energy, there was also a notable presence of bug-type energy, a realization Xiaoyu came to upon observing the reaction of his Scyther. As a bug-type Pokémon, Scyther was inherently sensitive to bug energy upon summoning it. The creature displayed immense excitement, clearly at ease within this secretive environment. Wondering whether other energy types might also be present, Xiaoyu continued to delve deeper into the forest. Suddenly, he heard voices ahead, prompting him to halt and cautiously scout the area. "Liang-san, we hit the jackpot," exclaimed a young man in a black shirt with a buzz cut, his face alight with excitement as he addressed a burly, bald man named Liang-san. "So many rare Pokémon. This is a fortune." Liang-san, his face a canvas of greed, grinned with a grotesque smile. "Indeed. Secret realms are truly places that can make one rich overnight. Let's act, but be discreet. If we can capture these, we can leave this realm." Before Liang-san and his companion, Hao Zi, lay for Trico, clearly indicating a thriving Trico population within the realm. Ding. Task activated. Grass-type sovereign. This realm primarily thrived on grass energy, with bug energy as a secondary presence. It was home to two significant grass-type factions, the Lizard King clan and the Bulbasaur clan, which had long been embroiled in territorial disputes without a clear victor. With the convergence of the secret realm and the real world, the established order would soon be disrupted. The task required capturing one Pokémon within the realm before it was fully claimed and nurturing it into a grass-type sovereign. Task requirements: capture either a Trico or a Bulbasaur. Task rewards: 1. Varies based on the Pokémon captured. 2. Clue to a mysterious treasure. Failure penalty: randomly decrease the captured Pokémon's potential by 1 level. The abrupt assignment left Xiaoyu momentarily stunned, the penalty for failure sending a chill down his spine. Should he falter, the potential of his Zubat would diminish to that of a gym leader level, an outcome he found utterly unacceptable. He had to succeed in this task. His gaze fixated on the 4 Trico before him. Sovereign level, leader level, leader level, leader level. The potential of these 4 Trico was commendable, enhanced by the realm's grass energy, with the lowest being at leader level and even one at sovereign level. However, they still fell short of Xiaoyu's minimum requirement for capture. Although their potential was promising, their combat prowess was merely at the rare level, rendering them relatively weak. At that moment, Liang-san and Hao Zi summoned their Pokémon. Liang-san called forth a dark flying type, Honchkrow, while Hao Zi unleashed a fairy type, Florges. Honchkrow gender: male type, dark flying potential, leader level combat power, leader level ability, insomnia skills, wing attack, dark mist, scare, ambush, night slash, tailwind, peck, nightshade, pursuit, provocation, trick, strange light, brutal force. Florges gender: female type, fairy potential, leader level combat power, leader level ability, quick feat skills, fire fong, thunder fong, tackle, tail whip, charm bite, lick, headbutt, roar, provocation, thunder wave, play rough, heal bell. Both Honchkrow and Florges boasted leader level combat power, a respectable standing in a small city like Starlight City. However, Xiaoyu felt no trepidation. His 3 Pokémon included a sovereign level Scyther, alongside a Charizard and a Heracross, both at gym leader level. In this locale, they represented top-tier combatants, more than capable of dealing with Liang-san and Hao Zi. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained vigilant, aware that secret realms attract formidable trainers. And with the arrival of elite trainers, his current lineup may not suffice. Thus, he resolved to complete the task promptly. Scyther, Heracross, prepare for battle. Xiaoyu commanded as he summoned both Pokémon, their bond forged through shared experiences ensuring their obedience. As Liang-san and Hao Zi commanded their Pokémon to attack, Honchkrow and Florges surged toward the 4 Trico, launching their offensive. Honchkrow initiated with wing attack, and due to the disparity in combat power, coupled with its flying type advantage against Trico, it swiftly incapacitated one with a single blow. Florges, not to be outdone, unleashed Fire Fong, its flaming fangs dispatching another Trico in an instant. In mere moments, 2 Trico lay defeated. Honchkrow, continue the pursuit. Florges, don't let them escape, commanded Liang-san and Hao Zi as they prepared to throw Pokeballs at the fallen Trico. Now, Xiaoyu shouted, Scyther, use Bullet Punch on Florges. Heracross, deliver a head charge to Honchkrow. Scyther struck first, its massive pincers enveloped in glimmering steel energy, darting through the forest with astonishing speed. Bang! The Bullet Punch connected with Florges before it could react. Bullet Punch, a steel-type physical move, delivering a rapid and hard-hitting strike akin to a bullet. It guarantees a priority attack. In game terms, Although the Bullet Punch S base power was modest at 40, its Steel-type bonus increased the damage by 5 times, augmented further by the Technician ability, which enhances weaker moves. Additionally, Steel-type moves inflict double damage against Fairy types. Given Scyther's Sovereign-level prowess, it was expected that this blow would decisively incapacitate Forges. However, reality diverges from the realm of gaming. Despite the effective type advantage and bonuses, the damage output is not guaranteed. Some Pokémon can mitigate their weaknesses through rigorous training. Clearly, this Forges exhibited commendable stamina and resilience. Scyther's strike merely left it heavily wounded, not defeated. While this display surprised Xiaoyu, he remained unfazed. If Forges was still standing, another Bullet Punch would suffice. Meanwhile, Heracross's head charge proved equally formidable, its power bolstered by 90 base strength and a 1/5 type advantage, enough to severely damage Honchkrow. Crucially, Heracross's combat prowess significantly exceeded that of Honchkrow by 2 levels, ensuring a decisive victory despite the absence of a type advantage. In an instant, the outcome was clear. Chapter 12. The Lizard King Liao, San, and Haozi were astounded to encounter others in the vast secret realm so soon, cursing their misfortune under their breath. They were utterly unprepared when ambushed by a Scyther and a Beedrill. In a mere exchange, one of their main Pokémon fell incapacitated, while the other sustained severe injuries, highlighting an overwhelming disparity in strength. "Brother, we concede." Liao San raised his hands in surrender, realizing the vast difference in power. The 4 Trico he had coveted were now beyond his reach. His priority shifted to survival. Death was a common occurrence in the secret realm. Haozi's eyes reddened with frustration. The wealth he had almost grasped slipped away, leaving him despondent. 4 Trico, even if each sold for a mere 100,000, amounted to a staggering 400,000, a sum he could not overlook. "You must leave the secret realm through the exit above." Xiaoyu assessed the 2 men and ultimately chose to spare them. His reasons were twofold. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, and the duo posed no threat to him. He feared only being seen committing an act of violence. Liao San and Haozi exchanged glances, a flicker of reluctance in their eyes. The secret realm was teeming with treasures, and they could not bear the thought of returning empty-handed, especially incurring additional medical expenses. However, the situation was dire, leaving them with no alternatives. Under the intimidation of the Scyther and Beedrill, they summoned their flying-type Pokémon and fled the secret realm. Once they were gone, Xiaoyu turned his attention to the 2 injured Trico lying on the ground. The other 2 had already vanished, likely taking advantage of the distraction while he conversed with Liao San. With only the 2 severely wounded Trico remaining, Xiaoyu thankfully retrieved a small supply of healing ointment and quickly applied it to their wounds. Just as he completed the treatment, the Scyther emitted a warning cry. A dozen Trico appeared at the edge of the forest, accompanied by several forest lizard Pokémon, led by 2 formidable Lizard Kings. The sight of the densely packed Lizard King horde left Xiaoyu momentarily dazzled. His gaze settled on the 2 leaders, 1 male and 1 female, possessing qualifications of Gym Leader and Near Champion level, both exhibiting Gym Leader strength. The forest lizards were uniformly of at least leader level, with one even reaching Gym Leader status. The Trico, while slightly less impressive, had qualifications ranging from elite to an average of leader level, with one Trico astonishingly boasting champion level prowess. Trico gender, male type, grass qualification, champion level ability, overgrow skills, leaf blade, leaf storm, grassy terrain, dragon breath, grass whistle. Seed bomb, magical leaf, photosynthesis, leech seed, night slash, stare, absorb, quick attack, mega drain. It appeared that this particular Trico was Xiaoyu's target for the mission, piquing his curiosity about the qualifications of the Bulbasaur in the Bulbasaur group. It must also be of champion caliber, otherwise the system wouldn't have prompted him to capture it. As Xiaoyu pondered, the leading Lizard King suddenly charged forth, its wrist blades radiating green energy, slicing towards him. Beedrill, counterattack. In a moment of urgency, Xiaoyu commanded the Beedrill to execute a counterattack to disrupt the Lizard King's assault. The Bug-type counterattack held an advantage against the Grass-type Leaf Blade, and given that both combatants were of Gym Leader level, the Beedrill gained the upper hand. Wait, Xiaoyu quickly interjected amidst the clash. We mean no harm. These two little ones were not harmed by me. I was rescuing them and just applied medicine. Eager to clarify the misunderstanding, Xiaoyu presented the two Trico to the Lizard King. At that moment, the previously vanished Trico reappeared, explaining to the Lizard King that Xiaoyu was their savior, not their assailant. Upon hearing the Trico's words, the leading Lizard King halted its advance, standing still with a haughty expression directed at Xiaoyu. It was undeniable that the Lizard King was an exceptionally handsome Pokémon, ranking among the top 3 in appearance within the Grass-type category. The Lizard King emitted a low growl towards Xiaoyu, as if expressing gratitude, though Xiaoyu could not comprehend its meaning and could only speculate. Watching the Lizard King clan depart, Xiaoyu felt unsatisfied and called out, "Wait, Lizard King, I wish to capture a Trico to be my companion." Xiaoyu's words made the Lizard King pause, its expression turning cold and menacing. "I harbor no ill intentions. I will not forcibly capture any Trico, but I hope you will grant your offspring a chance to leave this secret realm with me and explore the outside world. Moreover, this realm is on the brink of merging with the real world, and many humans will soon discover your existence. Regardless of your strength, your young ones will be at risk of capture." Sensing the Lizard King's hostility, Xiaoyu endeavored to persuade it, outlining the pros and cons. The Lizard King responded with a chilling tone, eliciting frustration from Xiaoyu. The language barrier was indeed a curse. Perhaps it was time to capture a psychic-type Pokémon to serve as a translator, he mused. Continuing, Xiaoyu addressed the Lizard King. "Your homeland will face human intrusion, leaving you with 2 paths, to be captured and leave, or to be confined here. I believe neither outcome is desirable for you. If any of you wish to accompany me, I promise to treat you as my partners." Xiaoyu spoke earnestly to the Lizard King. As he stated, the Pokémon discovered in the secret realm faced only these 2 fates, a reality even Xiaoyu could not alter. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the leading Lizard King's face blazed with fury, its gaze filled with lethal intent as it fixed its stare upon Xiaoyu. "Grant me a chance," Xiaoyu continued. "Let my Beedrill battle you. If you win, I will leave immediately. If you lose, I hope you will allow me to capture 1 Trico. Soon, stronger trainers will arrive, and their Pokémon will far surpass my Beedrill. They will not negotiate, only use force to capture you." The leading Lizard King, after considering Xiaoyu's proposition, locked its gaze on the Beedrill. It then roared to its companions, causing the other Lizard King and the forest lizards, along with the Trico, to retreat, clearing sufficient space for the duel between the Lizard King and Beedrill. The most powerful Lizard King glared at the Beedrill, its wrist adorned with grass-type energy, poised to unleash an attack. "Have you agreed?" Xiaoyu inquired. The Lizard King nodded, and without hesitation, launched its offensive. Chapter 13. The Lizard King versus the Armored Warrior of the Forest serves as the dominion of the Lizard King, where few Pokémon can rival its prowess, establishing it as the undisputed sovereign of this verdant realm. The Lizard King is adorned in vibrant green, boasting a robust tail and leaf-like appendages on its wrists that are as sharp as blades. Nestled upon its back are seeds that harbor a wealth of nutrients, vital for nurturing the flora around it. Its signature move is Leaf Blade, where emerald energy envelopes its wrist blades, resembling scythes capable of cleaving through rock. With a decisive flourish, the Lizard King initiates the battle by unleashing Leaf Blade, the grass-type energy slicing toward the Armored Warrior. In response, Xiaoyu commands the Armored Warrior to employ Swords Dance, a technique that elevates its attack power through an exuberant display of agility and fervor. This move is revered among physical attackers, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities, while its counterpart, Dragon Dance, offers a more balanced enhancement of both attack and speed, albeit with less ferocity. In the realm of the game, the Armored Warrior boasts an impressive attack stat of 125, though its special attack languishes at a mere 60. Its formidable defense reaches 140, while special defense stands at 90. However, its speed, rated at only 40, starkly contrasts its imposing appearance. In reality, the Armored Warrior mirrors its game counterpart closely. For instance, the one owned by Xiaoyu exhibits exceptional physical attack and defense, with a noted deficiency in special defense and a complete disregard for special attack. The Armored Warrior is notably ill-suited for special attack training, yielding minimal results. However, its speed in reality is surprisingly agile and adept at close combat. As Xiaoyu reflects on the disparities in base stats within the game, he cannot help but critique the absurdities, such as the life Pokémon, Xerneas, possessing an HP stat of 126, inferior to Snorlax's 135. Even more perplexing is the legendary NEI, whose special defense stands at a mere 75, overshadowed by the Caterpie's 85. Such discrepancies render the game's base stats merely a guideline, as reality often diverges from these values. Confronted with the Lizard King's relentless assault, the Armored Warrior, following Xiaoyu's strategy, braces itself and withstands the incoming Leaf Blade. While Leaf Blade, being a Grass-type move, inflicts normal damage on the Bug and Water Dual-type Armored Warrior, its inherent power ensures considerable impact, particularly as it aims for critical points. However, due to the Armored Warrior's robust exoskeleton, the likelihood of a critical hit diminishes significantly. The Armored Warrior's exceptional defense is showcased as it endures the attack with minimal discomfort. Its tough exterior proves formidable against most assaults. To effectively damage the Armored Warrior, two strategies emerge: targeting its underbelly and lower back, where the shell is comparatively fragile, or utilizing special attack. Although Leaf Blade is the Lizard King's signature move, it excels more in special attack. Yet, the Wild Lizard King, untrained and uncommanded, struggles to leverage this potential. Having absorbed the impact of Leaf Blade, the Armored Warrior, now enveloped in energy, prepares to counterattack. Armored Warrior, use Leech Life. Xiaoyu commands, opting for the Bug-type attack against the Grass-type Lizard King, which not only benefits from the same type attack bonus, but also inflicts a super effective strike. The Armored Warrior, with its imposing form, lunges toward the Lizard King, unleashing a needle-like projection imbued with Bug-type energy. Yet, the Lizard King, as the monarch of its kind, displays no hint of retreat. With agility, it leaps and weaves through the forest, evading the Armored Warrior's offensive. The forest, indeed, is the Lizard King's territory, where its speed and the terrain confer a distinct advantage, allowing it to evade effortlessly. As the Lizard King navigates the dense foliage, it seizes an opportunity to launch a surprise attack from above, unleashing Leaf Blade once more, this time targeting the Armored Warrior's critical areas. The Lizard King's affinity for Leaf Blade is evident, as it is a hallmark of its combat repertoire, complemented by its proficiency in close-quarter engagements. However, when it comes to raw melee combat skills, the Lizard King finds itself slightly outmatched by the Armored Warrior. Armored Warrior, use Rock Tomb. Xiaoyu commands, eschewing the Leech Life in favor of the Rock-type move. Rock Tomb involves hurling rocks to both damage and impede the opponent's movement, thereby diminishing their speed. While the power of Rock Tomb is less than that of Leech Life and lacks the same type attack bonus, its primary advantage lies in its ability to hinder the opponent's speed. The Armored Warrior's sole vulnerability lies in its speed. The Lizard King's swiftness is unmatched in this forested arena. Therefore, Xiaoyu must devise a means to neutralize the Lizard King's speed advantage. Rock Tomb presents itself as a strategic choice, poised to turn the tide of battle. Chapter 14. The Battle of the Lizard King and the Armored Warrior, Finale. The Armored Warrior extended its sharp claws, piercing the ground to lift massive boulders, hurling them towards the Lizard King. The stones, infused with the essence of rock energy, whistled through the air as they approached their target. In response, the Lizard King brandished the Grass-type sickles adorning its wrists, unleashing the Leaf Blade technique with precision, shattering each incoming stone effortlessly. This display caused Xiaoyu to furrow his brow. Although the Lizard King lacked tactical acumen, its formidable physical prowess rendered it a challenging opponent, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. Xiaoyu needed to devise a strategy to turn the tide. How to bridge the speed gap between the two combatants. Xiaoyu found himself reminiscing about the Dragon Dance and agility skills, both of which could enhance speed. Unfortunately, the Armored Warrior was incompatible with these techniques. The priority move, however, could only be executed upon entry, presenting a momentarily perplexing situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Armored Warrior possessed another technique. Armored Warrior, Water Jet. Water Jet, a water-type physical skill that strikes with astonishing speed, ensuring a priority attack. Although this technique boasted low power and was less effective against the grass-type Lizard King, its swiftness made it invaluable. Upon receiving Xiaoyu's command, the Armored Warrior, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful jet of water from its rear, propelling itself towards the Lizard King at an incredible velocity. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Armored Warrior closed the distance, catching the Lizard King off guard. The speed of the water jet was overwhelming. The Lizard King was struck head-on, staggering back 2 steps. The Armored Warrior's attack power had reached a terrifying level after its previous sword dance, and even with the water type's reduced effectiveness against the grass-type Lizard King, it still inflicted damage. More importantly, by employing Water Jet, the Armored Warrior successfully closed in, diminishing the distance between them. Once in close range, the Armored Warrior's exceptional attacking capacity placed it in an advantageous position. Armored Warrior, Leech Life. With a decisive command, Xiaoyu instructed the Armored Warrior to utilize the Leech Life skill. The Bug-type move, coupled with its own type advantage, was certain to inflict significant damage if it landed. This time, the Armored Warrior did not disappoint. At such close proximity, the Lizard King had no chance to evade. The Bug-type needle launched by the Armored Warrior struck true. This Leech Life attack dealt a substantial blow, far surpassing the earlier Water Jet. Despite the injury, the Lizard King did not retreat, but instead launched a fierce counterattack. In response to the Leech Life, it unleashed a powerful grass-type move, Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm, a storm conjured by sharp leaves directed at the opponent. This move drastically reduces the user's special attack after use. Leaf Storm, the ultimate grass-type technique, was immensely powerful, but its drawbacks were equally pronounced, reducing the user's special attack by 2 levels. Typically, this technique served as a finishing move for grass-type Pokémon, clearing the battlefield. However, the Lizard King was unique. Possessing the contrary ability, it gained an increase in special attack when its stats were lowered, turning the adverse effect into an advantage, potentially overwhelming its opponent. Seeing the Lizard King invoke Leaf Storm, Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. While the power of Leaf Storm was indeed formidable, the Armored Warrior was in a state capable of withstanding the assault. After enduring the attack, the Lizard King, now with its special attack diminished, would stand no chance against the Armored Warrior. Moreover, Xiaoyu's Armored Warrior had learned a valuable defensive technique at a considerable cost. Armored Warrior, Protect. Protect, a skill that can completely block an opponent's attack, though repeated use may lead to failure. In the game, Protect is a remarkable skill, capable of negating any attack regardless of level or species difference. However, the reality diverges from a game. Protect is effective only against attacks with a relatively small power disparity. If the difference in strength is too great, even the light shield of Protect may shatter. Fortunately, the Armored Warrior and the Lizard King were closely matched in strength, alleviating Xiaoyu's concerns. A shimmering shield of energy formed before the Armored Warrior, safeguarding it from harm. The Leaf Storm, swathed in grass-type energy, enveloped the Armored Warrior, its razor-sharp leaves relentlessly slicing at the protective barrier. The spectacle was grand and the power immense, yet the onslaught failed to breach the Armored Warrior's shield. A smile crept across Xiaoyu's face. This was the distinction between wild Pokémon and those trained by humans. Although wild Pokémon possess great strength, their skills are limited, lacking the ability to learn techniques such as Protect without external aid. This shallow skill pool, combined with the absence of strategic synergy, made it exceedingly difficult for wild Pokémon of the same level to triumph over their trained counterparts. The Lizard King, feeling the backlash of Leaf Storm, experienced a significant drop in special attack, an opportune moment for the Armored Warrior to strike back. Armored Warrior, use Leech Life. The Armored Warrior surged forward, unleashing its bug-type energy as it shot a slender needle into the Lizard King's body. Pursue it. Do not allow it a moment's respite. After several exchanges, the outcome was clear. The Armored Warrior had established a commanding advantage, while the Lizard King found itself in an undeniable predicament. Had the Lizard King initially leveraged the geographical advantages of the forest, employing a strategy of rapid movement and utilizing special grass-type moves like Energy Ball, It might have posed a genuine threat to the armored warrior. However, the Lizard King, lacking a trainer's guidance, resorted to brute force, proving no match for the armored warrior. Armored warrior, finish off the Lizard King. The armored warrior readied itself for another leech life attack. While the Lizard King's wrists glowed with emerald grass-type energy as it prepared to unleash its leaf blade for a desperate final effort. Armored warrior, ambush. In the face of the Lizard King's last stand, Xiaoyu commanded the armored warrior to execute the ambush technique. Ambush, a move that allows the user to attack before the opponent. If the opponent uses a non-attacking move, it will fail. Cloaked in dark energy, the armored warrior's claws surged forward, striking the Lizard King with precision. Simultaneously, the Lizard King's leaf blade successfully connected, slicing through the armored warrior's tough exterior, inflicting a significant wound. Both combatants landed their blows. However, the armored warrior's sturdy shell mitigated its injury, while the Lizard King, lacking any form of protection and having already absorbed 2 leech life attacks, was pushed to its limits, panting heavily. You have already lost. Chapter 15. Capturing the tree frog you have lost. Xiaoyu gazed at the Lizard King, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lizard King, though your strength is formidable, comparable to that of a formidable warrior, your defeat at the hands of the warrior was due to the absence of a trainer's guidance. A skilled trainer can enhance a Pokémon's abilities, rendering them more robust and versatile. The injured Lizard King, despite its prideful demeanor and discomfort, honored its promise. Releasing a cry towards Xiaoyu and subsequently communicating with the tree frog behind it, signaling for it to step forward. Do you agree to let me capture a tree frog? Xiaoyu's smile widened. Indeed, such a proud Pokémon as the Lizard King remained true to its word. The Lizard King nodded. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu chose the esteemed tree frog he had long desired, excitement radiating from his face. I want this one. The tree frog, pointed at by Xiaoyu, exhibited little expression, holding its head high in pride, mirroring its ancestors as it locked eyes with Xiaoyu. This marked the first moment of connection between Xiaoyu and the tree frog. Meanwhile, the Lizard King observed the direction Xiaoyu indicated and recognized the tree frog he had selected as its favorite offspring. It turned to engage in further dialogue with the tree frog, and after a brief exchange, the tree frog approached Xiaoyu, understanding the unspoken words despite the language barrier. Xiaoyu extracted a Pokeball from his bag and gently touched the tree frog's head. I look forward to working with you, tree frog. Upon capturing the tree frog, Xiaoyu's spirits soared, feeling immensely fortunate. He generously shared most of his dragon-type energy cubes and healing potions with the Lizard King's group, retaining only a few for himself. This act immediately garnered the favor of the Lizard King's clan. Beep. Grass-type dominance mission accomplished. This secret realm thrived on grass-type energy, with bug-type energy following closely. Within the forest resided 2 primary grass-type clans, the Lizard King clan and the Bulbasaur clan. The 2 factions had long been embroiled in disputes over territory without yielding a victor. As the secret realm began to merge with the real world, the existing structure within would inevitably be disrupted. To secure dominance, one must capture a Pokémon from within before the realm is fully claimed, nurturing it to become the grass-type ruler. Mission requirements: capture a tree frog or Bulbasaur, tree frog captured. Mission rewards: 1. Varying rewards based on the captured Pokémon. 2. Clue to a mysterious treasure. Failure penalty: randomly reduce the Pokémon's qualifications by 1 level. Rewards being distributed. Beep. Congratulations on receiving your mission rewards. 1. Qualification enhancement. You may designate the enhancement for either the Bat Pokémon or Tree Frog, limited to 1 Pokémon only. Please choose wisely. 2. Lizard King Evolution Stone, to be collected from the Lizard King territory. 3. Z Crystal Clue. Beep. Z Crystal Clue. Within the secret realm lies a location rich in grass-type energy known as the Ancient Forest, which serves as the core of the entire realm. Within the Ancient Forest resides a grass-type Z Crystal. The Lizard King Evolution Stone thrilled Xiaoyu immensely. Acquiring this stone would elevate the tree frog's potential to new heights, promising a future of limitless possibilities, ensuring it would become one of Xiaoyu's primary Pokémon. As for the Z Crystal, Xiaoyu held little hope, suspecting that Su Xiao had set his sights on the grass-type Z crystal. With Su Xiao's prowess, without a formidable trainer present, none could contend with him. Yet, their limited understanding led them to overlook the true treasure, the evolution stone. Xiaoyu anticipated the day when Mega Evolution would be unveiled, imagining their feelings upon realizing they had missed the opportunity to obtain a Mega Evolution stone. Having captured the tree frog, Xiaoyu's mind buzzed with possibilities, particularly upon learning that a Lizard King evolution stone existed within the Lizard King's territory, intensifying his eagerness. As Xiaoyu pondered how to approach the Lizard King for the coveted Mega Evolution stone, the Lizard King unexpectedly turned and headed towards its territory, calling out to Xiaoyu to follow. The Lizard King's domain was a towering jungle, not far from the core of the secret realm, the ancient forest. This was why the Lizard King clan preferred to nest among the great trees of the forest. The closer one drew to the ancient forest, the larger the surrounding trees became. Their nests were nestled within the tallest of these trees. Following the Lizard King into the tree hollow, Xiaoyu began his search for the evolution stone, yet to his dismay, no sign of it appeared within the dwelling. Just then, another female Lizard King entered the tree hollow, clutching a shimmering stone. The Lizard King evolution stone. Upon sighting the gleaming stone, Xiaoyu's excitement surged. His gaze fixated upon it. Simultaneously, the female Lizard King approached Xiaoyu and presented the evolution stone, gesturing toward the energy cubes and healing potions he had offered. Then, pointing to the tree frog, it seemed to convey that the evolution stone was a token of gratitude for Xiaoyu's gifts, hoping he would care for their offspring. Fortune favors the bold. What a serendipitous turn of events. Xiaoyu was astounded that the Lizard King clan would voluntarily present him with the evolution stone. Indeed, wild Pokémon often exuded a sense of purity and kindness, particularly the wild starters, who tended to trust and appreciate humans. Exchanging a few dragon-type energy cubes and healing potions for an evolution stone was truly a remarkable bargain. Thank you, Lizard King. Xiaoyu felt a surge of gratitude, extending his hand to gently stroke the newly captured tree frog. At that moment, he resolved to nurture the tree frog into the strongest Pokémon possible. Rest assured, I will take good care of the tree frog, ensuring it becomes the mightiest of Pokémon. Listening to Xiaoyu's words, the Lizard King appeared proud, reaching out to touch its child, its eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. It recognized that this offspring possessed the finest potential among its lineage. After battling the formidable warrior, it came to understand that the Pokémon cultivated by humans often exhibited a more comprehensive strength than their wild counterparts. The tree frog, by Xiaoyu's side, would undoubtedly have a brighter future than remaining amongst its kin. The young tree frog and the Lizard King exchanged a fist bump, like warriors, as if vowing that it would surpass its father in strength. Beep, would you like to enhance the tree frog's qualifications? Yes. The tree frog's qualifications were elevated from elite level to near champion level. Xiaoyu silently decided to apply the enhancement opportunity to the tree frog, elevating its qualifications to one step away from champion level. Chapter 16. The Pure Crystal of Grass Z. As Xiaoyu departed from the territory of the Lizard King, his emotions were somewhat intricate. Observing the separation of the Wood Guardian and the Lizard King, he felt a tinge of reluctance. The near champion level Wood Guardian, coupled with the Lizard King's evolutionary stone, bolstered Xiaoyu's confidence. Once the Wood Guardian matured, claiming the title of a king would be well within his reach, and he could undoubtedly vie for the title among the 4 kings of the Southwest region. Ding! A quest has been triggered. Master Dragon-type Pokémon. Master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Due to the host capturing the Wobbuffet and the Wood Guardian, whose final evolution is the Dragon-type Soundwave Dragon, and the Mega Lizard King's Grass Dragon attributes, a hidden quest has been activated to become the ultimate master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Quest requirements. The final evolutionary forms, or mega forms of the first 6 captured Pokémon, must possess dragon attributes. Quest rewards. Reward will be issued based on progress. Capturing 3 Dragon-type Pokémon grants a permanent move learning machine for Dragon Pulse. Capturing 4 grants the Dragon Z Pure Crystal. Capturing 5 rewards 6 A-grade Dragon Scales. Capturing 6 enhances the potential of all Pokémon, elevating King-level Pokémon to near-champion level to champion level, and champion level to near-master level, and so forth. Current progress, 2-6. Failure penalty, none. The sudden emergence of this quest startled Xiaoyu. Having only captured 2 Pokémon, he was now expected to tread the path of a Dragon-type Pokémon master. This was entirely at odds with his life's ambition. His ultimate dream was to become a master of Steel-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon would only be overwhelmed by Fairy types. Steel-type Pokémon were the epitome of strength and elegance, the foremost attribute in the universe. Steel-type Pokémon boasted 10 resistances, 1 immunity, and only 3 weaknesses: fighting, ground, and fire. Such formidable attributes were unparalleled in the Pokémon realm, especially for Pokémon like Forretress and Steelix, which had fire as their sole weakness. Furthermore, in terms of aesthetics, Pokémon like Scizor, Boscodora, Scyther, Drillbur, Lucario, and Aegislash were all strikingly handsome and formidable. Lastly, considering the Steel-type deities, not to mention the likes of Jirachi and Registeel, or Melmetal and Shirdoran, one could also glance at Cobalion and Genesect, not to forget the legendary Dialga, the sun god Solgaleo, and the sword and shield deities Zamazenta and Zamazenta, comprising 4 cover legends. This was the prestige of Steel-type Pokémon in Xiaoyu's heart. Steel was the supreme attribute. Why had this dog system issued such a quest? My dream is to become a master of Steel-type Pokémon, not a master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Filled with indignation, Xiaoyu accepted the quest without hesitation. The rewards offered by the dog system were simply too enticing. Just by capturing 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, he could enhance the potential of all Pokémon, a prospect he could not ignore. It was possible he might capture a Steel Dragon-type Pokémon in the future to compensate for his aspirations. However, there were only 2 Steel Dragon types, Dialga and Mega Steelix, both notoriously difficult to capture. Dialga was a legendary Pokémon, and Mega Steelix was not found within the borders of Huagua. It seemed that the distance between him and his dream of becoming a Steel Master was only widening. Farewell to my youth, farewell to my dreams. Please refrain from contacting me again, Metagross. I fear the misunderstandings with Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, the 3-headed dragon, Numen, and others. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm, the ancient forest of one Senator, the figure of Houndoom, appeared at the roots of the ancient forest, with Su Xiao holding the newly acquired grass, Z Pure Crystal. A smirk gracing his lips. Quest completed, time to retreat. Su Xiao gazed upward, retrieving a Pokeball to summon the Vulture Pokémon, preparing to leave this secret realm. His identity was sensitive. Should he be discovered, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Just as he was about to depart, a piercing sound wave accompanied by Bug-type energy surged forth, launching a surprise attack on the Vulture Pokémon. Bug Buzz. Bug Buzz, a Bug-type special attack that utilizes vibrations to release sound waves for an attack, occasionally lowering the opponent's special defense. The silhouettes of 2 Volcarona emerged from a thicket. It was these 2 Volcarona that had just unleashed the powerful Bug Buzz technique. Vulture Pokémon, defend yourself. Su Xiao, poised to leave, was interrupted by the sudden assault. He turned, cloaked in a black robe, and raised his gaze to meet the assailants. Xia Yong, the Bug-type gym leader of Xinguang City in Shishu Province. Xia Luo, the Fire-type gym leader of Honglian City in Shishu Province. Recognizing the 2, Su Xiao had prepared for their arrival before coming to Xinguang City, thus he was familiar with Xia Yong. As for Xia Luo, the youngest near champion in Huagua, a universally acknowledged future champion trainer, he was certainly recognizable. Troublesome individuals have arrived. Su Xiao paid little heed to Xia Yong, his focus entirely on Xia Luo. Xia Yong was the weakest among all gym leaders in Shishu Province, his strongest Pokémon merely being a gym-level Volcarona, rendering him no match for Su Xiao. His sole concern was Xia Luo and his Volcarona. As he looked at Xia Luo, he saw a reflection of himself from a decade prior, equally spirited, equally a near-champion trainer. Yet, he had never ascended to the ranks of a true champion, ultimately betraying the Pokémon Association, annihilating the Zhao family, all for that one near-champion potential Bagon. If given another chance, Su Xiao would undoubtedly embark on the same path, perhaps even sooner. Simultaneously, both Xia Luo and Xia Yong noticed the grass Z pure crystal in Su Xiu's grasp. Aware of Su Xiu's identity before their arrival, they were filled with trepidation. However, their duties as gym leaders compelled them to confront him, loudly demanding, "Put down the Z pure crystal in your hand." "Oh!" Su Xiu smirked at the Xia father and son, mockingly replying, "Who cannot wield their tongue? Come, let me see the strength of the fire-type gym leader of Shishu province." With a playful expression, Su Xiu turned to Xia Luo, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from his waist and tossing them forward. "Go forth, Zoroark and Croconaw." The near-champion level Zoroark and Croconaw emerged, alongside the watchful near-champion level Houndoom, intensifying the pressure on Xia Yong and his son, particularly for Xia Yong, whose Pokémon were predominantly gym level. His only near-champion Pokémon was a recently trained Shiny Sizer. Bug-type gym leaders had always been the weakest among all gym leaders, primarily due to the inherent deficiencies of bug-type Pokémon. It was an undeniable truth that dragon types were naturally superior to bug types, with only a handful of bug Pokémon capable of rivaling dragon types. Sizer was among the rare powerful bug-type Pokémon and served as Xia Yong's trump card. "Go! Shiny Sizer, a shiny Pokémon?" Su Xiu regarded the Sizer with keen interest. "Is this your ace, the secret weapon prepared for this year's gym leader ranking tournament?" In the real world, shiny Pokémon were not merely aesthetically pleasing. They represented exceptional potential and formidable power. Shiny Pokémon symbolized mutation, typically being the rulers among their kind, the strongest class. "And you, Xia Luo?" Su Xiu directed his gaze towards Xia Luo. "What is your trump card? I cannot believe you possess only one near-champion level Pokémon, your Volcarona. Indeed, you have seen through me. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal it any longer. Go, Groudon." Xia Luo's declaration startled Su Xiu, who could hardly believe his ears. Shock coursed through him. How could Xia Luo possibly have a deity of Groudon's caliber? Just as he was grappling with disbelief, he focused on the location where Xia Luo had thrown his Pokeball, only to realize that the Pokémon summoned was a Blaziken. Su Xiu felt a wave of understanding wash over him, followed by a surge of anger upon seeing the smirk on Xia Luo's face. He recalled his earlier startled demeanor, and his ire intensified. Chapter 17. Bangilas. The battle unfolded between the near-legendary Pokémon, Bangilas, the Roe Crocodile, and Hyruga, against the shiny Scyther, Blaziken, and 2 Volcarona. At a glance, it seemed that Xia Yong and his son held a slight advantage, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Su Xiu possessed an additional near-legendary Bangilas, which had yet to make an appearance. Should he summon it, the situation would undoubtedly tilt overwhelmingly in his favor. A Bangilas of such caliber, nearly champion level, could effortlessly contend with several near-legendary Pokémon. Su Xiu observed the Pokémon summoned by Xia Yong and his son, his brow furrowing. Time was not on his side. The longer he delayed, the more likely he would be trapped when other champion-level trainers from nearby cities arrived. "Go, Bangilas," he commanded. In a flash of brilliance, Bangilas emerged, its formidable green-armored shell gleaming. Sharp spikes of varying sizes jutted from its head, neck, and shoulders, with a smaller ring of spikes at the tip of its tail. Its jaws housed a pair of sharp teeth, and each limb bore 3 claws. Bangilas's shell featured triangular holes on either side of its chest, the center of its back, and at its knee joints, revealing the same color as its shell. As a second-generation near-legendary Pokémon, Bangilas was one of the 2 non-dragon types, alongside Metagross, boasting exceptional strength. Despite the Rock-Dark typing not being particularly advantageous, its Sandstream ability and remarkable durability established Bangilas as the cornerstone of Sandstorm teams. Upon its arrival, Bangilas stirred a tempest of sand, its fierce gaze sweeping across all present Pokémon. Its sheer presence dominated the battlefield, exuding the majesty of a reigning monarch. Xia Yong and Xia Luo exchanged apprehensive glances, recognizing the immense power of Su Xiu's meticulously trained Bangilas, likely at least at champion level. "Bangilas, use Stone Edge," commanded Su Xiu. The ground cracked, and numerous rocks levitated, enveloped in rock-type energy, hurtling towards Xia Yong and his son's Pokémon. Meanwhile, Xia Yu remained oblivious to the battle. After bidding farewell to the Lizard King clan, he hesitated but ultimately decided to head toward the Wan Sun Ancient Tree, clinging to a glimmer of hope to see if the grass Z crystal had been taken by Su Xiao, hoping for a fortunate find. The distance from the Lizard King's territory to the Wan Sun Ancient Tree was merely a 10-minute journey. However, as Xiaoyu approached, a tremendous explosion echoed from the direction of the ancient tree. Flames erupted skyward, accompanied by swirling sands. The raging sandstorm obscured his vision, and the gritty particles stung his skin. Panic surged within Xiaoyu. The tempest reminded him of Su Xiao and his Bangilas. If Su Xiao had deployed Bangilas, who could possibly be battling against it? The flames unmistakably belonged to his older brother Xia Luo and their father Xia Yong. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu quickened his pace toward the Wan Sun Ancient Tree. As he braved the storm, upon arrival, he glimpsed Su Xiao, the cloaked figure he had encountered that night, preparing to mount his Fiero and depart. The ground was littered with fallen Pokémon. Only Xia Yong's shiny scyther remained standing, valiantly shielding its trainers, while Xia Luo's Blaziken and Volcarona lay lifeless, blood pooling around them. The vivid crimson hue constricted Xiaoyu's heart. He had no time to check on the fallen Pokémon and hurriedly rushed to support his father and brother. Executor, Scyther, Charizard, protect them, Xiaoyu called out, unleashing 3 Pokémon to confront Su Xiao. Though these gym leader-level Pokémon represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, they now appeared utterly powerless against Su Xiao. Oh, the old ones have fallen, and now the young one arrives? Su Xiao remarked, glancing at Xiaoyu with indifference towards his weaker stature. Is this your young son? Xiaoyu, don't go. Xia Luo, injured and clutching his abdomen, reached out to halt Xiaoyu, signaling him not to interfere with Su Xiao's escape. Perched upon Fiero, Su Xiao smiled at Xia Luo. You should consider yourselves fortunate. My time is limited today, so I shall spare you for now. Xia Luo, I am quite curious. Having lost your 2 strongest Pokémon, what will you do? How will you fare in this year's Gym Leader Ranking Tournament? A mocking smile graced Su Xiao's face as he relished the triumph of vanquishing Xia Luo's prized Volcarona and Blaziken. The exhilaration of thwarting a prodigy filled him with delight. He could hardly contain his laughter at the thought of Xia Luo, once regarded as a rising star by the Pokémon Association, facing abandonment after losing his top Pokémon. Let us go, Fiero, Su Xiao commanded, patting his mount. The Fiero took flight, soaring toward the silver vortex in the sky, swiftly disappearing into the unknown. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, tranquility returned to the scene. Xiaoyu applied healing ointment to his father and brother, tending also to the shiny Scyther. As for the fallen Volcarona and Blaziken, they lay lifeless, bearing grievous wounds that testified to the ferocity of the battle. Xia Luo sat against a large tree, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Brother, Xiaoyu's heart ached at the sight of Xia Luo, once so vibrant and cheerful, now crushed by despair. Unsure of how to console him, Xiaoyu felt the weight of the loss of 2 beloved Pokémon, particularly that of Volcarona, which had grown up alongside Xia Luo. Beside him, Xia Yong placed a reassuring hand on Xia Luo's shoulder, recognizing the deep blow dealt to his eldest son. Though he too had lost a Pokémon, years of experience had tempered his emotions, allowing him to maintain composure compared to Xia Luo. Meanwhile, the silver vortex in the sky quivered once more, and a massive Aerodactyl descended, swiftly approaching the trio. With a thunderous crash, the Aerodactyl landed, and from its back disembarked a man in his mid-30s, the flying-type champion of the Southwest region, known as the Storm King. Li Yinyao, Li Champion, Chapter 18. Li Yinyao and King Li, upon receiving your message, I hasten here without delay. Li Yinyao, possessing a quintessential square face and an upright stature, donned casual attire and cast a grave gaze towards the 3 individuals. Where is Su Xiren? His expression mirrored the devastation surrounding them, with 3 Pokémon slain, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. He fled moments ago, Xia Yong struggled to articulate. We were no match for him. His Tyranitar is exceptionally formidable. As expected, Li Yinyao sighed deeply and inquired with an earnest tone. I require a thorough account of the battle, devoid of any concealments. Xia Yong recounted the events in detail. explaining that Su Xiaoran had come in pursuit of the Grass Sea Crystal. Despite their best efforts to thwart him, they were no match for Su Xiaoran, as the three lifeless bodies below attested. With each word, Li Yunyao's demeanor grew increasingly serious. It was evident from Xia Yang's narrative that Su Xiaoran had ascended to the ranks of elite trainers, although he possessed only one king-level Tyranitar. This did not diminish his strength in the slightest. The Grass Z Crystal, a profound loss indeed. Li Yunyao harbored a deep sense of regret. Since the advent of Z moves, Z crystals had become strategic assets for nations. A single powerful Z move could alter the tide of battle and shatter stalemates. Had they managed to intercept Su Xiaoran and seize the Grass Z crystal, it would have been a significant achievement. The Pokémon Association might even have rewarded the Xia family with a quasi-divine Pokémon. But alas, despite the turmoil within, Li Yunyao maintained a composed Fade, offering solace to Xia Yong and Xia Luo. He understood that, given their capabilities, it was impossible for them to have halted Su Xiaoran. In the face of irresponsible gym leaders, they might not have even engaged in battle with him, a behavior that warranted encouragement. You have exerted yourselves to the fullest. This is not your fault. The Pokémon Association will remember your efforts and will strive to compensate you for the fallen Pokémon, ensuring you have the opportunity to select new Pokémon eggs. Thank you, King Li, Xia Yong replied, relieved. He feared that the Xia family would bear the brunt of the association's ire after such sacrifices. This expedition had been devastating for the Xia family. Xia Luo, having lost two of his ace Pokémon, undoubtedly lacked the strength to continue as the gym leader of the Fire-type gym in Honglian City. It was only a matter of time before the Pokémon Association announced his resignation, a significant blow to the spirited Xia Luo. Even with the association's compensation, training a new quasi-king-level Pokémon would require at least 1 to 2 years under optimal conditions. Those years would be the most arduous for the Xia family. Fortunately, Xia Yong Scyther still survived. Otherwise, he too might have lost his position as the Bug-type gym leader, should he fail to retain that role. The enemies who had long coveted the Xia family would seize the opportunity to dismantle them entirely. Sigh. I forgot to inquire how Xiao Yu found himself in the secret realm. In contrast to the troubled father and the disheartened brother, Xiao Yu's journey into the secret realm had undoubtedly yielded fruitful results. Not only had he captured a Trico, but he had also acquired a Lyron Evolution Stone, a rare piece of good news. Reclining on his bed, Xiao Yu stared blankly at the ceiling, while Trico diligently exercised beside him, and Woobat fluttered about playfully, like a carefree child. The personalities of Trico and Woobat were starkly different. Woobat, innocent and carefree, despite its draconic lineage, behaved like a child around Xiao Yu, displaying an affectionate bond. Conversely, Trico, having parted from its parents and bearing their hopes, exhibited a resilient spirit and unwavering determination. Its desire to grow stronger was unparalleled, fueling its aspirations. Thus, upon being released from its Pokeball, it immediately commenced training. Well, but you should learn from Trico and train alongside it, Xiao Yu suggested, ruffling Woobat's head. Typically, it was his brother and parents who silently sacrificed for him. This time, Xiao Yu resolved to take action. With determination, he retrieved the box containing the S-level Thunderstone, discreetly clenching it in his hand as he approached his brother's room. Due to the Dragon-type Pokémon Master Quest, Xiao Yu was likely to capture only Dragon-type Pokémon, rendering the S-level Thunderstone largely unnecessary for him. It would be more fitting to gift it to his brother. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came Xia Luo's weary voice from within. "It's me, Xiao Yu." Creak. The door swung open, revealing a fatigued Xia Luo. "What is it, Xiao Yu? Is something the matter?" Seeing his brother force a smile, Xiao Yu felt a pang of sorrow. No matter how much pain Xia Luo endured, he always presented the best version of himself to the family. "Brother, the Pokémon Association will compensate you and allow you to select new Pokémon. I would like to accompany you." Xiao Yu spoke earnestly, meeting Xia Luo's gaze. "Let us discuss it later. We can go together then," Xia Luo replied nonchalantly, his mind elsewhere. "Brother," Xiao Yu intently regarded Xia Luo, his tone sincere and unusually serious. "This time, you must choose an electric-type Pokémon. This is a treasure I acquired from the underground black market last night, and I hope it encourages you." As Xiao Yu presented the box, Xiao Luo felt a flicker of gratitude, even before knowing its contents, and affectionately ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. Xiao Yu, I'm fine. I just need time to recuperate. Besides, I'm quite wealthy. Since you found this treasure, it's best you keep it. Brother, please open it and take a look, Xiao Yu insisted, his expression mysterious. This is something valuable. I reluctantly let it go. What is it? Why all the mystery? Xiao Luo, intrigued, could not resist opening the box. As the box slowly opened, the S-level thunderstone emerged. A thunderstone? Xiao Luo scrutinized the stone, noting its exceptional quality, at least B-level or higher, though the precise grading required evaluation. It's of good quality, at least B-level or above. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, brother. A thunderstone of such caliber would not come cheaply. It was clear that Xiao Yu had indeed stumbled upon something remarkable. Brother, Xiao Yu exclaimed, exasperated yet amused by Xiao Luo's response. This thunderstone is an S-level item. S-level. Xiao Luo, once despondent, sprang to attention at Xiao Yu's words. If this thunderstone truly was an S-level item, it was an exceedingly rare treasure. 4 S-level thunderstones had the potential to enhance the aptitude of electric-type Pokémon. Is it real? Indeed. Chapter 19. Mundane Affairs After Much Hesitation. He picked up the phone and dialed his sister-in-law's number. Hello. A cheerful voice came from the other end. Xiao Yu, is there something you need from your sister? Sister-in-law. Xiao Yu lowered his voice and quietly recounted the events that had transpired with Xiao Luo in the secret realm. Sister-in-law, this is what happened today. My brother is not in a good state right now, and I can only think of you as someone who might be able to help him. I'll come over right away, replied Yu Mingyu, who had grown up alongside his brother. Although she was merely an ordinary nurturer and her parents were also of humble means, it did not affect the bond between the two. Upon hearing about Xiao Luo's plight, she immediately insisted on coming over. You should try to persuade your brother. Don't let him do anything foolish. Okay, please hurry, Xiao Yu responded. When you arrive, don't knock. Just call me, and I'll let you in quietly. Understood. 15 minutes later, the phone rang, and Xiao Yu swiftly opened the door for Yu Mingyu. Despite the rush, she wore light makeup and carried numerous boxes. Xiao Yu, these are energy cubes for the dragon and flying types. I heard from your brother that you captured a Zubat, so I brought these for you. And this is honey and moo moo milk for Annie, along with some skincare products. Here, as a gift for Uncle. Sister-in-law, we're family. You don't need to be so polite. Please go check on my brother, Xiao Yu urged. All right, Yu Mingyu said, feeling anxious herself. I'll place these on the table. You can tell Uncle and Annie later. Okay, go ahead. Yu Mingyu knocked on Xiao Luo's door. From inside, Xiao Luo's voice called out, Xiao Yu, is there something else? The door opened, and upon seeing Yu Mingyu at the threshold, Xiao Luo's exhaustion vanished, replaced by a look of surprise. What brings you here? With such a big incident. Why didn't you tell me? It was Xiao Yu who called to inform me. I didn't want you to worry, Xiao Luo replied. Are you expecting me to stand at the door and let Xiao Yu see us making a fool of ourselves? Yu Mingyu retorted. All right, come in. After browsing through his private messages, which were filled with useless clutter, either scams involving fake stones or trivial illegal advertisements, Xiao Luo dismissed them. With his striking looks, he had no need for such services and closed the posts. Having hardly rested the previous night, he now felt fatigued and lay down to catch up on sleep. Only waking at dinner time. Xiao Yu, it's time to eat. I'm coming. Yu Mingyu's voice rang out as she donned an apron, helping her mother prepare the meal. The two women chatted and laughed, discussing skincare products and sales at clothing stores. A lavish spread of dishes made Xiao Yu's mouth water as he sat, already famished. After Yu Mingyu's comforting words, although Xiao Luo still appeared somewhat haggard, his spirits visibly lifted. Their father opened a bottle of white wine and poured a glass for both Xiao Luo and Xiao Yong. With everything that has happened today, let's raise a toast. Take good care of Xiao Yu, and help yourselves to juice or red wine, Xiao Yong said. I'll have juice. I need a rest today, since I have to work tomorrow, Lin Xiumei added with a smile. Xiao Yu is still in school. Let him drink less. Yes, juice it is. We'll do as Aunt Lin says. Yu Mingyu nodded and promptly stood up. I'll get it. Aunt Lin, you just sit. As they enjoyed the meal, both Yu Mingyu and her mother showcased their impressive culinary skills. Xiao Yu spent the majority of the time eating, occasionally interjecting with conversation. After finishing a small glass of wine, their mother insisted Xiao Yu refrain from drinking further. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. When everyone had had their fill, Xiao Luo suddenly stood up, holding Yu Mingyu's hand while raising his glass. Mengyu and I have been in love for 12 years now, and I would like to marry her. Wonderful news. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Their mother beamed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. At 28, it was high time for their eldest son to settle down. Xia Yong was equally pleased with Yu Mingyu as a potential daughter-in-law. Aside from her slightly modest background, he found no faults. However, given the diminished status of the Xia family, he secretly hoped that Xia Luo might marry a girl from a more affluent family to help them through these challenging times. Yet, Xia Yong was not the type to be materialistic. He simply had to consider the well-being of his family. Ultimately, he preferred that his children find happiness. As the saying goes, one should marry wisely. A woman like Yu Mingyu, who was both familiar and capable, was indeed a fitting partner for Xia Luo. With a smile, Xia Yong encouraged, once you've made your decision, hurry and propose. Plan a meeting with Mengyu's family to set a date for the wedding. Thank you, Dad, Mom. There's no need for thanks among family. If anyone deserves gratitude, it's Mengyu for seeing the worth in you. The once despondent family was suddenly filled with joy at the prospect of Xia Luo's impending marriage. 3 days later, the secret realm stabilized. With the entrance fixed in the eastern part of Xinguang City, the Pokémon Association dispatched personnel to guard the area around the clock, while construction began to transform the realm into a lush grass and bug habitat, complete with a breeding base. The energy levels for grass and bug-type Pokémon within the realm were rich, promising substantial profits from breeding Pokémon each year. The emergence of the secret realm heralded positive prospects for the development of Xinguang City, especially in terms of tax revenue. Additionally, a champion-level trainer will be stationed at the secret realm. Due to his outstanding contributions, Xia Yong was exempt from participating in this year's gym leader ranking competition, much to the dismay of bug-type trainers in Shishu province, who would have to wait 3 more years for their turn. For the next 3 years, Xia Yong would continue serving as the gym leader for the bug-type dojo in Xinguang City. As for Xia Luo, his lack of qualifying strength led to his removal from the position of gym leader in Honglian City. However, due to his remarkable contributions, he was rewarded with 2 opportunities to select any Pokémon from the breeding house in the secret realm, excluding demigod Pokémon. Finally, the Pokémon Association estimated the secret realm's value, allowing the Xia family to prioritize purchasing a 20% share, granting them dividends and the first chance to select a Pokémon from the realm for the first 2 years. Beginning in the 3rd year, there would be an annual opportunity to capture a Pokémon from the secret realm, which could be sold or transferred. Simultaneously, the courier services in Xinguang City resumed normal operations, and Xiaoyu received a shipment from the seller, a genuine evolution stone. In the days that followed, Xia Luo visited the Yu family to propose, and the 2 families met to agree on a date for the wedding, set for October 1st, 2 months later. Chapter 20. The Flame's Secret Realm. In recent days, the news media online has been fervently extolling the heroic deeds of the Xia family, portraying Xia Luo, the youngest quasi-king-level trainer in the province of Shishu, as a paragon of virtue and valor. This not only calls upon the public to emulate his example, but also raises the bounty on Sushio. The city of Starlight is gradually returning to its former state, albeit with an influx of vehicles bearing out-of-town license plates, as outsiders flock to the newly discovered secret realm, eager to stake their claim. Whether it be through real estate speculation or securing projects related to the realm's development, this burgeoning interest is bound to catalyze a myriad of industries, particularly in real estate, where property prices in Starlight have been on an upward trajectory daily. At this juncture, the Xia family's preferential purchase rights for 20 of the secret realm shares have become exceedingly coveted. The realm's value is beyond imagination. Aside from the substantial initial investment, its subsequent profitability is anticipated to be remarkable, making it an almost foolproof venture. Under normal circumstances, the owners of establishments within the vicinity of the secret realm hold only a 10 preferential purchase right. However, due to the gallant actions of the 2 owners from the Xia family, this right has been elevated to 20. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that this secret realm is the only one in the entire province of Shishu that possesses both grass and bug attributes, a uniqueness that has illuminated the vast potential profits for all involved. As of today, 3 groups have approached the Xia family, expressing their willingness to invest in the preferential purchase rights held by them, offering exorbitant prices. Most notably, those who have made these overtures are individuals of significant influence and background. The weakest among them is backed by at least 2 quasi-king-level trainers, while the other 2 boast a king-level trainer behind them, albeit unheralded, possessing the power of a king-level trainer but lacking the official title. Across the entire southwestern region, there are only 4 officially recognized king-level trainers, all of whom are the most formidable among them, colloquially known as the 4 Great Kings. Li Yunyao stands as a prominent king-level trainer, whereas had Su Xiu not betrayed, he would have been similarly recognized, albeit without a title. The disparity between the 2 is stark. Possessing a single king-level Pokémon qualifies one as a king-level trainer, while those like Li Yunyao are typically equipped with an entire team of king-level strength, often with at least 1 demigod-level Pokémon. In a confrontation, Su Xiu would be no match for Li Yunyao, which is precisely why he chose to depart at the opportune moment. The matter of the preferential purchase rights for the Secret Realm has left Xia Yong deeply troubled in recent days. He is reluctant to relinquish his shares while simultaneously fearing that the Xia family's strength may be insufficient to absorb such a significant stake, causing his hair to turn gray with anxiety. Xiaoyu desires to participate in the acquisition of the Secret Realm shares, but finds himself lacking both the qualifications and the capability. Nonetheless, he has been preoccupied with training 2 Pokémon. His diligent training of the Trico has progressed rapidly, having already mastered the ability to see through skills. In contrast, his Woobat is developing at a slower pace, still in its formative stages, though it remains within the bounds of normal growth. Xiaoyu, a voice called from outside. "I'm here, brother." He opened the door to find Xia Luo standing outside, looking quite well after several days of rest and a recent engagement, having emerged from the shadows of the past few days. Xia Luo held out a box containing a Thunderstone, presenting it solemnly to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, this Thunderstone is for you. Upon reflection, I realize I am not adept at training electric-type Pokémon, and I have a greater affinity for fire types. This item is of no use to me. It is better suited for you." "Brother, I cannot accept this. It is better suited for you," Xiaoyu insisted. The Thunderstone held little significance for him, as his current mission required the capture of Dragon-type Pokémon. Unless he were to encounter a Thunder Dragon or an Electric Dragon, the stone would be of no use. "Xiaoyu," Xia Luo's tone grew serious. "Listen to me. I am a quasi-king level trainer and possess some savings. This Thunderstone will only hinder my path to becoming a fire-type king. If you refuse to accept it, I shall not take you along when we select Pokémon today." Brother, the 2 stepped outside and boarded a flying-type Pokémon, making their way to the Flame Secret Realm, the hallmark of the province of Shishu and its largest secret realm, teeming with rare fire-type Pokémon, including the trio of fire starters found within the territory of Huagua. The Flame Secret Realm is situated in the provincial capital, Tiandu City. As they approached, they were greeted by a trainer on a flying-type Pokémon, indicating that they had entered the restricted flying zone of the Flame Secret Realm and needed to descend immediately. Weavey arrived. Xia Luo, being no stranger to the place, navigated it with ease, while Xiaoyu had only visited once before, lacking the qualifications to enter the core area. "This is your second visit, isn't it?" "Indeed," Xiaoyu nodded. His prior visit had been at the age of 10, accompanied by his father, who intended to select an initial Pokémon for him. The Flame Secret Realm spans a vast area, its entrance grand and imposing, bustling with activity, with long lines of visitors forming at the entrance. This time, however, they did not need to contend with the crowds, as they were granted access through a special VIP passage, requiring only a security check to enter. "Xia Luo, Xiaoyu, you may proceed," came the announcement as they walked through the elegant corridor. Through the transparent insulated glass, they caught glimpses of numerous fire-type Pokémon in the outer zone, where their qualifications were relatively limited. The true core areas include the Fire Mountain, Sunshine Valley, Blazing Jungle, and Blazing Plains. The outer zone is akin to an exhibition hall, showcasing Pokémon with slightly lesser qualifications, Xia Luo explained to Xiaoyu. Of course, lesser is a relative term. They are far superior to most wild Pokémon. The Fire Mountain is home to high-temperature Pokémon such as Charizard, Magcargo, and Blaziken, with plans reportedly underway to introduce the Fire Lizard and the Blazing Tortoise. Sunshine Valley hosts Pokémon like Charizard, Fire Monkey, and Darmanitan, while the Blazing Jungle is inhabited by Pokémon such as Blaziken, Infernape, and Blazing Eagle. The Blazing Plains is home to Pokémon like Houndoom, Raikou, and Rapidash, and just 2 years prior, they had introduced a group of Blazing Stars from Ojo, which had since produced eggs of the Blazing Stars this year. As the gym leader of the Fire-type gym, Xia Luo naturally keeps a close eye on the dynamics of the Flame's secret realm and is well-versed in the distribution of Pokémon within it, acting as a guide to continuously enlighten Xiaoyu. Let us first visit the Blazing Plains. Compared to previously encountered Pokémon, Xia Luo expressed a particular interest in the newly introduced Blazing Stars, engaging in conversation with Xiaoyu as they walked. I have a fondness for the unique Fire-type Pokémon from Ojo, Charcoal Knight. Both of its evolutions are quite impressive. Whether it be the Crimson Armor Knight or the Azure Flameblade Ghost, they are formidable Pokémon, though sadly, we do not have them here. I still prefer Charizard and Blaziken. Houndoom is also quite appealing, Xiaoyu intentionally remarked, knowing that Charizard, Blaziken, and Houndoom are capable of Mega Evolution. Once Mega Evolution is announced, the prices of these 3 Pokémon will undoubtedly soar, especially for Charizard and Blaziken. Let us discuss it later, Xia Luo sighed. Recalling the Blaziken he had lost, nurturing another would inevitably evoke memories of his past experiences with it. Let us first go see the Blazing Stars eggs. Chapter 21. Jiangqinglan, the Blazing Fire Plain, is an expansive landscape, barren and devoid of vegetation due to the dense presence of fire energy. As one traverses its surface, a palpable heat emanates beneath one's feet. This environment, however, is exceptionally suitable for Pokémon adept at running, such as Rapidash and Arcanine. After a leisurely tour of the Pokémon activity zones, Charlotte and his companion, Xiaoyu, made their way directly to the incubation chamber of the Blazing Fire Plain. For their primary purpose was to select Pokémon eggs, with sightseeing merely a secondary endeavor. The incubation chamber here is one of only 2 in the entire Flame secret realm. The other resides within the volcanic region, dedicated to hatching Pokémon eggs from heat-resistant species like Magcargo, Ducklet, and Numel. The number of eggs in that chamber is significantly lower, approximately 1/10 of those in the Blazing Fire Plain. Most Pokémon eggs are housed within this incubation chamber, and as Charlotte and Xiaoyu approached its entrance, they were greeted by a striking young woman. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the incubation chamber," she announced. Inside the chamber, numerous young and beautiful women, all appearing to be in their 20s to 30s, donned matching attire, creating a captivating tableau. "I am Jiangqinglan, your guide for this selection of Pokémon eggs. It is an honor to serve you, Charlotte. I am a great admirer of your work." She introduced herself with a radiant smile before leading the brothers deeper into the chamber, presenting an enchanting view. Jiangqinglan was specifically appointed by the Flame's secret realm to assist Charlotte, having been waiting since 9 o'clock that morning. Her spirits were high. She was a third-year student at Shishu University, soon to graduate and face the realities of employment. To enhance her resume, she had applied for an internship at the Flame's secret realm before her break. Given her background, she would not normally have had the opportunity to intern here, where connections were crucial and outsiders often struggled to gain entry. However, her academic excellence in Pokémon breeding, coupled with her striking looks, allowed her to break through the barriers and secure the internship, where she was tasked with guiding distinguished guests and promoting premium hatching services. The hatching services constituted a core revenue stream for the Flame secret realm, as many affluent individuals sought to have their Fire-type Pokémon hatched here, benefiting from the abundant fire energy that slightly enhances their potential. Moreover, expert breeders oversee the process, minimizing any risks. Naturally, the fees were exorbitant, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary families. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the rows of incubation boxes, noting that many were filled with nutrient solutions, including some rare fire energy nutrient liquids. He couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of these individuals, casually using million-dollar nutrient solutions. "Mr. Charlotte, the Pokémon eggs marked with blue labels are those entrusted by customers for hatching. You cannot select them. The eggs with red labels are exclusive to the Flame Secret Realm. If you wish to choose a Pokémon egg, you may only select those with red labels. This area features eggs available for purchase. I advise you to preserve your valuable selection quota for the collection chamber, where the eggs are not for sale and served solely as rewards. Jiang Qinglan explained with a warm smile, her beauty reminiscent of the stars. Charlotte immediately gravitated towards the eggs of the blazing fire ace, scrutinizing their quality with great care. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu began to swiftly assist his brother in selecting Pokémon. Dismissing the 3 blazing fire ace eggs upon a brief glance, recognizing their inadequate quality, 2 were of elite level, and 1 was of lord level, marking them as subpar among the starter Pokémon. This was not a reflection on the Flame Secret Realm. The blazing fire ace Pokémon had been imported from abroad, and their origins likely indicated a lack of quality. As first-generation eggs, their potential was inherently limited. After bypassing the 3 blazing fire ace eggs, Xiaoyu employed his system's appraisal abilities, scanning the area as if perusing a market stall. Lord-level Houndoom? No, it must be at least an elite level. Why is this Hounder's quality so poor? How dare they display it? Only elite level. But this fire-type Pokémon's quality is surprisingly good, he remarked, having discovered 3 Pokémon of Lord level and 1 elite level within just a fifth of the area, a feat unimaginable elsewhere. He marveled at the fact that the Fire Secret Realm was indeed a paradise for fire-type Pokémon, with even a slight enhancement in their potential sufficient to entice fire-type trainers to part with their riches. Regrettably, there were no Pokémon of champion level or higher. They remained exceedingly rare regardless of the location. Simultaneously, Jiang Qinglan was explaining the 3 blazing fire ace eggs to Charlotte. These eggs are the first batch produced by the imported blazing fire ace. Typically, we do not sell them due to their subpar quality, which makes them unsuitable as starter Pokémon. Moreover, the realm intends to hatch these eggs to bolster the blazing fire ace population. However, if you desire them, Mr. Charlotte, you are most welcome to choose, she concluded. Charlotte, perceiving their unsatisfactory quality, sighed in disappointment. He truly admired the blazing fire ace, but had no choice but to forego them. The opportunity to select a Pokémon egg awarded by the Pokémon Association was far too precious to squander on these substandard eggs. Where has Xiaoyu gone? Charlotte suddenly noticed that his brother had wandered far off. Miss Jiang, you need not accompany me. I can manage on my own. Please attend to my brother instead. Understood. Mr. Charlotte, is Mr. Xiaoyu assisting you in selecting Pokémon eggs? There are several eggs in the collection chamber that are rare, having been bred this year from the Flame Secret Realm's elite Pokémon. Their quality is assured. You may wish to take a look, Jiang Qinglan offered. No rush. I'll check these eggs first before heading over. You need not accompany me. I prefer to browse alone. Please attend to my brother, Xiaoyu replied, his focus entirely on the Pokémon eggs, leaving little room for distraction by Jiang Qinglan's presence. Jiang Qinglan was left speechless, questioning her own allure. After all, she was the belle of Shishu University. Why did these 2 brothers appear so indifferent to her? Chapter 22. Daruma Monkey. What a peculiar Pokémon. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon a Pokémon egg, which he scrutinized with great care. This was the first Pokémon of king-level aptitude that Xiaoyu had discovered in this area. Pokémon Egg Fire Red Daruma Monkey Gender. Male type. Fire aptitude. King-level ability. Inner focus skills. The Fire Red Daruma Monkey resembles a rotund, red-furred monkey, its entire body cloaked in fluffy crimson fur. Its limbs can retract into its fur, allowing it to transform into a circular form akin to a roly-poly toy. Its eyebrows are shaped like yellow clouds, while its abdomen features 3 yellow spots, and its back is adorned with seagull-like yellow stripes. This fire-red Daruma monkey possesses the hidden ability Inner Focus, indicating its potential evolution into a Daruma monkey, which then adopts the ability of its Daruma mode. In the game, a Daruma monkey with the Daruma mode ability transitions into this form when its stamina falls below half, resulting in a decrease in speed and attack, while significantly enhancing its defense, special and special attack, along with a change in its typing from pure fire to fire and psychic. This unique ability offers remarkable versatility. However, reality diverges from the gaming realm. In the real world, Daruma monkeys with the Daruma mode ability are highly coveted, their market price significantly exceeding that of those with conventional abilities. This is because, in reality, a Daruma monkey can autonomously enter Daruma mode, rather than being restricted to low stamina thresholds. This autonomy allows it to switch to Daruma mode to bolster its defenses while simultaneously reverting to its normal form for offense, showcasing formidable adaptability. Another Pokémon possessing such an ability is the Steel Ghost type, Doublade. Its ability to switch forms in battle is notoriously troublesome. In its shield form, it boasts dual defenses of 140, while its sword form features dual attacks of 140, with speed and HP both at 60. Theoretical calculations suggest that Doublade possesses a staggering base stat total of 680, even after the official nerf that reduced its dual defenses and attacks from 150 to 140, originally amounting to a total of 720. A base stat total of 720 is comparable to that of the illustrious Arceus. Coupled with its excellent typing of Ghost and Steel, it has only 4 double weaknesses, yet enjoys immunity to 3 types, resistance to 8 types, and quadruple resistance to 1 type. Whenever Xiaoyu contemplates this, he cannot help but exclaim, "Steel types reign supreme." Mr. Xiaoyu, do you fancy this Pokémon egg? This is a Daruma monkey egg, not a native Pokémon of Huagua. The Daruma monkey population in the Flame Secret Realm has been introduced for 15 years, and the quality of this batch of eggs is quite commendable. Jiang Qinglan observed Xiaoyu's prolonged interest in the egg and elaborated. The Daruma monkey group has been cultivated for several batches, yet the resulting Pokémon generally exhibited modest aptitude until the recent batch, which yielded one with king-level potential. The officials of the Flame Secret Realm were taken aback by this sudden emergence, hence the decision to sell it at a reasonable price of merely 1,288,888. Wait, 1,28 million? Xiaoyu mused. While this price is indeed modest for a Pokémon of king-level aptitude, it is worth noting that the Flame Secret Realm perceived this egg as possessing only Monarch-level potential. The audacity to demand such a price is indeed bold. Eager to purchase it outright, Xiaoyu regrettably found himself short of funds. However, his brother was affluent. "Please wrap this egg up. We shall settle the bill together shortly." Certainly, Jiang Qinglan beamed, her excitement palpable as she anticipated a lucrative commission. After a brief exploration, Xiaoyu failed to encounter any additional king-level Pokémon, although he did spot 3 Pokémon of near king-level aptitude. At this moment, Xiao Luo also approached after surveying the area. "What Pokémon egg is this?" Xiao Luo inquired, eyeing the wrapped egg in Jiang Qinglan's possession. "Brother, this is the egg I selected for you. It does not count against your quota, priced at only 1,28 million. Xiaoyu promptly replied, Only 1,28 million? Xiao Luo expressed his surprise, having previously eyed other decent eggs but was deterred by their steep prices. He was astonished that his brother was so generous, directly choosing an egg and arranging for its purchase. Yet Xiao Luo refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing Xiaoyu's exceptional talent in discerning Pokémon eggs. After all, his prized Pokémon, Blaziken, and their father Shiny Scyther were both discoveries of Xiaoyu. "Let us proceed with the purchase then," Xiao Luo stated, as a sum exceeding 100,000 was trivial for him. "Miss Jiang, would you kindly escort us to the treasure chamber?" "Of course. This way, please." As they entered the treasure chamber, they found it less crowded than the exterior. Besides the 2 brothers, only a young man and a middle-aged man, who had arrived just a minute earlier, occupied the space. The reduced number of visitors meant there were fewer Pokémon eggs, each meticulously cared for, with the lowest aptitude being Monarch level, while most were Gym Leader level or even Near King level. Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by the array of exceptional Pokémon, marveled, "This is the true strength of the great secret realm. With such a wealth of high-quality Pokémon, it is entirely feasible to nurture a king-level trainer. The Pokémon Association must be incurring substantial expenses to provide my brother with 2 selection quotas. These Pokémon possess remarkable aptitude and are not for public sale. Only those who have rendered significant contributions to the Pokémon Association are granted the privilege of selection." Jiang Qinglan explained earnestly. "You may now choose at your leisure." This time, the brothers chose to remain together, engaging in discussion. "Brother, The quality of the Pokémon eggs here is extraordinary. Even the size of the eggs appears larger than those outside, Xiaoyu remarked. Indeed, Xiao Luo nodded. Equally curious, as it was his first time having a selection quota, he explored the treasure chamber with childlike wonder, glancing around avidly. I feel this egg possesses considerable potential. Xiao Luo indicated toward an exaggeratedly large egg with a pale red shell, faintly adorned with flame patterns. Upon examining the egg pointed out by Xiao Luo, it indeed appeared remarkable, not only due to its size, but also because of the faintly swirling flames within the shell, a rare sight. Pokémon egg herdier gender, male type, fire aptitude, near king level ability, flash fire skills. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu discerned that this egg merely presented a facade of strength, revealing itself to be a hollow shell of near king level aptitude. Since arriving in Tian City, Xiaoyu had elevated his standards considerably. Previously, he could scarcely find a single near king level Pokémon in Starlight City, yet now he found himself dismissing even those. Forgive me. Would you mind stepping aside? At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly interjected, interrupting Xiaoyu's reverie. Please go ahead, Xiao Luo offered, having already noted the opulent attire of the two newcomers. He stepped aside to allow them closer access to assess the Pokémon egg. After a meticulous examination, the middle-aged man turned and whispered a few words to the young man before addressing their guide. Please prepare this Pokémon egg for us. We have decided on this one. Chapter 23. Zhao Shan. The smile on Charlotte's face faded as she turned to the middle-aged man. Sir, there is a principle of order in all matters. We are currently examining this spirit egg, and you must wait until we have finished before you make your selection. What do you mean by approaching without a word and instructing someone to wrap it up? Ah, is this not the youngest quasi-king level trainer, the esteemed Charlotte? The middle-aged man's tone dripped with sarcasm, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Oh, I forgot, you're no longer a gym leader. I heard you lost 2 quasi-king level Pokémon. What a pity. You came here to select a spirit egg? It's all about speed. Those who are quick get what they want. You didn't express interest, so we took the liberty to choose first. The man, Zhao Shan, hails from the Zhao family, a prominent clan in the city of Tian, and is a native of the area. Despite the advantages of his lineage that allowed him to become a gym-level trainer, his talent is limited. Having participated in several gym leader ranking battles, he faced defeat each time, failing to become the strongest fire-type trainer, thus lacking the qualifications to lead the fire gym. In truth, Zhao Shan and Charlotte were not acquainted, nor had they crossed paths in the ranking battles. However, upon seeing the young Charlotte rise to prominence as the strongest fire-type gym leader in the province of Shishu, Zhao Shan's narrow-mindedness cultivated an intense jealousy and resentment towards him. The news of Charlotte's recent loss of 2 quasi-king level Pokémon brought him great delight, leading him to celebrate with a bottle of champagne. Zhao Shan had come to the Flame's secret realm to accompany Zhao Zhengyi, the third heir of the Zhao family, to select a spirit egg. Zhao Zhengyi's grandfather had made significant contributions to the Pokémon Association, sacrificing his life in the process. Hence, every direct heir of the Zhao family is entitled to choose a spirit egg. Zhao Shan did not anticipate encountering Charlotte and instinctively sought to humiliate him, venting his frustrations of the past few years. The act of snatching Charlotte's spirit egg was purely coincidental. After all, despite his animosity, Zhao Shan was wise enough to distinguish between trivial matters and significant ones, not daring to jest with the serious business of selecting spirit eggs. His intent was solely driven by the exquisite appearance of the Cutty Dog spirit egg. Witnessing the middle-aged man's arrogance and brash demeanor, Charlotte felt a surge of anger. Fire-type trainers are often known for their fiery tempers. I see now. You are deliberately provoking me. Who do you think you are to bark here? Charlotte's sharp retort left Zhao Shan flushed with rage. What did you say? He stammered, trembling as he pointed a finger at Charlotte. What? Do you want to fight? Charlotte's voice rose, equally furious. Keep your mouth shut. How dare a mere servant threaten me? Zhao Shan, though reluctant to engage Charlotte physically, took his anger out on the guide, Jiang Qinglan. He struck her face with such force that she staggered back, nearly dropping the spirit egg of the Dharma baboon she held. But fortunately, she managed to grip it tightly. In an instant, her left cheek became swollen and red. What are you doing? Summer, quick on his feet, rushed to support Jiang Qinglan, a surge of anger rising within him. After all, this was a king-level Dharma baboon. You can hit people, but what if you accidentally harm this spirit egg? As his indignation grew, Summer could not contain himself and shouted, "You cowardly bully! Do you want to fight? Come on, let us see what you've got." Not to mention, both Summer brothers stood over 6 feet tall and were robust young men. If a physical confrontation ensued, the Zhao family would stand no chance. Protected in Summer's embrace, Jiang Qinglan couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Is he angry for me? Does he perhaps have feelings for me? As she felt the warmth of Summer's concern, a sweetness flooded her heart, momentarily dulling the pain on her face. She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering. Charlotte, too, was taken aback. He and Summer had vastly different personalities. Charlotte's temper was explosive, while Summer was mature and composed, adept at remaining calm and decisive in crises. Why was Summer, usually so level-headed, so enraged over a guide being struck? Could it be that Summer truly had feelings for Jiang Qinglan? Although the young woman was indeed lovely, they had only just met. Was it love at first sight? But then, their father had recently been discussing potential marriage prospects for Summer, seeking a powerful and influential family to navigate the difficulties of the coming years. Wouldn't this complicate matters if Summer developed feelings for this girl? In the midst of their musings, Summer remained focused solely on the Dharma baboon spirit egg, which was no ordinary egg, but a prized possession valued at 1.28 million. With a cold glare at Zhao Shan, Summer turned to another guide beside him and said, "Call your supervisor over." "Why, yes, right away," the other guide stammered in response. "Are you all right?" Summer inquired. Concern etched on his face as he looked at the egg in Jiang Qinglan's arms. "I am fine," Jiang Qinglan replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing at the handsome Summer's attention. It must be said that Summer's looks were indeed striking, having inherited the beauty of both his parents. After all, it was partly due to his good looks that Summer Young, once a poor boy, managed to win the heart of the esteemed Lin Xuemei. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from outside, and a mature, alluring woman entered. She glanced at Jiang Qinglan's swollen cheek, and then turned to the tense group. "Young Master Zhao, Mr. Charlotte, I'm the supervisor of the Flame Secret Realm's incubation chamber. You may call me Xiao Qin. What seems to be the problem? The rich fire energy here seems to have heightened everyone's tempers." Supervisor Qin first greeted the 4 of them, and then turned to another guide. "Xiaolin, what happened?" The guide named Xiaolin recounted the events succinctly. Mr. Charlotte and his companions were examining the Cuddy Dog spirit egg, but had not made a decision when Mr. Zhao Shan and young Master Zhao also expressed interest. After a brief observation, they directly selected the egg. Mr. Charlotte then insisted on the principle of first come, first served, leading to a heated argument, during which Jiang Qinglan attempted to mediate and was struck by Mr. Zhao Shan. Xiaolin finished his account, stepping back to await Supervisor Qin's response. Chapter 24. The extraordinary Pokémon. At this moment, Zhao Shan had completely shed his initial arrogance. In the presence of Supervisor Qin, he restrained his temper. After all, being able to hold a supervisory position in the Flame's secret realm meant possessing at least quasi-king level strength, along with an immensely powerful background. While he dared to act against a junior guide like Jiang Qinglan, he could only present himself with utmost respect before Supervisor Qin. With a background and strength inferior to others, he had no choice but to lower his head and be subservient, being fierce to those beneath him while appealing to those above. Upon hearing part of the story, Supervisor Qin could infer the general situation. Jiang Qinglan had undoubtedly suffered some injustice, and as her superior, she had to stand up for her. Otherwise, she would lose the trust of her subordinates, and no one would be willing to work with her in the future. "Mr. Zhao, Jiang is correct. If you engage in a brawl within the treasure chamber, the Flame's secret realm indeed has the authority to revoke your selection eligibility." Of course, Supervisor Qin's warning was merely to uphold the authority of the Flame's secret realm. It was utterly impossible to cancel the Zhao family's eligibility. After all, Jiang Qinglan was just an intern without connections. Supervisor Qin would never risk offending the Zhao family for her sake. Let this matter slide for now. Since you, Mr. Zhao, have selected your Pokémon egg, please leave the treasure chamber. Xiaolin, Please wrap this Pokémon egg for Mr. Zhao and his companions. Hearing Supervisor Qin's dismissal, Zhao Shan's face flushed with anger. Yet he dared not confront her and could only leave in disgrace. Once Zhao Shan departed, Supervisor Qin replaced her stern demeanor with a smile, expressing her apologies to Xia Luo. Mr. Xia Luo, I sincerely apologize. There are no rigid rules regarding the order of arrival within the secret realm. It solely depends on one's character and cultivation. Unfortunately, we cannot control individuals like Zhao Shan, who lack proper decorum. I noticed that the Pokémon egg in Zhang's arms is one you purchased from the outer area. Within my authority, I can offer you the maximum discount of 40 off. It must be said that Supervisor Qin's ability to reach her current position stemmed not only from her strength, but also from her adeptness in handling interpersonal relationships. She defended her subordinate while skillfully resolving the conflict between Xia Luo and Zhao Shan, allowing the latter to leave with the Pokémon egg while compensating Xia Luo. Mr. Xia Luo, please continue your selection. I shall not disturb you further. Jiang, do you need a rest? No problem, Supervisor. I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Qinglan promptly replied. Very well, I shall attend to other matters. Work hard, and after receiving Mr. Xia Luo, you can take a half-day off this afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor. Brother, don't be upset. I believe that the quality of that Pokémon egg is not good. We wouldn't want it anyway. Xia Yu consoled his elder brother. Now that they are gone, we can take our time to select a Pokémon egg with better qualifications than that cutty dog. I'm not angry, Xia Luo suddenly sighed. If it were the Xia family of the past, Zhao Shan would never dare to treat me this way. Now that my strength has diminished, all sorts of unsavory characters have emerged. Let's continue looking. The two brothers resumed their search. The treasure chamber was not large, and they perused the dozens of Pokémon eggs within just a few minutes. Xia Yu suddenly discovered two Pokémon with qualifications above the king level. One was a little lion, and the other was a shiny Charmander with the solar power ability. Without a doubt, Xia Yu would choose the Charmander, as it was the only Pokémon egg in the room with quasi-champion level qualifications. To be honest, the quality of this Charmander egg was so enticing that even Xia Yu felt a strong urge to acquire it. Pokémon egg, Charmander gender, female type, fire qualification, quasi-champion level ability, solar power skill. The solar power ability undoubtedly made this Charmander more suitable for a special attack route. Under sunny conditions, the damage output of a solar power Charmander could be extremely terrifying. Moreover, Charmander could Mega Evolve. Whether into Mega Charizard X or Mega Charizard Y, its strength would be formidable. Evolving into Mega Charizard X transforms its ability from solar power to tough claws, allowing a special attacker to become a physical attacker, which would be utterly unexpected and hard to guard against. Conversely, evolving into Mega Charizard Y changes its ability to Drought, which is invaluable for weather manipulation, making it a core member of any team. Brother, come look at this Pokémon egg, Xia Yu exclaimed. The Charmander egg? Xia Luo trusted his younger brother's discerning eye and began to examine it closely. However, he couldn't discern anything particularly special about this egg, and since he already had a Charizard, he wasn't very interested. I already have a Charizard. Do I need to raise another one? Your Charizard's qualifications are lacking. Its strength has reached its limit at gym leader level. It must be said that Xia Yu is indeed getting a bit carried away. Gym leader level qualifications were inadequate. A month ago, he had not a single Pokémon and was still weak. Now he was still weak, albeit with two highly qualified Pokémon. But true growth would require time. At your young age, your tone is rather audacious. My Charizard possesses gym leader level strength. Speak of this when you achieve gym leader level strength yourself, Xia Luo chuckled, ruffling Xia Yu's hair. Xia Luo himself could not see what was unique about this Pokémon egg. Among the many high-quality Pokémon eggs, it appeared rather ordinary. Are you really certain that this egg has good qualifications? I find it quite average. Come, take a look at the one I selected. Xia Yu was left speechless by Xia Luo's response. He wanted to shout at his brother. This is a quasi-champion level Charmander egg. However, Xia Yu was unable to persuade Xia Luo, who simply pulled him to another corner to look at another egg. Xiao Yu, I believe this little fire monkey egg seems promising. Firstly, it's relatively large, and secondly, its patterns are vibrant, with a rich concentration of fire energy. Although it can't compare to the earlier Cuddy Dog egg, it's still quite impressive. Xiao Luo analyzed with great enthusiasm. Upon checking the qualifications, Xiao Yu saw was merely gym leader level. What a waste to pick such a precious slot for a gym leader level Pokémon. Brother, this egg is truly inferior to the one I selected. Trust me, that Charmander egg is definitely the way to go, Xiao Yu asserted confidently. Really? Xiao Luo still appeared skeptical. Come on, when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Yu asked. Remember that time in middle school when you applied for a female penguin account and pretended to be a girl, chatting with me online for a month, tricking me out of my living expenses? Xiao Luo suddenly recalled. Puffed. Jiang Qinglan, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but laugh, leaving Xiao Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cough. Cough. That was an exception. Let's get back to the point. I truly believe this Pokémon egg is great. You must trust me. Are you really certain? Xiao Luo inquired. Absolutely, Xiao Yu replied firmly. Then it shall be this one. Seeing Xiao Yu's confidence, Xiao Luo made his decision without hesitation. Trust among family is profound. Since Xiao Yu is certain, Xiao Luo naturally supported his brother's choice wholeheartedly. If the qualifications turn out poor, I'll select the other slot for myself. But if the qualifications are good, how about I give you the other slot? Xiao Yu contemplated saying, then just give me this Charmander egg. But he kept it to himself. This egg could very well be the key to his brother's ascension to the king-level trainer. With the assistance of the system, he would undoubtedly encounter more powerful Pokémon in the future. Yet, Xiao Yu silently resolved to acquire a Charizard for himself, mega-evolving it into Mega Charizard X, and dazzling the crowd with its power, followed by a Gigantamax transformation. Then it shall be this Pokémon egg. Chapter 25. The Falcon Pokémon here are your 2 Pokémon eggs. Do you wish to incubate them within the Blazing Plains? Customers who purchase Pokémon eggs from us can enjoy a discount of 12 on incubation services. Moreover, incubating Pokémon within the Flame Sanctuary will slightly enhance their fire-type potential. After applying some healing ointment to her face, Jiang Qinglan's swelling had subsided, and with a sweet smile, she earnestly addressed the brothers, Xiao Luo and Xiao Yu. The cost of incubating both Pokémon eggs with standard nutrient solution is 1 million, while using energy nutrient solution will be 2 million. If both eggs are incubated together, we also offer an additional discount, making it a total of 79 after the initial discount of 12. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. The Flame Sanctuary was indeed shameless. They could have easily extorted money, yet they still insisted on assisting with the incubation of Pokémon eggs. Incubating 1 egg costs 2 million, so 2 would amount to 4 million. Even with the 21 discount, it would still be 16 million, and when factoring in the 60 discount on the egg's cost of 28 million, approximately 760,000 would accumulate, bringing the total close to 4 million. It was utterly outrageous. However, any trainer aspiring to contest for the position of Fire-type gym leader would begrudgingly pay this sum. If one refrained from spending, other Fire-type trainers would, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. Xiao Luo had anticipated this, and thankfully, after 3 years as a gym leader, he had saved a modest sum. Let us incubate them here, he decided, reluctantly swiping his card for over 4 million. By the way, you can download the Shishu Flame app on your mobile device. We will provide you with an account so you can monitor the incubation process of your Pokémon eggs in real time. When we detect that the eggs are about to hatch, we will notify you in advance, enabling you to witness the hatching. One must admit, despite the steep price, the service was commendable, worthy of emulation by the Grassbug Sanctuary. Xiao Yu silently resolved to persuade his father to suggest improvements to the Pokémon Association, aiming to make the Grassbug Sanctuary even more exploitative than the Flame Sanctuary. After completing the transaction, Jiang Qinglan received a generous commission, her smile growing even brighter. After bidding farewell to the brothers, they exchanged contact information, promising to inform them as soon as the Pokémon eggs hatched. Xiao Luo's serious demeanor made Xiao Yu sense something was amiss, and he responded earnestly, "Let us go." Steel Wing and Charizard soared into the sky, heading towards Starry City. As they ascended, 2 others mounted Brave Eagle and Muku Eagle, following closely behind. Perched atop Charizard, Xiao Yu gazed down at the forests, mountains, and rivers, watching the Bobo flock soar through the air and feeling the wind rush past his ears. His spirit was tranquil, a dream come true for any Pokémon enthusiast. However, this serenity was short-lived, quickly disrupted by Xia Luo's voice. Xiaoyu, hold on tight. Prepare to turn. Xia Luo's expression was grave. We're being followed, and we have strayed far from the urban area of West City. They're likely to make their move. Understood. Xiaoyu tightened his grip on Charizard, clutching the rope. Charizard, Steel Wing, are you ready? Accelerate. Upon hearing Xia Luo's command, Steel Wing and Charizard flapped their wings vigorously, stirring up fierce winds as their speed dramatically increased. Meanwhile, the distant Brave Eagle and Muku Eagle ceased their concealment and also surged forward, pursuing Xia Luo and Xiaoyu. Brave Eagle and Muku Eagle, both apex predators of the sky. Brave Eagle, a large avian Pokémon, boasted a head adorned with a crown of 3 white feathers, its base tinged with reddish-brown. Each cheek bore 3 white feathers, and a tuft of white fluff graced its nape. Its upper body and wings were covered in reddish-brown plumage, while its chest, abdomen, legs, and inner wings were a deep navy blue. The tips of its reddish-brown tail feathers featured a yellow and a blue band. Its beak and feet were yellow, with a curved protrusion at the end of the upper beak. Its robust legs bore massive claws, with 4 toes, 3 at the front and 1 at the back, each ending in long, curved talons. Muku Eagle, a fierce Pokémon, was particularly attentive to the shape of its crown and possessed the ability to live independently, often departing from its group. Its muscular legs and strong wings enabled it to effortlessly carry smaller Pokémon, posing a significant threat even to the strongest of men. Both Brave Eagle and Muku Eagle were formidable raptors, serving as powerful offensive forces among flying-type Pokémon, while also being effective means of transportation. Brave Eagle, use Fierce Charge, commanded the man seated atop Brave Eagle. Fierce Charge, fold your wings and launch a low-altitude assault on your opponent, although you will also sustain considerable damage. With that, Brave Eagle folded its wings. Enveloped in a surge of flying energy, it radiated a dazzling light and lunged towards Charizard and Steel Wing. Muku Eagle, Tailwind, shouted another man, riding Muku Eagle simultaneously, urging it to unleash the Tailwind skill. Muku Eagle flapped its wings, generating a visible gale that propelled both Pokémon forward at an accelerated pace. Tailwind, whirlwinds are summoned, increasing the speed of all allied Pokémon. The combination of Fierce Charge and Tailwind propelled Brave Eagle forward like a missile, hurtling directly towards Charizard and Steel Wing with great momentum. Charizard, use Inferno, Xia Luo commanded calmly. Responding to the order, Charizard dove down sharply, executing a stylish drift while flames engulfed its mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire shaped like the letter Y. The blazing Inferno hurtled towards the rapidly approaching Brave Eagle, erupting upon contact. Yet, Brave Eagle, undeterred, pressed through the flames, enduring their scorching heat as it advanced toward Charizard. Inferno, a fire attack shaped like the letter I that incinerates foes and may inflict a burn status. Charizard, Steel Wing descend. Seeing that they could not deter Brave Eagle, Xia Luo immediately commanded Charizard and Steel Wing to descend into the forest below. Responding to Xia Luo's command, Charizard and Steel Wing swiftly changed direction, folding their wings and diving sharply towards the ground, landing seamlessly among the trees below. Chapter 26. The Sandstorm Brothers. The lava snail adorned its back with a shell, intricately covered in lava. For millennia, the lava snail has resided within the volcanic crater, its body transformed into magma. It is said that its body temperature reaches an astonishing 10,000 degrees, causing steam to rise upon contact with raindrops, enveloping it in a thick mist. Its shell, formed from a solidified skin of lava, shatters upon the slightest touch, yet when immersed in lava, it regains its original size. The creature's body undulates continuously, radiating a searing heat, and the intense flames circulating within it occasionally erupt through the crevices of its solidified shell. In the realm of gaming, the lava snail performs poorly, suffering from a quadruple weakness to water and ground types, compounded by its inherently low special defense, resulting in an exceedingly low appearance rate. A single water-type attack can lead to its immediate defeat. However, in reality, the lava snail demonstrates far superior performance. particularly under the command of the Fire-type master from the Northwest region, Olicorn. His ace Pokémon is a lava snail, which he utilized to achieve an incredible feat of defeating 4 opponents single-handedly during the Elite Four qualifiers. His success significantly elevated the prestige of the lava snail. Rumors suggest that Alicorn's lava snail possesses champion-level potential, with an alarming surface temperature akin to a walking volcano, rendering ordinary Pokeballs ineffective for capture. Only specially designed ones can contain it. Any Pokémon with champion-level potential undergoes a qualitative transformation. Of course, Charlotte's lava snail is not particularly formidable. It is merely one of her many Pokémon, possessing limited potential and only ranking at the gym leader level, thus lacking distinction among Fire-type Pokémon. However, it is well-suited to counter Warrior Eagle and Murkrow. In contrast, her other Pokémon, the Sea Bunny, is specifically trained for gym leader battles and serves as one of her primary assets. As participation in Fire-type gym leader battles requires competitors to have at least 3 Fire-type Pokémon, it implies that most opponents will also feature an array of Fire types. Consequently, the Water and Ground-type Sea Bunny can effectively counter Fire-type Pokémon. However, its quadruple weakness to Grass types poses a significant vulnerability, particularly against Fire types that have learned the Solar Beam move. Nevertheless, the Sea Bunny possesses an exceptional ability, the rare Water Absorb, which allows it to redirect Water-type attacks towards itself without taking damage, while simultaneously boosting its special attack. This grants the Sea Bunny the capability not only to counter Fire-type Pokémon, but also to retaliate against opposing Water types, rendering it a highly functional Pokémon. Almost simultaneously as Charlotte summoned her Pokémon, Warrior Eagle and Murkrow descended upon them, 2 masked men dismounting from their respective Pokémon. The first, a robust figure adorned with a hound mask, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "You cannot hope to contend with us." Charlotte maintained her composure, coldly regarding the 2 men as she inquired, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" "You shall discover our intentions once you accompany us," replied the second man. Clad in a monkey mask, his lean form towering over the first, his voice softer and more seasoned, suggesting he was slightly older. "Enough with the pleasantries. Attack immediately. Dig through Drill Tail," commanded the monkey-masked man, urging the ground-type Pokémon to strike. The Drill Tail, empowered by the sandstorm, surged forward with astonishing speed, a fleeting black shadow darting through the swirling sands to launch an assault on the lava snail. Drill Tail is a ground-type physical attack that rotates like a drill while crashing into the opponent, making it prone to critical hits. If the lava snail were to be struck by this attack, even with its formidable shell, it would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. "Sea Bunny, Rain Dance," commanded Charlotte. Rain Dance, a Water-type status move that changes the weather to rain. Lava Snail, using on Drill Tail. Charlotte coolly directed her Pokémon, first ordering the Sea Bunny to initiate Rain Dance, aiming to mitigate the effects of the sandstorm and neutralize Drill Tail's speed advantage. Next, she instructed the Lava Snail to employ Yawn, a wave of psychic energy manifesting as a white cloud speeding towards Drill Tail. However, under the sandstorm's influence, Drill Tail's velocity was too swift, easily evading the cloud. Hippowdon used Tackle. The hound-masked man interjected. The Hippowdon charged forward with its massive form, launching a ferocious assault on the Sea Bunny, intent on crushing it. At that moment, a brilliant sphere of light soared from the distance, striking Drill Tail with pinpoint accuracy, sending it careening backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop, leaving a visible dent in the ground, showcasing the incredible power of the attack. This is Aura Sphere. Summer, following the trajectory of the light, spotted Lucario leaping from the jungle, positioning itself before the Sea Bunny and Hippowdon. Lucario gender, male type, fighting. Steel potential, champion level, enhanceable, strength. Champion level ability, justified a sense of unparalleled security enveloped Summer as Lucario stood resolutely before him. Indeed, the so-called Sandstorm Brothers. One need only witness Lucario's prowess to discern their fate. Chapter 27. Wei Yaqin, should you arrive any later, you may miss me. Xiao Luo remarked with a smile as he observed the figure emerging from the thicket. Despite the years that had passed, Their bond remained as strong as ever. Wei Yaqin, it has been 3 years since we last met. You and your Lucario have grown stronger. Xiaoyu, too, was intrigued by the arrival, eager to ascertain the identity of the master of this champion-level Lucario. The newcomer donned a simple, coarse robe, with his bare shoulders and a notably shiny bald head, making him stand out. A gourd of wine hung at his waist, and his appearance left Xiaoyu somewhat disappointed. In his mind, the owner of a champion-level Lucario should resemble figures like Dawu or Dandy. Old Fourth, it has been a while, Wei Yaqin said, his appearance unremarkable, around 35 years of age, with small, single-lidded eyes and a slightly stocky build, making him blend into the crowd effortlessly. I rushed over as soon as I received your message. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Old Fourth? Is that my brother's nickname? Why not Old Sixth? Xiaoyu wondered, casting a curious glance at Wei Yaqin. He sifted through his memory for renowned trainers in this world, but found none that matched the man before him. He was certain he had never seen this individual on news or television, and none of the 6 champions from Huawei's 6 regions bore the name Wei Yaqin. This is peculiar, a champion-level Lucario, yet no information about its trainer. Meanwhile, the 2 masked individuals observed the sudden appearance of the Lucario with unease, particularly as they witnessed it severely injuring a Hippowdon with a single aura sphere, showcasing its power. Was it at the level of a champion or merely a pseudo-champion? They surmised that this Lucario possessed at least the strength of a champion. Old Fourth, allow me to settle with them before we reminisce, Wei Yaqin declared, turning his gaze toward the 2. He and Lucario had long since developed a mental connection, requiring no commands. With a mere gesture, the power of aura united their thoughts. In an instant, Lucario soared into the air, its form elusive as its left hand radiated steel-type energy, preparing a bullet punch aimed at the Hippowdon, while its right hand shimmered with a blue light, simultaneously conjuring an ice punch. Xiaoyu was taken aback. What? Such audacious maneuvers? The sheer ferocity of this champion-level Pokémon astounded him. Bang! Even more astonishing was Lucario's speed. Xiaoyu barely caught a glimpse of the blue figure flash past. In the blink of an eye, Lucario stood before the Hippowdon, delivering a powerful left punch that curled the creature's body in pain as it collapsed. Immediately following, the ice punch struck the same spot. Roar! After receiving 2 blows, the Hippowdon let out a pained howl, its massive form crumpling to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. 2 punches, merely 2 punches, 1 bullet punch, 1 ice punch, were sufficient to incapacitate a pseudo-champion level Hippowdon. Was this the disparity between pseudo-champion and champion levels? It was a complete slaughter. Yet, it was evident that Lucario had not delivered a fatal blow, simply defeating the Hippowdon rather than killing it. Having dispatched the Hippowdon, Lucario showed no signs of respite, swiftly gathering an aura sphere in its hand and launching at the diggersby. Boom! The aura sphere soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it struck the injured diggersby, which was promptly defeated. The outcome of the battle decided in an instant, leaving Xiaoyu with no time to mentally prepare. Pseudo-champion level Sandstorm Brothers. Is this it? Surely, this cannot be. They are far too weak. If the Xiao family possessed such a Lucario, they could dominate the entire Shishu province. The 2 masked men were now utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend where this powerful Lucario had come from. It was inconceivable that it could merely be at the level of a champion. It must be at least a pseudo-champion, if not a true champion, for it to so effortlessly vanquish their Pokémon. The realization that the Xia family was backed by a champion-level trainer sent chills down their spines. They must have been desperate to seek trouble with the Xia family. Lucario. It has been a long time, Xiao Luo called out, waving at the Lucario with a smile. Ah, what have you been up to these past years? Xiao Luo casually found a spot to sit down, directing his inquiry at Wei Yaqin. Wei Yaqin settled onto the ground, legs crossed in a standard meditative posture, mirrored by Lucario, which piqued Xiaoyu's curiosity. Who was this Wei Yaqin, exuding the aura of a martial artist? Still the same, the entanglements of the world persist. I strive to cultivate virtue and good deeds to transcend the earthly realm. I have traversed the rivers and mountains, witnessing the tumultuous world, drawing my sword to rectify injustices, acting courageously without concern for fortune or misfortune. Wei Yaqin spoke with a resonant voice, rising to sing with a carefree demeanor. As he became animated, he unscrewed the gourd from his waist and took a hearty drink. "Let me have a sip too." Xiao Luo unabashedly seized the gourd and took a swig. "So, what do you plan to do next? Since you're here, shall we share a meal together?" Xiao Luo endeavored to persuade Wei Yaqin to dine with him. Wei Yaqin shook his head, declining. "No need. I have other matters to attend to. Once old second and old third arrive, we shall gather then." With that, he and Lucario vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. Watching Wei Yaqin's retreating figure, Xiao Luo's expression was complex, filled with a profound sense of emotion. Chapter 28. The Speaker Bug Hero. Who is he? Summer you could no longer contain his curiosity as Wei Yaqin departed. Great was a term both familiar and foreign, seldom bestowed upon anyone. "Please enlighten me on how you came to know him," Summer you urged. "That story stretches back many years," Xiao Luo began. Wei Yaqin's childhood was fraught with tragedy and hardship. His father passed away from heart disease when he was merely 6 years old, and his mother, unable to bear such an immense blow, suffered a stroke and followed shortly thereafter. Orphaned and alone, he relied solely on his elderly grandmother. The aged matriarch eked out a living by scavenging and sewing, struggling to raise him. Yet, the dutiful Wei Yaqin did not disappoint her. He diligently pursued his studies, excelling academically and consistently ranking at the top of his class, which alleviated much of his tuition fees. Ultimately, at the age of 18, he achieved the remarkable feat of being accepted into a prestigious university. Initially, he believed his life would transform into one of happiness. However, on the very day he received his acceptance letter, a tragic accident claimed his grandmother's life as she ventured into town to sell scrap. Thus, Wei Yaqin found himself utterly alone, with no kin left in this world. In the wake of losing all his family, he dedicated himself to his studies with even greater fervor during university. Having tasted the bitterness of life, he nurtured grand aspirations. Unable to fulfill his filial duties, he resolved to be loyal instead. With newfound purpose, Wei Yaqin worked tirelessly. While others reveled, he studied. When peers engaged in romance, he immersed himself in his books. He consistently emerged as the top student in his field. At the age of 22, shortly after graduating, Wei Yaqin made the resolute choice to enlist in the military. It was during this time that he encountered a spirited girl, her short hair framing a countenance filled with vigor. She yearned to traverse the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland, often exclaiming her desire to wield a sword and champion justice. A girl who aspired to eradicate injustice, she was brave and selfless, undeterred by the consequences. The two kindred spirits swiftly fell in love. After 3 years of courtship, they became engaged, and she gifted him a precious Pokémon egg, his first and only companion. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. Merely a month after their engagement, tragedy struck again. His fiancée, in a selfless act of bravery while rescuing a child, met with a fatal accident. This calamity shattered Wei Yaqin profoundly. Each time he closed his eyes, her visage danced before him, yet he persevered to fulfill their shared dreams. After completing his military service 2 years later, at the age of 27, he vowed never to remarry, dedicating his life to realizing his late fiancée's aspirations of righting wrongs and standing for justice. Henceforth, he journeyed across the land, carrying the cherished Lucario gifted by his beloved, embodying the ideals they once shared. With her photograph in hand, Wei Yaqin traversed city after city, staying in each for 3 months, championing justice and aiding those in need, just as he had sung. As time passed, he sought to accumulate virtue and good deeds, striving to fulfill his earthly ties. He wandered far and wide, crossing mountains and rivers, confronting injustice wherever he encountered it, undeterred by the potential repercussions. A year later, at the age of 28, Wei Yaqin crossed paths with Xiao Luo. At that time, Xiao Luo was just 18, struggling academically, unable to gain university admission. Though he could have relied on his father Xiaoyan's connections for entry into a mediocre institution, his pride led him to drop out and pursue a life as a wandering trainer. In the prime of youth, Xia Luo encountered many people on his travels, experiencing both deception and hardship until he met Wei Yeqin, along with the other two companions. Young and brimming with ambition, Xia Luo and his friends were deeply moved by Wei Yeqin's story and decided to pledge brotherhood, vowing to embark on endeavors that could change the world, to uphold justice together, to drink and sing, and to explore the beautiful landscapes of their homeland. However, as time flowed on, Xia Luo and the others eventually returned to their families and responsibilities, unlike Wei Yeqin, who remained solitary and unburdened. After 6 years of travel, only Wei Yeqin and his steadfast Lucario continued to pursue their shared dreams. The strength of his Lucario was a testament to Wei Yeqin's unwavering dedication, having nurtured only this one Pokémon, just as he devoted his life to a singular love and purpose. In a world where many chase fame and fortune, individuals like Wei Yeqin are exceedingly rare. Xia Luo chuckled as he recalled a particularly foolish episode from their youth. We were quite naive back then. Each of us adopted a nickname based on our signature Pokémon. Wei Yeqin was dubbed Lucario Hero, while I became Blaziken Hero, for those were our respective favorites. The second brother's Pokémon was the Speaker Bug, hence he was called Speaker Bug Hero. He hailed from a wealthy family in the metropolis and is rumored to have become a renowned musician, now working in an opera house. And the third? Some of you inquired. The third was known as Ladybug Hero, Xia Luo replied with a smile. I can guess. His signature Pokémon must be the Ladybug, some of you thought, immediately picturing the unremarkable Pokémon. Not quite. His actual signature was the Dusknoir, Xia Luo laughed, knowing some of you would assume the Ladybug. Then why the name Ladybug Hero? Some of you questioned, perplexed. Because he had a penchant for rescuing wayward women. Wherever he traveled, he would immediately use his funds to assist those in distress, leaving behind tales of his deeds in every city, Xia Luo reminisced, his smile widening as he recalled the laughter they shared at the third brother's expense over his quirks. Thus, while the trio took on names inspired by their signature Pokémon, the third brother's title stemmed from his unique passion. And what is the third brother doing now? Some of you couldn't help but ask. He comes from a powerful family. It seems he has become a boss, making significant investments in the city of Shanyai in Shenzhou province. And his business is thriving. Chapter 29. A midnight visit in the preceding 2 days, the encounters between the two had culminated in victories for Wu Yaozu, primarily due to his elite-level evolution approaching Rockruff. In contrast, while both the Trico and the Woobat possessed remarkable potential, their combat capabilities paled significantly, Woobat merely at a standard level and Trico at a rare level, when compared to Rockruff. Following each defeat, Woobat clung to Xiaoyu for comfort, while Trico proactively sought to intensify its training, embodying an indomitable spirit and a steadfast belief in its own growth. This intrinsic determination compelled Trico to maintain rigorous self-discipline and relentless effort. In today's battle, however, Xiaoyu finally triumphed over Wu Yaozu. He initially defeated Wu Yaozu's Charmander with Woobat, then Rockruff emerged to vanquish Woobat, and finally, Trico secured a narrow victory against Rockruff. Though this was merely a friendly sparring match, the joy it brought to both Xiaoyu and Trico was palpable, especially for Trico, whose elevated head and proudly raised tail betrayed its elation. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Xiaoyu, Wu Yaozu wore an expression of sheer astonishment, struggling to accept his defeat as he gazed incredulously at Trico. What extraordinary potential does your Trico possess? Wu Yaozu queried, his countenance a mixture of complexity as he regarded Xiaoyu. The rapid advancement of Trico was nothing short of astonishing, seemingly transforming by the day. Take a guess. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. It's certainly superior to your Rockruff. I would surmise it is at least of quasi-king level, Wu Yaozu asserted confidently. Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence, recognizing that such an estimation was an underappreciation. In truth, Trico currently boasted the potential of a quasi-champion. Pokémon of quasi-king caliber were not even worthy of a place in Xiaoyu's team, for his mastery exuded a passive prowess that was undeniable. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu refrained from disclosing the truth, fully aware of the necessity of concealing his strengths. Should others discover that Trico was a Pokémon of quasi-champion caliber. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of elite trainers vying to acquire it. All right, Wu Yaozu. The day after tomorrow marks the beginning of school, and you have another chance for retribution tomorrow, Xiaoyu interjected, redirecting the conversation as he patted Wu Yaozu on the shoulder. 2 months of summer vacation were drawing to a close, and within that time, so much had transpired that Xiaoyu nearly forgot he was still a senior in high school. Just you wait, Xiaoyu. Tonight, I will prepare my secret weapon. Tomorrow, I will surely defeat you, Wu Yaozu declared, clearly agitated. Not long ago, he had mocked Xiaoyu as merely a novice in battles, and now he found it difficult to reconcile the reality of his defeat, feeling utterly embarrassed. With that, Wu Yaozu departed, likely anticipating a sleepless night as he racked his brain for strategies to ensure victory in their upcoming duel. Before diving into his studies, Xiaoyu opened his post seeking various rare stones. Regrettably, since acquiring an evolution stone, he had encountered no further treasures. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, understanding that the pursuit of rare stones was a protracted endeavor. After closing the post, Xiaoyu picked up his books and diligently resumed his studies. The impending college entrance examination loomed just a year away, and the academic workload was substantial. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's prior knowledge from his past life afforded him a distinct advantage, enabling him to balance the cultivation of Pokémon alongside his studies. In the past 3 days, numerous significant events had unfolded, the most explosive being the news surrounding Wei Yaqin. 3 days prior, Wei Yaqin had ventured alone to Shidu City to visit the Zhao family. Upon arriving at the Zhao family estate, Wei Yaqin shared a simple meal with his Lucario before sitting cross-legged in front of the grand entrance, eyes closed in deep meditation to restore his energy. This peculiar display quickly drew attention, as onlookers speculated that Wei Yaqin was merely a drunken troublemaker, oblivious to his surroundings. What a fool, bringing such a rare Lucario while appearing so unremarkable, they murmured, anticipating that the Zhao family would soon dispatch someone to handle the situation. As expected, a security guard soon emerged from the opulent Zhao residence, clad in uniform. "Who is this drunken fool? You need to leave immediately," the guard exclaimed, attempting to shove Wei Yaqin away. However, Wei Yaqin, possessing formidable strength, firmly grasped the guard's wrist, rendering him unable to escape. "Please relay a message. Wei Yaqin is here on behalf of Xiaoyu, the former master of the Honglian Gym, to visit the Zhao family," Wei Yaqin proclaimed as he opened his eyes, his voice resonating powerfully. The guard, taken aback by Wei Yaqin's immense strength, struggled to respond. "I can't help you with that. You need an appointment," he stammered. Wei Yaqin, understanding the hardships faced by those in lower positions, released the guard's wrist and tilted his head toward the sky. At that moment, Lucario, standing behind him, gazed upward and unleashed a tremendous surge of dragon-type energy, creating a spectacular wave that illuminated the night sky over Shidu City. The nearby crowd could faintly hear the roar of dragons as gusts of wind swept through, causing their clothes to flutter wildly. Simultaneously, all nearby dragon-type Pokémon awoke with a start, their gazes drawn skyward. Once the dragon energy dissipated, Wei Yaqin stood abruptly, inhaling deeply before proclaiming loudly. Wei Yaqin visits the Zhao family on behalf of Xiaoyu, the former master of the Honglian Gym. His voice reverberated through the stillness of the night, capturing the attention of all. At that moment, it became evident that something monumental was about to unfold, prompting many to pull out their phones to record the spectacle. "And I believe this Lucario surpasses even that level," another chimed in. "Could it be that this Lucario is of quasi-champion caliber?" The earlier display of dragon energy had evidently roused the Zhao family, and the current head of the family, Zhao Xuesong, a king-level trainer, swiftly arrived on the scene. In his 40s, Zhao Xuesong was in the prime of his life, his expression grave as he scrutinized Wei Yaqin and his Lucario. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My identity is of little importance. What matters is that I come on behalf of Xiaoyu, the former master of the Honglian Gym," Wei Yaqin replied with a smile. "So, you are here to defend Xiaoyu," Zhao Xuesong said coldly, assessing Wei Yaqin. "Indeed. Very well, let us go to the Dragon Gym in Shidu City. This is not the place for a confrontation. I accept your challenge." Zhao Xuesong, as the current leader of the Zhao family, exuded an undeniable presence. Regardless of Wei Yaqin's abilities, as the strongest of the Zhao family, he felt compelled to take the stage. Victory or defeat mattered little. Maintaining face was paramount. Skill may falter, but courage must prevail. Agreed. Wei Yaqin responded with enthusiasm, taking a swig from his wine gourd before following Zhao Xuesong toward the Dragon Gym. This night was destined to be one of sleepless anticipation. Chapter 30. Zhao Xuesong versus Wei Yaqin in the Dragon-type Gym Arena of Tian City. Zhao Xuesong stood on one side, his gaze fixed upon his opponent Wei Yaqin, an expression of solemnity adorning his face. The rules of the match allowed both participants to choose between singles or doubles. The referee inquired of both contenders. "I'm fine with whatever you choose," Wei Yaqin replied nonchalantly. In truth, the match format was inconsequential to him, for he possessed only a single Lucario. In a life-or-death battle, there were no formalities, only the quest for superiority and survival. It was always Lucario that faced all challengers. Then let us proceed with the most conventional 3v3 singles format, Zhao Xuesong declared, exhibiting remarkable composure. His choice of the standard 3v3 singles was strikingly bold, making it hard for onlookers to believe he was the one who had pressured the Xiao family. The referee nodded and announced, "This match will utilize a 3v3 singles format, allowing the exchange of Pokémon and the use of any items, including Z-crystals." 3, 2, 1. The match begins. "Go Blaziken," Zhao Xuesong called, sending forth his fire-type classic, Blaziken. This strategic decision stemmed from the knowledge that Wei Yaqin's only revealed Pokémon was Lucario, a fighting and steel type with but 3 vulnerabilities: ground, fire, and fighting. Blaziken exploited 2 of these weaknesses, and with its speed boost ability, it was well poised to confront Lucario. Meanwhile, the audience had gathered in droves, including numerous elite trainers, many of whom had heard whispers of this impending battle. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the stands. "Look, even the water-type champion Tan Yongsun has arrived." Tan the champion? I hear he's been re-elected as the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region. This marks his 4th term. By this reckoning, he will have served as champion for 12 years. The next competition, he aims for the title of champion, as his prowess is nearing that level. However, the stir among the crowd failed to distract Wei Yaqin, who remained seated in a meditative posture, legs crossed, with his eyes closed, showing no inclination to direct Lucario's actions. This behavior sparked discontent among the spectators, who began to boo. How arrogant! His opponent is a champion-level trainer, Zhao Xuesong. Is he so confident he doesn't need to command his Pokémon? Who is this guy? Zhao Xuesong himself has come to battle, and yet he behaves so pretentiously. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the Dragon-type gym, Lin Long ordered, "Start the live broadcast. Let the Shidu City TV Battle channel air this match." "Director, the TV is currently airing the gym leader ranking preliminaries. They may not switch," an assistant hesitantly replied. "Leave it to me. I will handle the arrangements," Lin Long asserted decisively. He had his reasons for this decision. While others may have overlooked the recent display of Dragon Pulse by Lucario, as the leader of the Dragon-type gym, he could not possibly miss the true strength of this Lucario. It was undoubtedly of champion caliber, possibly teetering on the edge of reaching master level. What kind of power was this? A champion-level Lucario could dominate the entirety of Shishu province, with few challengers capable of standing against it. Zhao Xuesong, however, exhibited a commendable spirit by accepting the challenge. If he had not, he would not have had the opportunity to initiate this live broadcast. Lin Long's thoughts were interrupted as he dialed the director of the Shidu City TV station. "Hello, Lao Yang." "Old Lin, what brings you to call?" came the deep voice from the other end. "I wish to arrange an impromptu live broadcast of a battle on the Shidu City TV Battle channel," Lin Long stated plainly. "Who is battling?" Lao Yang inquired cautiously, aware of the strength of both competitors. "Zhao Xuesong against an unknown challenger," Lin Long replied. "This person is formidable. The Dragon Pulse just now was from his Pokémon." "Unknown challenger?" Lao Yang hesitated, asking, "Can you guarantee viewership?" "I cannot make such promises," Lin Long admitted. "But let me give you a hint. The strength of that person's Lucario is at least of near champion level, and the water-type champion Tan Yongsin is also present in the audience. Even a glimpse of the audience will draw attention. Really? Then it's settled. We will broadcast it immediately. Before long, the live broadcast replaced the scheduled gym leader ranking match on the Shidu City TV battle channel. Viewers initially reacted with outrage, but soon their attention was captured by the unfolding battle, as it became evident that the two combatants on screen were far more formidable than those in the ranking matches. In the Dragon-type gym, the battle was poised to commence. To everyone's astonishment, the first to strike was Lucario, acting independently without a command. Energy surged around its form, resembling blue lightning, as it lunged at Blaziken. Spectators witnessed Lucario's assault, but were left bewildered as to the skill it had employed. A psychic barrier materialized before Blaziken, attempting to shield against Lucario's attack. Yet, in a surprising turn, the barrier seemed ineffective as Lucario landed a powerful punch, sending Blaziken hurtling backward. That was a feint. What cunning from Lucario, executing a feint without any direction. Wait, did you see that? Lucario switched hands mid-attack. It began with its left, but struck with its right after Blaziken initiated its defensive maneuver. As the crowd debated, Lucario sprang forth like a cannonball, propelling its head directly at Blaziken. What skill is Lucario employing now? With a resounding impact, Lucario's head, enveloped in psychic energy, unleashed a Mind Hammer, a move particularly effective against Blaziken. The collision produced a thunderous sound as Blaziken was slammed against the wall, creating a significant dent, rendering it unconscious and incapable of continuing the fight. Mind Hammer concentrates the power of thought to strike with the forehead. It may instill fear in the opponent. Two skills dispatched a near-champion-level Blaziken, and that was accomplished while Blaziken had merely attempted to defend itself. The stark disparity in skill left everyone astounded, their gazes shifting to the seated Wei Yaqin as they pondered the origins of such a formidable contender in Shidu City. With Blaziken incapacitated, the referee raised the flag, declaring Lucario the victor. There was no need for the referee's announcement. The audience had witnessed Lucario's overwhelming dominance in securing its victory. Chapter 31. Lucario vs. Crobat. The red team is to send out their second Pokémon. Naturally, this refers to Zhao Xuesong. After much contemplation, he produced a luxury ball, releasing his second Pokémon. I entrust you with this, my most formidable partner, Crobat. The spectators had already anticipated Zhao Xuesong's choice, as this Crobat was his only champion-level Pokémon and served as his signature Pokémon. However, due to its type disadvantage against Lucario, even the audience felt less optimistic about Crobat's chances despite its champion-level strength. Lucario gazed proudly at the purple Crobat, its eyes sharp and human-like. Suddenly, it assumed a stance reminiscent of a martial arts move. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, Lucario initiated the first strike. With a flash of electricity and a roar of thunder, Lucario's fists were enveloped in electric energy. Against the poison and flying-type Crobat, Lucario opted for the electric-type move, Thunder Punch. With a powerful launch from the ground, Lucario surged forward like a sprinter, gliding through the air with grace, and before anyone could react, it was already at Crobat's side. Ascend. Fly into the sky. Zhao Xuesong commanded urgently. If Crobat were to be hit by Thunder Punch, it could very well be knocked out in 2 moves. Crobat, known for its speed, though slightly slower than Lucario, still had the advantage of agility. With a powerful flap of its 4 wings, Crobat quickly ascended, evading Lucario's first attack. This marked the first time Lucario's strike had missed in this battle. Seeing Crobat take to the skies, Lucario reacted almost instantaneously. It crouched low, harnessing its position to unleash a forceful strike against the ground, shattering it into massive boulders. Simultaneously, a surge of rock-type energy erupted from Lucario, propelling the debris like cannonballs toward the airborne Crobat. The multitude of floating stones, manipulated by Lucario, completely obstructed Crobat's flight path. With a firm grasp, Lucario clenched its hand, sending countless rocks from all directions toward Crobat, crashing together and leaving it no chance to escape. Rock block. Crobat desperately dodged, attempting to use its speed to evade the onslaught of stones, but they seemed endless under Lucario's control, overwhelming Crobat entirely. Crobat, struck by this blow, it was gravely injured. Zhao Xuesong's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that the tide had turned. The strength of this Lucario far exceeded his expectations, and even his champion-level Crobat was no match for it. He needed to devise a plan, otherwise he would become a laughingstock in Tiandu, and the Zhao family would share the same fate. He had to find a way. Even if he couldn't win, he must avoid a complete sweep. If he could just substitute Lucario out, he might still have a chance. Whirlwind. Zhao Xuesong had formulated a strategy, calmly directing Crobat. He intended to use Crobat's Whirlwind move to force Lucario out of the battle, then employ Mean Look to prevent the incoming Pokémon from escaping, finally utilizing Roost to regain energy. Crobat still possessed the strength to fight. Whirlwind forces the opponent to switch out, bringing in the next Pokémon. If the opponent is a wild Pokémon, the battle ends immediately. Mean Look stares at the opponent with an enchanting gaze, preventing them from escaping the battle. Roost lands on the ground to recover and rest. Here it comes, Zhao Xuesong's classic strategy. The combination of Whirlwind, Mean Look, and Roost could allow Crobat to single-handedly target the opponent's Pokémon. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Xuesong, his plan faltered at the first step. The audience in the stands and those watching on television were puzzled. Despite Whirlwind's effectiveness, why had it failed? How could this be? Wasn't the Whirlwind move successful? Why was Lucario still in the battle? Could it be due to its willpower and bond with its trainer? Was this the power of Aura? How vexing. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, but upon further reflection, they realized this was the only plausible explanation. With just one Pokémon, and a single Pokeball to battle in a 3v3 format, was it not clear that this was a blatant attempt at a clean sweep? This was audacious, truly audacious. Yet, this Lucario indeed possessed the strength to achieve such a feat with a roar. Lucario summoned the stones once more, hurling them toward Crobat, surrounded by the barrage of rocks. Crobat had nowhere to hide and was bombarded by the onslaught. The same move was used again, and Crobat could not escape. It plummeted from the sky, collapsing to the ground, completely incapacitated. One Pokémon down. Crobat has lost its fighting ability. Lucario wins. The red team is to send out their third Pokémon. At this moment, Zhao Xuesong was drenched in sweat. As a top trainer in Tiandu, he knew full well what had just transpired. It was clear that the disheveled drunkard had only Lucario as his Pokémon, which explained the situation. What to do now? Was he truly to be swept 3-0? There seemed no point in continuing this match. As Zhao Xuesong pondered his next move, the Water-type champion, Tan Yongsun, suddenly rose from his seat. Zhao Xuesong, you are no match for him. This Lucario is a champion-level Pokémon. Step down. Tan Yongsun's words caused a stir. Indeed, this Lucario possessed champion-level strength. I will take over for the final match, Tan Yongsun declared, stepping onto the battlefield. Zhao Xuesong breathed a sigh of relief. With Tan Yongsun's words, he could leave gracefully. Facing a champion-level opponent, losing, no matter how badly, was not shameful. Tan Yongsun exuded a commanding presence, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of grace and virtue. I know you have been directing Lucario, he stated suddenly. The bond between you two allows for a seamless exchange of thoughts through aura, without the need for verbal communication. Am I correct, Aura Guardian? Aura, a spiritual energy described as the essence of every living being. Thus, I shall be your opponent in this final match. Tan Yongsun approached the battlefield, addressing Wei Yaqin. Wei Yaqin's eyes widened in realization, springing to his feet. Perfect. I was looking forward to a good match. Let us battle again. Agreed. I will give it my all. Tan Yongsun replied earnestly, revealing the Z-ring on his wrist. Its significance was unmistakable. Z-moves? Wei Yaqin felt a rush of excitement. It was his first time battling someone with Z-moves. Let us begin, Tan Yongsun announced, leaving the referee feeling rather awkward, but he dared not speak further, retreating to the sidelines to observe. However, before we start, I must ask any non-participants to leave the arena. Chapter 32. The Rise of Wei Yaqin. The final battle at the Dragon-type dojo unfolded without any live audience, and the television broadcast was abruptly interrupted. Aside from the two combatants, No one knew what transpired that day, yet an array of rumors about the battle circulated online. Some claimed that Tan Yong-sun had emerged victorious, especially after witnessing the skyward eruption of the Z-move, the super water vortex, which resonated with the strength it exuded. Others insisted that Lucario must have won, given the undeniable prowess of that Pokémon, which effortlessly dispatched a champion-tier Pokémon. In truth, the outcome mattered little. What was significant was that everyone acknowledged Wei Yaqin's formidable strength. He was a man who had suddenly appeared in the public eye, renowned for his might and his striking Lucario that left a lasting impression. Thus, Wei Yaqin unexpectedly surged to fame, dominating headlines the following day with articles such as the mysterious champion-level powerhouse, King of Lucario, the Aura Guardian, and the mightiest Aura Warrior. The sensationalism of these headlines sparked widespread discussion among netizens, many of whom claimed to have encountered Wei Yaqin, recounting tales of his deeds alongside Lucario and sharing various anecdotes and photographs of him. Simultaneously, the situation for the Xia family grew increasingly delicate. Those who once coveted Xia Yang's priority, purchasing rights to the secret realms, suddenly chose to forget the matter entirely, remaining silent and retreating into the shadows. In the days that followed, many in Starlight City displayed a newfound warmth towards Xia Yang, while others subtly inquired about Wei Yaqin's whereabouts. As these individuals found no fruitful information, they shifted their focus, questioning Xia Luo about wedding dates and Xia Yu's marital prospects. Consequently, Xia Yang's intentions regarding a strategic marriage alliance remained unshaken, though his aspirations had elevated. He sought to find a more suitable spouse for Xia Yu. In Xia Yang's perspective, it was prudent to wait until Xia Yu completed his college entrance examinations. Should Xia Yu gain admission to the nation's premier institution and demonstrate noteworthy talent in Pokémon research, it would attract the interest of several prominent families willing to forge alliances with the Xia clan. Amidst this intricate atmosphere, the final day before the school term commenced arrived, marking the day Xia Yu had agreed to battle Wu Yaozu. In the afternoon, Wu Yaozu appeared as promised, his face alight with confidence, as if victory were already in his grasp, dispelling the despondency he felt after losing to Xia Yu the previous day. It seemed that he had prepared a secret weapon overnight. Xia Yu, today is the day I exact my revenge, Wu Yaozu proclaimed assuredly as they stood on the small battlefield. Let us not speak too boldly. You did lose to me yesterday, Xia Yu replied with a smile. That was merely a lapse on my part, Wu Yaozu retorted stubbornly. Today, I am a different person. I have a secret weapon prepared, and you're no match for me. Is that so? If you can't win, you can't win. After all, I only just got my first Pokémon this summer. Unlike you, who has trained yours for years, Xia Yu feigned indifference, mercilessly rubbing salt into Wu Yaozu's wounds. Stop! Xia Yu, how cruel of you. You're stabbing your good brother in the back. Wu Yaozu exclaimed in frustration. I will definitely avenge myself today and show you the prowess of a seasoned trainer. As they bantered, both released their Pokémon. Xia Yu sent out his trusty Woobat, while Wu Yaozu followed suit with his Charmander. Wu Yaozu, your Charmander has never defeated my Woobat, Xia Yu joked, launching a psychological attack on Wu Yaozu. It must be said that Wu Yaozu's Charmander had endured a series of unfortunate encounters against Xia Yu's Woobat, each culminating in defeat. Your Woobat is too underhanded. Why does it have access to that infuriating supersonic move? It's not fair. Wu Yaozu could no longer contain his frustration, recalling how his Charmander had repeatedly succumbed to Woobat's supersonic, falling into a state of confusion before being dispatched. This is strategy. Enough talk. Let us see what your secret weapon is, Xia Yu said with a grin, commanding his Woobat to initiate the attack. The battle begins. Woobat, create a gust. Woobat soared into the sky, flapping its petite wings to stir up a tempest that swept towards Charmander. After days of training, Woobat had mastered the gust move with increasing skill, its power and speed markedly enhanced. Charmander, use Ember. Woobat, fly up and dodge the Ember attack. I knew you wouldn't hit me. Wu Yaozu anticipated Woobat's agility, recognizing that unless he closed the distance, it would be difficult for Charmander to land a hit. Let me show you my secret weapon. Charmander, use Smokescreen. Upon receiving the command, Charmander unleashed a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the arena and concealing its form. Oh, have you learned a new move? Xia Yu said, slightly taken aback, impressed by Charmander's rapid progress and intrigued by the upcoming battle. A triumphant expression crept across Wu Yaozu's face as he looked at Xiaoyu. My Charmander and I are continuously growing stronger. As I said, today will be my day of vengeance. Wu Bat, unable to locate Charmander amidst the swirling smoke, hovered uncertainly. Ember. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the smoke, surging toward Wu Bat. The unforeseen strike left Wu Bat with little time to react, resulting in a direct hit. Fortunately, Wu Bat's dragon typing afforded it some resistance to fire-type moves, mitigating the damage. Wu Bat, are you alright? It's just a minor injury. You can endure. Xiaoyu expressed concern for his fledgling Wu Bat. As a relatively new Pokémon, Wu Bat still possessed a childlike innocence. Unlike his Trico, which had already developed a resolute character and unwavering resolve. Now was the crucial time to nurture Wu Bat's temperament. A powerful Pokémon requires not only formidable strength, but also battle awareness and courage. If it shies away from confrontation at the slightest injury, even the greatest power is rendered futile. This brings to mind Xiaoyu's Trico, which exhibited nearly perfect traits, self-discipline and bravery. Chapter 33. The Dusk Lycanroc, the Bat Signal. Utilizing the clear smog technique, is adept at dispersing the opponent's reflective walls and light screens with a powerful gust. This skill also diminishes the opponent's accuracy. Faced with the dense fog, Xiaoyu commanded the Bat Signal to employ clear smog to dispel the smoke screen emitted by the Charmeleon. It is worth noting the smoke screen ability. In the game, it releases a cloud of smoke or ink to reduce the opponent's accuracy. In reality, the smoke screen serves a similar purpose but can be dispersed by wind, functioning more as a terrain effect rather than a one-time skill, allowing recovery of accuracy over time. Turning to the clear smog ability, it is capable of eliminating reflective walls, light screens, mist, aurora veils, and mystic shields, rendering it a highly functional support skill. Naturally, in reality, clear smog can also dispel the smoke screen. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Bat Signal flapped its wings vigorously, creating a tempest that soon cleared the smoke, revealing the Charmeleon's silhouette. Spark. This was Wu Yaozu's first encounter with the Bat Signal executing clear smog, and he was taken aback that Xiaoyu's Bat Signal possessed such an ability, much to the detriment of his hidden weapon. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, instructing Charmeleon to capitalize on the last vestiges of the smoke screen to unleash another spark, aiming to diminish the Bat Signal's vitality. Bat Signal Moonlight. At this moment, the advantage of the Bat Signal possessing a restorative move became apparent, as it utilized Moonlight to recover its health, effectively counteracting the damage dealt by Charmeleon's previous sparks. Wu Yaozu appeared increasingly exasperated. He had not anticipated that his secret weapon would be so effortlessly countered by Xiaoyu, and he was all too familiar with the ensuing scenario. The Bat Signal would recover with Moonlight, subsequently disorienting Charmeleon with Supersonic, thereby embarking on a relentless torment of the fiery creature. With both Charmeleon and Bat Signal being of ordinary strength, their capabilities and learned techniques were limited, leaving them bereft of further tactical reserves. As expected, the Bat Signal continued its regimen, recovering vitality through Moonlight, confusing Charmeleon with Supersonic and methodically wearing it down. Wu Yaozu, witnessing this familiar scene, was filled with rage, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Xiaoyu, vowing that once his Charmeleon evolved into a Charizard, he would seek revenge on the Bat Signal, promising to unleash a fury that would leave the Bat Signal in disarray. Ha ha, Wu Fatty, I cheer for you, and I eagerly await that day. Xiaoyu laughed heartily, suspecting that Wu Fatty had perhaps mastered the art of throwing down gauntlets, as his bravado exceeded all expectations with each proclamation. Indeed, the daily torment of Wu Fatty and his bold declarations brought Xiaoyu joy, for one's happiness often flourishes at the expense of another's suffering. Yet Wu Fatty soon regained his composure, a confident smile returning to his face. Today, victory shall be mine. You shall witness the secret weapon I have prepared. Go forth, Dusk Lycanroc. With Wu Fatty's declaration, the Dusk Lycanroc made its entrance, a rare specimen of this form. The Dusk Lycanroc evolves into 3 distinct forms depending on the time of day, night, and the exceedingly rare dusk form. The day form is characterized by its light brown fur and pale blue eyes, featuring 4 sharp rocks adorning its neck. It is calm, loyal, and the fastest among the forms, obediently following its trainer's commands and thus the most favored. The Rockruff that evolves during the day absorbs abundant lunar energy and transforms into the night form, which boasts red fur and blood-red eyes. Unlike the day form, the night form walks on 2 legs and lacks the prominent mane, instead possessing rocky tufts at its head. It is known for its aggressive nature, thriving on challenges from formidable foes, its excitement growing in the face of strong adversaries. The night form is reckless and solitary, showing disdain for any trainer who attempts to impose commands against its will. Conversely, the dusk form is recognized for its peak vitality and dual defenses. This form represents a rare evolution of Rockruff bathed in the evening sun, said to require significant effort to cultivate. The dusk Lycanroc bears similarities to both the day and night forms, with its neck adorned by 4 rocks akin to the day form and unique green eyes, while its mane reflects the night form's characteristics. Distinctive attributes, such as its orange-yellow fur and green eyes, set it apart. It exhibits a calm, yet ferocious demeanor, remaining composed even in tumultuous situations. Although it generally maintains its cool, when battles intensify, it engages in fierce close-range combat or retaliates with double the ferocity, pushing opponents to their limits. Its eyes typically appear green, shifting to red during attacks, while sharing a loyalty to its trusted trainer akin to the day form. It harbors an intense, fighting spirit reminiscent of the night form. Possessing a blend of calmness and ferocity, its temperament can be unpredictable, making it a challenging Pokémon to train, yet it remains obedient to trainers it trusts. This form boasts the highest attack power among its counterparts. While the game describes the Dusk Lycanroc as the rarest form, the Day Lycanroc is the most popular due to its speed, which allows it to strike first. In reality, however, the Dusk Lycanroc, combining the merits of both day and night forms, is undoubtedly the most sought after. The day form appeals more to novice trainers, while the night form attracts mid-level trainers. The dusk form, however, is cherished by trainers of all levels. Chapter 34. The battle between the dusk form Lycanroc and Trico Wuyaozu's Rockruff astonishingly evolved into a dusk form Lycanroc, leaving Xiaoyu utterly surprised. It seemed the previous day's defeat had significantly motivated Rockruff. Noticing the astonishment on Xiaoyu's face, Wu Yaozu felt a sense of satisfaction, as this was precisely the effect he desired. A triumphant expression crept onto his face as he declared, "I told you today would be the day I exact my revenge." Surrender, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was indifferent to the outcome of the match, considering it merely a friendly sparring session rather than a life-or-death battle. The victory or defeat mattered little. What was crucial was the opportunity to train their Pokémon. Zubat, our opponent has grown stronger. Are you confident? Xiaoyu addressed Zubat. In their previous encounters with Rockruff, Zubat had invariably faced defeat, instilling a tinge of trepidation within it. Now, with Rockruff evolved into a dusk form Lycanroc, the disparity in strength was even more pronounced, naturally causing Zubat to feel intimidated. Do not fear. It is merely stronger at this moment. You will undoubtedly become more powerful in the future. If you lack the courage to battle, you will never grow stronger, Xiaoyu reassured Zubat, continuously encouraging it to foster a brave spirit. Yes, just like that, he affirmed. Hey, why do I feel like I've become the villain here? How much longer will you take? Wu Yaozu called out loudly. Apologies for the wait, Fat Wu. Allow me to show you the bond one share with Zubat, Xiaoyu proclaimed, rallying Zubat with encouragement, though he was acutely aware that Zubat would likely be swiftly defeated by Lycanroc. Fat Wu, unable to contain himself any longer, issued an attack command to Lycanroc. Lycanroc, use Rock Slide. Zubat, deploy Supersonic. Xiaoyu countered. Fat Wu aimed for a quick resolution with Rock Slide, but Xiaoyu was equally determined. If Zubat could successfully land Supersonic, there might be a chance for victory. Lycanroc and Zubat moved almost in unison, with Lycanroc commanding the rocks to hurl towards Zubat, while Zubat unleashed its supersonic attack. I anticipated this move, Lycanroc evade, Fat Wu thought. Having faced supersonic numerous times in their previous skirmishes, he was well prepared. As Zubat released supersonic, Lycanroc swiftly maneuvered, leveraging its speed to dodge the attack with ease. In the gaming realm, while supersonic is indeed a powerful move, it bears a significant flaw. Its accuracy is only 55. In reality, various methods exist to counteract supersonic, such as sound coverage or evading through speed. After evading supersonic, Lycanroc propelled the rocks towards Zubat, striking it with tremendous force and effortlessly defeating it. Even though he had only vanquished Zubat, Wu Yaozu was beaming with joy, smugly addressing Xiaoyu. Your talent as a trainer is among the best I have witnessed, second only to myself. Now, unleash your second Pokémon. When it comes to flamboyance, Fat Wu truly had a flair for it. Go, Trico! Xiaoyu's second Pokémon was indeed Trico. Upon seeing its opponent was the evolved Lycanroc. A flicker of surprise crossed Trico's eyes, quickly replaced by fervent determination. Trico's nature was such that stronger adversaries invigorated its spirit, unlike Zubat. Trico, our opponent, is even stronger than yesterday. We must give it our all, Xiaoyu declared. It's time to engage, Fat Wu, Xiaoyu stated. Trico, use grassy terrain. The disparity in strength rendered tactical choices exceedingly significant. Clearly, it was impossible for Trico to defeat Lycanroc in a short span. Thus, Xiaoyu opted for a prolonged battle, initiating grassy terrain. The effect of grassy terrain in the game closely mirrored that in reality, with the sole distinction being its duration influenced by the user and its susceptibility to disruption. As Trico unleashed a surge of fierce grass-type energy, the ground transformed into a verdant expanse, pulsating with energy. Lycanroc, use Howl. At this moment, Wu Yaozu shed his seemingly affable demeanor, revealing a cunning strategy. Having battled Xiaoyu numerous times, he had anticipated Trico's immediate use of grassy terrain, thus commanding Lycanroc to utilize Howl to enhance its attack. Howl is a normal type status move that boosts the user's attack by one stage through a loud roar. With Lycanroc's Howl echoing, its attack power surged, making the already formidable creature even more terrifying. Lycanroc used Rock Smash. After enhancing its power, Wu Yaozu commanded Lycanroc to unleash Rock Smash. This rock-type physical move allows for rapid strikes against opponents, ensuring a priority attack. The choice of this move was deliberate. Firstly, it shares the priority status of moves like Quick Attack. Secondly, rock-type moves receive a same-type attack bonus, Stab, when used by a rock-type Pokémon like Lycanroc. And thirdly, the unique ability of Dusk Form Lycanroc, Keen Eye, amplifies contact move damage. Combining these factors, Rock Smash was undeniably the optimal choice. Encased in rock-type energy, Lycanroc charged towards Trico with astonishing speed, making it difficult for Trico to react. Trico, use Seed Bomb, Xiaoyu calmly commanded. If evasion was not an option, they would retaliate in the moment of contact. With a collision that sent Trico flying, the power of the rock-type move, combined with the enhanced attack from Howl and the Keen Eye ability, dealt a devastating blow to Trico. However, in the instant of contact, Trico managed to execute the evasive Seed Bomb attack. At this juncture, Trico employed the first method, as the second would have been utterly futile against Lycanroc. Chapter 35. The Clash of the Rockruff and the Trico 2 Rockruff. Unleash Rock Slide once more. With a decisive strike, Wu Yaozu urged Rockruff to execute the move again. He understood that he could not afford to prolong the battle with Trico. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous Trico would become due to the restorative effects of the Leech Seed. A swift resolution was imperative. Rockruff's form transformed into a radiant flash as it charged directly at Trico with remarkable speed. Trico employed Detect. Detect, a fighting-type defensive skill, completely neutralizes an opponent's attack, though its efficacy diminishes with consecutive use. Essentially, Detect functions similarly to Protect, offering a flawless shield against an incoming assault. However, only a select few Pokémon can learn Detect, granting it a slight advantage against sealing moves. Rockruff, enveloped in rock-type energy, collided with Trico, yet Trico successfully defended against the attack. Rockruff once more used Rock Slide. Wu Yaozu, feeling a tinge of impatience, sought to secure victory quickly. If Xiaoyu commanded Trico to use Detect again, the success rate would plummet to 1/3, a dismally low probability. Thus, it would be exceedingly challenging to consecutively deploy such defensive maneuvers. Attempting to use Detect a third time would nearly be impossible, as the success rate would further diminish to 1/3, translating to a mere 1/9 chance. Even if Trico activated Detect, there remained a 2/3 likelihood of it standing firm. And Wu Yaozu was willing to take that risk. Once again, Rockruff was shrouded in Rock-type energy, charging at Trico with renewed vigor. Trico defends swiftly. Swift defense is a unique fighting-type skill that can only counter priority attacks. It boasts two key advantages. It maintains its success rate upon repeated use, and it can shield allies. As Rockruff executed Rock Slide, it was met by the formidable fighting energy emanating from Trico, which flawlessly absorbed the assault. Frustrated, Rockruff let out a series of roars. Swift defense effectively countered Rock Slide, allowing Trico to thwart yet another of Rockruff's attempts. The Leech Seed and grassy terrain were still in effect, restoring Trico's vitality significantly and nearly negating the damage from the earlier Rock Slide. Wu Yaozu gritted his teeth in anger. Xiaoyu, you're incredibly cunning. When did Trico learn this skill? Guess, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Trico had only mastered swift defense a couple of days prior, and though not fully adept, it had not been put to the test until today, yielding surprisingly excellent results. Given that most Pokémon learn a variety of priority moves, such as Aqua Jet or Quick Attack, swift defense can indeed yield unexpected advantages when employed correctly. I wonder how long you can keep playing the turtle, Xiaoyu. Do you dare to confront me like a true competitor? Rockruff Fire Punch. Wu Yaozu, exasperated, opted for another skill since the priority moves had proven ineffective. Fire-type moves possess a natural advantage over Trico's Grass-type, even without stab, same-type attack bonus. Rockruff's Sharp Claw's ability could likely secure a swift victory if it landed a hit. Taunts won't work on me, Xiaoyu retorted, pondering how Trico could withstand the impending Fire Punch. The combination of type disadvantage and the Sharp Claw's ability posed a significant threat of a one-hit knockout. Xiaoyu considered two potential strategies. The first was to take a gamble. Trico possessed a Grass-type move called Grass Whistle, which lulls the opponent into slumber with a soothing melody. If successful, it could dramatically shift the tide of battle. However, like Supersonic, it was not guaranteed to hit and could easily be countered by sound-based moves like Howl or Roar. Grass Whistle, a Grass-type move that induces sleep by enchanting the opponent with a melodious tune. The second option was to have Trico use Worry Seed. This utility move is quite effective, as its sole effect is to alter the opponent's ability, converting it to insomnia. Worry Seed plants a seed of anxiety that prevents the target from falling asleep, altering its ability to insomnia. Originally, Rockruff's Fire Punch, augmented by the Sharp Claw's ability, had a high probability of knocking out Trico in one blow. However, if Worry Seed were employed to change Rockruff's ability from Sharp Claws to insomnia, the potency of the Fire Punch would be significantly diminished, enhancing Trico's chances of survival. What to choose? Time was of the essence, and Xiaoyu swiftly made a decision. This was merely a friendly match, not a life-or-death struggle. There was no need to gamble on uncertain odds. The essence of this practice was to hone skills and cultivate a robust tactical foundation. Even if Trico were to execute Grass Whistle and successfully put Rockruff to sleep, such a tactic may not yield results in an actual battle. Trico used Worry Seed as Rockruff lunged toward Trico, leaping into the air with claws imbued with fiery energy. Trico seized the opportunity and launched Worry Seed. Grass energy coursed through the air, swiftly altering Rockruff's ability from Sharp Claws to insomnia. Simultaneously, the Fire Punch struck Trico, igniting in a fierce blaze. Boom! Very well, as long as we can endure, there remains a chance. A smile spread across Xiaoyu's face. Chapter 36. The battle between the Rockruff and the forest lizard on the battlefield. Wu Yaozu grew increasingly agitated. He had anticipated that upon evolving from Rockruff into Lycanroc, he would dominate the match effortlessly. However, much to his dismay, he found himself in a precarious situation, unable to defeat the forest lizard. It was imperative to swiftly overcome the forest lizard. Although the absorption of vitality by the Leech Seed was slow, coupled with the grass terrain's restorative effects, Lycanroc's stamina had begun to wane after such a prolonged engagement. Lycanroc resolved this swiftly with Fire Punch. Once again, the fiery assault surged towards the forest lizard. Forest Lizard. Use Detect. commanded Xiaoyu with calm precision. The forest lizard had previously employed leech seed, effectively refreshing the success rate to detect to an assured 100%. A surge of fighting-type energy enveloped the forest lizard, placing it in a defensive stance. Despite the ferocity of Lycanroc's fire punch, it could not breach this protective state. Ah, how infuriating! This is utterly despicable. Wu Yaozu was on the brink of madness. How could there be such a defensive maneuver? Rapid defenses, grass terrain, and the vexatious leech seed. This was too much. This time, let us see what you can defend against. Fire punch. Wu Yaozu declared with bitter resolve, vowing vengeance today. He had secretly resolved that regardless of the cost, Lycanroc must learn the move taunt after this battle. Was it not true that transformation techniques were abundant? He would simply seal them off. Old tricks were all that these seasoned trainers resorted to. Was it not better to engage in straightforward, unadulterated combat? Yet unexpectedly, a faint white light enveloped the forest lizard's form. Is this evolution? Having resided in the secret realm, the forest lizard had been on the brink of evolution. After being captured by Xiaoyu, it had spent the past few days replenishing itself with grass-type and dragon-type energy, pushing it to the threshold of evolution, making this transformation entirely natural. Speaking of energy blocks, Xiaoyu's older brother, Xiaoluo, remained puzzled as to why Xiaoyu chose to nourish the grass-type lizard king with dragon-type energy blocks, deeming it somewhat wasteful. Xiaoyu, of course, could not divulge the truth. He could not simply reveal that the future lizard king could mega-evolve, transitioning from a grass type to a dual grass and dragon type. Lycanroc, cease your attack. Both Wu Yaozu and Xiaoyu were taken aback by this development. Despite their frequent verbal sparring, their relationship was one of mutual respect and camaraderie. In this critical moment, Wu Yaozu instinctively commanded Lycanroc to halt its assault, ensuring that the forest lizard's evolution remained uninterrupted. The white light enveloped the forest lizard, causing it to grow taller and more robust. As the light dissipated, the forest lizard had evolved into a massive form, its height and weight having increased severalfold. What a colossal forest lizard! Wu Yaozu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. This creature's size far surpassed that of an ordinary forest lizard, nearing that of a typical lizard king. Its potential was truly remarkable. It is well known that the most fundamental criterion for assessing a Pokémon's attributes is its size. The larger and more robust the Pokémon, the superior its physical capabilities. This often indicates a far higher potential than that of its peers, making it more likely to emerge as a leader within its species. Thus, the extraordinary stature of Xiaoyu's forest lizard indicated its exceptional prowess. Hey, Xiaoyu, what level of potential does this forest lizard possess? Wu Yaozu inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and envy. Xiaoyu's fortune was indeed remarkable, having captured such a powerful forest lizard just as the secret realm appeared. I haven't tested it, but it's probably around the champion level, Xiaoyu replied, displaying a semblance of modesty. He had not taken his Pokémon for testing, deeming it unnecessary, as such actions would only invite envy from others. The battle has yet to yield a victor. Wu Fatty, you can still concede. He cleverly redirected the conversation. Who would concede? My Lycanroc will surely prevail. Wu Yaozu retorted, incensed. The forest lizard, surveying its newly evolved form, emitted a proud cry, its gaze locked onto Lycanroc, brimming with determination. If the previous forest lizard had no means to confront Lycanroc head-on, the evolved forest lizard was now fully capable of engaging in a contest of strength. Let the battle continue. Come forth, Lycanroc, unleash Fire Punch. Wu Yaozu commanded. Forest lizard, use Giga Drain. Lycanroc launched its Fire Punch, a move effective against grass types. But this time Xiaoyu did not command the forest lizard to evade. Instead, he opted for Giga Drain in retaliation. The forest lizard, adept in special attack, channeled its energy, sending forth a needle of grass-type energy aimed at Lycanroc. Roar! Lycanroc howled and charged towards the forest lizard, its fire punch erupting in a brilliant blaze, instantly enveloping the forest lizard. Simultaneously, the needle of grass-type energy struck Lycanroc, voraciously siphoning its vitality. Boom! Following the direct collision, both combatants quickly distanced themselves. This clash was devoid of any tactical finesse, a pure test of strength. Both sustained considerable injuries, but it was evident that Lycanroc bore the brunt of the damage. Gasping for breath, Lycanroc found itself at a disadvantage for the first time in this encounter, and the tides of battle had decidedly shifted in Xiaoyu's favor. Wu Yaozu lamented this turn of events. He had indeed underestimated the situation and should not have rushed to secure victory. Had he opted to utilize the Howl technique to bolster his attack multiple times, he could have potentially concluded the battle sooner rather than allowing it to escalate to this point. Wu Fatty, it seems that today, victory is likely mine, Xiaoyu proclaimed with a smile, as the effects of the grass terrain gradually faded, yet it was of little consequence now. Lizard King, continue with Giga Drain. Lycanroc, Fire Punch. Chapter 37. Zhao Ruhan, Wu Yaozu, sat gloomily at the restaurant table, facing the cheerful Xiaoyu. All right, don't be upset. I did invite you to dinner, didn't I? Xiaoyu said with a smile. The recent battle concluded with the forest lizard triumphing over the rock wolf, showcasing the impressive potential of the wood gecko, which, after evolving into the forest lizard, began to shine with remarkable strength, rivaling that of the elite rock wolf. Naturally, Xiaoyu was overjoyed with this outcome. While Wu Yaozu simmered in frustration, despite holding a significant advantage, he still faced defeat. It felt akin to a cherished childhood friend being snatched away, leaving him deeply pained and distressed. Fortunately, Xiaoyu, in a moment of conscience, treated him to a lavish meal, which greatly improved his mood. Another steak, please, Wu Yaozu lamented, transforming his sorrow into a voracious appetite, determined to eat until he could no longer afford it. Go ahead and indulge. I can still cover this. Xiaoyu chuckled, knowing that their dinner expenses would only amount to a few thousand yuan, which he could manage. This was largely thanks to his parents covering all his Pokémon training expenses. Otherwise, Xiaoyu, with no income, would have been utterly impoverished. This situation instilled in him a sense of urgency. He needed to devise a way to earn money, as training Pokémon was indeed exorbitantly expensive. Soon, the two finished their dinner, and Wu Yaozu left the restaurant, his stomach distended and belching contentedly. Shall we game tonight? School starts tomorrow, and if we don't go now, we might miss the chance, Wu Yaozu suggested, eager to dive into gaming after spending recent days battling Xiaoyu and having little time online. Xiaoyu glanced at his portly friend. Surprisingly, despite his bulk, he had a pleasant face. Well, you are quite affluent, he teased. Get lost. I'm talking about relying on my good looks and talent, Wu Yaozu retorted indignantly. Though Wu Yaozu came from a relatively wealthy family, evidenced by his ownership of both a rock dog and a Charmander, rare Pokémon in a small city like Starlight City, he lacked confidence around girls due to his weight. He had never even held a girl's hand or experienced a first love. Yet, this did not deter his yearning for romance. You're so lewd, Xiaoyu remarked bluntly about his friend. How do you know the new girl is pretty before school even starts? She asked from a junior high section of Starlight No. 1 high school, the school beauty. She's stunning, Wu Yaozu replied, nearly drooling. Wu Yaozu, I must earnestly warn you, your thoughts are perilous. The freshmen are merely 15 years old, perhaps even younger. According to our laws, anyone under 15, Xiaoyu cautioned with a smile. Embarrassed, Xiaoyu, a soul aged over 40, found it challenging not to think in such terms, given the scarcity of pure love in his own time. What's it like to be pursued by a girl? Is it exhilarating? And are you still a virgin? Wu Yaozu asked, leering, which left Xiaoyu speechless. With striking good looks, standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, and fair skin, Xiaoyu had been the school's heartthrob since the start of high school, consistently ranking among the top 3 academically. This led many girls to pursue him, inciting envy in his friend Wu Yaozu. Wu Yaozu often lamented that girls were indeed visual creatures, only seeing Xiaoyu's attractive facade while overlooking his darker, more complex nature. Unlike me, though my looks may not match Xiaoyu's, my heart is noble and pure. Can a girl see through my facade of strength? Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Wu Yaozu felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strangle his friend for his arrogance. Why are you so insufferable? Do you really think that? That's my most genuine feeling. Sometimes, being too handsome feels like a curse. If it's a crime to be this handsome, I am utterly guilty, Xiaoyu sighed. Bah, unbeknownst to them, They had wandered into the battle square in the East City. It was merely 7 or 8 in the evening, the busiest time of night. Xiaoyu silently prayed not to be recognized, quickening his pace and keeping his head down to avoid drawing attention. Xiaoyu, why are you hiding your head? There are so many beautiful ladies here. Don't be so lewd, Wu Yaozu remarked, noticing his friend's sudden shyness. Is that Xiaoyu I hear? Where is he? Is he here to deceive us again? Hey, ISNT that Xiaoyu. It's been half a month since we last saw him. Has he returned to his old tricks? Standing at 190 centimeters, Xiaoyu was quite conspicuous in the crowd, quickly drawing attention and teasing remarks. His face flushed crimson, and he hastened his steps, feeling immense resentment towards Wu Yaozu for being so loud. Wu Yaozu was equally bewildered, unsure why his friend was so famous in this square. What on earth, Xiaoyu? What have you done to be recognized by everyone? He inquired. Let's talk. Let us move quickly, Xiaoyu said, his expression darkening as he quickened his pace. After finally escaping the square, the two arrived at a street lined with barbecue stalls. After their frantic dash, Wu Yaozu suddenly felt hungry. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab a few skewers? Wu Yaozu suggested. Let us do it, Xiaoyu replied. Wu Yaozu was about to head to the nearest barbecue stall when Xiaoyu abruptly stopped him. Let us go to that one over there. He pointed to a less popular stall nearby. Why? That one has no customers, while this one is bustling, so it must be tastier. I refused to, but when Wu Yaozu caught sight of the waitress's long, shapely legs, he quickly changed his tune. Let us go. ISNT, that our classmate. Zhao Ruhan, we must support her. Chapter 38. The Zhao siblings Zhao Ruhan gazed at Xiaoyu and Wu Yaozu with a mix of surprise and shyness. Yet she extended a warm greeting to them. A classmate of Xiaoyu and Wu Yaozu, Zhao Ruhan stood tall at 178 meters, surpassing many of the boys in height, and her academic performance was commendable, earning her the admiration of numerous male peers. Unlike many girls from Shishu province, she possessed a gentle demeanor, often blushing even when engaging in conversation, making her somewhat of an anomaly and drawing the attention of boys who delighted in teasing her to see her flustered reactions. Xiaoyu, however, found no amusement in provoking her, as he was not particularly close to Zhao Ruhan. Their only connection stemmed from a dance partnership during a class event, where only someone of Xiaoyu's 190-meter stature could match her height. It was said that Zhao Ruhan's family had faced financial difficulties, and in recent months, her father had fallen gravely ill, incurring substantial medical expenses. The school had previously organized a fundraiser, to which Xiaoyu contributed a modest sum of 1,000 yuan, a gesture of goodwill, albeit small. At the barbecue, Zhao Ruhan's brother, Zhao Ruoxuan, was busy grilling. Since their father's illness had cut off their family's income, the siblings had exhausted their savings on medical bills and resorted to running a barbecue stall during the summer vacation, allowing Zhao Ruhan to lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, their business had not thrived. Being a new stall, they lacked regular customers, and Zhao Ruoxuan's grilling skills were subpar compared to neighboring vendors. What would you like to eat? Zhao Ruhan cheerfully inquired, standing before them with a bright demeanor that made Wu Yaozu feel somewhat dwarfed. Her gaze fell upon Xiaoyu, who was quite popular at school. His towering height, striking looks, and consistently high grades made him a subject of admiration among girls. With a father who was the master of the Taoist temple in Xinguang City and an older brother who held a similar position in Honglian City, Xiaoyu had been the focal point of many discussions since the beginning of high school, though she rarely engaged in such conversations. Her previous experience dancing with Xiaoyu had slightly familiarized them, and she was pleasantly surprised to encounter him again, dressed in an apron, with denim jeans and slightly faded white shoes. Zhao Ruhan exuded an air of fresh elegance that belied her humble attire. What about you, fatty? What do you want to eat? Xiaoyu turned to Wu Yaozu, who replied, anything is fine. Then let's have 2 skewers of everything, both meat and vegetables. Xiaoyu decided, knowing they had just eaten but wanting to support Zhao Ruhan's family during their time of need. Oh no, you can't order so much. It will go to waste, Zhao Ruhan exclaimed, concerned about the quantity Xiaoyu had requested. Xiaoyu found her reaction amusing, as most vendors would hope for customers to order more. It's all right. Fatty can eat a lot, he teased, to which Wu Yaozu looked bewildered. Well, okay then, Zhao Ruhan acquiesced, heading off to select the skewers for them. Xiaoyu, I can't eat this much. Wu Yaozu whispered once Zhao Ruhan was out of earshot. I trust you, and consider it a charitable act. Zhao Ruhan's family is in a difficult situation. You should eat a bit more, Xia Yu encouraged. If we can't finish, we can take it home. That sounds reasonable, Wu Yaozu agreed. As they conversed, Zhao Ruoxuan's phone rang, and he answered it with a voice full of desperation. Yes, I'll deliver the money tomorrow, Dr. Li. Please, my father cannot be discharged. I beg you, think of something. We will definitely bring the money tomorrow. I assure you it won't be delayed. You can count on us. Hearing Zhao Ruoxuan's subdued tone, both Xia Yu and Wu Yaozu felt a pang of sympathy, especially Wu Yaozu, who, despite his lewdness, possessed a kind heart. Xia Yu, should we help them? He suggested. How? Xia Yu inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. By giving them money, Wu Yaozu proposed, his reasoning simplistic, since both he and Xia Yu came from affluent families. Why not just provide financial assistance to Zhao Ruhan? Xia Yu shook his head with a smile. But what happens after you give the money? What if her father's illness is incurable and requires long-term treatment? Can you afford to keep giving money? Moreover, if other classmates' families face hardships, do you plan to help them too? Xia Yu's perspective was far more long-term than Wu Yaozu's. He firmly believed that unless it involved close relatives or those who had significantly helped him, one should refrain from giving direct financial aid. He adhered to the principle that teaching someone to fish was far more beneficial than simply giving them fish, as handing out money could alter the nature of their relationship. If future financial needs arose, would he be obligated to provide assistance again? Refusing could lead to resentment, as they might forget past kindness, questioning why he helped once but not again. What do you suggest we do? Wu Yaozu asked, feeling deflated by the complexity of the situation. Well, think about it, Xia Yu replied, acknowledging that he had yet to devise a plan to assist Zhao Ruhan. However, he wanted to help a fellow student whom he admired for her diligence and academic excellence. She deserved the opportunity to attend university and reach a brighter future. As they spoke, the barbecue was served, and it became evident why their stall struggled for customers. The flavor was unremarkable, lacking any distinctiveness. How does it taste? Zhao Ruhan inquired with anticipation, serving as a dedicated attendant for their table, as they were currently her only patrons. Not bad, Wu Yaozu said, pretending to enjoy it to avoid hurting her feelings. Not great, Xia Yu candidly remarked. The flavor is lacking. It seems like a novice is grilling. Zhao Ruhan's heart sank at Xia Yu's words, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. My brother just started this business a few days ago, and he is still learning. Perhaps you could have your brother stand beside me and learn. I can teach you both, Xia Yu offered. Can you really grill? Wu Yaozu asked skeptically. Only one way to find out. Zhao, would you mind if I gave it a try? Xia Yu smiled. I need to discuss it with my brother, Zhao Ruhan replied softly. How much do you earn in a day? Xia Yu inquired. Our business is quite poor, but we can make around 700 to 800 yuan a day, Zhao Ruoxuan answered honestly. How much more do you need for your father's medical expenses? Xia Yu continued. 1,200 yuan. All right, I have an idea. Let me know if it works for you. I'll give you 1,200 yuan and take over the barbecue stall today. Regardless of the business outcome, I guarantee you'll receive that amount. However, if we earn more than that, I'll keep 90% of the profits and you'll assist me. How's that sound? Xia Yu proposed with a smile. Of course, that's fine. Come, I'll make space for you, Zhao Ruoxuan readily agreed, recognizing the opportunity. Great. Fatty, pay up. Chapter 39. Summer's barbecue. Xia Yu truly possesses the art of grilling. In his previous life during university, he was a restless spirit, engaging in various ventures with a few close friends, including setting up a street stall for barbecue, opening a milk tea shop, and running a board game CAF. It is safe to say he is well versed in both culinary delights and recreational activities. Although his grilling skills may not be top tier, they certainly surpass those of Zhao Ruoxuan, who is rather inept. However, Xia Yu currently lacks an opportunity to showcase his talents, as there are no other patrons aside from their group. Wu Pengzi, Zhao Ruhan, you two should attend to the guests. When customers arrive, you must be proactive, Xia Yu instructed, observing the clumsy duo before he couldn't help but step in himself. Watch and learn from me. As he stood beside the barbecue stall, he called out, Zhao Ruhan, come here and join me. Okay, Zhao Ruhan responded softly, approaching Xia Yu. Standing side by side, One at 6 feet tall and the other at 5'8", they formed a striking pair, a scene that captivated passersby in the street. Exclusive barbecue, a family tradition passed down through 3 generations, ensuring exceptional taste. Heirloom recipes and secret ingredients. Those who have tasted it all say it's delightful. Vegetable skewers are 2 yuan each, and meat skewers are 4 yuan each, guaranteed fresh, Xiaoyu proclaimed loudly. His enthusiastic pitch left Wu Pengzi and Zhao Ruhan in astonishment. This was the first time they had witnessed such a sight as Xiaoyu. Don't just stand there, Zhao Ruhan. You should learn to call out as well, Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at her. Right, Zhao Ruhan replied, attempting to mimic Xiaoyu's booming voice, though her tone was far less resonant. Never mind, Xiaoyu said, pressing his hand to his forehead. Zhao Ruhan, when guests arrive, you will be responsible for serving them and handling the accounts. Wu Pengzi, you take over. Understood. You go, Wu Yaozu exclaimed, his confidence bolstered by Xiaoyu's example, as he began to enthusiastically shout out the same line Xiaoyu had used. Before long, the barbecue stall welcomed its first group of customers, 3 young ladies. We'll take some of these. And also this, they said cheerfully while perusing the skewers. Here, a basket for you. Just place your selections inside. I recommend the bean curd skin and potatoes. As for the meat, the ribs and crispy bones are quite good, Xiaoyu warmly suggested. Really? Then we'll have 3 of each, the young ladies exclaimed, filling their basket with skewers before handing it to Xiaoyu. As he prepared the barbecue, Xiaoyu inquired, what level of spice do you prefer? Mild, medium, or extra hot? Mild, one of the young ladies replied. Very well. With the arrival of his first customers, Xiaoyu was eager to display his skills. Although it had been a while since he last cooked, barbecuing is relatively straightforward. It requires only a good grasp of timing and seasoning. Soon, the first batch of skewers was ready. Xiaoyu arranged them on a tray and personally delivered them to the young ladies. Here are your skewers, and as a little gesture, each of you gets a complimentary vegetable skewer. Though modest, it's a token of my appreciation. Such a sweet little brother. Thank you for your kindness. They responded, beaming. With the initiation provided by this first group of customers, business at the barbecue stall began to flourish. Barbecue tends to attract more patrons once the initial customers arrive. Many people have a habit of choosing busy places over those that are deserted. Gradually, the number of customers increased, and Xiaoyu found himself busier than ever. Xiaoyu, we're running low on drinks. Wu Pengzi shouted, busy cleaning and serving beverages. For him, this was a rare and enjoyable experience. Got it, Zhao Ge, hurry and restock. We need to find a solution, Xiaoyu instructed. Zhao Ruoxuan paused, momentarily surprised at being assigned a task, but seeing the thriving business, he quickly complied, hopping onto a tricycle to fetch more drinks. Zhao Ruhan, table 3's barbecue. Xiaoyu called out after grilling another round of skewers, urging her to serve the customers while they were still hot. Coming, Zhao Ruhan replied, sweat beading on her forehead. Yet, she felt fulfilled, knowing that with such good business, she could earn more money to cover her father's medical expenses. Table 6, time to settle the bill. Wu Pengzi shouted. Okay, Zhao Ruhan said, walking over with pen and paper to handle the transaction, as she watched the cash accumulate in her hands. A smile of happiness spread across her face. Boss, please pack up 4 skewers of lamb for us, a customer requested. Of course. Is that still medium spicy? Xiaoyu replied loudly. 2 mild, and 2 without chili. My wife and kids can't handle it that spicy, the customer responded. Absolutely. For those 2 skewers for the kids, I'll choose some with extra meat for you, and I'll throw in an extra serving of potato slices. Kids love those, Xiaoyu suggested. All right, thank you. You really know how to treat customers well. The customer's words caught both Zhao Ruhan and Xiaoyu by surprise. But Xiaoyu quickly reacted, calling out, Zhao Ruhan, why are you just standing there? Get on with the billing. Chapter 40. The U19 Pokémon tournament of the University Cup. The barbecue stall remained bustling until the clock struck 1 in the morning, when the flow of customers finally began to dwindle. Seizing the opportunity of a quieter moment, Xiaoyu encouraged Zhao Ruoxuan, who had been studying all night, to try his hand at grilling. After all, Xiaoyu had little time to devote to selling barbecue. Today was merely a temporary gig. In his heart, he believed that becoming a trainer was the true path to success. The earnings from a night of selling barbecue were negligible. Even if he were to venture into the Flame's secret realm to seek out Pokémon eggs for resale, he would earn far more in a fraction of the time. Have we calculated tonight's revenue? Xiaoyu inquired. Yes, the total is 632 yuan, Zhao Ruhan replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The profit margin is about 70, which amounts to 6,042. 4 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu suggested, according to our agreement, I will take 90. You can have a little extra. You take 1,000, and I will take 5,000. Does that sound reasonable? With a smile, Xiaoyu added that the sum of 5,000 was inconsequential to him. It was merely a pittance. He was curious to see how the Zhao siblings would respond to such a windfall. To his surprise, Zhao Ruhan promptly counted out 440 yuan and handed it to Xiaoyu, retaining only the costs and a tenth of the profit. We agreed on a specific amount, and that is what it shall be. Without you, we would not have earned this much. Standing nearby, Zhao Ruoxuan's eyes brimmed with emotion. Yet he refrained from protesting his sister's decision. Even in poverty, one must uphold the fundamental virtue of honesty, and he did not wish for his sister to lose face before her peers. Nevertheless, he inwardly chastised Zhao Ruhan for her apparent foolishness. After all, they were being offered only 5,000, yet she insisted on giving him 440. Are you certain? Xiaoyu chuckled. Your father needs the money urgently, so take it. No, Zhao Ruhan replied firmly, her teeth clenched. What is agreed upon is what it is. Very well, I shall accept it. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out, Xiaoyu said with a grin, passing the money to the rotund Wu. Let us go, it's getting late. Zhao Ruhan. We shall see each other at school tomorrow. Okay, Zhao Ruhan replied softly. Once Xiaoyu and Wu had walked away, Zhao Ruoxuan asked, Who are those two? They seem quite affluent. They are my classmates, Xiaoyu and Wu Yaozu. Zhao Ruhan quietly explained their backgrounds. After absorbing the information, Zhao Ruoxuan began to tidy up the tables and chairs while commenting, I don't like that Xiaoyu. He gives off a bad vibe. Did you see how? In just a few hours of grilling, so many girls were asking for his contact information. He is quite a nice person. Brother, what are you thinking? Xiaoyu has never been in a relationship. He is not the kind of person you imagine. Zhao Ruhan defended him softly. I don't care, just avoid him. As your brother, it is my duty to look out for you, he retorted. Upon returning home, it was already 2 in the morning, and Xiaoyu promptly fell into a deep slumber. He arose at 6 o'clock the next morning, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Morning exercise was essential. The growth of Pokémon is not achieved in a day. Only through consistent training can their potential be unlocked. Despite his fatigue, Xiaoyu persisted, setting training tasks for his Pokémon, the Wobbuffet and the Forest Lizard. After 2 hours of exercise, he finally paused. This was a process of perseverance. Regardless of the weather, Xiaoyu would not relent. In contrast, Wu was in a considerably better state, having enjoyed a full 7 hours of sleep until 9 o'clock. The two arrived at school around 9:50, just 10 minutes shy of the start of registration. The classroom was nearly filled with students. Xiaoyu, Wu, you're a bit late. Did you capture any new Pokémon over the summer? How did you spend your vacation? I was nearly bored to death, a classmate exclaimed. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom. In his 40s, he was bald with a round face and a warm, welcoming smile. His thick glasses lent him an air of scholarly wisdom. Although Mr. Zhang appeared unassuming, he possessed a wealth of teaching experience. After quickly taking attendance, he seamlessly transitioned into the rigorous academic life of the senior year. Silence, everyone. Let's address a matter of great concern, Mr. Zhang stated, surveying the students from the podium. Taking a leisurely sip of tea, he continued, the topic of special admissions and extra points is likely on everyone's mind. The policies for this year remain unchanged from last year. The provincial capital of Shishu will host the University Cup U19 Pokémon tournament in 6 months, exclusively for third-year students aged 19 and under. The U19 Pokémon tournament is an official event aimed at selecting genuine trainer talent. To ensure fairness, 2 restrictions have been implemented. Participants must be current third-year students and not exceed the age limit of 19. This prevents students who have repeated years from participating. The tournament is organized by provinces and is divided into preliminary rounds, heats, and the main event culminating in the finals. The preliminary rounds are conducted in collaboration with local Pokémon associations and gyms. The top 4 contestants from these heats will advance to the provincial finals, and the top 2 from the provincial finals will represent Shishu Province at the national championship. Every year, the U19 Pokémon tournament garners immense attention throughout Huagua, as it significantly impacts the futures of many students. Moreover, once the main event begins, viewership ratings soar, making it a beloved spectacle among audiences nationwide, consistently ranking among the top 3 in terms of ratings. As the news settled in, murmurs of conversation spread among the students. Such a grand tournament, however, had little bearing on most, as competing against so many from across the province made securing a good rank or even a direct admission to university nearly impossible for students from Xinguang City. Typically, only a few from Xinguang City would earn extra points. Regarding the preliminary rounds in Xinguang City, those interested in signing up may do so with me. Here is the registration form. Feel free to take one if you wish to participate, Mr. Zhang announced. The requirements are straightforward. You must have 2 Pokémon that you have trained yourself, registered with the Pokémon Association. Using Pokémon provided by your parents is strictly prohibited. It is advisable to prepare 3 Pokémon, as all matches in the main event will be formatted as 3v3. Xiaoyu, while somewhat indifferent to the tournament, found the allure of extra points irresistible. His grades did not guarantee admission to his dream university, but with the possibility of additional points, his chances would significantly improve. Ding! Task triggered. U19 Pokémon Tournament Task Reward. Rewards based on final ranking. Immensely generous. Failure penalty. None. Chapter 41. Preparing for the U19 College Cup, the sudden emergence of a task left Xiaoyu untroubled. With the system's tendencies, the reward for such tasks are typically substantial. He must participate in the competition and strive for an impressive ranking. However, time is exceedingly tight, with only 6 months remaining until the event, leaving him with scant opportunity to prepare. It is noteworthy that many individuals have been nurturing their Pokémon since childhood, and their initial Pokémon may have already attained the strength of a Lord or even a Monarch. Beyond the elite level lies the Lord level, and it is nearly impossible for his forest lizard to reach such heights with mere routine training in this limited time frame. The minimum requirement for the task is to reach the semi-finals of the preliminary rounds, specifically the top 4 in Starlight City. This challenge is not particularly daunting, as Starlight City ranks among the least competitive of the 18 cities in the Shishu province, and the battle prowess of the younger generation is generally lacking. Last year's semi-finalists primarily showcased average strengths at the elite and quasi-lord levels. As long as Xiaoyu's forest lizard can break through to the elite level, its near-champion potential provides a significant chance of securing a top 4 finish. Yet, the semi-finals are not Xiaoyu's ultimate objective. He aims to penetrate the top 2 in the finals. This significantly escalates the difficulty, as the top 2 competitors in Shishu province over the past 5 years have consistently wielded Lord-level Pokémon, with occasional appearances from those of Monarch-level strength. Even if his Woobat and Forest Lizard possess extraordinary potential, they must at least attain the Lord level to contend. The Lord level is a necessity. Xiaoyu spent the entire afternoon contemplating the competition, his study efficiency waning considerably, and by the time school ended, he had yet to devise a viable solution. "Won't you attend evening classes?" Xiaoyu inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yes, I need to help my brother with the stall," Zhao Ruhan replied. "The evening is prime time for barbecuing, and Zhao Ruoxuan cannot manage alone. Hiring someone would be an extravagant expense." Upon hearing Zhao Ruhan's words, Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, and he asked, "Which university do you plan to apply to, and what major?" "My first choice is definitely the Imperial Capital University, majoring in Pokémon cultivation or care," she responded. Discussing her future allowed Zhao Ruhan to momentarily escape her family's troubles, her eyes sparkling with hope. Her academic performance is commendable, similar to Xiaoyu's, making admission to the Imperial Capital University a possibility. Can you really manage to attend the Imperial Capital University if you're working at the stall every day? Xiaoyu remarked bluntly. Despite Zhao Ruhan's good grades, working late into the night would undoubtedly hinder her studies, affecting both her rest and her performance in class the following day. "I will do my best," Zhao Ruhan replied, a hint of disappointment on her face, yet more resolute. Quietly adding, and thank you for yesterday. Just a small favor. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. He believed that with Zhao Ruhan's capabilities, she had every opportunity to excel academically, and it would be a shame to let familial burdens hold her back. He couldn't help but ask, how much more do you need for your father's medical expenses? And not much, Zhao Ruhan stammered, seemingly reluctant to discuss it. Just tell me, Xiaoyu pressed, his voice rising, startling Zhao Ruhan. The doctor said the surgery will cost 300,000. She replied softly, burying her head in her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. For many families, 300,000 is not an insurmountable sum. With some effort, it could be gathered. Yet for a family like Zhao Ruhan's, it represents a substantial financial burden. All right, I understand, Xiaoyu acknowledged, saying nothing more as he departed with Wu Pongzi. Upon returning home, Xiaoyu found that the family's housekeeper had already prepared dinner. His older brother lounged on the sofa, idly passing time. Since resigning from his position as the master of the Honglian City Gym, he had become somewhat of a recluse, engaging in little other than training Pokémon. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu began, I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Summer Yong, in good spirits lately, responded. The development of the secret realm was proceeding smoothly, expected to be completed and operational within 2 months, promising a continuous stream of income. Given that the Xia family holds a 20% stake in the Flame Secret Realm, their annual earnings would be astonishing. I wish to register for this year's U19 Pokémon tournament, Xiaoyu declared. Participating is a good thing. Consider it experience for the gym master ranking battles. Summer Yong supported without hesitation. Xiaoyu continued, Dad, I aim to reach the top 4 in the preliminaries, or even the top 2 in the finals. Upon hearing this, Summer Yong's smile faltered, and after a brief pause, he responded, What ambition? Your father supports you. Though he said this, he did not genuinely believe his son could achieve a top 2 finish in the finals. The U19 College Cup had been held for nearly 30 years, and only one competitor from Starlight City had ever reached the finals top 2, and that was 2 decades ago. In 20 years, Starlight City had not produced a finalist. Had it not been his own son, Summer Yong might have dismissed the notion as mere folly. Lin Xuemei shot a disapproving glance at Summer Yong before turning to Xiaoyu, saying, Your mother supports you. Young people should be ambitious. Don't be like your father, who always ranks last in gym battles and still has the audacity to show his face. I suffer from the shortcomings of my type. If I were a dragon-type gym master, you would see how well I could perform. I currently have 2 Pokémon, Woobat at ordinary level and Forest Lizard at rare level. If I continue training them in this manner, there is absolutely no chance of elevating their strength to the Lord level. A top 2 finish would be utterly unattainable. So I intend to participate in special training or embark on a journey for 6 months to elevate my Pokémon to the Lord level. Absolutely not. Lin Xuemei rejected her son's proposal outright. You cannot venture out on your own. It is far too dangerous. Summer Yong concurred. Going out for training is out of the question. Many individuals are eyeing our stakes in the secret realm, and you cannot afford to risk going out alone. Chapter 42. Brother's heartfelt conversation. Xia Yong furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xiaoyu. Emerging from the preliminary rounds of the College Cup was not particularly challenging, especially in a small city like Xinguang, where it was considerably easier than in larger urban centers. In fact, many students had transferred from big cities to small ones just to secure a spot in the main event. However, in recent years, the Pokémon Association had implemented new regulations restricting participation to students' registered locations, which effectively curtailed this trend. The initial rounds were relatively straightforward, but advancing to the provincial finals was a daunting task, particularly for Xiaoyu. If you're truly determined, we will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly, Xia Yong stated earnestly. Once you qualify for the main event, you will need 3 Pokémon. You currently possess only 2. Your Woobat, a flying and dragon type, is vulnerable to ice, dragon, fairy, and rock types. Meanwhile, your grass-type Forest Lizard is weak against flying, bug, poison, fire, and ice types. Both of your Pokémon are susceptible to ice attacks. And should you encounter an Alolan Sandslash with ice and steel attributes during a snowstorm, you would find yourself at a significant disadvantage. Xiaoyu hesitated. The choice of a third Pokémon was indeed a pressing concern, but he faced restrictions on his mission, which required him to capture a Dragon-type Pokémon as his third. If he failed to encounter a Dragon-type of elite quality, he would have to make a difficult decision, ultimately sacrificing one of his objectives. The ideal scenario would be to capture a Fire Dragon-type Pokémon. In this regard, Charizard seemed most fitting, as it possessed fire attributes that countered both ice and steel types, and its Mega Evolution introduced dragon attributes without conflicting with Xiaoyu's mission. Naturally, the Fire Dragon type, Blaze Greymon, and Res Hiram were also suitable options. Beyond Fire and Dragon types, Fighting and Dragon types were another commendable selection, but it appeared that only the Semi-Divine Mega Rayquaza fit this category, which presented significant challenges and was thus not a viable consideration at present. After weighing his options, it seems Xiaoyu could only choose between Blaze Greymon and Charizard. If you truly wish to compete, you must expedite the acquisition of your third Pokémon and ensure it hatches promptly, lest you miss out on this semester's intensive training, Xiaoyu advised. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Xiao Luo and said, Xiao Luo, don't you have a selection slot remaining? You could give it to your brother and choose a quality fire chick, fire monkey, or Tepig for him. All three will eventually evolve into fire and fighting types, making them quite suitable for Xiaoyu. Why complicate things? Xiao Luo shrugged nonchalantly. The last time we visited the Flame's secret realm, we didn't find any suitable candidates among those three. Since you've already chosen 2 fire types, why not just give him that Fire Dragon egg? It hasn't hatched yet, and ISNT registered with the Pokémon Association. Upon hearing his brother's words, Xiaoyu felt a stir in his heart, immediately recalling the shiny Fire Dragon, an exceptional Fire Dragon. However, he quickly dismissed the thought of taking advantage of his brother, especially since Xiao Luo had recently faced considerable setbacks and needed powerful Pokémon to bolster his team. Furthermore, should Xiao Luo witness the performance and demeanor of that Fire Dragon in the future, it could sow discord between the brothers if he felt that Xiaoyu had taken something from him. Xiaoyu cherished his familial bonds, so he firmly declined his brother's suggestion. No need, brother. Please keep that final slot for yourself. I will select my own Pokémon. Those 2 eggs were specifically chosen for you. Hey, Xiaoyu, Xiao Luo called out. I remember that Fire Dragon egg was the one you picked out at first glance and insisted I select. Why don't you want it now? Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at his brother, saying, You have no idea how much mental struggle I went through to turn you down. I just don't want you to regret it later. Is it really that dramatic? Xiao Luo replied skeptically. From my perspective, having semi-king level quality would be impressive enough. Semi-king level? Who do you look down upon, brother? What if I told you that Fire Dragon egg possesses king level potential? Xiaoyu said, looking at his brother with earnestness. Devoid of jest, can you truly discern that? Xiao Luo, already half convinced, acknowledged his brother's talent for assessing Pokémon qualities. Xiaoyu hesitated but chose to conceal his gift. His system was his greatest secret. He would utilize its abilities to assist his family, but would not divulge the extent of his powers. I can't be certain, but I can make an educated guess. First, the eggs stored in the collection room are of commendable quality, as both parents are formidable Pokémon. Additionally, the shell of that egg is slightly yellow, gleaming more than a typical Fire Dragon egg. Many would attribute this to an abundance of fire energy, but I suspect it actually contains a shiny Fire Dragon, which explains the phenomenon. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's reasoning, Xiao Luo, Xiaoyong, and Lin Xueme exchanged astonished glances. Xiaoyong, particularly surprised, asked, Are you certain? You can tell from the shell that it's shiny? Nothing in this world is guaranteed, but it's highly probable. A shiny Fire Dragon will undeniably possess exceptional quality, and I believe it's likely reached king level, which is why I urged brother to choose that egg, Xiaoyu articulated. If that is the case, Xiaoyu, that egg should undoubtedly be yours. Xiao Luo contemplated for a moment, a resolute glimmer in his eyes, filled with hope for his brother. Brother, please don't rush to refuse. Xiao Luo interrupted Xiaoyu, locking eyes with him, his expression serious. The U19 Pokémon League of the College Cup is the most significant competition, one that a person can only participate in once in a lifetime. Securing a top 2 position in Shishu province would greatly benefit both your future development and the Xia family. But, brother, listen to me, Xiaoyu. I have stepped down as the gym leader, and to regain that title, I must wait until the next gym leader ranking competition, which is 3 years away. 3 years is a long time, giving me ample opportunity to prepare without haste, but you are different. There are only 6 months until the College Cup begins. A king-level fire dragon would greatly assist you, and with proper training, it could potentially reach lord-level strength by the time the cup commences. Moreover, I have observed your forest lizard in recent days. It is sizable and possesses outstanding qualities, likely at least semi-king level or even king level. With the combination of that forest lizard and the fire dragon, your chances of making it into the top 2 of the main event would be significantly enhanced. Thus, with a determined glint in his eyes, Xiao Luo expressed his willingness to make sacrifices for his brother's future. Brother, Xiao Yu felt touched. The more Xiao Luo selflessly cared for him, the more he felt undeserving of such kindness. What if that fire dragon's potential surpasses king level and reaches quasi-champion or even champion level? That's improbable. You should understand how rare quasi-champion level Pokémon are. If its potential truly is that exceptional, then that would be even better. A radiant smile illuminated Charlotte's face. This way, my younger brother can become the first champion-level trainer in our family. Don't worry, little brother. You need not fret about any regrets I might have. Regardless of how exceptional that little Charmander's potential may be, I will only feel joy for you. Remember, I am your brother, and I will forever take pride in you. Right, Mom? Dad? Xia Yong maintained a stern expression, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight upward curve. You little rascal, finally beginning to understand. Lin Xuemei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What Xiao Luo said is true. You Xiao Yu will always be my pride. Chapter 43. Memories of the Lin family in the stillness of the night. The conversation among the Xia family continued. Xiao Luo resolutely decided to give the shimmering little fire dragon's Pokémon egg to Xia Yu, recognizing the significance of the upcoming College Cup in 6 months for his family member. Naturally, he unconditionally pledged his full support, seeing Xia Yu's unwavering determination. Xiao Luo nodded without hesitation. The 3 Pokémon have already been confirmed. During these 6 months, Xiao Yu must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible. Tomorrow, you need to request leave from school to prepare rigorously for the competition. I must clarify that venturing out alone for training in this period is not feasible. I will find a way to see if I can secure a training class or find a secret realm for concentrated training. As Xia Yong spoke, he lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he contemplated the training classes. Do you have any particular places in mind? In a small city like Xinguang, the training classes are limited in quality. At the very least, one must go to Tian City. Every year around this time, numerous intensive training classes for the College Cup emerge. Some possess genuine strength, while others merely exploit the guise of training to swindle money. I wish to attend the Dragon-type Secret Realm training. Xiao Yu spoke up, as he had 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, making such training the most suitable choice. In Huahua, there are only 2 Dragon-type Secret Realms, one located in the capital and the other in Chang'an City. The fees for training at these secret realms are exorbitantly high, making them incredibly coveted. The key is that the slots are limited. Typically, each secret realm offers only 30 spots for College Cup training classes each year, with registration fees soaring to the millions. Moreover, the secret realms also verify the qualifications of the Pokémon of the registrants. Otherwise, allowing subpar Pokémon could tarnish the reputation of the secret realm. All right, Dad. Xiao Luo, you should also get some rest. As someone about to marry, it would be considerate of you to ease my worries a little. Understood, Dad. Once both sons retreated to their rooms, the couple fell into silence. After a considerable 10 minutes, Xia Yong finally spoke. Xuemei old Xia. No need to say more, I understand. Lin Xuemei, seated in her chair, wore a complex expression. Let Xia Yu go to the capital. I'll call my father. Xuemei, how about we spend some money to send Xia Yu to the secret realm in Chang'an City? Xia Yong embraced Lin Xuemei with deep affection, feeling immense sympathy. We won't go to the capital's secret realm. I'm too weary to deal with your father and his disdain. It's all right. So many years have passed. Lin Xuemei leaned against Xia Yong's embrace, softly saying, I no longer harbor any resentment towards them. The last time I saw him, he had aged significantly. Now, After so many years, he is over 70. When Lin Shui Mei was 25, she had just graduated from Shisha University with a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree. Upon graduation, she met the impoverished Xia Yong, and he fell in love with her at first sight. Thus began his fervent pursuit of her. As the saying goes, a strong woman fears the affections of man. How could the refined Lin Shui Mei withstand such fervor? Coupled with Xia Yong's youthful good looks, it wasn't long before she fell deeply in love with him, leading to discussions of marriage. However, Lin Shui Mei's father disapproved of Xia Yong, deeming him uneducated and lacking a family background, and firmly opposed their union. Yet, Lin Shui Mei was resolute. Once she set her mind to something, no one could sway her. Otherwise, she would have fallen for a poor boy like Xia Yong. Lin Shui Mei was equally headstrong and stubborn. She left home and married Xia Yong in Xinguang City, where they eventually had children. Later, Xia Yong became the owner of a venue, and Lin Shui Mei became a doctor at a Pokémon hospital. This situation persisted until a few years ago when Lin Shui Mei received a call from her elder brother, informing her of their mother's poor health. She hurriedly took their 2 sons to the capital to visit, which helped ease the family's strained relations. Therefore, Xia Yong felt a mix of emotions upon hearing Lin Shui Mei's willingness to contact her father regarding their youngest son. Shui Mei, when you speak with your father later, tell him I am willing to offer 1% of the Grassbug Secret Realm shares. Xia Yong firmly declared, I cannot allow your future father-in-law to underestimate you. Old Xia, you truly need not. Lin Shui Mei was deeply touched by Xia Yong's words. Xia Yong chuckled, reassuring her, don't worry, I have it all figured out. This 1% share is not for your father, but for Xia Yu. I've already planned it. After we are gone, all of this will belong to Xia Yu and Xia Luo. For the shares of the Grassbug Secret Realm, the 2 brothers will each receive 1%. Xia Luo is rather reckless. It's just as well he is about to marry that girl, so it's time for him to settle down. Aside from the Grassbug Secret Realm, he will inherit our estate in Xinguang City. Old Xia, after all this time, are you calculating your father-in-law's worth? Lin Shui Mei feigned anger. Wife, I'm merely helping you regain your dignity. Xia Yong sighed, reflecting, Shui Mei, I have long understood your father. If I had a daughter as beautiful as you, and one day she suddenly said she wanted to marry a poor boy, I would likely break that boy's legs. Besides, what difference is there between me and your father now? Your father arranges your marriage, while I am arranging for Xia Yu. How can you still say that? Lin Shui Mei poked Xia Yong's forehead, saying, now you realize how much I sacrificed to marry you. Just make sure not to anger me in the future. Understood. Therefore, I declare that the most fortunate event of my life is marrying such an exceptional wife as you. Chapter 44, a long-awaited phone call at 8 o'clock in the evening. In the capital city, the Lin residence. Ding ding. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted old Madame Qin. She picked up her mobile device, glancing at the caller ID that read youngest daughter. Stealing a quick look at old man Lin beside her, she retreated into an empty room and pressed the answer key. Hello, is it Shui Mei? Mom. Hearing her mother's voice on the other end, Lin Shui Mei, who was in her 50s, felt a rush of emotion. How have you been feeling lately? Much better, thank you. I'm eating well and sleeping soundly. Old Madame Qin beamed at her daughter's voice, engaging in casual conversation. Shui Mei, how have you been? I'm doing quite well, Mom. Lin Shui Mei took a moment to compose herself, gently chatting with her long-absent mother. You must take care of your health and rest more. Now that you're retired, you shouldn't burden yourself with so many worries. Enjoy your well-deserved peace. You know me, I can't sit still. Old Madame Qin chuckled, affectionately patting old man Lin's head while conversing with her daughter. The two spoke for over 10 minutes, reminiscing about Lin Shui Mei's childhood mishaps and discussing the Xia Luo brothers, their conversation seemingly endless after such a long separation. Mom. Hearing her mother's voice made Lin Shui Mei's tears flow freely. At that moment, she no longer harbored resentment towards old man Lin. After years of motherhood, she understood her father's past decisions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her children to visit him annually. However, both she and old man Lin were stubborn in nature, unwilling to concede or admit fault, resulting in a prolonged stalemate in their relationship. Yet, old man Lin was aging, nearing 80, and the once towering figure was now stooped. continuing to resist each other had become meaningless. Mom, I want to let you know that in a few days, I'll be bringing Xiao Yu to the capital. Ling Shu Mai spoke softly, as if sensing the joy of his owner. Old Man Lin affectionately nudged old Madam Qin's hand. Really, I'm not lying. Mom, please put the call on speaker. I'd like to say a few words to Dad. Xuan Mei, your father is quite stubborn, you. Don't worry, I understand the boundaries, Mom. I won't argue with him. Old Madam Qin, holding the phone unsteadily, approached Old Man Lin, who was reading the newspaper, his once handsome features now softened by age. He looked up at her and inquired, "Who called? Why are you laughing so happily?" "It's your youngest daughter. She wants to speak with you." I put it on speaker. Upon hearing it was his youngest daughter, Old Man Lin's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly masked his emotions, adopting a serious demeanor. However, after decades of marriage, old Madam Qin could easily discern his nervousness. This was the first phone call between father and daughter in many years. "Hello." Lin Shui Mei's voice came through the line, sending a tremor through Old Man Lin's heart. "It's me." He tried to steady his voice, but at over 70, it was laden with age and roughness. Initially hesitant to call him Dad, upon hearing the weariness in his voice, Lin Shui Mei couldn't help but feel a sting in her eyes as she softly uttered, "Dad." Silence enveloped the call for several seconds before Lin Shui Mei continued. "I plan to bring Xiao Yu to the capital in a couple of days to visit you both." "What is the purpose of your visit?" While old Madam Qin was concerned about Lin Shui Mei's living arrangements, Old Man Lin was more focused on the reason behind her visit. Though he claimed to avoid contact, he often discreetly inquired about his youngest daughter's affairs. Xiao Yu is in his third year of high school and will soon participate in the U19 Pokémon League. "I wanted to train in the Dragon's Secret Realm for half a year," Lin Shui Mei explained. "Isn't Xiao Yu aspiring to be a researcher? He hasn't even captured a single Pokémon yet?" Old Madam Qin interjected, feeling a sense of guilt for her grandchildren who had been distant, showing more concern for them than for her biological grandchildren. She remembered how, during the new year, Xiao Yu had not captured a single Pokémon, yet now he was preparing for a league. Yes, he recently began capturing Pokémon and has managed to catch 3 so far. Lin Shui Mei replied. At this point, Old Man Lin spoke up. "When will you arrive?" Listening to his voice, Lin Shui Mei responded softly, "It will probably be in 2 days. Xiao Yu's third Pokémon is still hatching in the Flame's secret realm in Sichuan province. We must wait for it to hatch before coming." "Which 3 Pokémon?" Old Man Lin asked, already considering preparations for their arrival. Despite his serious tone, genuine concern evident in his words. "Zubat, Trico, and Charmander." "Understood." As the conversation reached this point, a sudden silence enveloped the call, lingering for a moment until Lin Shui Mei broke the quiet. "Dad, Xia Yong has something he needs your help with." "Speak." Upon hearing the name of his son-in-law, Old Man Lin's demeanor soured. He had taken his daughter away for so many years, and if not for his daughter, he would have preferred to ignore him altogether. "I've already agreed on your behalf." Before Old Man Lin could respond, Old Madam Qin interjected, "He wants to be involved in this matter. I will handle it." "But Xiao Yu is still in high school. He should at least wait until he is in college before discussing engagement." "It's all right, Mom. It's just a casual mention. There's no rush. Just keep it in mind." Lin Shui Mei's tone softened. "Dad, Mom, I'll hang up now. Please take care of yourselves and rest well. I will come to see you in a few days." All right. Chapter 45. Enemies on a narrow path 2 days later. Xiao Yu requested a 6-month leave from school. Simultaneously, Jiang Qinglan from the Flame's secret realm called to inform that the eggs of the Dharma baboon and the Charmander were expected to hatch within a day. If they wished to witness the birth of these 2 Pokémon firsthand, Xiao Luo and Xia Yu had to hasten to the Flame's secret realm without delay. Naturally, the 2 set off immediately. Due to the previous incident, they, along with Lin Mu, opted for the safer choice of taking a high-speed train instead of flying Pokémon. After approximately an hour, the trio arrived in Tiandu City and then switched to a car that took them to the Flame's secret realm. Upon their arrival, Jiang Qinglan was already elegantly waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore exquisite makeup, and her hair was styled in lovely waves, clearly having put in significant effort into her appearance. Spotting Xia Yu and the others from a distance, she waved enthusiastically. "Sister, let us help you with your luggage." Xia Yu offered. Jiang Qinglan approached them with a bright smile, greeting Lin Mu first. The affectionate address of sister brought a beaming smile to Lin Mu's face. She then called upon the staff on duty to assist with their luggage. Your rooms are ready, 3 in total. The staff will take care of your belongings, so you needn't worry. Let me show you the Pokémon eggs first. My, what a sweet girl you are. I am much older than you. Please call me Aunt Lin. What is your name? Lin Xuemei replied with a warm smile. Aunt Lin, are you their mother? I thought you were their sister. You look far too young. I will call you Lin Jie instead. Jiang Qinglan flashed a charming smile, engaging in friendly conversation with Lin Xuemei on their way to the hatching room. Lin Jie, what skincare products do you use? You look so youthful. Xia Yu and Xia Luo exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter as they walked ahead, whispering to each other. Brother, you still have 1 spot available. Should I help you choose again? Sure, it's been half a month since our last visit. I wonder if there are any new Pokémon eggs in the Flame's secret realm. Upon reaching the hatching room, Xia Yu noticed that most of the previous Pokémon had been replaced. Among them were several with near champion-level potential, yet none with champion-level quality. It seemed their previous luck in acquiring the Dharma Baboon's egg was a rare stroke of fortune. These 2 eggs are yours, Jiang Qinglan announced. They are expected to hatch at any moment. Both eggs possess excellent quality, absorbing far more energy liquid than typical Pokémon. Our supervisor remarked that hatching these 2 eggs is quite a loss-making venture. The Dharma Baboon's egg has been infused entirely with fire-type energy liquid as per your request, and it has absorbed it well. The Charmander's egg, according to your specifications, has a mixed energy liquid in a ratio of 2:1, 1 for fire, flying, and dragon types, which was subsequently adjusted to a final ratio of 3:5. It was evident that they had also entrusted the egg of the Cardigan dog to the Flame's secret realm, both parties having selected their eggs simultaneously for hatching, ensuring they would emerge around the same time. Compared to the last encounter, Zhao Shan and Zhao Zheng were considerably more subdued. Upon seeing Xia Luo and Xia Yu, their expressions froze, and a flicker of resentment crossed Zhao Shan's eyes. Clenching his fists, the anger within him drove his nails into his flesh. Ever since Wei Yeqin's late-night visit to the Zhao family, Zhao Shan had faced a severe reprimand from the family head, Zhao Xuesong, resulting in a 6-month suspension of his allowance, receiving only the bare minimum for living expenses. He was ordered to reflect on his actions and refrain from causing trouble, especially not to provoke the Xia family, who had attracted the attention of a champion-level powerhouse. Zhao Xuesong was genuinely intimidated by Wei Yeqin's prowess. Facing the 4 champions in the southwest region paled in comparison to the pressure he felt from Wei Yeqin. Initially, Zhao Shan complied, remaining at home and avoiding trouble while tending to minor matters, but as his allowance was cut off, he found it increasingly unbearable, leading to a burgeoning resentment towards Xia Luo. If it weren't for Xia Luo, he wouldn't have faced such consequences. All his misfortunes were attributed to him. Though he dared not create a scene within the confines of the Flame's secret realm, he felt emboldened to taunt Xia Luo. Aren't these the 2 young masters of the Xia family? The eggs you selected last time are about to hatch. Let me see what Pokémon you chose and how remarkable their qualities are, Zhao Shan remarked with a mocking tone. Lin Mu frowned at Zhao Shan's words, while Jiang Qinglan quietly informed her of their identities and prior encounters. Hearing Xia Luo mention Wei Yeqin only fueled Zhao Shan's animosity. Yet he dared not provoke Xia Luo further, opting instead to feign camaraderie with Zhao Zheng while discussing the Pokémon eggs. The Cardigan dog we selected last time is about to hatch. I had an expert examine the egg. Its quality is at least above champion level. We were fortunate to encounter it before anyone else could snatch it away. Zhao Shan was quite irritated by Xia Yu, but refrained from acting out, instead scrutinizing the Cardigan dog's egg chosen by his family. The egg began to tremble slightly, cracks appearing on its shell, signaling an imminent hatching. The fissures deepened, and both Zhao Shan and Zhao Zheng held their breath, watching as the cracks spread like intricate patterns. The egg shook more vigorously until, with a final burst, the top of the shell shattered, radiating brilliant light. The Cardigan dog emerged from its shell, tiny and enveloped in dazzling flames, unmistakably possessing extraordinary potential. Zhao Shan and Zhao Zheng both beamed with satisfaction. This cardigan dog would significantly ease Zhao Zheng's future path. This cardigan dog has excellent posture. It is at least of champion-level quality. Zheng, nurture it well, Zhao Shan proclaimed with an air of authority, casting a provocative glance at the Xiao brothers. Yes, Zhao Zheng replied, excitement evident as he gently stroked the cardigan dog's fluffy head. Just then, the Charmander's egg began to tremble gently as well. Chapter 46. Shimmering Charmander. The Charmander egg began to gently tremble, producing a crisp sound from within, as if the little creature was striving with all its might to break free from its shell. With a crack, a fissure appeared at the top of the egg, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, almost enveloping the entire shell. Following another sharp sound, the egg shattered completely. The golden Charmander emerged, small in size, destined to undergo several days of rapid growth before attaining the stature of a typical Charmander. Shimmering Charmander. A gasp echoed through the crowd as they converged, envy glimmering in their eyes, with some even making immediate offers. Are you willing to sell this Charmander? I offer 3 million. 3 million is insufficient for such a quality shimmering Charmander. I bid 4 million. 5 million. The crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy, the price soaring to 5 million. Fortunately, staff from the Flame Secret Realm arrived just in time to quell the restless crowd. I, from the Tao family, wish to purchase this Charmander. Please make an offer, declared a middle-aged man in a suit, seemingly confident that the Xia brothers would not dare refuse him. The Tao family? Can you contend with Wei Yaqin? Do you not see that Master Xia is present? A voice from the crowd remarked, and, as recognition dawned upon them, silence fell, and the matter of purchasing the shimmering Charmander was dropped. The Tao family retreated, their pride deflated. Is the Tao family truly so formidable? Come challenge Wei Yaqin S. Lucario. Did you not witness Zhao Xuesong from the Zhao family being effortlessly defeated? At that moment, Zhao Shan and Zhao Zhengyi's faces flushed with embarrassment. They had been so self-satisfied, only to discover that the egg contained a shimmering Charmander. What the shimmering Charmander? Our Houndoom is no less impressive. If we can obtain an S-grade Firestone, it will undoubtedly enhance Houndoom's qualifications. However, they could not deny the striking appearance of the evolved form, the Dark Blastoise. Zhao Zhengyi and Zhao Shan quietly departed the Flame's secret realm, their heads bowed, while Xia Yu contemplated other matters. The feud between the Xia and Zhao families had long been established. Had it not been for Wei Yaqin, he could only imagine the consequences of their last encounter. Their restraint from retaliating against the Zhao family stemmed from the Xia family's relative weakness. Wei Yaqin would protect them, but would not act as their enforcer. Thus, both families maintained a delicate balance, a tension that would inevitably shatter. Given the opportunity, Xia Yu would not hesitate to take revenge on the Zhao family. In this world of Pokémon, there are countless ways to make someone disappear without a trace. Before departing, Xia Yu entrusted his older brother with several matters, emphasizing the need to nurture the Darumaka diligently, as it possessed remarkable potential. He also mentioned a promising Bulbasaur in the Buggrass secret realm that should be captured if the opportunity arose. Xia Yu had not forgotten the Bulbasaur population in the Buggrass secret realm, where one had achieved elite-level qualifications. However, due to time constraints, he had opted to capture a Trico nearby. If the chance presented itself, he would not let this Bulbasaur slip away. As for the two group leaders, the King Lizard and the equally formidable Venusaur, many had their eyes on these strongest Pokémon. The Xia family's limited strength rendered competition impossible. It was wiser to seek the Bulbasaur for a chance at the future. Lastly, Xia Yu mentioned the grave illness of Zhao Ruhan's father. This academically gifted girl was worth the Xia family's investment. They could cover her father's medical expenses and support Zhao Ruhan through university, even offering her brother, Zhao Ruoxuan, a stable job. With the construction of the Buggrass secret realm nearing completion, job opportunities would abound, and securing a position for Zhao Ruoxuan would not be arduous. However, all of this required a price. Zhao Ruhan would need to sign a long-term contract with the Xia family's company, committing to work for them upon completing her education. There is no such thing as a free lunch. A promising Bulbasaur and a girl, Xia Luo smiled at the thought of discovering what kind of girl warranted Xia Yu's special instructions. In the imperial city, the Lin family. This was not Xia Yu's first visit to the Lin family. He made a point to visit every year during the New Year celebrations. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Lin, both renowned Pokémon researchers with their independent laboratories, were his maternal grandparents. His uncle Lin Shiyun worked in Grandpa Lin's lab, while Grandpa Lin had mostly stepped back, leaving the laboratory under Lin Shiyun's stewardship. Xia Yu also had a younger uncle, Lin Shuyong, the youngest son of Grandpa Lin, who served as the vice president of the Pokémon Association's Imperial City branch, possessing the strength of an elite trainer and specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. As Xia Yu entered the Lin residence with his mother, he immediately spotted Grandpa Lin and Grandma Qin seated in the living room, their gazes fixed sharply on Xia Yu and Lin Xuemei. He keenly observed that both his mother and grandparents appeared somewhat tense, exuding an air of awkwardness. Only he remained composed. Xia Yu has arrived. Please, take a seat and put down your luggage. Xuemei, you too, Grandma Qin broke the silence, initiating the conversation. Xia Yu, eager to alleviate her discomfort, smiled warmly. Grandpa, I've missed you. Mom, please sit. Let me help you with your luggage. Xia Yu, you're so considerate. Grandma Qin beamed. Your grandparents missed you too. Old Lin, stop frowning. Xuemei, you should sit as well. You're staying longer this time. Your mother has been longing for you. With the utterance of Dad, the years of estrangement between father and daughter began to mend, although Grandpa Lin maintained his stern demeanor. The slight tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. He feigned calmness as he remarked, now that you're here, stay a few more days and spend time with your mother. She often expresses her desire to see you. Indeed, Grandma Qin chimed in. You must be hungry. Let us eat and chat. The Lin family, although scholarly, did not adhere to the rigid etiquette of silence during meals. Instead, they embraced a lively atmosphere, relishing the joy of togetherness, even allowing their old dragon to have a spot at the table. Shaoli, fetch me a bottle of white wine, Grandpa Lin ordered, clearly in a good mood and wishing to indulge in a few drinks. Shaoli, the family maid, immediately rose to comply. Li Jie, don't bother, Lin Xuemei interjected, gesturing to her father. Dad, you should give up drinking. You need to take care of your health. In his youth, Grandpa Lin had been resolute in his drinking habits, and no one could dissuade him, except for his most cherished daughter, who dared to take his cup away and coax him with a playful demeanor. With a chuckle, Grandpa Lin relented, setting aside the wine. This scene felt surreal. Over 30 years had swiftly passed. Chapter 47. The Dragon-type Secret Realm After Dinner. Xia Yu reclined on his bed and scrolled through his phone. It had been a while since he last checked for postings about purchasing stones, and he wondered if there were any valuable items available. As he perused the recent private messages, he found that the vast majority consisted of useless stones, ornate but devoid of any practical value, while the remainder were from deceitful advertisers. After yet another fruitless search, Xia Yu adjusted his location to the capital, hoping to attract more local interest in his postings. Moreover, the likelihood of discovering a hidden gem in the capital was significantly higher, having resolved the matter of the stones. So he turned his attention to other messages sent by acquaintances. Wu Ponzi had sent several photographs of himself training with his Zhongyan werewolf, as he too had taken leave to attend specialized training in the rock-type secret realm. Jiang Qinglan also reached out, inquiring about his experiences in the capital, and mentioned that her 3-month internship in the Flame Secret Realm was nearing its conclusion, leaving her uncertain about her prospects of staying on. There were numerous other messages, predominantly from the young women he had met at the previous barbecue, complimenting him with phrases like, hello, handsome, and do you have a girlfriend? Some even sent him provocative photos. Although Xia Yu disregarded these messages, he did glance through the photos, which made it difficult for him to fall asleep, and he ultimately succumbed to slumber around midnight. At 6 in the morning, he adhered to his routine of 2 hours of morning training. After completing his exercises, Aunt Li had prepared breakfast. The family gathered around the table, sharing the meal while watching the news. Reports revealed that the Dawn organization had been poaching rare Pokémon, resulting in substantial losses for the Pokémon Association. In the capital safe zone, another incident involving ghostly apparitions had occurred, suspected to involve ghost-type Pokémon. The Pokémon Association dispatched experts in psychic, dark, and ghost types to investigate the matter. Additionally, there were speculations regarding the disappearance of Darkrai, with experts suggesting it might be spotted in the Magic City. The strongest Lucario was also mentioned, as the Pokémon Association considered recruiting Wei Yaqin as a special investigator. As Xiaoyu absorbed the news, he prepared his essential belongings and set off for the Dragon-type Secret Realm. Annually, the Dragon-type Secret Realm training program admitted only 30 participants, and these spots were typically reserved for individuals with connections, ensuring that only the truly privileged could gain entry. Simply possessing wealth was insufficient. One needed influence, power, capability, and prestige. This year, the 30 spots had been claimed a month prior, leaving Xiaoyu without the qualifications to participate in the training program. At most, he could pay to train in the Dragon-type Secret Realm and benefit from its energies. However, the esteemed Elder Lin intervened, persuading the reigning Dragon King, Long Fan, to grant Xiaoyu a special exception. Upon arriving at the Dragon-type Secret Realm, Xiaoyu first headed to his accommodation for the next 6 months to drop off his luggage. After bidding farewell to his family, he hurried, under the guidance of the staff, to the training venue. The training had commenced 2 days prior, and Xiaoyu was already 2 days late, missing crucial training. By the time he reached the training ground, the 30 students were diligently honing their Pokémon, with nearly everyone possessing 1 or 2 Dragon-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu could not help but marvel at the abundance of Dragon types in the capital, where even semi-divine creatures were as common as commodities in a marketplace. In a corner of the training field, a tall and graceful young woman leaned casually against the wall, casting a glance at the newly arrived Xiaoyu. The dragon instructor, upon introducing Xiaoyu, bowed slightly and respectfully stated, "This is Xiaoyu, the new recruit mentioned by the Dragon King." Acknowledging this, Long Yinning nodded and scrutinized Xiaoyu. Standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, Xiaoyu reached her nose level, but her slender figure, fair complexion, and strikingly long legs clad in ankle boots were particularly captivating. The only drawback was her unremarkable facial features. Upon learning about the new transfer student, Long Yinning had initially harbored considerable displeasure, feeling that allowing someone to join the training class haphazardly disrupted the established order. However, upon discovering that Elder Lin had personally called Xiaoyu's father, she quelled her irritation, albeit with the determination to assert her authority over this newcomer. Now, seeing Xiaoyu towering over her, forcing her to look up to speak, her dissatisfaction deepened. She silently resolved to wear high heels the next day to diminish Xiaoyu's imposing presence. "First, let us register. What Pokémon do you possess?" Long Yinning asked, maintaining a stern demeanor, though her professionalism as an instructor remained intact. "Wingull, Forest Lizard, and Charmeleon," Xiaoyu replied. "Your Pokémon types are rather diverse: Flying, Dragon, Grass, and Fire. You should be training in the Flying Secret Realm instead. With 2 of your Pokémon being Flying types, it would be more suitable for you," Long Yinning remarked, frowning as she tried to persuade Xiaoyu to consider the Flying Secret Realm. "Forest Lizard and Charmeleon," Xiaoyu stated without hesitation. These 2 Pokémon, both with near-champion potential, would undoubtedly become his trump cards in the future. As for Wingull, despite its formidable king-level potential, it seemed destined to play a secondary role. Yet, Xiaoyu pondered a dilemma regarding which Pokémon should receive the Mega Evolution in the future. Should it be Charizard or Forest Lizard? After some contemplation, he favored Forest Lizard, considering Charizard's Gigantamax form. Long Yinning, who regarded Dragon-type Pokémon as a belief and ideal, felt a surge of anger at Xiaoyu's nonchalant attitude. Others strove tirelessly to cultivate the strength of Dragon-type Pokémon in this realm. Yet he was here to nurture a Grass-type Forest Lizard and a Fire-flying Charizard. At this point, her discontent with Xiaoyu was palpable. Were it not for her father's approval, she would have firmly rejected this transfer student. Thus, she suppressed her fury, vowing to have ample opportunities to confront Xiaoyu later. "What is the current strength of your 3 Pokémon?" she inquired. Wingull is nearly a month old, at the ordinary level, soon to reach the rare level. Forest Lizard has just evolved, boasting rare-level combat capabilities. Charmeleon has only hatched for 2 days. What? Long Yinning stared at Xiaoyu in disbelief. 2 of his Pokémon had hatched less than a month ago. and the so-called trump card was merely at the rare level. What sort of novice was this? What kind of student had her father brought into the program? It was well known that participants in the capital's Dragon-type training program typically possessed at least one Lord-level Pokémon, with some even owning ruler-level Pokémon. Chapter 48. Long Yin-Ning in Truth. Long Yin-Ning could not entirely fault her father, Long Fan. During a phone conversation with him, Elder Lin had subtly remarked on the relatively weak prowess of Xiaoyu. However, Long Fan's habitual line of thinking led him to believe that Elder Lin's grandson, regardless of his shortcomings, could not possibly be that feeble. To his astonishment, the reality proved to be far grimmer. Observing the diminutive Xiaoyu, Long Yin-Ning found herself on the brink of emotional collapse, her expression dark and her lips sealed. This reaction was somewhat understandable. It was akin to a renowned high school, famed for its students averaging 700 points, suddenly admitting a newcomer who had just begun to grasp first-year high school material. One could only imagine the class teacher's lack of enthusiasm, and merely avoiding expulsion would be considered a blessing. Xiaoyu's arrival also piqued the curiosity of the students in the training class, who were eager to discern the capabilities of this supposedly skilled transfer student. Many of them strained to eavesdrop on the conversation between Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning, particularly the boys, who felt pressured by Xiaoyu's height and appearance, erupted into laughter when they learned of his three Pokémon's abysmal abilities. Frankly, Xiaoyu's current level was so lacking that even the majority of middle school students in the imperial capital surpassed him. "What are you laughing at?" Long Yin-Ning shouted at her students, her irritation mounting as she overheard their mockery. She then turned to Xiaoyu and instructed, "Find a spot to train. First, release your three Pokémon so I can evaluate them." Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the laughter surrounding him, his demeanor calm and composed. They underestimated the resilience of a man with a soul aged over 40. The mighty may be strong, but he remained unperturbed as the gentle wind caressed the mountain ridge, and the bright moon illuminated the great river. "You, who laugh the loudest, I have taken note of your mockery. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. I am Xia Yin from the Pokémon world." They proceeded to the corner of the training field, the only available space. Standing side by side, a sense of harmony emerged between them, much to Long Yin-Ning's displeasure, given that Xiaoyu towered over her. Ignoring her discomfort, Xiaoyu quietly retrieved a Pokeball and released his Wobbuffet. Upon its emergence, the purple Wobbuffet immediately flapped its wings, reveling in the rich dragon-type energy that surrounded it. "It appears to be quite well-developed and of a decent size," Long Yin-Ning observed, scrutinizing Xiaoyu's Wobbuffet. Its powerful wing beats and commendable stature indicated good potential. She then produced a Pokeball from her waist, stating, "Let me test its Sonic Boom ability. Go, Noivern." With a thunderous roar, the semi-legendary Noivern burst onto the scene, its gaze fixed on the petite Wobbuffet with keen interest. The small creature, in turn, gazed back at Noivern with curiosity, wondering if it too could one day possess such grandeur. "Wobbuffet, do not be envious. You will evolve into something remarkable in the future," Xiaoyu encouraged, petting the Wobbuffet's fluffy body. "Have your Wobbuffet unleash its Sonic Boom with all its might," Long Yin-Ning commanded. "Understood. Wobbuffet, use your most powerful Sonic Boom," Xiaoyu replied. At his command, Wobbuffet unleashed an unrelenting Sonic Boom towards Noivern, a remarkable sound wave emanating from its ears. Simultaneously, Noivern's large ears began to pulse, gauging the intensity of the sound wave. "Not bad," Long Yin-Ning assessed, providing a fair evaluation. The proficiency of Sonic Boom will influence how quickly Wobbuffet can learn Dragon Pulse. For Wobbuffet to evolve into Noivern, it must master Dragon Pulse. Therefore, practice Sonic Boom diligently. Now, let me observe Wobbuffet's affinity for Dragon-type energy. As she spoke, Long Yin-Ning retrieved a small device from the side of the training field and affixed it to Wobbuffet, resembling a heart rate monitor. The little one must endure for a minute. Results will follow shortly. Despite her less than favorable attitude towards Xiaoyu, Long Yin-Ning possessed a genuine affection for Dragon-type Pokémon. Influenced by her father from a young age, her obsession with Dragon types was profound, with most of her Pokémon being of that type, while non-Dragon types included fossils like Aerodactyl and Gyarados. Beep, beep, beep. The minute passed swiftly, and Long Yin-ning removed the device, her eyes widening in astonishment at the displayed data. A king-level affinity for dragon types? With the results in hand, her mood lightened slightly. Although Xiaoyu's current strength was lacking, at least the potential of his Pokémon was commendable. The Wobbuffet's affinity for dragon types reached king level, indicating it was a Pokémon of exceptional quality. With dedicated training, it had the potential to shine in the College Cup. Sometimes, students with less impressive rankings in the College Cup will be specially recruited by top universities simply due to their potential. While Xiaoyu is presently weak, showcasing sufficient talent could lead to special recruitment by elite institutions. Long Yin-ning then glanced at her own Noivern, which also possessed king-level potential, though its combat power had just reached semi-legendary status. She pondered whether they might one day face off against each other. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu contemplated the small device, inwardly resolving not to allow Long Yin-ning to test his Forest Lizard and Charmander's dragon-type affinities. If they were found to be of champion-level potential, it could spell trouble for him. King-level potential for Wobbuffet, quite promising. Trained diligently, Long Yin-ning remarked nonchalantly, before continuing, "Now, let me see your Forest Lizard. I can offer advice on training Wobbuffet, but for your other two Pokémon, you must rely on your own efforts." Understood. Xiaoyu nodded and released his Forest Lizard. He had never intended to seek Long Yin-ning's guidance for the training of his Forest Lizard and Charmander. In this world, everyone trained Forest Lizards primarily for Grass-type abilities, with occasional dabbling in Dragon-type energy. However, no one had ever considered a balanced approach like Xiaoyu's, cultivating both Grass and Dragon attributes equally. This limitation and understanding stemmed from their ignorance of Mega Evolution, which constrained their vision and training plans. Unlike Xiaoyu, who possessed the advantage of experience from another world. Upon its emergence, the Forest Lizard captured everyone's attention, its size approaching that of a typical lizard king. This impressive stature was a clear testament to the exceptional quality of this Forest Lizard. Long Yin-ning could not help but commend, "What a beautiful Forest Lizard! Its size is perfect, and its potential is undoubtedly high, at least king level." It's no wonder Xiaoyu chose to elevate this Forest Lizard as his trump card over a king-level Wobbuffet. This thought prompted Long Yin-ning's curiosity about Xiaoyu's Charmander. If this Forest Lizard possessed such impressive potential, what about Charmander? Given that Charmander was also a key Pokémon for Xiaoyu, it must surely be superior to Wobbuffet. Could it be that Xiaoyu had 3 Pokémon of king-level potential? Long Yin-ning was taken aback by her own speculation. When had the Lin family amassed such formidable strength, providing their descendants with 3 Pokémon of king-level quality? I only have a device for testing Dragon-type affinity. I lack one for Grass types. Would you like to test it? Long Yin-ning inquired. Never mind, there's no need, Xiaoyu quickly declined. Very well, then release your Charmander. Long Yin-ning continued. All right, Xiaoyu said as he threw his final Pokeball, a flash of light revealing a golden Charmander. Shiny Charmander. Charmander gender, female type, fire qualification, near champion level strength, ordinary ability, solar power moves, scratch, growl, ember, ancient power, bite, belly drum, iron tail, dragon tail, metal claw. Dragon Rush, Chapter 49. Special training commences. Xiaoyu's shiny Charmander is exceptionally unique. Firstly, its coloration is distinctive, unlike the usual orange hue of Charmander. This one is a resplendent gold, and its final evolution, Charizard, is renowned for its ebony coloration, famously known as the Black Charizard. Secondly, its combat prowess is remarkable, possessing the extraordinary ability of solar power, which amplifies its special attack under sunny conditions while simultaneously causing gradual health depletion. However, the inherited skills it currently possesses, apart from Spark and Ancient Power, are predominantly focused on physical attacks, leaving Xiaoyu in a quandary regarding the optimal training path for this fiery creature. Lastly, its temperament is atypical. This Charmander exhibits a demeanor starkly different from other Pokémon, while Zubat is characterized by its clingy and gentle nature. And Trico is known for its seriousness and composure. This Charmander can only be described as a bully, despite having hatched merely 2 days prior. It has already displayed a remarkable level of aggression, frequently challenging Zubat. Furthermore, It refuses to heed the commands of anyone but Xiaoyu, an uncommon trait among the generally docile starters, which are typically well-suited for novice trainers. Such a combative disposition is indeed rare. Consequently, Xiaoyu has resolved to guide this shiny Charmander along a dual-path approach, balancing both physical and special attacks. Observing the students around him, it is evident that they have taken notice of the shiny Charmander, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Shiny Pokémon are a rare and precious sight, yet the true potential of this particular Charmander remains to be seen. Roaring defiantly, the Charmander cast a warning glance at the onlookers, its fierce gaze challenging all. Long Yin Ning, equally taken aback by the sight of the shiny Charmander, remarked, "No wonder you intend to cultivate it into your ace. This Charmander has quite the temper." Long Yin Ning's observation did not go unnoticed, as the Charmander turned its attention towards her, fixating intently on the Zubat beside her, its expression radiating fierce intent. Emboldened by Xiaoyu's presence, exuding a sense of provocation. Indeed, it has a bit of an attitude, Xiaoyu acknowledged, fully aware of the Charmander's unfriendly disposition. Yet, he did not perceive this as a drawback. Rather, its ferocity seemed perfectly suited for battle, provided it would follow instructions. Let me explain the specific curriculum. Generally, mornings are reserved for physical training and combat practice. You may begin with physical exercises for your Pokémon, and once that is adequately covered, you can apply for combat training to gain practical experience. Various attribute trainers can be requested within the training grounds, as long as no one else has applied before you. Otherwise, you will need to wait in line. Afternoons are dedicated to energy training, focusing on your Pokémon's mastery over energy and their resistance to various types. You can select specific energy types for targeted training. The training grounds are open from Monday to Friday for intensive training, with Saturdays reserved for skill training courses, which should not be missed as they offer specialized instruction for a fee. Sundays are the only rest days, allowing for free scheduling. Lastly, my name is Long Yin Ning, and you should have heard of me. I am currently your homeroom teacher for this training class and also the instructor for physical training. Do you have any questions? None, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. You may now proceed with your Pokémon's physical training, Long Yin Ning instructed. By the way, your Pokémon strength is considerably weaker than the others, so you will need to dedicate more time and effort to training. Diligence can bridge the gap. One last thing. If you require energy cubes, inform the staff in advance, and they will deliver them to you, though this will be at your own expense. Understood. After delivering her message, Long Yin Ning shifted her focus away from Xiaoyu, as the training class comprised 31 students, making it impractical for her to concentrate solely on him. Xiaoyu welcomed this, as constant oversight would make him feel uneasy, and there were numerous training tools in the facility that he needed to explore. This is a flying weight bag, specifically designed for flying-type Pokémon to enhance their aerial endurance. Xiaoyu picked up a flying weight bag and equipped it on Zubat. This equipment is not inexpensive, as it is crafted to cultivate the flying capabilities of Pokémon. It can automatically adjust to various flying Pokémon sizes and weights, allowing for real-time modifications to the load, and when a flying Pokémon exceeds its capacity, it triggers a weight release mechanism to prevent accidents. Can you manage? Xiaoyu observed Zubat's flying condition and, noting its steady albeit slow flight, decided to add an additional 5 kilograms of weight. At this point, the weight Zubat bore was equivalent to its own body weight. Keep going. The substantial weight immediately rendered Zubat's flight laborious, reducing its speed. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu understood this was not Zubat's limit. Typically, Zubat can lift prey weighing between 1 to 1, 5 times its own weight. With a determined flap of its wings, Zubat gazed up at Xiaoyu with tearful eyes, emitting soft whines while nuzzling against Xiaoyu's arm, seemingly pleading for relief from the burdensome weight. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyu resolved to push through the discomfort. He felt he was lagging significantly behind his peers, who were all preparing for the prestigious high school cup, each possessing at least one Pokémon of leader-level strength, with several even being demigods. In combat against such opponents, he felt utterly outmatched. Thus, it was imperative for him to train diligently. Zubat, hang in there. Whether it be you, Trico, Charmander, or myself, we must all strive with unwavering effort. Encouraging Zubat, Xiaoyu added yet another 5 kilograms of weight, which made flying even more challenging, causing Zubat to struggle with its direction. Yet, it persisted through sheer determination. While it may not have reached its breaking point, Xiaoyu felt satisfied for the time being, recognizing that the weight bag was meant for prolonged use. Alright, just like this, maintain your focus, Zubat. Once you acclimate to flying with this weight, we will shift to strengthening your claws and bite force. However, Zubat's tail was still too short to learn tail-based techniques, which could only be practiced once it evolved into a Golbat. Therefore, Zubat's training would primarily concentrate on its wings, claws, and teeth. The flying weight bag would enhance its wing capabilities, while the remaining training would focus on its claws and bite strength, skills that could only be honed through relentless practice akin to martial arts, with no shortcuts available. If once is insufficient, then 10 times. If 10 times is insufficient, then 100. If 100 is insufficient, then 1,000. Keep it up, Zubat. Persistently motivating Zubat, Xiaoyu turned his attention to arranging training for Trico. Chapter 50. Training Plan for the Forest Lizard in the Specialized Training of the Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu finds himself least troubled, as the Forest Lizard is the most obedient and diligent among his 3 Pokémon. Its unwavering belief in becoming stronger drives it to progress at an exceptional pace. Although Xiaoyu has yet to outline a training regimen, the Forest Lizard has already commenced its training independently. Contemplating the training strategy for the Forest Lizard, Xiaoyu recognizes that its final evolution is the Lizard King, which, like the Soundwave Dragon, excels in special attack. In fact, all 3 of Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon, Lizard King, and Charizard, lean towards special attack. The only contender for physical attack in his team is Charizard, particularly after its Mega Evolution to Mega Charizard X, which significantly amplifies its physical attack, bringing it to a level comparable to its special attack. At this stage, Mega Charizard X can proficiently navigate both special and physical attack routes. However, the attribute of solar power possessed by the Charmander favors special attack, leading to a predominantly special attack-oriented team. This poses a challenge when confronting Pokémon with formidable special defense, such as the highly defensive Flower Lady. Boasting a special defense of 154 and only 2 weaknesses, Steel and Poison, and the 135 special defense of Blissey, with a staggering HP of 255. Encountering these 2 Pokémon would prove to be quite a challenge for Xiaoyu's team. Thus, it becomes imperative to incorporate a physical attacker. Xiaoyu could opt for a 4th Pokémon that emphasizes physical attack, with notable contenders among Dragon-type physical attackers, such as Garchomp, Bagon, Salamence, and Dragonite. Alternatively, he could strive to uncover the physical attack potential in his existing trio, focusing on enhancing their physical capabilities. The first option involves capturing 3 quasi-legendary Pokémon alongside a formidable Bagon, which is no small feat. Such a team could learn powerful physical moves like Swords Dance, Leaf Blade, Earthquake, Outrage, Dragon Claw, Drain Punch, Rock Slide, and Acrobatics. This diverse arsenal suggests that the Forest Lizard can indeed pursue a physical attack route, albeit not as effectively as it could with special attacks. Currently, the specialized training for the Forest Lizard focuses on 3 key aspects: speed, strength of its arms, and tail agility. The foremost attribute of the Forest Lizard lies in its speed, which is the crux of its training. Consequently, Xiaoyu employs weighted training to enhance the Forest Lizard's speed. Unlike the reluctant Wobbuffet, the Forest Lizard eagerly requests additional weight. Observing the increasing burden, Xiaoyu can't help but feel a mix of trepidation and admiration. Forest Lizard, perhaps we should call a day. This is quite enough. The weight on the Forest Lizard's legs has been elevated to nearly 20 kilograms, a seemingly modest figure, yet significant when considering that it is applied to the legs, demanding considerable energy with every step taken. It's akin to Wobbuffet being capable of flying with a 15 kilograms load. It couldn't possibly lift off with even an additional 5 kilograms attached to its wings. The remaining training focuses on the strength of the Forest Lizard's arms and tail, particularly its arms, as nearly all its offensive techniques are executed with them. Skills such as Leaf Blade, Outrage, Dragon Claw, and Drain Punch all rely on arm strength. Therefore, Xiaoyu places particular emphasis on enhancing the power and dexterity of the forest lizard's wrists, with the tail training following thereafter. Forest lizard. You must concentrate on developing the strength and agility of your arms, as this will aid you in mastering formidable techniques, Xiaoyu instructs. The forest lizard obediently responds and immerses itself in training. Next, Xiaoyu arranges training for Charmander, which is straightforward and can mirror the training regimen of Wobbuffet. However, there is a notable distinction. While Wobbuffet primarily focuses on flight capabilities, Charmander, not yet evolved into Charizard and without wings, does not require flight training. Instead, Charmander's training emphasizes the strength of its claws, as Mega Charizard X's ability, Hard Claw, enhances the power of contact moves, yielding substantial training benefits. After scheduling the training for his 3 Pokémon, Xiaoyu also engages in a workout with the equipment on the ground, training alongside his Pokémon, thereby improving his physique while strengthening their bond. As the morning swiftly passes, one cannot deny the addictive nature of intense training, exhausting yet exhilarating. Following a rigorous half-day of physical training, Xiaoyu and his 3 Pokémon find themselves drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued. At this juncture, the merits of the Secret Realm become apparent. Within the Dragon-type Secret Realm, specialized hot spring therapy rooms are available for trainers and their Pokémon, providing effective relief from the day's fatigue and preventing muscle injuries due to overexertion. After an hour in the hot spring, Xiaoyu, whose stomach rumbles with hunger, heads straight to the cafeteria to fill his belly while also feeding his 3 Pokémon energy cubes. The energy cubes for Wobbuffet slightly reduce the proportion of Dragon-type energy cubes, as the Dragon-type energy is already abundant within the Secret Realm. To maintain a balance between Flying-type and Dragon-type energy, the proportion of the latter must be lowered while increasing that of the former. Similarly, the energy cubes for the Forest Lizard and Charmander are adjusted accordingly. After a brief midday rest, the afternoon brings an energy training session, this time led by a middle-aged man. Compared to the morning's physical training, energy training is significantly simpler, as there are no shortcuts. It requires continuous effort to strengthen. For example, enhancing control over Dragon-type energy can only be achieved through repeated practice. Fortunately, in the Dragon-type Secret Realm, the rich Dragon-type energy accelerates the speed of training to twice that of the outside world, which is a distinct advantage of the realm. In addition to energy control training, the afternoon session includes resistance training, essentially focusing on special defense. Xiaoyu seizes this opportunity, allowing all 3 of his Pokémon to experience weakness training. The gaps in their abilities can only be bridged through their innate talent and relentless effort. Under the bright glow of incandescent lights illuminating the training ground, Xiaoyu and his Pokémon train diligently, perspiring profusely. As the evening approaches, nearing 9 o'clock, almost everyone has vacated the training area, leaving only a handful of individuals behind. The vast training space feels remarkably empty, devoid of the daytime bustle. Xiaoyu addresses his 3 Pokémon, and upon his command, Wobbuffet halts immediately, flying to Xiaoyu's side and nuzzling his palm. The Forest Lizard, however, remains undistracted by Xiaoyu's words, continuing its rigorous training, while Charmander grits its teeth and perseveres, embodying an intrinsic tenacity. In the distance, Long Yin observes Xiaoyu's relentless training, his impression of Xiaoyu shifting slightly. This individual, though lacking in strength, at least demonstrates diligence. Yet one wonders how long he can sustain such effort. Regarding guest appearances, ordinary Elite Four trainers or those from other countries can apply, while the slots for the Elite Four of Huagua are currently limited. This narrative establishes that Huagua is divided into 7 regions: East China, North China, South China, Central China, Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast, with each region housing 4 Elite Four members and 1 champion, totaling 28 Elite Four members and 7 champions. Currently, the following trainers have made appearances: Li Yun Yao, Southwest Region, Flying Type Elite Four, Aerodactyl; Yili Kuan, Northwest Region, Fire Type Elite Four, Slugma; Tan Yong Sun, Southwest Region, Water Type Elite Four, Water Z Crystal; Long Fan, North China Region, Dragon Type Elite Four. Chapter 51. The Lesson of Technique Learning. Dragon Breath. 3 days later, the time arrived for Saturday. A day eagerly anticipated by all for the weekly technique learning class, marking the inaugural session for the training camp. During class yesterday, Long Yin-ning had informed everyone that today's focus would be on the technique known as Dragon Breath, urging them to prepare adequately. Dragon Breath is a special attack skill of the Dragon type, unleashing a powerful breath upon adversaries, occasionally inducing a state of paralysis. While it is a standard skill among Dragon-type moves, it cannot be deemed exceptionally potent, yet it is far from mundane. This move is a classic special technique accessible to most Dragon-type Pokémon, and even non-Dragon Pokémon, such as Charizard, Steelix, Aerodactyl, Lizard King, and Milotic can learn it. However, it is somewhat lamentable that in the game, the Dragon-type Pokémon, Noivern, is unable to acquire Dragon Breath, which remains a minor disappointment for Xiaoyu. In the realm of reality, it is uncertain whether Noivern can indeed learn this skill. On the training field today, Long Yin-ning donned a new outfit that accentuated her tall figure, radiating an exquisite beauty. At the age of 25, she embodied the pinnacle of feminine allure, blending the innocence of youth with the enchanting grace of maturity. Accompanying her was a Pokémon that had transitioned from Noivern to the quasi-legendary Pokémon, Dragapult. Despite this change, many students' gazes remained fixated on Long Yin-ning rather than her companion. Dragapult, a quasi-legendary Pokémon from the 7th generation, does not particularly stand out in appearance. Its arms are adorned with scale-like armor, and its body is primarily gray, featuring small, tooth-like spikes on either side of its jaw. Its upper body is covered with intricately arranged scales, and it stands upright, with numerous scales on its tail and head. The aesthetics of Dragapult may not resonate with the mainstream, and its unique dual typing of Dragon and Ghost is only shared with the 9th generation Pokémon, Koraidon. This combination, while intriguing, is vulnerable to Flying, Psychic, Ice, and Dragon types, and it faces a dire weakness to Fairy types, which deal quadruple damage. Since the introduction of Fairy-type Pokémon, it is not the Dragon types that have suffered the most. Rather, it has been the fighting types that have faced significant decline, with many fading into obscurity. Only a select few fighting-type Pokémon, such as Machamp and Lucario, continue to uphold the glory of their type. Given the plight of fighting types, it is even more challenging for Dragapult, which is severely disadvantaged by its quadruple weakness to Fairy types, resulting in minimal opportunities for it to shine in battles. Despite its lackluster popularity and battle presence in the games, Dragapult is not inherently weak. On the contrary, when one sets aside its Fairy-type vulnerability, Dragapult possesses remarkable strength. Consider its 3 signature moves. The exclusive move, Dragon Pulse, a Dragon-type special attack with an impressive power of 110 and a flawless accuracy, which also reduces the opponent's defense by 1 stage. The second move, Soul Dance, sacrifices 1/3 of its health to boost all its stats by 1 stage, an undeniably formidable skill. Finally, the move Boom Burst, a generic special attack, boasts a power of 140 with perfect accuracy and no adverse effects. These impressive skills, if bestowed upon other speedy special attackers, would guarantee their ascendance. Naturally, these moves render Dragapult formidable as well. While it may not rank as highly in the gaming realm, in reality, it exhibits extraordinary prowess. Dragapult not only possesses substantial speed, but also embodies the agility and reflexes typical of fighting-type Pokémon, allowing it to shine brightly among quasi-legendary Pokémon. Unlike the game, where dodging skills is a rarity, in reality, the likelihood of a one-hit knockout in battles of equal strength is minimal. Thus, with a single use of Soul Dance, Dragapult can elevate its stats by 1 stage, and with a second use, it can double its capabilities, potentially leading to a commanding performance in battles. Long Fan, one of the Elite Four of the Northern China region, boasts Dragapult as one of his ace Pokémon. As the daughter of Long Fan, Long Yin-ning possesses a Dragapult of remarkable strength and potential. Currently, Long Yin-ning's Dragapult has reached the level of a quasi-elite Pokémon, capable of competing with typical elite Pokémon without losing ground, and is just a step away from achieving elite status. Such a combination of age and strength is unfathomable in Shishu province, yet entirely reasonable in the imperial capital. It is noteworthy that Long Fan became a quasi-elite trainer at the young age of 25, earning him the title of the youngest quasi-elite trainer in Shishu province. A stark contrast to Long Yinning's achievements. The Dragon Breath technique is a fundamental skill for Dragon-type Pokémon, and mastering it is crucial for learning more potent Dragon-type moves in the future. Dressed elegantly in high heels today, Long Yinning nearly matched Xiaoyu's height. Her face adorned with determination as she elaborated on the Dragon Breath technique for all the students. Whenever she spoke of Dragon-type Pokémon, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The Dragon Breath technique is quite simple. It involves exhaling a breath infused with Dragon-type energy. It proves to be quite practical during battles. And even when you reach gym leader level in the future, the added paralysis effect of Dragon Breath will remain remarkably effective. The execution of the Dragon Breath technique is not complex. I will first demonstrate it with Dragapult. Long Yinning gently stroked the scales of her Dragapult, signaling it to display the Dragon Breath technique. Xiaoyu shifted his gaze from Long Yinning to Dragapult, witnessing the awe-inspiring sight of a living Dragapult for the first time. The Dragapult inhaled deeply, its cheeks swelling, and then unleashed a torrent of red Dragon Breath forward, exhibiting an imposing presence. Impressive. Is this the might of a quasi-elite Pokémon? Xiaoyu marveled. This hardly resembles Dragon Breath. It feels more akin to a Dragon Meteor. After Dragapult's demonstration, Long Yinning addressed the audience. This technique is not particularly complex. The key lies in the application of Dragon-type skills. It involves converting the Dragon-type energy within into Dragon Breath, storing it in your abdomen. The higher the affinity for Dragon-type energy, the easier it is to master this skill. Now, I encourage everyone to have your Pokémon practice. I will provide guidance to each of you in turn. Chapter 52. Dragon Breath Skill. Upon listening to Long Yinning's elucidation, Xiaoyu immediately instructed his two Pokémon to commence practicing the Dragon Breath skill. Wumba, little fire dragon, you both just observed the wandering tail-scale dragon release the Dragon Breath skill. Now, it is time to attempt practicing it. Xiaoyu watched patiently as the two Pokémon engaged in their exercises, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Little fire dragon inhaled sharply, then opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful stream of Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath. Although the power was quite limited, there was no doubt that it was indeed the Dragon Breath skill. Excellent, little fire dragon. A broad smile adorned Xiaoyu's face as he lavished praise upon his Pokémon. Little fire dragon, displaying its potential as a near-champion level, had managed to learn Dragon Breath after just one demonstration. The little creature radiated excitement, brimming with pride for being the first to master the skill. Considering this, Xiaoyu found it entirely reasonable, as the majority of little fire dragons could intuitively grasp the Dragon Breath skill upon reaching the rare level of strength. Although Xiaoyu's little fire dragon had not yet attained that level, its near-champion qualifications made it quite normal for it to learn the skill so swiftly. In contrast to the impressive performance of little fire dragon, Wongbat's attempts were less successful, failing to execute the Dragon Breath skill multiple times. However, Xiaoyu remained unconcerned, as he was unsure if Wongbat could even learn the skill. He merely encouraged Wongbat to keep trying, viewing it as an opportunity to practice controlling Dragon-type energy. Looking around at the other trainers' Pokémon in the training ground, none, aside from those who had already mastered the Dragon Breath skill, could learn it after just one demonstration. This was, of course, a normal occurrence. If all Pokémon could acquire skills so easily, there would be no need for things like move-learning machines. It's alright. Little Fire Dragon excels at learning Dragon Breath, so your progress is commendable. Wongbat, keep trying without pressure. Think of it as a practice in controlling Dragon-type energy. Xiaoyu reassured, gently patting Wongbat. Nearby, Little Fire Dragon, hearing Xiaoyu's commendation, appeared exceedingly thrilled and cast a challenging glance at Wongbat before shifting its gaze to the forest lizard, seemingly eager to challenge the authority of its older sibling. The forest lizard, observing the fiery spirit of Little Fire Dragon, stepped into the clearing, inhaled deeply, and subsequently released an even more powerful Dragon Breath than that of Little Fire Dragon, creating a grand display. The forest lizard had mastered the Dragon Breath skill long before Xiaoyu captured it. After demonstrating the skill, the forest lizard approached Little Fire Dragon and patted its shoulder, as if to say, "Young one, your path appears narrow." After this exchange, the forest lizard resumed its diligent training. embodying the demeanor of a humble master who prefers to remain low-key. At that moment, Xiai Yu's spirit soared. Little fire dragon's personality warranted the forest lizard's guidance to temper its arrogance, lest it continue to bully Wombat. Just then, Long Yin Ning approached Xiai Yu. Having witnessed the display of dragon breath from both Little Fire Dragon and the Forest Lizard, it seems your two Pokémon have already grasped the Dragon Breath skill? She inquired. Yes, except for Wombat, who has yet to learn it, Xiai Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Long Yin Ning frowned, explaining, Wombat will not be able to learn the Dragon Breath skill until it evolves into a Soundwave Dragon. By that time, the Soundwave Dragon will have already acquired the more powerful Dragon Pulse skill, making the learning of Dragon Breath somewhat redundant. Ah, I see. Xiai Yu nodded in understanding. Allow your Pokémon to practice for a while longer. We will discuss practical applications later, Long Yin Ning said as she moved on to the next student. It must be said that Long Yin Ning was exceedingly responsible, providing detailed guidance to each student. With over 20 students, it took about 2 hours, with an average of 5 minutes spent on each individual. Once she finished instructing all the students, Long Yin Ning wasted no time and addressed the group. Given your current strength, Dragon Breath remains a commendable special attack skill, especially when coupled with the enhancements of Dragon-type moves, resulting in considerable damage. Before your Pokémon master formidable moves like Dragon Pulse and Draco Meteor, Dragon Breath serves as an effective Dragon-type special attack. In battle, it is crucial to pay attention to the timing and accuracy of Dragon Breath's execution. Its additional effect has a certain chance of causing paralysis in the opponent, which can be quite advantageous. Furthermore, as Dragon Breath does not require the use of claws or feet, it can be effectively combined with other skills such as Dragon Claw. Long Yin Ning generously shared insights on the practical application of Dragon Breath while demonstrating with the Wandering Tail Scale Dragon. Time passed swiftly, and soon, the morning session of skill training drew to a close. You should eat more, Qin Laotai said, looking at her grandson with concern. Are you adjusting well to the training camp? Are you tired? Not too bad. I'm managing, Xiai Yu replied, though the truth was that he was indeed worn out. Rising at 6 in the morning for 2 hours of morning exercises, followed by physical training classes, and then additional practice in the evening certainly took its toll. However, Xiai Yu refrained from expressing this concern, wanting to spare Qin Laotai from worry. What is a little hardship for a man? You're spoiling him too much, Lin Lao interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Qin Laotai. This is my grandson. What's wrong with indulging him a little? Qin Laotai retorted. Lin Lao chose not to continue the argument with Qin Laotai and instead turned his attention to Xiai Yu. Your strength is significantly below that of your peers, so you must exert even greater effort. I have heard Yin Ning mention you. She stated that your foundation is somewhat lacking, yet you compensate with diligence. Maintain this attitude moving forward. Rest assured, grandfather, Xiai Yu affirmed with a nod. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Maintain a calm heart and a steady mind. Do not rush things. Lin Lao cautioned Xiai Yu with several reminders. This afternoon and tomorrow are your days off. But if you wish to train, I can arrange for Yin Ning to provide you with additional lessons. Grandfather, I actually wanted to visit your laboratory this afternoon. Xiai Yu mused aloud. He had always held a keen interest in Lin Lao's laboratory and wished to gain insight, hoping to establish a connection for future research and developments regarding mega evolution, terrestrialization, and Dynamaxing. Hearing Xiai Yu's intent, Qin Laotai's face brightened. The Lin family was renowned for their contributions to research, and she felt joy at her grandson's aspirations. I heard from Xuan Mei that you aspire to become a Pokémon researcher and aim to attend the Imperial Capital University. Very well, this afternoon, I will have Shui Yin take you to tour the laboratory. Lin Lao furrowed his brow slightly, as taking outsiders into the laboratory typically violated regulations. However, he felt a sense of obligation towards Xiai Yu and Lin Xuanmei, and since he had overseen the establishment of the laboratory, granting Xiai Yu this privilege would raise no eyebrows. I will accompany Xiai Yu this afternoon. Shui Yun is currently engaged in critical research and is unavailable. Chapter 53. The Yuanquan Laboratory. The Yuanquan Laboratory derives its name from a combination of characters from Lin Shuyuan and Qin Kuan-Yun, along with the character he, symbolizing a harmonious union for a century. Such is the romantic sentiment inherent in the hearts of scholars, some are amused. Established over 40 years ago, the Yuanquan Laboratory stands as the most renowned Pokémon research facility in the capital and across the nation. This acclaim stems from its distinction as the first laboratory in all of Huagua to successfully develop the Z-Ring and Z-Moves. After the successful creation of the Z-Ring, the principal researchers, Elder Lin and Elder Qin, retreated to the sidelines, entrusting the laboratory's management to their eldest son, Lin Shuyan. Nevertheless, the elderly couple visits the laboratory 2 to 3 times a week. As Elder Lin accompanied Summer Yu through layers of security into the laboratory, the researchers clad in white lab coats greeted him warmly while casting curious glances at the young man trailing behind. Those with even a slight connection had already surmised Summer Yu's identity, for it was widely whispered that Elder Lin's beloved second daughter had brought her grandfather's grandson to the capital, intending for him to participate in a rigorous training session within the dragon-type secret realm. The Dragon King himself had exceptionally approved an additional slot for the training, a decision that had left many disgruntled. Director Lin has sent his assistant to escort you, the assistant, who is none other than Summer Yu's uncle, Lin Shuyan. The current director of the laboratory explained. Originally, Lin Shuyan had planned to greet them personally, but an urgent matter had arisen, prompting him to dispatch his assistant in his stead. Our laboratory is vast, divided into numerous sections, accommodating Pokémon of every attribute, and categorized by various terrains such as forests, lakes, deserts, and plains where diverse species of Pokémon are nurtured. Here, you may find species from a land of cherry blossoms and the fiery champions of the West. Even the exceedingly rare charcoal squire is present. All of these are the culmination of Elder Lin's lifelong dedication. The assistant elaborated, assuming the role of a guide. Hearing the mention of his laboratory filled Elder Lin with pride. It was a project to which he had devoted his entire being, so much so that it could be likened to a beloved child. But those are past events. The youth must look toward the future. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the laboratory. Although the sound was deafening, it caused no harm to the 3 outside. After countless reconstructions, the laboratory's safety measures had reached an exceptionally high standard. Dr. Shuiyun is currently researching a new topic regarding Z crystals. The assistant explained with a smile as they verified their identities with dual biometric scans and proceeded further into the laboratory. Upon entering, Summer Yu beheld a middle-aged man in his 50s, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his mother. This was his uncle, Lin Shuyan, whom Summer Yu had met a couple of times during family gatherings. Among the other 2 individuals present, he recognized one as the beautiful instructor from the training class, Long Yanqing, who stood beside her signature Pokémon, the Sceptile. Long Yanqing appeared visibly troubled, her brow furrowed in concern. The other individual was a tall, middle-aged gentleman in his 50s with a touch of gray at his temples, standing with a robust posture that echoed Long Yanqing's features, a likeness that suggested a familial connection. Yanqing, you have arrived, Elder Lin greeted with a warm smile, before introducing Summer Yu to the middle-aged man. You must know Yanqing, so no introduction is needed. This is her father, the Dragon King of North China, Long Fan. You owe your entry into the training class to your Uncle Long. Thank you, Uncle Long. Both Long Yanqing and Long Fan acknowledged Elder Lin in unison. It's a small matter. It is my honor to assist Elder Lin. Father, you have come? Lin Shuyan, who was somewhat portly and bespectacled with gold-rimmed glasses, wore an expression of worry, clearly indicating that the experiments had not gone as planned. Nevertheless, he forced a smile upon seeing Elder Lin and Summer Yu. Summer Yu, it has been a long time. Uncle, Summer Yu replied. One cannot rush the process of experimentation. The seasoned Elder Lin discerned the disappointment etched on Lin Shuiyun's face. Evidently, yet another experiment had failed. Is it that Z crystal again? Yes, Long Yanqing nodded. The Long family possessed 2 Z crystals. One, a dragon-type Z crystal in her father's possession, and the other, the one she held. This Z crystal was discovered by Long Fan within the territory of the Sceptile clan. Since one individual can only utilize one Z move, he had entrusted this Z crystal to his daughter, Long Yanqing. Yet, despite her attempts to activate it using various moves from her Sceptile, she had been unsuccessful, leaving her quite disheartened. Lin Shuiyun shared her frustration, as this was the second ineffective Z crystal they had encountered. Visually, neither of these Z crystals belonged to any of the 18 known attributes, yet the instruments displayed an immense energy emanating from them, confounding their efforts. Upon glancing at the Z crystal, Summer received an immediate system prompt, Sceptile Z. When equipped by Sceptile, it transforms the exclusive move Leaf Blade into a unique Z move, Blazing Soul Dance of Sound. Blazing Soul Dance of Sound, a move of immense power that never misses. Enhancing all of the user's abilities by one level, attack, defense, special attack, speed, requires a powerful Z-ring. Summer quickly recognized the crux of the issue. This Z crystal was not an ordinary one, but rather an exceptionally rare exclusive Z crystal. Much like the Sceptile Z crystal, it was ineffective when wielded by any Pokémon other than Sceptile and required the Z-ring to be upgraded to a powerful Z-ring. Furthermore, Sceptile needed to execute the Leaf Blade move to activate it. All three conditions were essential. Long Yanqing had been unable to activate this Z crystal due to the lack of the powerful Z-ring, a crucial requirement. In the games and animations, Ash's Z-ring was upgraded directly to a powerful Z-ring by the four guardian deities of Alola, indicating that the core component needed for upgrading the Z-ring was energy. What should I do? Summer contemplated. Since Z-rings have been developed in this world, it was only a matter of time before the powerful Z-ring would follow suit. He could leverage his foresight to seize this opportunity, securing substantial benefits for himself, while simultaneously establishing the Lin family's prominence in the realm of Pokémon research, an endeavor that would yield dual rewards. Chapter 54. The Ultimate Dragon shakes the earth in regard to how to disclose the usage of the Z crystal of the Tail Scale Dragon. Xiaoyu had already formulated a plan in his mind, but the timing for the announcement required careful consideration. Old Lin, just in time for your arrival. Have you received any updates on the matter I previously troubled you with? At that moment, Long Fan, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Taking Long Fan as an example, when he utilized the Z crystal, even with the same Pokémon performing the same move, the power would fluctuate significantly. Consequently, he had recently sought Old Lin's assistance to resolve this inconsistency. The variability in power intrigued Xiaoyu, who suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He vaguely discerned the crux of the issue. Firstly, there are fundamentally two methods for employing Z moves. The first method pertains to the gameplay, where a Pokémon must carry the corresponding Z crystal to unleash the associated Z move. However, this creates a predicament as the Pokémon equipped with a Z crystal cannot hold other items, such as Megastones, berries, or boosting bands. The second method is depicted in the animation, where, unlike the game, there is no need for the Pokémon to carry a Z crystal. Instead, the trainer merely dons a Z-ring embedded with the Z crystal on their wrist. Both methods have been officially published, one within the game and the other within the animation. As for which method this world adopts, Xiaoyu is uncertain since he had yet to witness anyone executing Z moves, nor had he seen any footage of Z moves in broadcast media. Essentially, everyone's Z moves remained an absolute secret. However, regardless of the method employed in this reality, a crucial aspect remained, the corresponding dance steps for Z moves. The thought of the 29 awkward dance steps from his previous life made Xiaoyu want to chuckle. He speculated that the inconsistency in the power of Long Fan's Z move could be attributed to this very factor. Xiaoyu believed that while this world could develop Z moves and Z rings, it was improbable that they could also devise all 29 dance steps. These 29 dance steps are pivotal in ensuring that the energy of the Z move does not dissipate. In the animation, Team Rocket discovered that if one could maintain the pose for performing Z moves, the power of the Z move could be preserved indefinitely. Moreover, during the execution of a Z move, the bond between certain trainers and their Pokémon, under optimal conditions, would result in movements that closely mirrored the dance steps and the preparatory actions of a Z move, creating an impression of unified intent. At such moments, the power of the Z move would be staggering. For instance, Ash and his Pikachu exhibited nearly identical movements while using Thunderbolt. The more Xiaoyu pondered, the more plausible this seemed. Just then, Old Lin spoke again. Dragon King, since you're in the lab today, could you kindly demonstrate a Z move for us? We need to record the data. Certainly, Long Fan replied without hesitation, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and tossing it. The tail-scale dragon emerged. This tail-scale dragon was slightly larger than the one belonging to Long Yin Ning, evidently in its prime and possessing greater strength, reaching the status of a quasi-champion. A quasi-champion Pokémon is nearly invincible against those below the champion level, except when facing another quasi-champion or a legendary Pokémon. The Z crystal around the dragon's neck was strikingly prominent. It was no wonder Long Fan had become one of the Elite Four in the North China region. This tail-scale dragon was almost comparable to an average champion-level Pokémon. Moreover, Long Fan possessed a second quasi-legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Observing the Z crystal on the tail-scale dragon's neck, Xiaoyu realized that in this world, the usage of Z crystals must align with the gameplay, requiring the Pokémon to wear the crystal. The tail-scale dragon directed its gaze toward the wall and unleashed the ultimate move. The ultimate dragon shakes the earth. Every time I write the name of a Z move, I feel a sense of embarrassment. I strongly recommend renaming it to something more majestic like Dragon Soaring in the Sky or Dragon's Regret, Encountering the Dragon in the Field. Battle of Dragons in the Wild. Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Long Fan, meticulously observing each of his movements, only to see Long Fan remain utterly still. With a mere wave of his hand, the Z crystal around the dragon's neck radiated immense light, resonating with the Z-ring on Long Fan's wrist. As boundless energy surged into the tail-scale dragon, Xiaoyu could not help but internally shout, "Where are the dance steps? What about your dance steps? Where are the promised steps?" With a roar, the tail-scale dragon expelled a colossal dragon-type energy from its mouth, transforming into a soaring dragon in the air, crashing into the distant ground and causing a tremendous explosion. The ensuing gust of wind whipped through the air, sending clothing swirling and scattering countless fragments. Despite the absence of the spiritual dance steps, the power remained astonishing, truly deserving of the title Dragon King. Every time I witness your Z move, I am left in awe. Old Lin praised. The Lin and Long families had maintained a cordial relationship for generations, which was why Long Fan had been among the first to acquire a Z-ring, and it also facilitated Xiaoyu's seamless entry into the Dragon-type training camp. Thank you for your hard work. Take a moment to rest. We will review the test results shortly, Long Fan remarked with a smile. I must still rely on Brother Lin and Old Lin regarding the Z-move matter. With that, Long Fan turned his attention to Xiaoyu, giving the Lin family a good word. This must be your grandson, right? Yin Ning has spoken of him. Although his foundation is somewhat lacking, his talent is commendable. Perhaps he could train with Yin Ning during weekends. I haven't informed him, but he seems more interested in the laboratory and aspires to become a Pokémon researcher, which is why he is here, Old Lin replied, smiling with pride at his grandson's aspirations. That is indeed a positive development. The Lin family requires a successor among its distinguished Pokémon researchers, and Xiaoyu's ambitions are most commendable, Long Fan encouraged. At that moment, Long Yin Ning cast a glance at Xiaoyu. Over the past few days, she had observed his diligent efforts and was quite satisfied with his earnest attitude. If Xiaoyu could maintain such training intensity over the weekend, given his Pokémon aptitude, he still had a chance to qualify for the finals in the College Cup. However, should he squander his precious weekend time, that possibility would diminish significantly. Long Yin Ning felt a sense of urgency for his potential. Dragon King. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. I have my own thoughts on the variability of Z-move power, and perhaps I can offer a solution. Xiaoyu, exclaimed Lin Shuyun, Xiaoyu's uncle, alarmed by his boldness, and quickly addressed Long Fan. Dragon King, forgive his youthful exuberance. Lin Shuyun frowned at Xiaoyu, disapproving of his audacity. Young people often seek the limelight, but they must exercise caution and refrain from speaking recklessly. An 18-year-old lad who has yet to attend university dares to claim he can resolve issues that have stumped the entire laboratory. Such audacity is unbecoming. Clearly, he is a country bumpkin lacking decorum and bold beyond measure. Perhaps his second aunt should exert more discipline. Chapter 55. The Dance of Z-Moves. Long Fan gazed at Xiaoyu with great interest. From Lin Shuyun's reaction, it was evident that Xiaoyu's earlier remarks were not discussed with Lin Lao or Lin Shuyun. They were solely his own thoughts. It is commendable for young individuals to have ideas, Long Fan mused, although he harbored doubts about Xiaoyu's capacity to resolve the issue at hand. After all, Xiaoyu was merely a student, and Long Fan found it hard to believe that a mere 18-year-old could tackle a challenge that even Lin Lao and Lin Shuiyun struggled with. Xiaoyu, do you have any thoughts? Please share, Lin Lao encouraged, contrasting Lin Shuiyun's reproach. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, glanced at Long Fan, and organized his thoughts before speaking. Having observed the Z move executed by Dragon King just now, along with my previous research, I have discerned that the essence of Z moves comprises three core components: Z Crystal, Z Ring, and the resonance between the trainer and their Pokémon. Oh, Lin Lao, Lin Shuiyun, and Long Fan listened attentively, their expressions varying. In academic circles, it was widely accepted that the key to unleashing Z moves lay in the Z Crystal and Z Ring. But the notion of trainer Pokémon resonance being pivotal was a fresh perspective to them. I believe that for a flawless execution of Z moves, all three conditions are indispensable. The Z Ring and Z Crystal are the fundamental prerequisites determining the ability to perform a Z move, while the resonance between trainer and Pokémon is a more nuanced condition, influencing the potency of the Z move. Are you suggesting that the bond between me and my Dragapult is insufficient? Long Fan inquired with a smile, confident in the profound connection formed over their years together. Not at all, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head and directing his gaze at Long Fan. Your bond with Dragapult is undoubtedly strong. However, when Dragapult executes its moves, you fail to achieve a unified intent, thereby lacking resonance. Unified intent? That is an intriguing concept. Long Fan chuckled. Unified intent is merely a more refined way of saying that when executing a Z move, the trainer must feel as if they too are performing the Z move. Xiaoyu elaborated. For someone like you, Dragon King, incorporating identical movements while executing the Z move alongside Dragapult could significantly enhance resonance. Moreover, I speculate that even if the bond between trainer and Pokémon is not particularly strong, or if the Pokémon is newly acquired, synchronized actions might still yield a powerful Z move. Xiaoyu's assertion bore merit, as evidenced in the games where even newly captured Pokémon could unleash Z moves when equipped with a Z Crystal. Recognizing Long Fan's skepticism, Xiaoyu understood the importance of seizing this opportunity to establish his reputation, which would grant him the freedom to access the laboratory without relying on Lin Lao. Actually, this is merely a hypothesis of mine. You must have heard of Wei Yaqin. His Lucario is the most formidable Pokémon I have encountered, and their bond is exceptionally profound. After meeting Wei Yaqin, I have contemplated the possibility that the connection between trainers may indeed influence a Pokémon's strength. While it was challenging to persuade Long Fan based solely on his words, the mention of Wei Yaqin sparked contemplation in Long Fan's demeanor. The tales of Wei Yaqin's achievements had traversed the nation, with all 7 regions extending generous offers for him to join. It was rumored that he had joined a special department in Huagua, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Grandfather, does the laboratory possess any additional Z crystals or Z rings? Xiaoyu, sensing Long Fan's intrigue, hastily inquired. I would like to experiment with my theory. Isn't that reckless? Lin Shuiyun immediately dismissed Xiaoyu's request, sternly admonishing him. Xiaoyu, conducting experiments cannot rely solely on whimsical ideas. You must have data and factual evidence to support your claims. Uncle, that is precisely why I wish to conduct an experiment. Data is derived from experimentation, Xiaoyu retorted. No, Lin Shuiyun firmly shook his head. If everyone were to experiment merely based on their ideas, the laboratory's regulations would descend into chaos. Even if you wish to experiment, you must formulate your hypothesis into a paper, and only upon thorough research and discussion within the laboratory can you apply for experimental approval. Observing the dispute between his eldest son and grandson, Lin Lao remained silent. Suddenly realizing that Xiaoyu bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, eager to experiment and validate ideas without concern for regulations, prioritizing research outcomes above all else. In contrast, his eldest son, Lin Shuiyun, seemed trapped within the confines of bureaucracy, applying administrative methods to academia, which hindered substantial research achievements. Ever since he entrusted the laboratory to Lin Shuiyun, no significant research breakthroughs had emerged. Xiaoyu, the laboratory has its own regulations that must not be disrupted. Lin Lao, despite harboring his own thoughts, acknowledged Lin Shuiyun as the current authority over the laboratory, even if he felt discontent. He could not undermine Lin Shuiyun's authority in front of others, lest rumors circulate about his dissatisfaction, potentially leading to discussions about replacing the laboratory director. Lin Shuiyun, upon hearing Lin Lao's words, experienced a surge of joy, preparing to lecture his nephew. However, Lin Lao's voice interrupted him. If you genuinely wish to experiment, I have Z crystals and Z rings that I can lend you. Lin Lao's demeanor softened as he removed his Z ring and Z crystal, handing them to Xiaoyu. Dad! Lin Shuiyun couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a pang of jealousy over Lin Lao's favoritism towards Xiaoyu. As the eldest of the Lin family, he had always been held to stringent standards, expected to achieve 120 when others were satisfied with 100. Lin Lao's partiality unsettled him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 56. The Frenzied Land of Endless Ice. Shuiyun. I believe Xiaoyu has a point. His words indeed offer us a fresh perspective. Why not allow him to conduct an experiment? Elder Lin's explanation fell on deaf ears as Shuiyun, still fuming, was unwilling to listen. However, now that Elder Lin had made a decision, Shuiyun's expression quickly returned to composure. As the laboratory director for several years, he possessed enough tact. Let Xiaoyu have his chance. At this moment, Shuiyun's address of Xiaoyu shifted from the diminutive Xiaoyu to the more formal Xiaoyu, a subtle change reflecting the evolving closeness between them. Thank you, grandfather. Xiaoyu sighed with relief. He had initially thought of seizing this opportunity to gain fame and the freedom to enter and exit the laboratory, but nearly stumbled in the process. Fortunately, with Elder Lin's support, he avoided an embarrassing situation, which also served as a wake-up call. Regarding the Z crystal exclusive to the Tailfin Armor Dragon, he should strategize carefully, drafting the research paper for Elder Lin's review before diving into practical development. The realm of Pokémon academia is not a tranquil pool. Wherever there are people, there exists intrigue and darkness, much akin to the academic world of his past life. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder if he lacked Elder Lin's backing, whether he would even have the opportunity to experiment, let alone submit a paper without it being appropriated by others. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he would merely have his name relegated to a secondary author, or worse, it could entirely transform into someone else's academic achievement. This encounter left Xiaoyu with a rather unfavorable impression of his uncle Shuiyun, who resembled more of a political businessman than a scholar. While it is commendable for young minds to have ideas, they must be grounded in sufficient theoretical support. Recklessness is unwise. One must plan before acting, Elder Lin advised earnestly. Accepting the Ice Z Crystal and Z Band from Elder Lin, Xiaoyu was determined to seize this hard-won opportunity. This is the Ice Ninetales, a regular participant in our experiments. Elder Lin announced, releasing the Ice Ninetales and instructing Ice Ninetales heed Xiaoyu's commands. The Ice Ninetales affectionately nudged Elder Lin and nodded at Xiaoyu. Wait, does Lilia's Ice Z have a catchphrase? The serene snow falls from the heavens? Countless shimmering ice crystals? The Z of frozen earth covering the land? Ascend to the skies once more with my blazing soul? Should I deliver such lines? If I don't, what if it grants a buff? But if I do, a beautiful girl like Lilia might pull it off gracefully, while I, a nearly 6-foot-tall adult, might sound overly juvenile and utterly embarrassing. Which is more important, my dignity or the outcome? Xiaoyu silently donned the Z-band and affixed the Ice Z crystal to the Ice Ninetales, preparing himself to unleash the Z-move. Longfan and Long Yanqing observed with keen interest but held little hope. Ice Ninetales, are you ready? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he executed the initial movements of the Z-move, crossing his arms while the Ice Ninetales mirrored the action. In that instant, Xiaoyu felt a connection established between the Z-band and the Ice Z crystal on the Ice Ninetales, creating an unexpected resonance despite this being their first meeting. An outpouring of ice energy surged from Xiaoyu, intertwining with the Ice Ninetales, leading into the quintessential Z-move's choreography and the dramatic lines. Xiaoyu was intensely focused, executing the Z-move while wholly embracing his inner enthusiasm. From the serene snow that falls from the heavens, countless shimmering ice crystals, the Z of frozen earth covering the land. Ascend to the skies once more with my blazing soul, the frenzied land of endless ice. As Xiaoyu's voice resonated, none among the onlookers laughed. They sensed the immense, icy energy flooding into the Ice Ninetales, culminating with a final declaration. The ice energy enveloping the Ice Ninetales reached its zenith, erupting into a towering ice pillar that lifted the creature high, while a massive blue energy sphere coalesced before it. With a cry, the Ice Ninetales unleashed a beam of icy light from the sphere, sweeping forward like a laser, freezing everything in its path and ultimately crystallizing the distant wall into a magnificent ice sculpture before it detonated, engulfing the surrounding area in a frosty embrace. Quickly calculate the power of the move and compare it with previous data, Elder Lin instructed his staff. Long Fan and Long Yanqing gazed at Xiaoyu in astonishment, aware that this was his first collaboration with the Ice Ninetales in executing a Z move. Not only had he succeeded, but the power was astonishing. Within moments, a staff member rushed in, brimming with excitement. Elder Lin, the data is in. It has shattered the previous power record, exceeding it by 20. Longfan's praise brought Elder Lin immense joy, while Long Yanqing's gaze turned to Xiaoyu, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Xiaoyu had once again altered Long Yanqing's perception of him. Although his strength was lacking, his dedication to training was commendable, and he had indeed demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in overcoming such a daunting challenge. Could he also unravel the mystery of his peculiar Z crystal? Everyone present rejoiced, save for one, Xuan, who had initially scolded Xiaoyu, though he now wore a smile. Internally, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Xiaoyu, I will arrange for a card to be issued in your name, and a position will be reserved for you in the laboratory. In the future, if you have any ideas, do share them with me, Elder Lin said, smiling at Xiaoyu. Chapter 57. Two artifacts. Long Fan's statement undoubtedly stemmed from his recognition of Xiaoyu's potential. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his daughter to conduct specialized training with him alone. Xiaoyu expressed his profound gratitude, and although he was reluctant to undergo training alongside Long Yanning, he felt compelled to show appreciation for Long Fan's goodwill. Despite the risks Xiaoyu undertook, the rewards were substantial. Not only did he gain the privilege of unrestricted access to the laboratory, but he also became the lead author of the Z Techniques research paper. With the publication of this paper, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the academic community. Furthermore, if he published a dedicated research paper on Z pure crystals as the first author, he would surely achieve nationwide recognition, becoming a Z technique expert, following in the footsteps of revered figures like Old Lin and Old Qin. If Old Lin was the pioneer of Z techniques in Huagua, then Xiaoyu was to become the pivotal figure in perfecting them. This not only promised to bolster his reputation, but also allowed him to forge valuable connections with other adept practitioners of Z pure crystals, such as Long Fan and Tanyong Senator. Such alliances would be advantageous for his future endeavors regarding Dynamax and Gigantamax, providing a deterrent against any ill-intentioned individuals contemplating the rare treasures he possessed. After dinner, Xiaoyu diligently accompanied his 3 Pokémon for 4 hours of training. While the system could assist him in acquiring auxiliary items, move tutors, and even enhancing potential, the strength of his Pokémon had to be cultivated gradually and painstakingly. It wasn't until 10:30 in the evening that Xiaoyu completed his nightly routine and lay in bed, contemplating his future plans. He recognized the necessity of balancing academic research with personal strength, both requiring his unwavering dedication. In terms of academia, he could present a new research topic every 3 to 5 years. For instance, he could first unveil Dynamax, and 3 years later, introduce Gigantamax, ensuring his reputation remained in the limelight and solidifying his position as a preeminent figure in Pokémon scholarship. On the other hand, his short-term combat goal was to break into the top 2 at the provincial level this year and strive for a commendable ranking nationwide. Reflecting on his combat prowess, Xiaoyu recalled that he still possessed 2 valuable items awarded by the system. One was a rare treasure detector, single-use, included in the novice gift pack, capable of uncovering the most precious treasures within a 100-kilometer radius. The other was the Dragon Pulse Permanent Move Tutor, a reward for capturing 3 Dragon-type Pokémon. Both artifacts held immense significance. The value of the permanent move tutor was immeasurable, especially given the power of Dragon Pulse, a formidable dragon-type move. However, due to its extraordinary rarity, Xiaoyu was compelled to employ discretion, both in revealing it to others and in teaching it to his Pokémon. If he were to allow all three of his Pokémon to learn Dragon Pulse simultaneously and it were discovered, it could lead to numerous complications. Consequently, he had only permitted his forest lizard to learn the move thus far. As for the rare treasure detector, Xiaoyu recognized its paramount importance. It could reveal the most precious treasures within 100 kilometers. The word most made him realize that he needed to select an appropriate location for its use. If he could ascertain the approximate location of the Arceus plate, could this device lead him to it? Theoretically, it seemed plausible. Yet, he was uncertain whether undiscovered referred to unclaimed items or artifacts yet to be unearthed. He had refrained from utilizing this device, intending to maximize its value. Now that he had arrived in the imperial capital, the most prosperous city in Huagua, abundant with treasures, it was undoubtedly the most fitting place to activate the device. Originally, Xiaoyu planned to tour the laboratory today and use the rare treasure detector tomorrow to seek treasures in the imperial capital. However, since Old Lin had committed him to train with Long Yin Ning every weekend, he found it inconvenient to decline. Additionally, Xiaoyu needed to devote time to drafting his paper on Z crystals, forcing him to postpone his treasure hunting plans. He browsed listings that included a premium lightstone, only available for face-to-face transactions, and a top-tier evolution stone that could transform his Chansey into the ultimate tank. He also discovered a rare stone resembling a pine spring stone, which was highly collectible. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a mega evolution stone that appeared to be a Jengar evolution stone, though he couldn't be certain. Furthermore, he found an object reminiscent of a wishing star, albeit one that lacked any luminescence, appearing rather dull. The emergence of these unusual stones filled Xiaoyu with delight, and he was eager to purchase them. However, perhaps due to the stories of Z crystals being discovered at bargain prices years prior, the asking prices for these stones were generally steep. The tale spoke of a stone collector who had acquired a Z crystal before it was publicly announced and sold it as jewelry for a mere 8,000. At that time, it was regarded merely as an attractive crystal, thus priced modestly. The fortunate individual who later discovered its true value saw the price of the Z crystal soar to over 100 million after the Z techniques were revealed, leading to a substantial profit. As a result of this incident, peculiar stones had become significantly overpriced. Given the existence of Z crystals, it was plausible that X and Y crystals might also exist. The item resembling the Jengar evolution stone was priced at 28,888, while the wishing star was slightly more affordable, yet still cost 8,000. Although the prices were high, Xiaoyu clenched his teeth and made the purchases. Gazing at his dwindling savings, he pondered whether it was time to prioritize earning money alongside his plans for research and combat prowess. Chapter 58. News of Wei Yeqin. The following day, Xiaoyu returned to the laboratory. This time, as he walked along the path to the lab, he could distinctly sense that the gazes of the surrounding researchers had shifted dramatically compared to the previous day. Clearly, the events of yesterday had spread widely. Titles such as Genius Researcher and Successor of Old Lin had been bestowed upon Xiaoyu, circulating among the researchers. Some rumors even suggested that after Lin Shuyun took over the laboratory from her father, Lin Shuyuan, she had failed to produce any impressive results for several consecutive years, ultimately relying on the contributions of a young man to secure a second authorship on a paper simply to get by. These whispers intensified amidst widespread discontent with Lin Shuyuan, causing Lin Shuyun to retreat into her office to write papers, avoiding any encounters with her nephew. Out of sight, out of mind. Simultaneously, Long Fan and his daughter Long Yinning had also arrived early at the laboratory. After witnessing Xiaoyu's Z move the previous day, Long Fan's intentions for today became crystal clear. He sought to discover the optimal method to unleash the full potential of Dragon Z Pure Crystal. Dragon King. Xiaoyu respectfully greeted Long Fan. Xiaoyu, you've arrived, Long Fan replied with a fleeting smile, bypassing pleasantries to get straight to the point. After observing your Z move yesterday, I've had some ideas, and I'm eager to experiment today. I would like to consult you. Researcher Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Long Fan's words, Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand. It was clear that Long Fan's request for consultation was merely a formality. He had no intention of adopting a superior demeanor. Instead, he humbly replied, "Dragon King, you flatter me. Just call me Xiaoyu. I merely stumbled upon this by chance. If there is anything I can assist you with, please feel free to instruct me." "Very well. I shall not hold back." Long Fan chuckled, genuinely unreserved. "Xiaoyu, what actions and incantations do you believe would most effectively amplify the power of the Dragon Z move?" "Actions? Incantations?" Xiaoyu pondered, sensing an ominous premonition. He felt that the world of Z moves seemed to be veering off course, racing towards an absurd direction. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Those powerful trainers, mid-battle, suddenly breaking into awkward dances while reciting cringeworthy lines. The thought alone made him want to erase that image from his mind, filled with a profound sense of embarrassment. Dragon King, the language and actions are merely mediums, serving to resonate the connection between trainers and Pokémon, Xiaoyu attempted to explain. The most vital aspect is to embody the feeling of becoming one with the Pokémon when unleashing the Z move. Long Fan nodded thoughtfully before looking at Xiaoyu. "Why not let you demonstrate it for me? Since you managed to execute the IC move, I'm certain you can do the Dragon Z move as well." Observing the smile on Long Fan's face, Xiaoyu felt that this Dragon King was quite cunning, outwardly refined, yet harboring ulterior motives. He was undoubtedly scheming for Xiaoyu to perform a demonstration. It seemed that only Lily's brother, Gladion, had used the Dragon Z move in the animations. Excluding the awkward dance and lines, the symbol of Dragon Z was indeed the most striking among all Z pure crystals. "I can only give it a reluctant try," Xiaoyu said, steeling himself. "Xiaoyu, I believe in you," Long Fan beamed. "If it doesn't go well, I won't hold it against you. Just give it your best shot." Upon hearing Long Fan's words, Long Ning couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Whenever her father bore that expression and tone, it often meant someone was in for a surprise. The Dragon Z move appeared to be the most absurd, seemingly requiring one to clasp their hands together and mimic the gesture before pushing forward, then slowly spreading their arms apart to imitate a dragon's mouth. Just thinking about it filled Xiaoyu with shame. The accompanying incantation was even more humiliating, more so than the IC move. "Brilliant light. Let it dance. For whom does the ultimate champion stand, inscribing their name upon the battlefield? The ultimate dragon shakes the earth." There was no way he could utter that, especially the line, "For whom does the ultimate champion stand, inscribing their name upon the battlefield," made Xiaoyu feel utterly mortified. In the game, it hardly mattered whether the lines were spoken, so why not just omit that line? Perhaps he could also test whether the incantation had any effect on the Z move. With that thought, Xiaoyu decided to give it a try. Under Long Fan's watchful gaze, he focused his mind and began to chant, "Brilliant light. Let it dance." His voice was deep and hoarse, as if narrating a story. By the time he finished that line, he had already completed the corresponding steps for the Dragon Z move. "For whom does the ultimate champion stand?" Roar. Accompanied by Xiaoyu's voice, the Gyarados couldn't help but release a roar simultaneously, as if they were both echoing together. At that moment, a purple sphere of light erupted from Gyarados' mouth, transforming midair into an energy dragon that crashed into the wall, causing a tremendous explosion and roar. Clap, clap. Witnessing this scene, Long Fan erupted into applause, enthusiastically praising Xiaoyu. "Incredible. Absolutely marvelous. This is the first time I've seen such a spectacular performance from Gyarados. The power of the Z move is extraordinary. If we were meeting for the first time, I would certainly believe Gyarados to be your starter Pokémon. Clearly, your hypothesis was correct. The key to the Z move lies not only in the Z pure crystal and Z ring, but also in the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon. A truly brilliant insight. Actually, it's not entirely my idea. I was inspired by Wei Yaqin," Xiaoyu humbly replied, using Wei Yaqin as a shield. Surely, they would not underestimate his abilities when it came to Wei Yaqin. "My apologies, Wei Dage. You'll have to take the blame for this. He and his Lucario have achieved a perfect state of unity, allowing them to communicate telepathically without the need for conversation during battles." Wei Yaqin Long Fan muttered the name. I've heard he is coming to the capital. I eagerly anticipate battling him. Even Old Tan was defeated by Wei Yichin. I'm curious to see just how strong he truly is. Huh. Xiaoyu seemed to have stumbled upon a sensational piece of gossip. Tan Yong's son actually lost that battle, even while employing Z moves. Was Wei Yichin truly that formidable? Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a voice from behind suddenly interrupted. Dragon King, the data has arrived. The Z move's power exceeds the maximum power by approximately 15. A researcher, panting, rushed out with the equipment to deliver the measured data to Long Fan. Long Fan's smile broadened, and he patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Excellent. I won't disturb you any longer. Make the most of your training. I look forward to seeing you reach the national finals. Chapter 59. Weekend. Training. Lord Long departed from the laboratory with a satisfied demeanor, patting Xiaoyu's shoulder as he left, expressing his high hopes for the young man. He encouraged Xiaoyu to seize the opportunity to undergo intensive training with Long Yanning, aiming for a commendable performance in the upcoming College Cup, which could lead him to the prestigious Imperial Capital University next year. In response to Lord Long's goodwill, Xiaoyu naturally accepted with a smile and commenced one-on-one training with Long Yanning. Such a rare opportunity, coupled with the fact that Long Yanning was a striking beauty, made this an enviable chance for many. However, Xiaoyu endeavored to maintain a safe distance from her. Teacher Long, I'll begin my training now, Xiaoyu stated before moving to an empty space nearby, preparing to train while keeping as far away from Long Yanning as possible. He was genuinely concerned that she might discern the exceptional qualities of his Pokémon, thus exposing his secret. The last time, when she used a device to assess the aptitude of his Woobat, it startled him greatly. Xiaoyu possessed 3 Pokémon, a king-level Woobat, a near-champion Forest Lizard, and a near-champion Charmander. The revelation of their extraordinary potential could lead to his abrupt disappearance the following day, so Xiaoyu was quite reluctant to draw too close to Long Yanning. He preferred to develop his strengths in solitude, aspiring to grow stronger independently. Yet, he could not refuse Lord Long's kindness. For any rational person would not turn down such a rare training opportunity. To decline would be peculiar, suggesting he harbored ulterior motives, potentially drawing even more attention from Lord Long. Thus, he begrudgingly steeled himself to train alongside Long Yanning. Why are you standing so far away? Long Yanning inquired, her brow furrowing at Xiaoyu's seemingly deliberate avoidance, causing her some irritation. This isn't a training camp. I'm here to guide you alone. Release your 3 Pokémon. I wish to see how they have been training, Long Yanning added, having gained a favorable impression of Xiaoyu after recent events. Her disdain for his previous lackluster abilities considerably diminished. She was eager to assist him in enhancing his skills, and, simultaneously, she hoped Xiaoyu could aid her with the peculiar Z crystal she possessed. Xiaoyu nodded and released his 3 Pokémon. The shimmering Charmander instantly captured Long Yanning's attention. Every time I see your shiny Charmander, I am astounded. Shiny Pokémon are exceedingly rare, she remarked, enviously eyeing the vibrant creature. She longed for a shiny Pokémon of her own, perhaps a shiny Axu or a shiny Silicobra, both of which she found alluring. By the way, how has your Pokémon fared in practicing the Dragon Breath move we discussed in class yesterday? After examining the condition of the 3 Pokémon, she recalled the lesson and inquired, frowning slightly. Merely grasping a skill is insufficient. It must be mastered through practice. With only half a Saturday to train, it is unlikely they will truly master the move. You must ensure they practice diligently. Starting this week, you may come to the laboratory each weekend, and I will provide a thorough explanation of the moves taught on Saturdays. Listening to Long Yanning, Xiaoyu felt a throbbing in his head. Come every weekend? How will I pursue treasure hunting? Her diligent attitude was a little overwhelming, but he recognized it was rooted in her concern. Reluctantly, he decided to postpone his treasure hunting aspirations, planning to focus on completing his paper on the exclusive Z crystal first. Very well, Teacher Long, he replied. Long Yanning placed her hands on her hips, accentuating her slender waist, which drew Xiaoyu's gaze. Her figure was remarkably alluring, and he couldn't help but think, what am I even considering? He attempted to dismiss such peculiar thoughts, yet human nature is curious. The more one tries to suppress an idea, the more it lingers in the mind. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Long Yin Ning's brows knitted into a straight line as she crossed her arms, observing him intently. Teacher Long, I'm here, he quickly responded. You must ensure you rest adequately. Your focus seems a bit scattered, she noted, not dwelling on the matter. Now, let us have your Charmander and Forest Lizard demonstrate the Dragon Breath move. I wish to see how well you've trained. All right, Charmander, you go first. Use Dragon Breath. Xiaoyu commanded. With his call, Charmander inhaled deeply, its cheeks swelling, before unleashing a torrent of Dragon Breath. Long Yin Ning, having witnessed the entire process, couldn't he help but praise very good. This Charmander exhibits commendable control over Dragon-type energy. Now, let us see the Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu nodded and instructed the Forest Lizard to perform the same move. Compared to Charmander's Dragon Breath, the Forest Lizard executed it with remarkable swiftness. The transition from inhalation to exhalation was almost instantaneous, leaving little time for reaction. Moreover, the area affected by the Forest Lizard's Dragon Breath was significantly broader, resulting in a far greater impact. The Forest Lizard completely overshadowed Charmander, leaving the latter feeling somewhat disheartened, as if a colossal mountain loomed over it. Yet, Charmander vowed silently to surpass its companion. Witnessing the Forest Lizard's execution, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Long Yin Ning's eyes. This Forest Lizard possessed an extraordinary affinity for Dragon-type energy, surpassing most Dragon-type Pokémon. Its robust physique further amplified its already impressive potential, rendering it nearly perfect, with scarcely any flaws. The only drawback was its non-Dragon-type classification, Long Yin Ning mused. If only the Lizard King were a Dragon-type Pokémon, she would be tempted to capture it. This Forest Lizard possesses remarkable potential. Nurture it diligently, and it may be the key to your success in the national finals. Long Yin Ning sincerely commended. For the remainder of the session, under Long Yin Ning's guidance, Xiaoyu engaged in targeted training for his 3 Pokémon. It was undeniable that she had a knack for training Dragon-type Pokémon, especially since she herself owned a Noivern. Her advice for nurturing Xiaoyu's Woobat proved invaluable. Moreover, she offered tailored insights for the Forest Lizard and Charmander, effectively assisting Xiaoyu in his endeavors. Chapter 60. The Phantom of the Imperial City on a Sunday afternoon. The weather in the Imperial City shifted unexpectedly. What began as a brilliantly sunny morning quickly morphed into a scene of darkened skies, followed by a torrential downpour. In the outskirts of the city, which were among its most remote areas, the uneven ground was awash with puddles. With a splash, black boots plunged into a waterlogged pit, sending droplets flying. A silver streak of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Clad in black raincoats, a pair of individuals navigated through the dilapidated buildings, entering a narrow alleyway that led to a somewhat worn courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. 2 long knocks followed by 3 rapid taps resounded like a secret signal. Soon, the sound of a lock being turned echoed from the iron gate, which slowly creaked open. The 2 figures stepped inside and promptly secured the door behind them. Once indoors, they shed their raincoats, revealing their true identities. Should Xiaoyu have been present, he would have instantly recognized the man as Su Xiao, who had mysteriously appeared in the secret realm over a month prior. No one would have anticipated that the wanted Su Xiao could slip into the Imperial City unnoticed. The woman accompanying him appeared to be in her late 20s, her face adorned with exquisite makeup and striking red lips that captivated at first glance. Has anyone noticed? A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the shadows, the dim lighting obscuring his features. Su Xiao shook his head and casually settled into a nearby chair, replying, I instructed Zoroark to impersonate me in the southwestern region, making sporadic appearances to lead those investigators astray. No one suspects I am here. At this moment, the other woman chimed in, her voice peculiar and tinged with an accent that suggested she was not from Huagua, as she spoke in halting Mandarin. Rest assured, no one knows of my arrival in Huagua. I require you to locate an item, the middle-aged man rasped. We are uncertain of its exact location, but we can find someone who knows of it. This is the list of individuals, all of whom may have had contact with the item. You will need to investigate yourselves. As if recalling something significant, the man added urgently, the Imperial City is unlike other places. It is advisable not to act recklessly. If action is indeed required, ensure you manage the situation meticulously. Understood, Su Xiao replied, glancing at the extensive list of names. Both Su Xiao and the other woman furrowed their brows. This is no simple task. There are at least several hundred names here. That is why I am compensating you handsomely. And with such a substantial reward, we are under considerable pressure, the middle-aged man stated, fixing his gaze upon Su Xiao and the woman. We are taking significant risks as well. We will require at least a month, and no more than 3. The woman affirmed. We accept the mission, she concluded. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Meanwhile, at the window, Long Yanqing stood with a grave expression as she answered her phone. This is Long Yanqing. Are you certain? Panic flickered across her features, and disbelief followed as she exclaimed. When did this happen? I will head there immediately. From Long Yanqing's demeanor, it was evident that a matter of utmost urgency had arisen. Otherwise, her expression would not have been so troubled. Xiaoyu, stay in the laboratory and do not venture out. Long Yanqing urgently instructed Xiaoyu before swiftly donning her raincoat, summoning the sound wave dragon and leaping into the rain-soaked night. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was a call from Old Man Lin. Xiaoyu? Grandfather, Xiaoyu responded. Has something occurred? Xiaoyu inquired cautiously. The recent reaction of Long Yanqing in this call hinted at a significant crisis unfolding in the imperial city. Upon returning home, Grandma Qin rushed to greet Xiaoyu, affectionately grasping his hand, her eyes filled with concern. Grandma, what has happened? Xiaoyu could not restrain himself from asking. Take a look at the news, Old Man Lin replied, gesturing for Xiaoyu to turn on the television. Yesterday, the Peace District of the Imperial City was once again afflicted by a terrifying phantom event, resulting in 3 fatalities. Citizens are advised to prioritize their safety and refrain from going out at night unless absolutely necessary, the news anchor announced. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyu watched the report. He recalled a similar news segment from a few days prior, which speculated that ghost-type Pokémon were to blame and that experts in psychic, dark, and ghost types have been dispatched to investigate. Still unresolved? And 3 people have died? However, 3 deaths alone should not have caused such alarm in Long Yanqing. As if sensing his confusion, Old Man Lin slowly began. One of the deceased was a student from the Dragon-type Secret Realm training class, while the other 2 were a bodyguard and a driver. They had set out for the Dragon-type Secret Realm after lunch, but both vehicle and individuals vanished en route. Just an hour ago, the missing vehicle and 3 bodies were discovered, prompting a report to the authorities. Now it makes sense why Long Yanqing displayed such concern. As the head instructor of the training class, she bears a certain responsibility if her students meet harm on the way to the secret realm. Will this incident affect the Long family? Xiaoyu inquired. Certainly, Old Man Lin replied without hesitation. Anyone able to attend the training class undoubtedly hails from a powerful background. However, as long as Long Fan remains, the Long family should not face significant repercussions. It is merely that Long Yanqing may feel some impact. Nodding, Xiaoyu continued, Grandfather, has the police unearthed any clues? Indeed, Old Man Lin affirmed. Aware of the perilous situation, Xiaoyu resolved not to venture outside, seizing the opportunity to concentrate on his thesis in the coming days. Chapter 61. The Malevolent Pokémon due to the mysterious incidents involving malevolent spirits. The entire capital city was engulfed in fear, with every rustle of leaves treated as a potential threat. Xiaoyu, unable to venture into the Dragon Realm for specialized training or embark on a treasure hunt in the capital, found himself confined within the Lin family home, a situation that left him feeling increasingly restless. Thus, he was compelled to devote most of his energy to training his 3 Pokémon, while the remaining time was consumed by writing a thesis on exclusive Z crystals. The task of writing the thesis was quite cumbersome, requiring substantial factual backing to validate his hypotheses. The need for a Z-ring upgrade, as depicted in both the anime and games, proved particularly vexing, as it was only mentioned that the Island Guardians assisted Ash in upgrading his Z-ring to a more powerful version. Consequently, Xiaoyu speculated that the key to upgrading the Z-ring must be related to energy. 2 days later, Xiaoyu gazed out the window, observing the relentless downpour. After 2 days of clear weather, the capital was once again besieged by heavy rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning that weighed heavily on the spirit. Over the past 2 days, he received video calls from his parents, elder brother, and Wu Pongzi, all of whom had evidently heard about the malevolent spirit incidents from the news and expressed their concern for him. Meanwhile, the capital was gripped by anxiety, particularly in the Peace District, the site of the events, where the streets appeared unusually deserted. The police had mobilized vast resources for investigations, scrutinizing surveillance footage. Yet they had yielded no results, even lacking knowledge of whether the mysterious Pokémon had a trainer behind it. The only useful information available was that the Pokémon exhibited formidable strength, at least at the quasi-champion level. Otherwise, it would not have been able to silently eliminate 3 individuals. Historically, trainers in the capital had been tasked with managing wild Pokémon, making encounters with elite-level wild Pokémon exceedingly rare. The appearance of such a powerful Pokémon was undoubtedly unexpected, since the day 3 lives were lost. No further incidents of malevolent spirits had transpired in the capital, as if the enigmatic Pokémon had vanished into thin air. However, everyone understood this was merely a temporary retreat, biding its time for new prey. The chilling aspect of ghost-type Pokémon lay in their ability to conceal themselves. Once they masked their presence, detection became exceedingly difficult. Yet, they would inevitably strike again, for certain Pokémon, once they had tasted blood, became terrifying predators, instinctively viewing humans as targets for their relentless hunts. Xiaoyu was indeed curious about this mysterious Pokémon, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. With the current strength of his 3 Pokémon, he was entirely unqualified and incapable of investigating the enigmatic creature. To engage in such a pursuit, he surmised his Pokémon would need to possess at least gym leader-level strength. Only then could he hope to survive. The creature that had dispatched the bodyguard's Pokémon must be at least quasi-champion level. Venturing forth before attaining gym leader strength would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. This realization imbued Xiaoyu with a sense of urgency. He must strive to enhance his strength, for the feeling of being utterly powerless to dictate his own fate was profoundly disheartening. These days of confinement continued for 2 days, until the training academy sent out another notification. Unlike the previous session, this training was to be fully enclosed, with 4 quasi-champion trainers personally overseeing student registrations to ensure their safety. Simultaneously, until the malevolent entity in the capital was apprehended, no one was permitted to leave the Dragon Realm. Participation in this training was entirely voluntary. Naturally, Xiaoyu was eager to participate, as the abundant dragon-type energy within the Dragon Realm would greatly benefit the growth of his 3 Pokémon. He had no intention of remaining at home. Regarding safety, he harbored no concerns. Given the gravity of the situation, Long Fan would undoubtedly be stationed at the Dragon Realm around the clock, complemented by the presence of both champion and quasi-champion level experts, ensuring a far greater degree of safety than remaining at home. After confirming his participation in the enclosed training, Xiaoyu informed the elderly Lin and Qin to alleviate their worries. He packed his belongings, and 2 hours later, the doorbell rang. To his astonishment, Long Yanning appeared at the door, looking haggard, her hair drenched. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was this the same radiant dragon teacher he knew? After 2 days apart, Long Yanning appeared significantly fatigued, with dark circles under her eyes, a testament to her sleeplessness. Despite not being directly involved, the murder of a student weighed heavily on her conscience, particularly as the student had met their demise shortly after leaving the realm and had been entrusted to a bodyguard. For the past 2 days, Long Yanning had tirelessly sought the perpetrator behind the studentess' death, yet her efforts bore no fruit. In the sprawling capital, compounded by the elusive nature of ghost-type Pokémon, her search felt akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Dragon teacher, Xiaoyu greeted. "Let us go," she said, gesturing toward the car parked in the rain. Xiaoyu nodded and joined her in the back seat, while the driver silently began to drive. The distance from the Lin residence to the Dragon Realm was approximately an hour, but with traffic, it could stretch to 2. Once inside the car, the weary Long Yanning rested her head against the window. The exhaustion from 2 days of relentless wakefulness was evident, and she gradually succumbed to sleep, her eyelids growing heavier. Xiaoyu chose not to disturb her, instead directing his gaze outside. Unfortunately, The torrential rain obscured his view, reminiscent of the downpour from 2 days prior, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The car smoothly navigated the streets towards the Dragon Realm. As they passed through the bustling city, the crowds gradually thinned, with only the trees along the roadside flashing by the window. Long Yin Ning slept soundly, perhaps due to the discomfort of resting her head against the hard window. In her slumber, she inadvertently leaned against Xia Yu's shoulder. Xia Yu frowned, contemplating waking her, adhering to the propriety of gender boundaries, yet ultimately refrained upon witnessing her exhausted visage. However, he couldn't help but think, if you're going to sleep, why must you drool? Just as he silently lamented, he suddenly felt a momentary stillness in the surrounding atmosphere, as if time had momentarily halted, though it could have been a mere illusion. At that instant, a brilliant red light flashed, cutting through the darkness. Xia Yu saw the crimson glow penetrate the driver's window, and in an instant, the car was brought to a halt. The red light pierced through the driver, silencing him before he could utter a cry, resulting in his immediate demise. Blood gushed forth, splattering both Xia Yu and Long Yinning. In that moment, Xia Yu's soul felt as if it had been jolted awake. He violently yanked open the car door, dragging Long Yinning with him as he leapt from the vehicle. Landing on the ground, drenched by the rain, Long Yinning, startled by the chaos, quickly regained her senses. Together, they looked up to behold 2 Pokémon materializing before them. It was evident that they had encountered the malevolent Pokémon. No, it was 2 malevolent Pokémon. There were no humans involved in the hunting of humans. It was solely the 2 Pokémon that posed a threat, and no one knew whether they were acting under the influence of a trainer. Chapter 62. Interdependent Pokémon. Before them stood 2 Pokémon, one shrouded in a cloak of dark gray. Its upper body was a somber black, while its lower half was adorned with a ghostly tail that fluttered ominously in the torrential rain. A yellow band, reminiscent of an antenna, crowned its forehead, allowing it to receive messages from the spirit realm. Its countenance was dominated by a singular, terrifyingly large eye, fixated upon Xia Yu and Long Yinning. The eye bore a yellow iris, a crimson pupil, and a black sclera, resembling the gaze of death itself. The patterns on its chest resembled an enraged visage, while similar markings on its back morphed into circular shapes, with a mouth-like line that appeared to smile. This was the Night Phantom. The Night Phantom traversed the realms of the living and the dead, its consciousness a mystery. It could navigate the spirit realm, guiding souls to their eternal rest, often arriving at the side of those nearing death, leading their spirits to the underworld. Occasionally, it would mistakenly usher away souls that had yet to complete their earthly journey. The Night Phantom consumed the essence of its prey via a mouth on its abdomen, devouring only the soul and regurgitating the lifeless body upon departure. It was said that it could absorb lost souls into its elastic form, transporting them to another world, which instilled fear among the populace. In the realm of gaming, the Night Phantom was merely a formidable tank-like Pokémon, yet in reality, it was one of the most fearsome and terrifying ghost-type Pokémon. It possessed the ability to freely enter and exit the spirit realm, and could even extract the living from it. Some benevolent Night Phantoms only guided the deceased to the spirit realm, aiding their liberation. However, there were exceptions. Some malevolent Night Phantoms chose to hunt humans, dragging the living into the spirit realm, slaying them, and devouring their souls to enhance their own power. These were the most dreadful of Pokémon. Consequently, the Pokémon Association mandated that all trainers possessing members of the Night Phantom family must register under their real names. Failure to do so was deemed illegal. Much like gun permits in the past, the Night Phantom was akin to a firearm. Ordinary people had no means to contend with it, necessitating strict oversight. The absence of registration was a clear violation, underscoring the association's stringent regulations concerning the Night Phantom. Xia Yu finally grasped why, despite the mobilization of numerous individuals, the Pokémon Association struggled to locate the malevolent spirits. The Night Phantom could seamlessly enter the spirit realm, hiding there after slaying a victim. Unless a quasi-king level psychic or ghost-type Pokémon specifically searched for it with knowledge of its whereabouts, it would remain undetectable. Yet, what truly filled Xia Yu with dread was another Pokémon, one of a blood-red hue. Its massive crimson blade, stained with the blood of its victim, bore a single eye that gazed hungrily at Xiaoyu and Long Yinning. Paired with a black golden shield, it appeared particularly sinister amidst the downpour. This was the shimmering shield sword spirit. Legend spoke of the shield sword spirit using its formidable psychic powers to control both humans and Pokémon, establishing a realm tailored to its whims. It seemed capable of discerning which individuals possessed the potential for kingship. Those deemed worthy by it were destined to ascend to the throne. It had accompanied monarchs throughout history, bending the wills of both man and beast to their service. Although kings backed by the shield sword spirit once ruled entire nations, none escaped its grasp, ultimately succumbing to its insatiable hunger, leading to the downfall of their realms. The blood-red blade's solitary eye greedily observed Xiaoyu and Long Yinning as it slowly plunged its blade into the driver, voraciously siphoning his essence, which coalesced into its blade. In plain sight, the driver withered at an alarming rate, transforming into a desiccated husk, while the shield sword spirit grew increasingly ominous in its crimson hue. Once the driver's corpse had entirely shriveled, the night phantom abruptly opened its maw, extracting the soul from the lifeless body and swallowing it whole, its visage betraying satisfaction after the meal. Xiaoyu was aghast. Was this a one-stop service? The shield sword spirit consumed life force, while the night phantom feasted upon souls. It was a mutually beneficial partnership. No wonder the deaths of those three had been so tragic. Xiaoyu felt a chilling realization wash over him. He had underestimated the Pokémon world, witnessing such a grotesque and terrifying duo for the first time. These two fearsome ghost-type Pokémon existed in a symbiotic relationship. The Night Phantom and the Shield Sword Spirit launching sudden ambushes from the spirit realm to hunt humans. The Shield Sword Spirit craved the life force of humans, while the Night Phantom sought their souls, a flawless alliance. Yet, the question lingered. Did these Pokémon have trainers behind them? Or perhaps it was more probable that trainers existed, given that the evolution of the Shield Sword Spirit required a Dark Stone. While the Night Phantom could evolve without the need for trading in reality, it still required an item from the spirit realm. This was likely why sightings of these two Pokémon in the wild were exceedingly rare, leading Xiaoyu to deduce that they were most likely backed by trainers. One was a quasi-king-level Night Phantom, while the other was a Shield Sword Spirit of true king-level strength, and a shimmering one at that. Xiaoyu scratched his head in disbelief. In the face of such formidable opponents, Long Yin-Ning's expression was grave, yet without hesitation, she positioned herself protectively before Xiaoyu. Although she was a head shorter than him, she resolutely shielded him behind her. The sensation of being guarded by a woman was unsettling, yet Xiaoyu found himself powerless. His stomach was not in good shape, and accepting a bit of support was of little concern. Xiaoyu, stay behind me, Long Yin-Ning instructed as she produced all her Pokeballs and hurled them forward. The 6 Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon, Double Axe Dragon, Staff-Tail Armor Dragon, Gyarados Electrode, and Two-Headed Dragon, were all summoned to battle. In this life-or-death struggle, notions of fair play were cast aside. With lives at stake, every available Pokémon was called upon. Among them, the Soundwave Dragon, Double Axe Dragon, and Staff-Tail Armor Dragon had all reached quasi-king level strength, while Gyarados and Electrode were merely gym leader level. The Two-Headed Dragon, still in its growth phase, had just evolved from a single-headed dragon and had only recently attained gym leader level power. Xiaoyu also released his 3 Pokémon. Although their power disparity was vast, every bit of strength contributed was welcome. The Wubbits could still emit ultrasonic waves, though their effectiveness was uncertain, while the Forest Lizard could create grassy terrain. The shimmering Charmeleon, on the other hand, was an all-offensive skill Pokémon, rendered a mere spectator. 9 against 2. On the surface, it appeared that Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning held a decisive advantage. Yet, when considering the overall strength, they were still somewhat weaker, particularly in the presence of that blood-red Shield Sword Spirit, which emanated a palpable aura of terror. Teacher Long, the phone isn't working. Xiaoyu attempted to call for help, only to discover there was no signal. He surmised that they had likely been ensnared by the Night Phantom and drawn into the spirit realm, severing their connection to the outside world. The sudden sense of stasis they had experienced in the vehicle must have signified their entry into the spirit realm. Chapter 63. The Mysterious Ghost Type with a Swift Motion. The shield sword Pokémon launched a fierce assault, its crimson blade slicing through the air as it activated the Holy Sword skill. The Holy Sword, a fighting-type physical move, delivers a devastating cut to the opponent, rendering their ability modifications irrelevant and inflicting direct damage. This skill is renowned for its formidable power, devoid of any negative effects, and its ability to bypass the opponent's stat alterations is particularly significant. The name alone suggests the prowess of the Holy Sword, and the Pokémon capable of mastering this technique further emphasizes its value. Notably, only the Dusknoir family, through inheritance, and the non-legendary Pokémon Aegislash and Gallade can learn it via leveling up. Additionally, the 4 legendary Pokémon, Keldeo, Virizion, Cobalion, and Terrakion, also possess the ability to wield the Holy Sword, alongside the mythical Pokémon, Paper Sword, and the legendary creatures, Zygarde and Giratina. The exclusivity of this skill, primarily accessible to powerful beings, showcases its prestige. The Shield Sword Pokémon, already formidable in its sword form, poses a significant threat to its adversaries when combined with the Holy Sword. It charged at the Dragapult with its massive crimson blade enveloped in fighting-type energy. "Guard!" roared the Dragapult, raising the scales on its arms, which shimmered with dragon-type energy, forming a luminous shield to withstand the Shield Sword Pokémon's onslaught. The sheer force of the attack compelled the Dragapult to resort to its defensive move, fearing a direct confrontation. "Dragapult, unleash Flamethrower." With the command, the Dragapult enveloped its mouth in a swirling inferno and unleashed a torrent of flames. Noivern, Shadow Ball. Attack the Shield Sword Pokémon. Tyranitar, Dark Pulse. Target the Shield Sword Pokémon. Simultaneously, Dragapult ordered the special attackers, Noivern and Tyranitar, to strike the Shield Sword Pokémon with moves that exploit its weaknesses. Meanwhile, Gyarados and Bagon, the physical attackers, focused their efforts on the Dark-type Pokémon, Spiritomb. Despite the special nature of the Electric-type Pokémon, it was unable to impact the Shield Sword Pokémon effectively, leading Dragapult to redirect its assault towards Spiritomb. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Bagon Crunch, attack Spiritomb. Electrode, Thunderbolt, focus on Spiritomb. As Dragapult's commands echoed, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The combined efforts of 6 Pokémon brought a momentary sense of relief to Xiaoyu, even though the 2 Dark-type Pokémon before them displayed formidable strength. Nevertheless, Dragapult's prowess was equally impressive. Observing the precarious situation, Xiaoyu glanced at the 3 smaller Pokémon by his side, ultimately deciding against joining the fray. Given their capabilities, even a stray attack could severely injure his Charmander and Zubat. He concluded that the best course of action was to allow the Lombra to establish a grassy terrain. Lombra, create grassy terrain. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the grass-type energy surged from Lombra, spreading across the ground and nourishing the Pokémon present. Dragapult, taken aback by the sudden transformation of the battlefield, glanced over, surprised to witness Lombra's rare skill. Boom! At that moment, all the attacks collided with the Shield Sword Pokémon and Spiritomb, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Yet, the Shield Sword Pokémon immediately employed the King's Shield skill, entering a defensive stance that absorbed all incoming assaults while transforming into its shield form. In stark contrast, Spiritomb found itself embroiled in a fierce battle with Bagon, quickly succumbing to the combined onslaught from Bagon, Electrode, and the recently enhanced Gyarados. Eliminating Spiritomb first would allow them to collectively overwhelm the Shield Sword Pokémon, creating a 6-on-1 scenario. As the tide appeared to favor Dragapult, an unexpected rending sound pierced the air as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart, revealing a rift into the spirit world. A voice of astonishment emerged from the breach, as a figure cloaked in a raincoat and mask appeared, obscuring her identity. Yet, more intriguing than her appearance was the Pokémon by her side, a Chandelure. Typically standing around 1 meter tall, this particular Chandelure loomed nearly 1 meter 80. Floating beside the woman, its yellow eyes surveying the gathering. A Chandelure of Elite 4 caliber. A wave of dread washed over Xiaoyu as he discreetly retrieved his phone, managing to connect a call now that the rift provided a signal. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic woman filled both Xiaoyu and Dragapult with trepidation. She was likely the master of the two ghost-type Pokémon, a mysterious ghost-type trainer. Chapter 64. Mysterious Artifacts. The scene descended into a standstill. A mysterious ghost-type Pokémon trainer, accompanied by two ghost-type Pokémon, faced off against Xiaoyu and Long Yin Ning, with all parties hesitant to make a move. After several seconds of tense silence, an astonishing moment unfolded as all three factions simultaneously opted for retreat. The Shiny Shield Sword Pokémon and the Night Spirit, upon sensing the presence of other humans and detecting the formidable ghostly energy emanating from the Crystal Lamp Pokémon, made a hasty decision to flee. They were already at a disadvantage against Long Yin Ning's 6 Pokémon, and with the emergence of another powerful adversary, their desire to escape intensified. The Night Spirit unleashed a dark mist, vanishing alongside the Shield Sword Pokémon into the shadows. Long Yin Ning and Xiaoyu, in their haste to retreat, mistakenly regarded the enigmatic ghostly woman as merely the trainer of the two Pokémon. Although they initially believed they stood a chance against the Shield Sword Pokémon and Night Spirit, the sight of the Crystal Lamp Pokémon ultimately compelled them to prioritize their safety. Unbeknownst to them, the woman was not the trainer of these two Pokémon, but rather Mayano Ranjin, a ghost-type trainer from the Sakura Nation, who had appeared alongside Sushio. As she and Sushio investigated the individuals on their list, the Crystal Lamp Pokémon detected a nearby surge of ghostly energy, indicating the presence of a powerful spirit. As a top-tier ghost-type trainer from the Sakura Nation, Mayano Ranjin was eager to capture such a formidable Pokémon. Without hesitation, she instructed the Crystal Lamp Pokémon to tear open a rift to the spirit realm. The sight of the two Pokémon indeed captivated her, especially the rare Night Spirit and the Shiny Shield Sword Pokémon, which could drive any trainer to madness, herself included. However, she was unaware that others were also present, particularly the 6 powerful Pokémon in the spirit realm, including a quasi-divine Pokémon, the Wand-Tail Scale Dragon. This realization plunged her spirits into despair. Despite her own formidable team, she knew that even all her Pokémon combined could not swiftly subdue the two trainers. Moreover, the lurking threat of the Shield Sword Pokémon and Night Spirit added to her concerns, potentially leading to unexpected misfortune. Most critically, she was in the Imperial capital on a special mission and could not afford to reveal her identity. After weighing the risks, Mayano Ranjin chose to withdraw for the time being. She cast a lingering glance at the retreating Shiny Shield Sword Pokémon, her eyes flickering with determination. As long as it was a ghost-type Pokémon, she had the means to track it, which influenced her decision to retreat. Upon reaching the secret realm, Long Yin Ning immediately reported the encounter with the two malevolent Pokémon to Long Fan. He swiftly gathered a team to investigate the site of the incident, where they discovered the wrecked vehicle and the lifeless driver. Shortly thereafter, Pokémon Association investigators arrived, cordoning off the area and conducting an inquiry. Once they confirmed that the malevolent Pokémon were indeed the Shield Sword Pokémon and Night Spirit, the association urgently dispatched 2 elite trainers specializing in ghost and psychic types to the Imperial capital for support, determined to capture the 2 Pokémon at the earliest opportunity. Simultaneously, Long Yin Ning reported the mysterious woman and the massive Crystal Lamp Pokémon. While we battled those 2 Pokémon, the spirit realm was breached by an outsider, cloaked in a raincoat with a masked face, making identification impossible. Yet beside them stood a gigantic Crystal Lamp Pokémon, nearly as tall as an adult, exhibiting tremendous strength. Exhausted after nearly 3 days of continuous effort, Long Yin Ning suppressed her fatigue and remarked, "It possesses strength comparable to that of a top-tier trainer." Long Fan, concerned for his daughter, replied, "Yin Ning, you must rest. You haven't had any respite for 3 days. Go and recuperate while I handle the rest." Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association commenced an investigation into the identity of the mysterious woman. The rare Crystal Lamp Pokémon, particularly one of quasi-top-tier strength, was exceedingly uncommon. It didn't take long for the association to narrow down their search to a likely candidate, Mayano Ranjin, the former ghost-type gym leader of the Sakura Nation. At 30 years of age, she had held the position since she was 24, only to abruptly resign a month prior, with another taking her place. Speculation surrounded her departure, with the most persuasive theories suggesting that her crystal lamp Pokémon had reached the top-tier level, prompting her promotion to a top-tier trainer, thereby disqualifying her from the role of gym leader. Since then, she had seemingly vanished from public view, her whereabouts unknown. The information led the Pokémon Association to conclude that she was likely Mayano Ranjin. However, the question remained, why was she in the imperial capital? This realization heightened the vigilance of the association's upper echelons, as a top-tier trainer from the Sakura Nation had secretly infiltrated Huagua, clearly harboring undisclosed motives. Consequently, the association promptly deployed additional personnel to search for both the ghost-type Pokémon and Mayano Ranjin. In a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a middle-aged man addressed the two individuals before him with a chilling demeanor. If you insist on courting disaster, do not drag me down with you. Understood. Sushio and Mayano Ranjin nodded, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If the man's words held any truth. 3 top-tier trainers were already stationed in the imperial capital. Any further recklessness on their part would be tantamount to courting death. What progress have you made in your investigation? The middle-aged man inquired after detailing everything else. Nothing of significance, Sushio replied, shaking his head. You haven't even informed us what we're searching for, which complicates our task. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics of that item, the man interrupted. I can only tell you that it is of utmost importance. The reason I summoned you both is your expertise in dark and ghostly energies. This object relates to psychic, dark, and ghost types, and I advise against further inquiries. Rest assured, Sushio reassured the man. The credibility of our Dawn society is intact. We operate on a pay-for-service basis and do not meddle in extraneous matters. However, if you could share a bit more information, it would greatly facilitate our search, allowing you to obtain the item sooner. We've known each other for decades. Do you not trust me? Sushio, it's not a matter of trust. It's that this task was commissioned by others, and I lack detailed information. All I know is that it pertains to psychic, dark, and ghost types. Very well. Chapter 65. Special Training Battle. Charmander versus Zubat. While the world outside was in turmoil, I remained steadfast. Xiaoyu, naturally, was not equipped to partake in the grand events of the imperial capital. His sole endeavor was to enhance his own strength through relentless training. Long Yin-Ning had also found herself with ample free time, as the recent student fatalities had affected her slightly, leading to a temporary pause in her other responsibilities, leaving her solely focused on the training class. Life had returned to its monotonous rhythm, and Xiaoyu was fervently training his Pokémon while simultaneously refining his thesis. This Saturday, the move learning class would resume with practice on the Dragon Breath skill, new techniques being introduced only every 2 weeks. Currently, both the Forest Lizard and Charmander had mastered the Dragon Breath skill, while Zubat could only watch with envy. This morning, Long Yin-Ning stood before the 28 students in the training ground and addressed them. After 2 weeks of interaction, everyone has become acquainted. Today, we will select 2 class monitors, 1 male and 1 female. Please write down your nominations on a piece of paper, and I will collect them shortly. Xiaoyu had no interest in such matters. He casually scribbled down 2 names and submitted his paper. While some might relish the role of class monitor, Xiaoyu believed that his time would be better spent training his Pokémon. Of course, should there be a reward involved, his stance would differ significantly. He would gladly trade his charm for the position. Soon, the voting results were announced. The male monitor was a boy named Shunzi Jun, a figure Xiaoyu vaguely recognized, generous by nature, cheerful, and well-connected due to his affluent background. The female monitor was Su Muzi, a captivating beauty who had caught Xiaoyu's attention since her arrival in class. It was undeniable that attractive individuals possess certain advantages. Beyond her looks, Xiaoyu had limited knowledge of Su Muzi, but he recalled that she seemed to have a particularly promising Dratini. However, the most astonishing revelation was that Xiaoyu had received 5 votes. He pondered, stroking his chin. Who could have cast a vote for him? Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance? Once the elections concluded, Long Yin-Ning announced the end of class. Given it was the weekend, students were free to manage their time, provided they did not leave the Dragon-type secret realm. That evening, they planned to dine together, marking their first class gathering, with Shunzi Jun generously offering to treat everyone. Brother Shun, you're quite generous. teased the surrounding boys. After all, those participating in the training within the dragon-type secret realm typically came from affluent families, seeking both camaraderie and connections. For some, the primary motivation for attending was not the cultivation of Pokémon, but rather the forging of networks. Xiaoyu, will you be joining us tonight? Shun Zijun, recognizing Xiaoyu's connection to the Lin family, extended a warm invitation. In response, Xiaoyu politely declined, shaking his head. I have other matters to attend to this evening, so I won't be able to join. Shun Zijun's brows furrowed slightly. Being outright rejected by Xiaoyu left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet he maintained his composure and urged, Xiaoyu, one must balance work and rest to enhance training efficiency. Besides, it's the weekend. A bit of relaxation wouldn't hurt. I truly have matters to attend to. You all go ahead. Despite Shun Zijun's persistent entreaties, Xiaoyu remained resolute. He was genuinely busy, not only training his Pokémon, but also needing to write his thesis. There was no time for frivolities. Realizing Xiaoyu's steadfast refusal, Shun Zijun relented. Very well, do what you must. If you change your mind, just give me a call. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu resumed his training, but today he intended to alter his approach. He decided to have the forest lizard train independently, while Charmander battled Zubat. Mere monotonous training would not suffice. Occasional battles were essential to assess the effectiveness of their training. Zubat, you will face Charmander, Xiaoyu instructed. Upon hearing his command, Charmander was filled with fervor, eager for combat, its eyes ablaze with determination. In contrast, Zubat exhibited a hint of trepidation. However, it was not intimidated. Having faced off against Wu Yaozu's Charmander numerous times, accumulating ample battle experience. Moreover, it had long yearned for a showdown with Charmander. Prepare yourselves, unleash your abilities, Xiaoyu announced as the two Pokémon took their positions in the battle arena, officially commencing the match. Let the battle begin. With Xiaoyu's signal, the duel was underway. Roar! Lacking Xiaoyu's guidance, Charmander charged aggressively, striking with its metallic claws, an attack imbued with steel-type energy. Xiaoyu frowned. Charmander still lacked sufficient battle experience, opting to engage Zubat in close combat right from the start, but Zubat would not grant it such an opportunity. As anticipated, Zubat flapped its wings and soared into the sky, utilizing the aerial advantage inherent to flying-type Pokémon to escape Charmander's reach. Supersonic, in a familiar and vexatious tactic, Zubat unleashed a barrage of sound waves from its purple ears, directly hitting Charmander, who immediately succumbed to confusion, its mind clouded. In that moment, Zubat began to move rapidly, creating multiple illusory duplicates in the air. Shadow Clone. This was a recently acquired technique for Zubat, classified as a normal-type transformation skill, capable of generating numerous copies. Roar. Despite its disorientation, Charmander, in a fit of agitation, took a deep breath and unleashed a Dragon Breath attack. Even in its dazed state, it successfully executed the skill. The breath, infused with Dragon-type energy, surged toward the airborne Zubat. However, the Dragon Breath merely passed through Zubat's illusions, clearly striking one of the duplicates instead. Gust. With a missed strike, Zubat flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind that barreled toward Charmander, successfully landing a hit. In this level of combat, flying-type Pokémon maintained an advantage, placing Zubat in a favorable position as the skirmish commenced. Chapter 66. Zubat vs. Charmeleon. Zubat soared through the air, swiftly distancing itself from Charmeleon while relentlessly employing its gust attack. Although the power of the strike was limited, it incited a profound fury within Charmeleon, which had been unable to land a hit on Zubat. With a fierce roar, the enraged Charmeleon shook off its previous disorientation, rapidly regaining clarity. In that moment, a surge of rocky energy erupted from within it. The ancient power of rock-type energy began to coalesce before Charmeleon's claws, forming a mud-yellow sphere, which it hurled with great force at the airborne Zubat. Zubat flapped its wings with agility, deftly evading the attack. However, just as it eluded the initial strike, an oncoming Dragon Breath followed. Charmeleon, having learned from the encounter, launched a second Dragon Breath immediately after its initial attack, catching Zubat off guard. The powerful blast struck Zubat directly, inflicting significant damage. In comparison to the minor scratches caused by Zubat's gust, Charmeleon's Dragon Breath exhibited far greater potency, effectively exploiting Zubat's dual dragon and flying-type vulnerabilities. Thus, the stage was set for both Zubat and Charmeleon to learn the Dragon Pulse skill. As Xiaoyu pondered, Zubat's gust once again took effect, causing further harm to Charmeleon. Undeterred by its wounds, Charmeleon opted for a more aggressive approach, trading blows without strategy, a sheer display of brute force. With another roar, Charmeleon unleashed the ancient power skill once more, sending another rock-type energy sphere hurtling towards Zubat. This time, Zubat exhibited wisdom, refraining from a reckless dodge to avoid being caught by Charmeleon's subsequent Dragon Breath. Instead, it employed the Shadow Clone technique, conjuring several duplicates to confuse Charmeleon's assault. Reluctantly, Charmeleon could only redirect its rock-type energy sphere to strike one of the clones, regrettably miscalculating its target and missing entirely. Zubat remained composed and adept, skillfully sidestepping the limitations of its attacks and showcasing a masterful guerrilla strategy. Another sonic boom struck Charmeleon, plunging it back into a state of confusion just after it had regained its senses. Zubat had now seized the upper hand in the battle, using Shadow Clone, Sonic Boom, and Gust to harass Charmeleon, leaving it in a state of distress and completely on the defensive. Enough! Stop! Xiaoyu interjected at the opportune moment. Continuing the battle served no purpose. Zubat's victory was inevitable, given the advantage of its flying type. Charmeleon stood no chance. Thus, Zubat emerged victorious. Xiaoyu affectionately patted Zubat's purple ears, offering encouragement, while Zubat nuzzled against his palm, appearing exceedingly joyful. Don't be disheartened, Charmeleon. Keep pushing forward. Once you evolve into a Charizard and can take to the skies, Zubat may not stand a chance against you, he reassured. In stark contrast to Zubat's elation, Charmeleon was despondent, struggling to accept its defeat. It found itself at the bottom of the trio, having succumbed to Zubat, while the forest lizard Pokémon remained the undisputed leader. Don't worry, Charmeleon. You were the last to be born. With more training, you will surely grow strong. Xiaoyu consoled, leading Charmeleon and Zubat to the infirmary for treatment. While waiting for the Pokémon to heal, Xiaoyu strolled through the Dragon-type Secret Realm's incubation chamber, hoping to discover valuable Pokémon eggs. However, upon entering the chamber, he found no Dragon-type eggs available for sale. Hello, Xiaoyu greeted a guide. Are there no Dragon-type Pokémon eggs for sale? Sir, is this your first visit? The guide replied, beaming at the handsome Xiaoyu. The Dragon Realm is unlike other secret realms. Our Pokémon eggs are only available for public sale once a month. This is due to the exceedingly low breeding capacity of Dragon-type Pokémon. Only a few eggs are produced each month, and they are highly coveted. Typically, those who acquire a Dragon-type egg do not choose to sell it. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. It was indeed a reasonable explanation. In contrast, Bug-type Pokémon often possess high reproductive capacities, but are generally weaker, while Dragon-type Pokémon have low reproductive rates yet are extraordinarily powerful, a natural order of existence. However, sir, there is no need for concern. Next Sunday is the public sale day for this month. You may come and select from the available eggs, the guide cheerfully informed. Do you have any legendary Pokémon eggs for sale? Xiaoyu inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. The guide's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Sir, you're quite amusing. Legendary Pokémon are not available for public sale. Very well, Xiaoyu responded, feeling a twinge of regret but acknowledging the reality. Legendary Pokémon are exceedingly rare, and given the league's nature, it was unsurprising they would not be sold. I'll remember next weekend. Thank you. Just as he stepped into the room, his phone rang. He answered to find it was his grandmother calling, and he quickly connected the call. Hello, Grandma. Xiaoyu. The voice of Qin Laotai beamed through the line. Little Lee just told me that you have 2 packages that have arrived. I've placed them in your room. Xiaoyu recalled the 2 stones he had acquired, one believed to be a Mega Evolution Stone for Jengar, and the other a Dim Wish Star. Just leave in my room, Grandma, Xiaoyu said. What did you all have for dinner? Please watch your diet, and don't let Grandpa drink too much. What man doesn't he drink? Lin Lao's voice chimed in from the side, before pausing to continue. Xiaoyu, Shiyun has nearly finished her paper. It should be published in a few days. A good man aims for the horizon. Strengthen your training in the secret realms, and if you have any questions, feel free to seek out Long Yinning. Understood, Grandpa. Xiaoyu chatted with both his grandmother and grandfather about familial matters before hanging up. After a light meal, he took his 3 Pokémon, which had just consumed energy cubes, to the training grounds. Even if I must, I shall perish on the training field. Chapter 67. Su Musi against the current. One must either advance or retreat. Even though the night had deepened, Xiaoyu remained steadfast in his training on the vast training ground, illuminated by bright lights that cast shadows of himself and his 3 Pokémon. Hang in there, Woobat. Woobat, burdened by a massive tire, struggled to flap its wings, moving forward at a snail's pace. After recent targeted training, Woobat's weight-bearing capacity had dramatically improved, now able to carry 20 kilograms. In response, Xiaoyu had intensified the training regimen, continuously stimulating and uncovering Woobat's potential. Meanwhile, the forest lizard, its legs strapped with weights, darted about at high speed, casting magical leaves, dragon breath, and dragon pulse with relentless vigor. After suffering defeat at the hands of Woobat, Charmander, filled with a sense of shame, devoted the entire evening to rigorous training, spinning its body and striking a training dummy with its tail, producing a series of resounding thuds, followed by fierce claw swipes. Xiaoyu was equally committed, honing his physique alongside his 3 Pokémon. This was the essence of passionate youth, growing amidst sweat and toil, an experience profoundly fulfilling. In the dining hall of the Dragon-type secret realm, the students of the training class reveled in a communal feast, glasses clinking and laughter filling the air. The boys donned fresh attire, with some even sporting trendy hairstyles, looking far more dashing compared to their dusty appearances on the training field. The girls, evidently well-prepared, wore subtle makeup, their manicured nails captivating the hearts of the boys with every smile. In this vibrant atmosphere, Shun Zijuan was playfully nudged forward by a few friends. "Brother Shun, sing a song. Come on, let's hear it." Amidst the crowd's encouragement, Shun Zijuan reluctantly took the microphone, bowing to the audience. "I shall now embarrass myself and sing a song to set the mood." Although he feigned modesty, he had studied vocal performance and, amidst the cheers, delivered a popular song with a raspy voice, remarkably close to the original, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Some girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Handsome, talented, youthful, wealthy, and strong, Shun Zijuan epitomized the ideal romantic partner. Had Xiaoyu not been present, he might have been the heartthrob of the entire training class. In an instant, the melodious strains of the piano filled the air, slender, delicate fingers dancing over the keys like a startled swan, graceful as a dragon, akin to fluttering butterflies. At that moment, Su Musi became the focal point of the world, her beauty simply breathtaking. As the piece concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The lively atmosphere of the dining hall starkly contrasted with the solitude of the training ground. The clamor and revelry held no sway over Xiaoyu. His gaze was fixed solely on the unwavering resolve to grow stronger, a sentiment he shared with the forest lizard. The forest lizard harbored its dreams. Having left the secret realm fueled by its parents' expectations, driven by a singular belief, to prove itself as the mightiest Pokémon. For this goal, it had always been the most diligent Pokémon, equally endowed with talent and tenacity, yet it lacked only time. However, once the seeds of time were sown, its future would undoubtedly bear fruit. Xiaoyu yearned for the youthful exuberance and indulgence of life. Yet following a series of events involving Su Xiao, the Zhao family, and ghostly Pokémon, he found himself consumed by a singular ambition to strengthen himself. The allure of women and indulgent pleasures would merely diminish his swiftness in drawing the sword. All enjoyment must stem from commensurate strength. As the dining event drew to a close, the atmosphere had led almost everyone to indulge in a bit of drink, including their teacher, Long Yanqing, who was particularly susceptible to the effects of alcohol. Even a small glass of red wine left her cheeks flushed. "I see," said Long Yanqing. "Thank you, Teacher Long." During the gathering, she noted Xiaoyu's absence and felt a twinge of relief. His dedication had left her both surprised and impressed. Through their interactions, her impression of Xiaoyu had completely transformed. Although his strength was currently the weakest in the class, he was undoubtedly the most diligent among them. Every night at 9, as Long Yanqing passed the training ground, she would see Xiaoyu and his 3 Pokémon training relentlessly, undeterred by the elements. Each morning at 6, Xiaoyu would reappear on the training field, his unwavering spirit earning Long Yanqing's admiration and causing her to forget her initial disdain for this transfer student. With such a hard-working student, Long Yanqing naturally wished to offer her assistance. As she approached the training ground, she spotted Xiaoyu still immersed in his training, a smile gracing her lips. Just as she intended to assess Xiaoyu's progress and perhaps offer some guidance, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure entering the training ground, holding a bottle of water. "Xiaoyu!" Su Muzi exclaimed, her face radiant with a smile as she handed him the water she had just purchased. "Here, I got you some water." Xiaoyu, taken aback, glanced at Su Muzi, who was looking at him with a cheerful expression, causing a slight blush to creep onto his face. How embarrassing. I seem to be blushing, he thought, turning to accept the water from her hand, unabashedly gazing at her face. "Thank you, class leader Su. Have you finished your meal?" Xiaoyu took a sip of the water. "It's a bit sweet. I hope you Haven Tea spiked it." Although he knew one should be cautious about drinking water offered by strangers, he doubted Su Muzi would wish to harm him. "Yes, we just finished our meal. I didn't see you there, so I thought you might be at the training ground," Su Muzi explained. "Xiaoyu, I voted for you for class leader today." Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat at Su Muzi's words. Could she possibly have feelings for me? Before he could ponder further, Su Muzi continued, "Xiaoyu, merely training isn't enough. How about a practical battle? I have a Pokémon whose strength is comparable to your forest lizard. What do you say? Shall we have a match?" "Oh, just as I was searching for a sparring partner, you've come forward. Don't blame me for being ungracious. Prepare to be defeated," Xiaoyu replied eagerly. Chapter 68. Milotic Long Yanning quietly observed from a distance, remaining hidden from view. She witnessed Xiaoyu receiving water from Su Muzi, exchanging a few words before both moved to the battlefield, preparing to commence their duel. A bold conjecture took root in her heart, igniting the flames of gossip. Why had Su Muzi secretly brought water to Xiaoyu after the gathering? Could it be that the two were romantically involved? Their secrecy was commendable. This thought left Long Yanning with a sense of regret. If Xiaoyu were to become absorbed in love, wasting precious time and energy, it would be a disservice to the diligent efforts he had invested thus far. How lamentable. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyu, Long Yanning's imagination ran wild. Although he was curious about Su Muzi's presence, he did not inquire further. "Go, Milotic." Su Muzi summoned her Pokémon, the exceedingly rare Milotic. It was said that Milotic was the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, evolving from the unappealing Fiba. Xiaoyu cast a glance at Milotic, acknowledging its undeniable beauty. Its soft pink hues were indeed charming, far surpassing many other less attractive Pokémon. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu discreetly assessed Milotic's prowess through the system. Su Muzi's Milotic possessed exceptional potential, yet its strength was merely at the elite level, indicating it had recently evolved. This elite strength was slightly stronger than Xiaoyu's forest lizard. However, given that the latter had undergone extensive training, it was on the brink of breaking into the elite tier itself. The disparity in their strengths was minimal, and moreover, the forest lizard's attributes counter Milotic's, effectively nullifying the strength gap. Overall, this promised to be a balanced match. "Forest lizard, take the stage." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu called forth his ace, the forest lizard, which appeared particularly invigorated after a long absence from battle. It eyed Milotic with eagerness, ready to spring into action. "Excellent. Truly, my forest lizard is not easily deceived by Milotic," Xiaoyu mused, relieved that the spirited forest lizard would not fall for Milotic's allure. After all, both Pokémon belonged to the Dragon Egg group, and there was a possibility they could connect. Noting Milotic's gender, female, Xiaoyu decided his forest lizard should exercise caution. A woman could only hinder the speed of drawing one sword, much like a female dragon. "We are about to begin," Su Muzi announced with a smile, then suddenly shifted the topic. "Xiaoyu, shall we raise the stakes?" "What stakes?" Xiaoyu inquired warily, suppressing a smirk as he realized her ulterior motive. She had set the stage for this moment all along. "The loser must grant the winner one request," Su Muzi stated earnestly. Absolutely not. Xiaoyu retorted without a second thought. What if I lose, and you demand that I marry you? Su Muzi's expression turned incredulous. What do you mean by that disdainful tone? I wouldn't ask for anything unreasonable, just something simple. Then I might consider it, Xiaoyu replied, reflecting that if he were to lose and Su Muzi made an outrageous request, he could simply refuse to comply. After all, one can easily lose face. Rest assured, I will give it my all, Xiaoyu declared with sincerity. Let us commence. I will count down. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Forest Lizard. Maintain your distance and use Leaf Tornado. As Su Muzi concluded her countdown, Xiaoyu swiftly commanded his Forest Lizard to initiate the attack, employing Leaf Tornado as a probing strike. Unburdened, the Forest Lizard moved with remarkable speed, a green blur darting across the arena, executing the Leaf Tornado skill. Leaf Tornado, a grass-type special attack that unleashes swirling leaves capable of homing in on the opponent, ensuring a hit. While in the game, Leaf Tornado is guaranteed to hit. Reality does not always align. Sharp leaves flew from all directions, enveloped in grass-type energy, slicing toward Milotic's body. Ugh! Milotic! Recover! Recover! Rejuvenates all cells, significantly restoring health. Milotic, possessing an innate high special defense and commendable special attack, was clearly a special attacker. Conversely, its offensive capabilities were low, and its defense paled in comparison to its special defense. Thus, the optimal strategy against Milotic would be to employ physical attacks for a direct breakthrough, while Leaf Tornado, being a special attack, inflicted limited damage. At that moment, flames suddenly ignited around Milotic. The fiery orb adorning its chest became active, inflicting a burn status upon Milotic while its scales shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Fiery orb induces a burn status. Seeing this unfold, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He realized he might have fallen into Su Muzi's trap. Although her Milotic was indeed of elite level, it was apparent that it had mastered a comprehensive strategy, significantly lowering the odds of victory for the Forest Lizard. Milotic, depending on its traits, could be cultivated in two primary ways. One was the competitive trait Milotic. Competitive, when its abilities are lowered by the opponent, each reduction boosts its special attack significantly. This variant was undoubtedly suited for output, particularly against Pokémon possessing Intimidate traits, such as Gyarados or Incineroar. If intimidated, Milotic's special attack would instantly rise 2 levels, potentially leading to a sweep. Intimidate lowers the attack of all opponents upon entry. The alternative cultivation direction for Milotic, however, was more troublesome and vexing, exactly the style Xiaoyu had once favored. This was the Milotic with a Marvel Scale ability. Marvel Scale increases defense when afflicted by a status condition. While Milotic's defense was its Achilles heel, the Marvel Scale effect compensated for this vulnerability, explaining why Milotic bore the fiery orb to inflict burns upon itself. This type of Milotic leaned towards being a tank, with core skills including Toxic, Protect, Hypnosis, Recover, Mirror Coat, Haze, and Mist, alongside offensive moves like Scald, Surf, and Ice Beam that could effectively challenge opponents. It was truly a nuisance. Imagining the scenario where a Milotic inflicted Toxic, then alternated between Recover and Protect, occasionally using Hypnosis, while countering Xiaoyu's amplified special attacks with Mirror Coat, and nullifying his stat boosts with Haze, the prospect of gradually wearing down his opponent was exceedingly frustrating. After glancing at Milotic's data, Xiaoyu noted that its skill set was decidedly unconventional, filled with insidious tactics. Witnessing the current scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to protest. This isn't fair. Rematch. This match doesn't count. The young girl, possessing such striking features, had resorted to underhanded tactics. How disheartening. Someone, bring forth my Shadow Tag Mega Jengar. Chapter 69. The Forest Lizard versus the Milotic. Xiaoyu contemplated his strategy with calm determination. It was evident that the Milotic's tactic hinged upon the slow but relentless application of poison to wear down its adversary. How absurd that Sword and Shield removed the Toxic move. It was indeed a troublesome predicament. Faced with such a distasteful strategy, Xiaoyu felt considerably challenged. The lone silver lining was that this Milotic had yet to learn the substitute move, a small fortune in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Nevertheless, he still found the situation quite vexing. At that moment, Xiaoyu completely forgot the scenario in which he had used a Zubat to annoy Wu Yaozu's Charmander. He desperately wished for a Pokémon that could learn the taunt move. Forest Lizard Grassy Terrain. When in doubt, one should first establish the terrain. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu resolved to summon the Grassy Terrain, enhancing the power of Grass-type moves and thereby augmenting the Forest Lizard's offensive capabilities. As the Forest Lizard unleashed the Grassy Terrain, it did not rush to attack, and Su Muzi remained equally composed. Milotic Water Pulse. The Milotic enveloped itself in a shimmering curtain of water, continuously restoring its health. The water energy radiated from the Milotic, draping it in a veil that nourished its body and mitigated the damage inflicted by burns. After both sides had executed their moves, they opted for a temporary standstill. Xiaoyu was wary of allowing the Forest Lizard to approach, lest it fall prey to Milotic's toxic attacks. In reality, moves like Poison are most effective at close range. If distance is maintained, they become exceedingly difficult to land. Thus, as long as the distance was properly managed, the Forest Lizard could evade poisoning. Seeing Xiaoyu maintain a safe distance between the Forest Lizard and Milotic, Su Muzi remained unconcerned, patiently awaiting Xiaoyu's next move. Forest Lizard Seed Bomb. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu decided to have the Forest Lizard cast Seed Bomb, given that he had prepared for a protracted battle. The Seed Bomb move would prove advantageous. Milotic Water Pulse. Su Muzi quickly discerned Xiaoyu's intentions. As the Forest Lizard hurled the Seed Bomb, she immediately commanded Milotic to unleash Water Pulse. The water energy surged forth, forming a swirling sphere that collided with the Seed Bomb, sending it spiraling away. While maintaining distance helped the Forest Lizard avoid poisoning, it also rendered moves like Seed Bomb and Grudge difficult to execute successfully against Milotic, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Additionally, Milotic possessed the Mirror Coat move, which warranted special caution. If the Forest Lizard unleashed a powerful Grass-type move like Leaf Storm, only to be met with Mirror Coat, it would likely lead to immediate defeat. Mirror Coat. Any special damage received from the opponent would be reflected back at double the damage. Xiaoyu, if you will not attack, then I shall have my Milotic strike first. Milotic Ice Beam. Noticing Xiaoyu's hesitation, Su Muzi took the initiative, commanding Milotic to attack. The Milotic opened its mouth, gathering icy energy, and then unleashed Ice Beam towards the Forest Lizard. Ice-type moves exert a super effective influence on the Grass-type Forest Lizard. Should it be struck by an Ice Beam, the damage would be considerable. Therefore, Xiaoyu dared not let the Forest Lizard absorb the hit. Forest Lizard, evade the Ice Beam and charge forward. Now was the moment to test the results of the Forest Lizard training. The Forest Lizard showcased its speed advantage, deftly maneuvering within the arena to effortlessly dodge the Ice Beam, charging straight for Milotic. Xiaoyu's aim was not merely to engage, but to expedite the conclusion of the battle. The pivotal moment had arrived. If a powerful attack could not subdue Milotic, the Forest Lizard would surely face defeat. Critical hit. Toxic. The two combatants issued their commands almost simultaneously. As they closed in, Milotic expelled a stream of toxic fluid, successfully ensnaring the Forest Lizard and inducing a poison state. In return, the Forest Lizard executed a critical hit, dark energy enveloping its wrist-mounted leaves, swiftly slicing towards Milotic, parting its scales and causing blood to spill forth. Xiaoyu had surmised that the opponent would undoubtedly employ the toxic move upon the Forest Lizard's approach. Thus, he commanded a powerful Dark-type move to inflict maximum damage upon Milotic. Defend. After the flurry of attacks, Milotic indeed activated its defensive move. Anticipating this, Xiaoyu ordered the Forest Lizard to use Absorb. Forest Lizard, Absorb. This was merely a tactical maneuver to shatter Milotic's protective shield. True to Xiaoyu's expectations, the Grass-type energy was successfully blocked by the defensive move. Milotic Recover. Forest Lizard, Grass Whistle. Following the defensive maneuver, Milotic initiated its recovery, restoring its vitality and healing its wounds. Xiaoyu had foreseen this sequence of events. Thus, his true trump card was the Grass Whistle move following Absorb. While Milotic was engaged in recovery, it would be utterly defenseless ensuring that the grass whistle would undoubtedly connect. Before long, a flute crafted from grass-type energy materialized before the forest lizard, and as its melody resonated, the recovering Milotic, caught unawares, succumbed to slumber. In the game, a Pokémon can only be afflicted by a single status condition. However, in reality, one can experience multiple conditions simultaneously. Thus, Milotic could be both burned and asleep at once. The duration of Milotic's slumber remained uncertain, yet this was the critical window for the forest lizard to secure victory. Forest Lizard, unleash the mightiest magical leaf. Xiaoyu commanded the forest lizard to employ the magical leaf move, which was the strongest grass-type move it had learned, second only to Leaf Storm. With the enhancement of the grassy terrain, combined with the grass-type's effectiveness against water-type moves, the damage inflicted by Magical Leaf would be formidable. The sharp leaves sliced towards Milotic, inflicting a multitude of small wounds that bled profusely. However, following the use of Recover, Milotic had restored its health significantly, and its special defense was exceptionally high. A mere 2 magical leaves would not suffice to defeat it. Ugh! After taking 2 magical leaf strikes, Milotic began to sway, the pain signaling signs of awakening. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu understood that the time for a final confrontation had come. Should Milotic awaken, the combination of Recover and its defensive maneuver would leave no room for the forest lizard to capitalize. Moreover, the poison afflicting the forest lizard was beginning to take its toll. Forest Lizard, Leaf Storm. With Xiaoyu's command, the leaves danced wildly, swirling into a colossal tempest of foliage that surged towards Milotic. Countless leaves sliced through Milotic's form, engulfing it within a verdant maelstrom. Chapter 70. Writing the thesis after the leaf storm had passed, a plethora of leaves transformed into grass-type energy, revealing the battered form of Mutuo, its body drenched in blood. Clearly having lost consciousness. We should head to the infirmary, Xiaoyu remarked, realizing the severity of Mutuo's injuries. His forest lizard was also in a state of poisoning and required medical attention, so the two made their way to the infirmary together. Your forest lizard is impressive, Su Muzi commented, seemingly unperturbed by her defeat, addressing Xiaoyu with a casual grace. It was just luck, Xiaoyu replied modestly, candidly admitting, if your Mutuo had learned the move Mystical Shield, it could have been immune to abnormal states. In that case, I would have certainly lost today's battle. The victory of the forest lizard was entirely due to the successful use of Grass Whistle. Without that, Xiaoyu would have faced inevitable defeat. Is there anything we can discuss? Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire, a flicker of excitement igniting within him as a bold idea began to form. As long as it's not too excessive. I'm open to it, Su Muzi replied, her bright eyes meeting Xiaoyu's, her cheeks faintly flushed. Then I shall be unreserved, Xiaoyu declared without hesitation. Don't you have a female Hakuron? Could you have it lay an egg for me? Su Muzi's smile froze, her eyes narrowing into slits as she processed his request. You mean to say, after I dressed up and applied makeup to bring you water after dinner, and accompanied you for a training battle while Mutuo got injured, you now want my Hakuron to produce an egg for you? How ridiculous! How absurd! Go away! Su Muzi could no longer restrain her irritation and quickened her pace towards the infirmary. Once they reached the infirmary, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, both lost in their thoughts. The doctor on duty, after examining the 2 Pokémon, slowly stated, though Mutuo's injuries appear serious, they are manageable. It will be healed within half an hour. The poison in the forest lizard has been cleared, and you may take it whenever you wish. Watching Xiaoyu depart, Su Muzi felt a sense of frustration settle within her as she sat in silence, seething in her chair. The nurse beside her observed the scene with a smirk, exclaiming, "Youth is truly delightful. This boy is quite handsome, yet utterly lacking in empathy. Young lady, is he your boyfriend?" The nurse continued, oblivious to Su Muzi's discomfort. "He is quite good-looking, but it's only natural. After all, you're both still young. Girls tend to mature faster, while boys often remain childish. However, as you age and perhaps start a family, you will see a change in them, just like my husband. When we were dating," the nurse rambled on, leaving Su Muzi struggling to interject. Finally, when the nurse paused, she seized the moment. "Sister, he is not my boyfriend. We are classmates in training." Oh. The nurse's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing after such lengthy conversation that they were merely classmates. Turning to her core hypothesis, she sought to conduct a qualitative analysis of the unknown Z crystal, unveiling its true nature and positing that this special Z crystal should be classified as an exclusive Z crystal. The effect of an exclusive Z crystal is to transform specific moves of designated Pokémon into Z moves. Next, Xiaoyu intended to assert that exclusive Z moves consume more energy compared to standard Z moves, indicating that ordinary Z rings cannot provide the necessary energy for casting exclusive Z moves. An upgrade to a Z power ring would be essential to utilize such moves, which explains why no one has yet succeeded in executing an exclusive Z move. Lastly, to validate his hypothesis, he needed to successfully perform an exclusive Z move. It was evident that Long Yin Ning and her tailfin lizard would serve as the ideal test subjects. If the tailfin lizard could execute Soul Dance, Inferno Burst, it would signify success. However, a pressing question remained unsolved: how to upgrade the Z ring to a Z power ring. This conundrum was the crux of Xiaoyu's frustration, the very point at which his thesis had stalled. After all, the notion that upgrading the Z ring necessitated a more potent energy source was merely Xiaoyu's conjecture. He could not be entirely certain and would need to engage in continuous experimentation to reach a resolution. Xiaoyu tirelessly typed on his laptop, pondering over word choices and phrasing as the night wore on, engrossed in his writing. Meanwhile, beside him, the lazy wombat had succumbed to drowsiness. Nestling atop Xiaoyu's head, using his tousled hair as a cozy nest, blissfully asleep, Xiaoyu could only smile wryly at the lethargic creature, finding it exceedingly difficult to expect diligent training from it. He only hoped it would evolve into a sound-wave dragon soon, tempering its temperament. On the other side, the forest lizard was tirelessly exercising with simple gym equipment, while the little fire dragon, usually fast asleep by this hour, was also putting in extra effort, driven by a newfound determination. Meanwhile, the boys in the training class were discussing which girls were the most attractive, who exhibited grace and gentleness, whose voice was the most melodious, and which girl stirred their hearts the most. They hesitated, contemplating whether to muster the courage to send a message to their crushes, even if just a simple good night. Such is the tumultuous nature of youth. Every individual makes their own choices, yet each must take responsibility for the paths they choose. In the girls' dormitory, Su Muzi, freshly washed and now reclining on her soft bed, found herself fuming over Xiaoyu's behavior. What kind of person does that? She thought to herself. Ding! Her phone vibrated, indicating a new message. Upon checking, she discovered it was a text from Shun Zijuan. The moonlight is beautiful, just like you tonight. His eloquence impressed her, yet Su Muzi merely glanced at the message before tossing her phone aside. This marked the fourth message she had received that evening, each containing similar flirtations, and she had long since grown immune to such advances. It must be said that Shun Zijuan was indeed remarkable, tall, handsome, from a good family, strong in capability, and possessing a charming personality with a wide circle of friends. He had no discernible flaws, and many girls in the class were enamored with him. However, Su Muzi found herself disinterested in Shun Zijuan, perceiving a hint of insincerity beneath his sunny exterior. In contrast, she found herself favoring Xiaoyu slightly more, although his current abilities were lacking. She firmly believed in his potential. Chapter 71. The Pokémon of Wong, a new week began. On Monday morning, Xiaoyu rose early. As the news played on the television, the Shiny Shield Sword Pokémon and the Dark Knight Spirit had yet to be located since their last attack on Xia and Long, prompting citizens to steer clear of remote, uninhabited areas. At 3:16 a.m. yesterday, the Dawn Society launched a surprise assault on the Pokémon Association's egg transportation team in Luoyang City, resulting in significant casualties. Not a single member of the transport team survived, and all Pokémon eggs were stolen, including an egg belonging to the Roundland Shark. The fugitive Sushio was spotted 3 days ago in Shishu Province, and the Southwest region's elite four-member, Li Yunyao, would personally lead the pursuit. The capital seemed to have returned to its former tranquility, yet everyone remained on edge until the Shiny Shield Sword Pokémon and the Dark Knight Spirit were apprehended. No one dared to relax. Xiaoyu's life continued to be monotonous and tedious. Apart from the daily training, there was no other form of entertainment. He was always the first to arrive at the training ground and the last to leave. During his morning practice today, Xiaoyu noticed that his forest lizard had advanced from rare to elite level following last night's battle, and had also learned a new skill. Malicious pursuit, a splendid piece of news. The morning continued with the unyielding physical training. Following yesterday's gathering, most of the class had grown familiar with one another and greeted each other warmly, leaving Xiaoyu feeling somewhat out of place. Only the class leader, Shun Zijuan, smiled and nodded at Xiaoyu, saying good morning. If he possessed the same strength as these classmates, with each of his Pokémon averaging at the Lord level, Xiaoyu would not need to train so relentlessly. Weakness was the root of all troubles. In the distance, several girls were sneaking glances at Xiaoyu, as the most handsome boy in the class, had become the focal point of their discussions. Naturally, they were well aware of his background. Although the Lin family had only one elite trainer, their academic standing was exceptionally high. As long as Elder Lin and Elder Qin remained, the Lin family would continue to flourish. However, since Lin Shuyan took over the laboratory in recent years, the Far Spring Alliance had not produced any remarkable results, leading many to speculate that if the two elders were to pass away, the Lin family's academic status would plummet. Muzi, where did you go after last night's gathering? A girl in a pink dress inquired with a smile towards Su Muzi. Su Muzi, slightly taken aback, maintained her composure, replying, I didn't go anywhere. You're lying. The girl's voice rose, attracting the attention of those around them, but she quickly lowered her tone, teasingly gazing at Su Muzi. I saw you sneak into the supermarket to buy a bottle of water and head towards the training ground. Who were you delivering water to? Everyone knew who would be at the training ground at that hour, casting ambiguous looks at Su Muzi. Muzi, when did you make your move? You've already captured a handsome guy like Xiaoyu. Stop talking nonsense. Su Muzi's face flushed, rendering her even more enchanting. You're overthinking it. If you don't confess, I might just ask Xiaoyu. The girl in the pink dress remarked. Absolutely not. Su Muzi sighed, recalling her encounter from the previous night. I just thought he seemed a bit lonely since he didn't join the gathering. So our class leader, Su, out of kindness, decided to offer her affection. You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyu was focused on training his Pokémon, oblivious to the girl's chatter behind him. Ahem. Long Yin-Ning feigned a cough. Is there something you need, Teacher Long? Xiaoyu turned to face her. Long Yin-Ning hesitated, wanting to remind him to concentrate on training his Pokémon and spend less time on romantic pursuits, but struggled to find the right words. It's nothing. I just wanted to see how your training was progressing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Teacher Long. But I don't have any issues at the moment. Xiaoyu paused, then added, by the way, Teacher Long, could you teach me the skill Dragon Pulse this Saturday? I would like my Pokémon to learn it. Dragon Pulse? I was planning to cover that later. Just last week, I taught Dragon Breath. And since both Dragon Pulse and Dragon Breath are highly overlapping Dragon-type special attack skills, it might not be suitable for this week. After a moment of thought, Long Yin-Ning continued, how about this? I'll cover it in 2 weeks, and for this session, I intend to teach Dragon Claw. All right, thank you, teacher. Xiaoyu responded, then asked, by the way, when do you plan to visit the Far Spring Alliance laboratory? I would like to accompany you. It should be soon. Xiaoyu was uncertain. After all, aside from being the first author, he hadn't contributed a single word to the paper. His uncle had written it all. However, he had heard from his grandfather that it would be published soon. Well then, focus on your training and avoid distractions. Your only priority now is to prepare diligently for the University Cup. The rewards are incredibly generous. The top 2 in the provincial competition can choose some exceptionally rare Pokémon from the Secret Realm. Seize this opportunity and don't let other matters interfere. Long Yin-Ning reminded Xiaoyu once more before heading to assist another student. Xiaoyu scratched his head, pondering what was up with Teacher Long today. She seemed particularly talkative. Was she urging him to concentrate on training his Pokémon and set aside thoughts about the experiment? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Xiaoyu's life had been quite fulfilling. He wished he could split the 24 hours of the day in half to manage both training and the paper. Firstly, in physical training, the forest lizard was engaged in weight training while a small fire dragon diligently mimicked it, viewing the forest lizard as its target. The little fire dragon was entirely focused on matching the forest lizard's prowess. Meanwhile, the Wobbuffet was soaring through the air, primarily honing its flying abilities. Each day, the little fire dragon engaged in a battle with the Wobbuffet, with a current record of 2 losses and 1 victory. It had yet to decipher the Wobbuffet's tricky combination of Shadow Clone and Supersonic, with its sole victory arising from identifying the true form of the Shadow Clone. In the past few days, the forest lizard had intensified its special attack training to unlock its potential. Xiaoyu aimed to train it into a dual-threat Pokémon, capable of using Leaf Blade up close and Dragon Pulse from afar, delivering comprehensive attacks without any blind spots. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu had also been focused on another task, training for Ice-type resistance. Both Wobbuffet's final evolution, Noivern, and Mega Sceptile had a deadly 4-fold weakness to Ice-type moves, necessitating Xiaoyu to prepare in advance. Additionally, Xiaoyu had recently begun contemplating the choice of his 4th Pokémon, a matter that needed to be addressed promptly, as he had discovered that his 3 Pokémon were countered by a single Pokémon. If he encountered it, there was a high likelihood of being swept away entirely. Chapter 72. The Dragon Slayer Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon, Noivern, Sceptile, and Charizard, found themselves utterly outmatched by the herbivorous Marill, which possessed an advantage against them. Vivid images flashed in his mind. Marill, with its abdomen swollen, unleashed a torrent of water-based attacks upon Charizard, while its Fairy-type moves mercilessly struck Noivern. The herbivorous trait rendered Sceptile's Grass-type attacks ineffective, leaving Xiaoyu bewildered and powerless against such a formidable opponent. Not only Marill, but many Fairy-type Pokémon posed a significant threat to Xiaoyu's team, since he had undertaken the task of becoming a master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Fairy-types had become his lifelong adversaries. To overcome this challenge, he needed to capture Pokémon that could counteract Fairy-types, specifically Poison or Steel-types. Unfortunately, his options were limited to Dragapult, Steelix, or the regional Pokémon from Galar, Dragapult. As for legendary Pokémon, such as Dialga, Dragapult, or Giratina, they were far too unrealistic to consider. Initially, he dismissed Dragapult as a viable choice, given its focus on special attack, while Xiaoyu was in desperate need of a physical attacker. This left Steelix as his only option, but Steelix also leaned towards special attack, adding to Xiaoyu's frustration. The current predicament seemed insurmountable. Was he doomed to rely solely on special attackers, only to be overwhelmed by a single Florges? Rubbing his temples, Xiaoyu lamented the search for a 4th Dragon-type Pokémon that met his criteria. It had to be Dragon-type, a physical attacker, and also possess Steel or Poison attributes. Such a combination seemed almost unattainable. Perhaps he should simply opt for a Metagross, a Steel-type physical attacker, and abandon the task of becoming a Dragon-type master altogether. However, the reward for capturing 4 Dragon-type Pokémon, a pure Dragon Z crystal, were too enticing to resist. The reward for capturing 5 Dragon-types was even more alluring. Offering 6 A-grade Dragon Scales and capturing 6 would grant an overall enhancement of qualifications. The temptation was overwhelming. As he contemplated the bountiful rewards, Xiaoyu felt increasingly conflicted. Ultimately, he resolved to capture 6 Dragon-type Pokémon first, regardless of the Fairy-type disadvantage he faced. With unwavering determination, he would endure the humiliation inflicted by Fairy-types. For a true gentleman knows how to endure and adapt. Once he had secured the 6 Dragon-types and received his rewards, he could elevate his entire team, including Sceptile and Charizard, both of whom would then wreak havoc. He would later capture Pokémon of other types to exact his vengeance upon the Fairy-types. As a noble seeks retribution when the time is ripe. Just as Xiaoyu was mulling over his 4th Pokémon, he suddenly spotted Su Muzi, dressed in a short skirt and a purple top, making her way through the crowd towards him. Today, Su Muzi appeared particularly charming. Her knee-length skirt showcased her long, slender legs, complemented by cute white shoes and a stylish purple top. Xiaoyu, she greeted, marking their first conversation since their last battle. Su Muzi was taken aback. It seemed that as long as she didn't approach him, Xiaoyu acted as if he didn't recognize her at all. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Xiaoyu inquired, observing her intently. Su Muzi, unfazed by his demeanor, offered him a bottle of water she had purchased. "Thank you," Xiaoyu replied, opening the bottle and taking a sip. Su stood quietly beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at his face, choosing not to speak. Their unusual interaction drew the attention of those around them, who occasionally cast glances their way. Shen Zijuan, too, was subtly observing, and upon seeing Su hand Xiaoyu the water, he felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. It was more painful than if he had been defeated in battle. Yet, Shen Zijuan maintained his composure, pretending nothing was amiss as he continued training his Pokémon. Hey, Shun, look at Su giving that guy water. Being handsome has its perks. Women just flock to him. I say Su is just another commoner. Aside from his looks, what does Xiaoyu have that can compare to you? Unfazed by the whispers and glances, Su remained composed. Accustomed to such attention throughout her life, she had faced her share of judgment, with many girls referring to her as a seductress, but she paid little mind to it. After all, she wasn't a currency that could please everyone. Though Su exuded calmness, Xiaoyu felt increasingly uneasy under the collective gaze. Is there something you need, Su? He finally asked. Hearing Xiaoyu's inquiry, Su eyes lit up with a smile, her face radiant as she softly replied, Xiaoyu, would you like to join me for lunch today? Despite his refusal, Su remained undeterred, her smile unwavering and bright enough to unsettle Xiaoyu, stirring an inexplicable anxiety within him. Don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. At noon, after casually selecting some food in the cafeteria, Xiaoyu settled at a table only to find Su approaching and sitting across from him with her meal. Su, if you have something to discuss, please go ahead, Xiaoyu stated, feeling a headache coming on as he faced her. I read your paper, Su declared straightforwardly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The correlation between the actions and incantations of Z-moves and their enhanced power is remarkable. How did you discover such a phenomenon? Earlier that morning, Su had received a phone call from her mother, inquiring whether she was in the same class as Xiaoyu. Upon confirming, her mother informed her that the 18-year-old Xiaoyu had submitted a paper as the primary author. The paper demonstrated that the power of Z-moves could be amplified by the accompanying actions and language, yielding a potential increase of 20 to 40 over the standard maximum output. Could the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon be a crucial factor influencing their strength? Her mother, having seen the paper first, mentioned that it would soon be published and praised Xiaoyu as an exceptionally talented young man, despite his current lack of strength. With his dedication and innate research talent, his future was boundless. As Su was also attending the Dragon-type training camp, she had called to inquire further. The revelation of Xiaoyu's academic recognition left her utterly astonished. While she had always believed in his potential as a trainer, she had not anticipated his early acclaim in academia. Upon hearing Su words, Xiaoyu finally understood her attitude. It stemmed from her awareness of his paper. Just fortunate, he replied modestly, masking his genuine delight. The admiration in Su gaze revealed the impact of his research, yet he felt compelled to maintain an air of aloofness. I am merely an ordinary researcher. Chapter 73. The Fairy-type champions seated together at a meal. Su and Xiaoyu naturally became the subject of much discussion among those around them. The boys envied Xiaoyu, secretly disparaging him as a kept man who only knew how to live off others. The girls, on the other hand, criticized Su calling her a flirtatious vixen, unable to resist the allure of handsome men. I read in the paper that you have already designed the movements and language for dragon and ice types. You are truly impressive, Su remarked. By the way, my mother wants to know if you could design movements and lines for the fairy type. At this point, Su hesitated slightly, realizing that it was rather presumptuous to ask for assistance. She quickly added, Oh, it's nothing serious. I was just asking casually. You needn't feel pressured. If you're unwilling, that's perfectly fine. I can help you decline. However, if you agree, my mother mentioned she would offer you a satisfactory price. This was not merely a matter of money. Xiaoyu had no desire to craft those embarrassing lines and movements, especially for the fairy type, which was his lifelong nemesis. It felt akin to providing ammunition to his adversaries. Absolutely not, he declared resolutely. Even if I were to starve today, I would never bow to the fairy type for the sake of money. Yet, he quickly realized that Su mother was a fairy type champion, at least a trainer of the highest caliber. He promptly inquired, Who is your mother? Understanding dawned upon Xiaoyu. If Su Muzi's mother was indeed a fairy-type champion, then why was she training in the dragon-type secret realm? Was she an undercover agent? Isn't your mother a fairy-type champion? Why is she here in the dragon-type secret realm? I am here primarily for my Hackergon, Su Muzi explained. I wish for it to evolve into a Dragonite during the competition. She, like her mother, specialized in fairy-type Pokémon, but her starter was a dragon-type Pokémon, Dratini. Thus, she came to the dragon-type secret realm to enhance Dratini's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu contemplated the implications of a Hackergon evolving into a Dragonite. Typically, such an evolution would require the strength of a gym leader. Did this mean Su Muzi's Hackergon was nearing that level? A Hackergon of gym leader caliber? If this Hackergon could indeed evolve into a Dragonite during the University Cup, a gym leader level Dragonite would be an overwhelming force. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoyu asked, "What is the current strength of your Hackergon?" "Gym leader level," Su Muzi replied candidly, revealing no intent to conceal the prowess of her main Pokémon. Xiaoyu felt a pang of envy. A gym leader level Hackergon was indeed formidable. If it evolved into a Dragonite, it would be unstoppable during the University Cup. If only I had one, he mused. Su Muzi regarded Xiaoyu with eager anticipation. "Do you have any free time? My mother is quite wealthy, and if you agree to help, she is very generous." Remembering that Xiao Wanyu was not only one of the 4 kings of East China, but also a wealthy tycoon with vast assets, Xiaoyu contemplated her offer. If it's a request from King Xiao, I would be willing to assist. After deliberating, he decided to accept Su Muzi's request, acknowledging that he had no grounds to refuse the request of a champion. However, this will require some time. "That's perfectly fine. Thank you," Su Muzi exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. "Now let us eat." With the publication of the paper on Z-Move corresponding actions, it was certain that many champion-level trainers possessing Z-crystals would seek Xiaoyu out to learn the motions and language for performing Z-moves. How could Xiaoyu refuse the requests of such esteemed trainers? In truth, he had no right to decline. He could only comply. Once he agreed to one person, others would inevitably follow, leading to a situation where he would need to design corresponding dance moves for all 18 types. However, designing movements was not particularly troublesome. It was akin to being a ghostwriter. The benefits he could reap were limited, as these champion-level trainers would only offer a monetary reward for learning the corresponding motions. In a world where the value of money diminished significantly as one's strength and status grew, especially in a realm where pseudo-divine Pokémon could not be obtained with wealth alone, Xiaoyu pondered how to take charge of the situation rather than wait for the champions to approach him. That afternoon, Xiaoyu received a call from Old Lin. "Xiaoyu," came the voice on the other end. "Hello, Grandpa," Xiaoyu replied. "How have you been?" Old Lin inquired. "Pretty good. It's a bit tiring but fulfilling," Xiaoyu responded honestly. Knowing that Old Lin had called for a reason, he asked, "Is there something you need?" "You need to come to the laboratory tomorrow," Old Lin said with a hint of resignation. "A friend of mine hopes you could design a set of ghost-type Z-move actions for him," just as he suspected. "Sure, no problem, Grandpa." After carefully choosing his words, Xiaoyu continued, "But I have an idea that I'd like you to consider. I'm thinking of holding a press conference under the laboratory's name to announce that we will design corresponding actions for all types of Z-moves and then offer this set of actions for free to the Pokémon Association. After that, any champion-level trainer can go to the Pokémon Association to learn the Z-move actions at no cost. Your friend can simply approach the Pokémon Association for the motions. What do you think?" This was a plan Xiaoyu had conceived during lunch, to submit all Z-move actions to the Pokémon Association at once. The immediate benefit of this approach was that it would shift the pressure from the Lin family to the association. Furthermore, by holding a press conference, Xiaoyu aimed to create public pressure on the Pokémon Association. While he claimed it was a free donation, it would be hard for the association to accept it without any strings attached. Otherwise, who would want to contribute their research results to the Pokémon Association if it meant scientists had to toil endlessly? In this way, Xiaoyu effectively placed the Pokémon Association in a precarious position, ensuring that the rewards they offered were substantial. The final advantage was that all champion-level trainers possessing Z-crystals would owe a favor to the Lin family, and they could not simply buy their way out. As it was stated to be free, in this world, Many things that were free often turn out to be the most valuable. Old Lin pondered Xia Yu's proposal, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Being an astute individual, he quickly grasped Xia Yu's intentions and found the idea quite astute. Unlike Lin Xuyan, who had suggested that the laboratory design Z-move actions, but only for one person a month, effectively using scarcity marketing to inflate the price. Xia Yu's approach was far more strategic. While Lin Xuyan's method could indeed yield substantial profits, it would also alienate many individuals and tarnish the reputation of their organization. Certainly, I will contact the laboratory promptly and proceed according to your suggestion. Once the schedule is confirmed, I will reach out to you again. With that, Mr. Lin, into the call. Chapter 74. The paper controversy. The following day, Xia Yu's thesis titled The Necessary Conditions for Perfectly Executing Z-Moves was officially published, quickly creating a sensation. The paper highlighted the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, emphasizing the unity of intention during the execution of Z-moves and the corresponding gestures and language that resonate with this concept, sparking extensive discussion within the academic community. Had it not been for the validation by the esteemed Dragon King Long fan and the venerable Lin Lao, Xia Yu would have faced severe criticism. Meanwhile, the Yuanquan laboratory held a press conference, with the reclusive Lin Lao making a rare public appearance. The venue was packed with various media outlets, both domestic and international, eager to cover the event. Lin Lao announced that the laboratory would begin designing corresponding actions for 18 types of Z-moves, and they were currently seeking trainers with pure crystals of the remaining 16 types to assist in perfecting these actions. The elderly Lin Lao, seated prominently, appeared invigorated, embodying the adage that joy invigorates the spirit. A reporter raised a hand, inquiring Lin Lao, "It is said that the author of this paper, Xia Yu, is your grandson. Is that true?" Another journalist pressed on, "There are rumors that you are the mastermind behind this paper, and that Xia Yu merely put his name on it. Can you confirm?" Questions continued, probing into Lin Lao's involvement and Xia Yu's potential as a successor. The barrage of inquiries painted an uncomfortable picture for Lin Xuyan, who stood beside Lin Lao, as the questions seemed to undermine his stature. Yet, Lin Lao, seasoned in handling such situations, remained composed, stating, "Indeed, Xia Yu is my grandson." But this paper was conceived and validated entirely by him. Apart from some guidance from Lin Xuyan during the writing process, I did not provide any further assistance. At that moment, a foreign journalist with blonde hair and blue eyes interrupted, asserting, "Lin Lao, the Yuanquan laboratory should disclose the Z-moves to the world. This knowledge belongs to humanity. Our foreign champions are eager to assist in the design of the corresponding actions." Lin Lao responded, "Regrettably, we do not plan to disclose this technology at present. If you wish to access it, you may submit a request to the Pokémon Association." The ensuing questions were deftly navigated by Lin Lao, leading to a successful conclusion of the press conference despite minor setbacks. With the event concluded, Xia Yu's name began to circulate in academic circles, igniting a wave of excitement online. Headlines such as "Genius Young Researcher," "18-year-old unravels the mystery of Z-moves," "Lin Lao successor," "High school senior solves global challenge," and "18-year-old pioneer in Z-move theory, University of Imperial Capital considers exceptional admission," began to proliferate. While some official media maintained a semblance of objectivity, sensationalist outlets resorted to ludicrous exaggerations, prompting outrage from Xia Yu's peers, who found the coverage absurd. As Xia Yu trained in the dragon-type secret realm, the impact of the media frenzy was somewhat muted, though he could feel the weight of his classmates' gazes upon him that morning. Reveling in their newfound admiration while maintaining an aloof demeanor, he continued his training in solitude. "I must remain humble. This is merely my first paper. Just wait until the second one is published," he mused to himself, momentarily buoyed by Su Muzi's admiring glances. "Rest assured, I will still interact with you as an ordinary person. And, Su, refrain from calling me Dr. Xia. Let us keep it low-key. Simply Dr. Xia will suffice," he remarked with an enigmatic smile. Su Muzi, puzzled by his words, struggled to comprehend how calling him Dr. Xia could be seen as ostentatious. Observing their light-hearted exchange, the usually composed Long Yin Ning found herself increasingly irked by the situation. She approached Xia Yu, admonishing, "Focus on your training during class." Do not let your recent academic achievements lead to arrogance. Success in academia will not directly translate to prowess as a trainer. There are no shortcuts in this field. And do not heed the baseless flattery from those unscrupulous media outlets. Once Long Yin Ning departed, Su Muzi curiously asked, "Did you offend Teacher Long in some way?" She seemed rather upset. "Not at all," Xiaoyu replied, scratching his head in contemplation. He had been diligent in his training and could not fathom having crossed her. Then it struck him. Could it be that she perceived his focus on research as neglecting his training? Or perhaps she was simply having an off day, as women occasionally do? The complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Chapter 75. The association's reward. Xiaoyu's name has been trending on social media for the past 2 days, yet the comments are predominantly filled with sarcasm, criticizing him for supposedly relying on family connections to achieve such success. Impressive. Having a good grandfather really makes a difference. If I had a grandfather like Lin, I could have published 3 papers by 18. As a 30-year-old researcher, I can only envy him. At 18, I couldn't even enter a laboratory, while he has already published papers. Now, I merely assist others. Most of the comments are laced with malicious speculation, with a few individuals even asserting confidently that Xiaoyu's papers are flawed, claiming that Lin is the true author and that he merely allowed Xiaoyu to take the credit to pave the way for him. Xiaoyu, however, merely chuckles at such remarks, recognizing that no matter what one does, detractors will always find countless reasons to criticize. Instead of engaging with them, he prefers to dedicate his time to training. Due to the publication of his paper, Xiaoyu has recently become quite busy. He has received numerous media interview requests. While he can easily decline the ordinary ones, he cannot refuse the official invitations and has thus arranged to conduct an interview in the laboratory this afternoon. Furthermore, the laboratory has coordinated with the Pokémon Association, which has requested that he design 2 Z-Move animations daily for the next 8 days, covering 16 different attributes excluding Dragon and Ice types. Consequently, he must remain in the laboratory throughout this period. Additionally, to ensure his safety during his visit to the Yuanyuan laboratory, Champion Longfan has personally offered to escort him, which leaves Xiaoyu both surprised and grateful. "Thank you for the trouble, Champion Long. It's merely on the way. The association has also tasked me with overseeing the Z-Move animations," Longfan replied nonchalantly. "Let's go. The interview starts at 2 o'clock, and we should arrive shortly. How does it feel to be famous?" Longfan inquired as they sat in the car, casting a friendly glance at Xiaoyu. "To be honest, I don't feel much different," Xiaoyu replied earnestly. "I've been training in the secret realm lately, and aside from my classmates paying more attention to me, nothing has really changed. Don't call me Champion Long. Just call me Uncle Long," Longfan suggested, waving his hand dismissively. "Besides escorting you, the Pokémon Association has asked me to inquire about what reward you desire." "What reward?" "Of course, a semi-divine Pokémon," Xiaoyu responded without hesitation, expressing his desire to choose one. "That might be a challenge," Longfan pondered aloud. Semi-divine Pokémon are exceedingly rare. Although their numbers have increased somewhat due to breeding in recent years, the demand far exceeds the supply. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it's not entirely impossible. The Pokémon Association is negotiating with other countries to sell Z-Move animations. If the sales go well, there's a possibility that you could be rewarded with a semi-divine Pokémon. As for choosing, that's out of the question. You can only accept whatever the association offers you. I won't be picky. I just want a Dragon-type semi-divine Pokémon," Xiaoyu quickly added, concerned about potentially receiving an undesirable Pokémon like Tyranitar or Metagross, which he couldn't refuse without jeopardizing his mission. "Oh, so you wish to pursue the path of a Dragon-type trainer?" Longfan remarked, noting that he hadn't realized Xiaoyu had such aspirations. After all, only one of his 3 Pokémon, Woobat, was a Dragon-type. The others, Lizard King and Charizard, were not. "Yes, I aspire to become a Dragon-type trainer," Xiaoyu affirmed without reservation, having firmly committed to this path. Even if he were reluctant, there was no turning back. At most, he would have to wait until he gathered 6 Dragon-type Pokémon before training a secondary team. "I'll ask on your behalf. If it's feasible, I'll do my best to help you secure it. But do prepare yourself. The chances are slim," Longfan advised. "Aside from a semi-divine Pokémon, is there anything else you desire?" Xiaoyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. If it weren't a semi-divine Pokémon, his options were limited. His team urgently needed a physical attacker, leaving only a few viable choices: Hydreigon, Dragapult, Appleton, and Steel Dragon. Among them, Steel Dragon and Dragapult were the most precious, making them his top choices. "It seems you firmly set your sights on the path of a Dragon-type trainer," Longfan observed, acknowledging Xiaoyu's resolute attitude. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Acquiring a Steel Dragon will be quite difficult, as there are no wild Steel Dragons in the Huagua region. If you want one, you'll have to capture it from abroad. However, the chances for Dragapult are much better. I will relay your request to the Alliance." During their conversation, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to seek advice from Longfan about training Dragon-type Pokémon, to which Longfan cheerfully provided answers, clearly optimistic about Xiaoyu's potential. By the time they arrived at the laboratory, it was nearly 1:30. After hastily applying some makeup, Xiaoyu sat before the camera for the interview. The interviewer was a man in his 30s, which disappointed Xiaoyu, who had hoped for a female host. "Xiaoyu, I heard you're still a student. I would like to know how you came to the conclusion that the power of Z-moves relates to the resonance between trainers and their Pokémon, and how you designed corresponding actions to enhance that resonance." "I drew inspiration from Wei Yaqin," Xiaoyu replied. "He is the trainer of the strongest Lucario." "Ah, the one with a profound bond with Lucario?" "Indeed. His connection with Lucario is the most intense I've ever witnessed, and it deeply moved me." During a casual visit to observe the release of Z-moves, Champion Long pointed out the inconsistency in their power, which led me to wonder if that power might be linked to the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, inspiring my research paper. Thanks to prior preparations, the interview proceeded smoothly, concluding in just over 2 hours. Afterward, Xiaoyu sought out Old Lin, who had come to the laboratory specifically because of Xiaoyu's visit. "Grandpa, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Xiaoyu said cautiously. "Of course, what is it?" Old Lin replied with a smile, his face often alight with joy, especially when hearing his friends praise Xiaoyu for having such a talented grandson. "Let's talk in your office. It's not convenient here," Xiaoyu suggested, glancing around carefully. "All right." Acknowledging Xiaoyu's serious demeanor, Old Lin understood that the matter was significant and promptly agreed. Chapter 76. The new paper in the office of Elder Lin. Xiaoyu stood to the side as Elder Lin sat in his chair, gazing at the title of the paper on his computer screen with a smile. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyu would produce a new paper so swiftly. The youth indeed exhibited remarkable vigor. Having just completed a significant project, he was embarking on another major endeavor. Exclusive Z Crystal, a more potent variant distinct from the attribute Z Crystal. The term exclusive Z Crystal was entirely new to Elder Lin. Piquing his curiosity, under the expectant gaze of his grandson, he began to read the paper. The exclusive Z Crystal enables specific Pokémon to convert certain moves into Z moves through a special Z Crystal. This is intriguing. As Elder Lin continued to peruse the paper, his smile gradually faded, and his fingers tightened around the mouse, the veins on his frail hands protruding. As the inventor of the Z-Ring in Huagua, Elder Lin was undoubtedly one of the foremost experts on Z-moves, and he instantly recognized the immense value of this paper. If Xiaoyu's previous work had established his reputation within the academic community, this paper could propel him to the pinnacle of Z-move research. Without a doubt, the combination of exclusive Z crystals and attribute Z crystals constitutes the true essence of Z crystals. Currently, every country in the world has only managed to study attribute Z crystals, which is akin to having only conquered half of the territory. No one has yet uncovered the secrets of exclusive Z crystals. Xiaoyu's paper essentially unveils the veil over this half of the territory, and its publication would undoubtedly allow Huagua to leapfrog into the forefront of Z crystal research. "Is this paper truly your work?" Elder Lin asked solemnly, fixing his gaze on Xiaoyu. "Have you shown it to anyone else?" "No," Xiaoyu replied, startled by Elder Lin's serious demeanor. He had anticipated that the emergence of this paper would cause a stir, but he did not expect such excitement from someone as seasoned as Elder Lin. Elder Lin sat in contemplation, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "What is your level of confidence?" "Regarding the exclusive Z crystal, I am 99 confident. However, Concerning whether it cannot be activated due to a lack of energy, I can only assert a 50 certainty. 50%? A glimmer of hesitation crossed Elder Lin's eyes. After a moment's thought, he resolved, as luck would have it, Long Fan is here. I will discuss this matter with him. Have Long Yin Ning come over. For now, you should concentrate on designing the corresponding actions for the Z moves. I will arrange for the Z power ring to be crafted based on your paper. Understood. Let us keep this under wraps for the time being. 50%? Elder Lin sat on the sofa, and after a lengthy silence, he slowly retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had not called in a long time. Beep. The call was swiftly answered by a voice imbued with authority, belonging to a middle-aged man. Elder Lin, it has been quite some time since you last called this number. What good news do you have for me this time? The last time you called was when the Z moves were developed. Champion Sheen. Elder Lin's voice was hoarse as he began. I have something to report to you. Elder Lin, Yuyist. You are a person of great repute. There is no need for me to be informed. Hey, you little rascal. You finally remember to answer the phone? The voice of Xia Yu's father came through, indicating his lingering irritation over Xia Yu's failure to answer his call earlier. Father, I was a bit busy this afternoon. I just now have the time to talk. Xia Yu explained obediently. All right then, Xia Yu replied, recalling that his older brother's joyous occasion was on October 1st. I know. Just come when you can. By the way, your mother misses you. Make sure to talk to her. Xia Yong said as he handed the phone to Lin Xiaomei. The mother and son engaged in conversation, with Lin Xiaomei expressing more concern over Xia Yu's living and eating habits than his achievements. As for Xia Yu's published paper, Lin Xiaomei was not overly concerned about the magnitude of his accomplishments. She simply felt joy that he was following this path, ensuring a safer future compared to the perils faced by trainers who are often away on dangerous assignments. Xia Yu chatted with his mother for nearly 10 minutes before the phone was passed back to his older brother. Brother, how have you been? You're getting married soon. Are you excited? Xia Yu inquired. What is there to be excited about? It's just marriage. A trivial matter for me, Xia Luo boasted. After years of traveling, can a mere wedding daunt me? By the way, have you invited Wei Yaqin and your other friends? You know, the ones like the Bug Hero and the Ladybug Hero? Xia Yu recalled his brother's friends, noting that aside from the reliable Wei Yaqin, the others seemed questionable. Of course, they will come. I will make sure you get to know them well, Xia Luo smiled, recalling his friends. Just don't learn any bad habits from the Ladybug Hero. Regarding the shift in conversation, Xia Yu could only feel exasperated. By the way, Xia Luo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly walked to the balcony with a sly smile, whispering, I've taken care of your little sweetheart. She's now working part-time at the dojo. Our parents like her a lot, and Dad has been considering taking her on as his disciple. Also, her father's illness has been treated. He just had surgery today, and the doctors say he's recovering well. Brother, don't say such things. Who is my little sweetheart? Xia Yu retorted, quickly diverting the topic. She doesn't even have a starter Pokémon. Why would Dad think of taking her as a disciple? Your little sweetheart is quite hard-working and talented, not to mention beautiful. Of course, our mother adores her. Moreover, she has a genuine gift for Pokémon breeding, excelling at assessing Pokémon qualifications and nurturing them, Xia Luo praised Zhao Ruhan, acknowledging that aside from her modest background, she had no apparent flaws. Indeed, sometimes a less affluent background could be advantageous, devoid of the complications often associated with prominent families, making straightforward individuals more appealing. By the way, brother, have you received that Bulbasaur I mentioned? Xia Yu inquired, recalling the Bulbasaur eagerly. Chapter 77, Validation of the exclusive Z move. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days had gone by. During this span, Xia Yu had met with failure a total of 16 times, performing the Z move motions for 16 different attributes, excluding Ice and Dragon types. Initially, he approached the task with hesitation, constrained by self-doubt. But as he continued to showcase his abilities, he ultimately liberated himself, igniting the fervor of his youthful spirit. Thank you. Xia Yu, spoke a middle-aged woman in a flowing white dress. This elegant lady was Xiao Wanyu, the mother of Su Muzi and one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, specializing in fairy-type Pokémon. It is my duty, Xia Yu replied hastily. I shall take my leave now. Do visit us in Magic City when you have the chance. I've heard this child, Xiao Su, mention you frequently. Yes. I will definitely come by when I can. Goodbye, Aunt Xiao. With the departure of the Fairy King, Xiaoyu finally completed his task of designing the Z-move corresponding actions, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, he was soon faced with a new challenge to validate his conjecture regarding the exclusive Z-move. This morning, Old Lin brought forth good news. The Z-Power Ring had been crafted as per Xiaoyu's specifications, though its efficacy remained uncertain and was ready for experimentation at any moment. This afternoon, Long Yin-ning and Long Fan arrived at the laboratory. After perusing Xiaoyu's thesis, both displayed expressions of astonishment. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe this exceptionally talented young man, particularly Long Fan, who understood the seismic implications if Xiaoyu's hypotheses were validated. Consequently, his gaze toward Xiaoyu held an additional layer of meaning, as long as Xiaoyu's aptitude as a trainer was at a normal level. His achievements in research suggested an exceedingly promising future. He seldom encountered a young individual as gifted as Xiaoyu. By the way, he aims to become a dragon-type trainer. Perhaps I could accept him as an official disciple, Long Fan mused, his mind racing with possibilities. If he were to take Xiaoyu under his wing, the bond between the Long and Lin families would undoubtedly deepen. Yet, Xiaoyu is notoriously ambitious. Accepting him as a disciple would necessitate a powerful Pokémon. At the very least, would it be a dual-axe dragon, an aluminum steel dragon, or perhaps a legendary? Alas, Yin-ning was significantly older than Xiaoyu. Had she been merely 3 to 5 years his senior, they could have considered a familial alliance. Old Lin had recently been on the lookout for a suitable partner for Xiaoyu, but had heard of numerous rejections. It was likely that Xiaoyu's previous paper had caused a few to reconsider, and if this paper were published and validated, those who had turned down Old Lin would surely rue their decisions. As night descended, Xiaoyu, Old Lin, Lin Xun, and the father-daughter duo of Long Fan stood within the testing arena. I have utilized these 8 days to craft the Z-Power Ring. It can unleash Energy 5 times that of an ordinary Z-Ring, and is the finest Z-Power Ring that could be produced in this time frame, Old Lin stated gravely, producing an upgraded Z-Power Ring to hand to Xiaoyu. The design of this ring closely mirrored that seen in the games. We are now prepared to conduct the experiment. The details of this experiment must remain absolutely confidential. Aside from the 5 of us, no one else can be informed. Old Lin reiterated firmly. Long Yin-ning and Long Fan stood nearby, observing Xiaoyu in the arena with serious expressions. Should Xiaoyu's conjecture be validated, it would mark a groundbreaking experiment. At this moment, Xiaoyu donned the Z-Power Ring and stood in the testing area, where the tail-scale dragon also wore the exclusive Z-Crystal designed by Long Yin-ning. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of nervousness. He took a deep breath and focused on the Z-Power Ring in his hand. He was uncertain whether he could successfully unleash the tail-scale dragon Z-move, but he was determined to give it his all. Are you ready, Xiaoyu? Old Lin called from outside the arena. In the animation, the tail-scale dragon Z-move was executed by 2 brothers with minimal dialogue. Thus, Xiaoyu could only hope that the corresponding motions would yield the desired effect. The corresponding motion for the tail-scale dragon Z in the game was relatively straightforward, resembling that of the dragon Z move. Yet the animation depicted a rhythmic motion akin to drumming. Ultimately, Xiaoyu resolved to perform both motions, first the game version, followed by the animation version, as a precautionary measure to ensure success. Recalling the movements, Xiaoyu began to execute the tail-scale dragon Z move. As he waved his arms, the Z-Power Ring erupted in brilliant light. Subsequently, several energy links formed between Xiaoyu and the tail-scale dragon, as if they were momentarily connected, both enveloped in a golden aura of Z-energy. This is, Long Fan and Long Yin-ning exclaimed in unison. At this juncture, it was evident that Xiaoyu's deductions were correct. The Z-Crystal truly represented the tail-scale dragon Z move. Now, it hinged on Xiaoyu's ability to successfully perform the exclusive Z move. As the radiance between Xiaoyu and the tail-scale dragon intensified, it appeared success was within reach when an unexpected incident occurred. Not good. Long Fan furrowed his brow. He could discern that the energy connection between Xiaoyu and the tail-scale dragon began to flicker, its brilliance fluctuating ominously, indicating instability and a potential collapse. Xiaoyu is about to fail. He must stop immediately to avoid injury. As the user of the Z move, Xiaoyu felt the instability most acutely. He could clearly sense that the energy provided by the Z power ring was insufficient, even though this Z power ring offered 5 times the energy of a standard Z ring. It still fell short. At least double the energy was required. Xiaoyu frowned deeply, realizing he needed to devise a solution quickly. Otherwise, this experiment would undoubtedly end in failure, leaving him unsatisfied with such an outcome. Dragon King, direct your dragon-type Pokémon to channel energy into my ring, Xiaoyu implored urgently, turning to Long Fan. Understood. Without hesitation, Long Fan released his tail-scale dragon and several other dragon-type Pokémon, instructing them to infuse energy into the Z power ring on Xiaoyu's wrist. Infuse the Z power ring with dragon energy. With Long Fan's command, all the dragon-type Pokémon unleashed their energy into the Z power ring, stabilizing the precarious connection. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu swiftly executed the core movements of the tail-scale Dragon Z move, clenching his fists and moving them up and down rhythmically, akin to drumming. In unison, the tail-scale dragon mirrored his actions, its limbs swaying, head nodding, and tail thrashing, merging their intent once more. The scales of the tail-scale dragon began to emit a resonant sound, generating a visible wave of energy. Is that the scale resonance? With the audience's eyes fixated on the spectacle, the tail-scale dragon Z leapt into the air, enveloped in dragon energy, releasing a purple wave of sound that surged toward the wall. Fiery dance of the soul, sonic boom. The display was awe-inspiring, shattering all nearby glass as the tail-scale dragon's aura surged dramatically, channeling energy into its being and significantly amplifying its strength. With the successful execution of the exclusive Z move, the Z power ring on Xiaoyu's wrist could no longer withstand the immense energy strain, resulting in an explosive rupture. Tiny fragments lacerated Xiaoyu's arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Quickly, summon medical personnel, Old Lin exclaimed in concern as he witnessed his grandson's injury. Hurry, right away. Lin Shuiyun promptly replied. At that moment, Long Fan and Long Yin-ning both cast concerned glances toward Xiaoyu. Just as Long Fan was about to speak, Long Yin-ning interjected, prompting Long Fan to regard her with a meaningful look. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Long Yin-ning hurried to Xiaoyu's side, disregarding his disheveled appearance, and quickly helped him to his feet. Observing the blood-soaked fabric of his clothing, she furrowed her brow and said, You need not exert yourself so recklessly. Even if the experiment fails this time, it will still validate your theory. There will be another opportunity. There is no need to take such risks, especially considering your current injuries. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. He harbored his own intentions, eager to validate his hypothesis, intending to leverage this to negotiate with the Pokémon Association. The corresponding actions for the Z move I will provide to the association free of charge. However, the rewards you offered were paltry and unsatisfactory. Therefore, do not blame me if I withhold my newly developed exclusive Z move and Z power bracelet from the Pokémon Association. He was confident that this paper would compel the Pokémon Association to reconsider the rewards they had previously offered him. Chapter 78. Homecoming. The success of the experiment did not create any ripples. Aside from a few involved parties, the news had been kept under wraps, known only to the higher echelons of the Pokémon Association, who had discreetly begun to amass exclusive Z crystals. Concurrently, the reward initially intended for Xiaoyu was temporarily shelved and reconsidered. It was evident that Xiaoyu's contributions had far surpassed their expectations. Given his remarkable achievements, it would not be an exaggeration to bestow upon him 2 quasi-legendary Pokémon as a reward. However, true to the nature of the alliance, they would likely grant only 1 quasi-legendary Pokémon at a time, with the remaining rewards either provided in other forms or postponed for several years. The internal discussions within the Pokémon Association regarding Xiaoyu's reward were fervent. Opinions varied on how to adequately compensate him. A gray-haired elder seated at the conference table was the first to express his thoughts. The original reward is certainly insufficient. A young talent like Xiaoyu deserves our investment. Considering his contributions and age, he should be recognized as a model figure, and thus I believe he should be awarded a rare quasi-legendary Pokémon. Lin Shuiyang, the vice president of the Pokémon Association and Xiaoyu's uncle, unequivocally supported his nephew. However, a middle-aged man in his 50s, Jiang Heng, also a vice president and a specialist in fairy-type Pokémon, interjected. His son had finally secured a spot to receive a quasi-legendary Pokémon after 5 years of waiting. But should the association decide to grant Xiaoyu a quasi-legendary Pokémon, his son would be pushed back another year. Thus, he had consistently opposed such a reward for Xiaoyu. Aware that his opposition was likely futile, he nonetheless felt it necessary to voice his dissent. While Xiaoyu possesses considerable talent in research, that does not necessarily translate to prowess as a trainer. I have heard that his strongest Pokémon is merely at the elite level. Granting him a quasi-legendary Pokémon would be a waste. I suggest we offer him alternative rewards. Quasi-legendary Pokémon should be reserved for those in greater need. Jiang, who exactly needs it more than Xiaoyu? Let us not beat around the bush. You're referring to your son, aren't you? Lin Shuiyang bluntly exposed Jiang Heng's motives, showing no leniency. Unfazed by the revelation, Jiang Heng calmly replied, in comparison to Xiaoyu, my son is indeed more suited to receive a quasi-legendary Pokémon. I admit that my son cannot compete with Xiaoyu in research, but from the perspective of a trainer, he far surpasses him. How old is your son? And how old is Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu only began his journey as a trainer this summer. Lin Shuiyang's forehead throbbed with anger, his hands gripping the edge of the table as he glared at Jiang Heng, eager to continue the argument. Suddenly, Long Fan interjected. I believe Xiaoyu is entirely qualified to receive a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Not only does his contribution warrant such a reward, but he has also shown commendable talent as a trainer. Over the past month, his performance in the Dragon-type Secret Realm has been impressive, and his strength is advancing rapidly. Why must the Pokémon Association overthink the issuance of rewards? With Long Fan's authoritative voice echoing in the room, silence fell upon the assembly. His standing and strength placed him among the elite, and while all present were top-tier trainers, they paled in comparison to the true Elite Four. After all, possessing a Pokémon of elite-level strength qualified one as an elite trainer. Most elite trainers could not ascend to the ranks of the Elite Four, and thus took on various roles within the Pokémon Association. The Elite Four represented the 4 most formidable individuals in the region, each commanding Pokémon of superior strength, with at least 2 boasting champion-level prowess. The disparity in strength was stark when contrasted with trainers who had only recently achieved elite status. As long as the champion remained absent, Long Fan was virtually untouchable in the imperial capital. Witnessing Long Fan's support, others began to voice their agreement. I concur with granting Xiaoyu a quasi-legendary Pokémon. I agree. On September 28th, the plane touched down, accompanied by Lin Lao and Qin Laotai, marking their first visit to Starlight City in many years. Lin Shuiyun and Lin Shuiyang, due to their demanding schedules, would only return home on the day of the wedding. Upon arriving in Starlight City, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Though it was merely a small town, it was his home in this world. Thanks to the Grassbug's Secret Realm, Starlight City had experienced rapid growth over the past month. Property prices soared from around 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter to 12,000 to 13,000, with prices continuing to rise. The relationship between the father-in-law and son-in-law had long been strained. But the presence of Lin Lao and Qin Lao Tai signified respect for Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaomei. As dinner commenced, the conversation flowed incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Even Lin Lao and Xiaoyu, who had previously harbored mutual disdain, shared drinks for the first time. Although they exchanged few words, they managed to maintain a civil facade, consuming their drinks heartily. After dinner, Xiaoyu's mother engaged the elders in conversation, while his older brother insisted on fitting him for the best man suit. Not bad. Not bad. As expected of my brother, you are indeed the most handsome man in the world, second only to me, Xia Luo remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he admired Xiaoyu in the suit. You've gotten quite bold, challenging my looks. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Hurry and change. Don't dirty the suit. Xia Luo led Xiaoyu towards the dojo, discussing the recent progress that had benefited from the Grassbug's Secret Realm, noting a surge in apprentices and revenue. How is your Daruma monkey coming along? Xiaoyu inquired curiously. I don't want it. It's yours or Dad's. Xia Luo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Think bigger, Xiao Luo. I aspire to be a dragon-type trainer. I won't settle for anything less. A mere garlic king turtle doesn't pique my interest, Xiao Yu declared confidently. Moreover, a grass and poison-type Bulbasaur could effectively counter the Daruma monkey's weaknesses of water, rock, and ground. Well, someone has grown quite proud in a month. You're turning your nose up at non-dragon-type Pokémon now? Chapter 79. Brothers' Night Talk under the sparse moonlight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Luo, the two brothers, sat on the ground sharing their thoughts. Memories flooded back to their childhood when they often sat like this, watching their father run the dojo, while Xiao Luo tended to his cherished fire moth. It was astonishing how quickly time had passed. Xiao Luo was soon to be married. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of marriage filled Xiao Yu with a sense of unease. Xiao Luo self-deprecatingly remarked, I constantly fear that I won't be a good husband. That's just pre-wedding anxiety. You're putting too much pressure on yourself, Xiao Yu chuckled in reassurance. Is that so? Xiao Luo replied, somewhat doubtful. You actually know about this? I read it online, Xiao Yu admitted candidly. Stop consuming all that nonsense online. The last time I sought medical advice online, if I felt even the slightest discomfort, the netizens suggested amputating everything below the neck. The internet is a cesspool, Xiao Yu lamented, shaking his head. Yet you didn't seem to mind when you were liking photos of beautiful women on your alternate account. I remember you once said you were grateful to be born in the internet age. Otherwise, how could we see others' wives dance for us? Xiao Luo's mood sank further upon hearing Xiao Yu's remarks, and he gazed sorrowfully at the sky. Little brother, I'm thinking of quitting. How about I give you my alternate account? I must tell you, the other day I was scrolling through videos online and saw a beauty whose dance was utterly enchanting, and her figure was simply perfect. Xiao Yu gasped, sensing that his brother was becoming increasingly peculiar. Xiao Luo, from now on, I'll hand over this alternate account to you. It contains all the treasures I've collected over the years, Xiao Luo said with a pained expression, then proceeded to share the account details with Xiao Yu. Promise me you'll treat them well and check in on them from time to time. Xiao Yu was left speechless, and soon the brothers reminisced about amusing incidents from their past, from childhood adventures of raiding bird nests to their current favorite beauties on Douyin. Xiao Yu, who would have thought that in just a month, you become a Pokémon researcher? Xiao Luo exclaimed, marveling at how Xiao Yu had published a paper and gained recognition in Huagua. To be honest, I usually interact with you all as an ordinary person. But now, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table, Xiao Yu said, feeling at ease with his brother. Here with family, he could be himself without the burden of maintaining a facade of modesty. If home, the final refuge, only brought worries and pain, then such a life would indeed be unfortunate. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had family like Xiao Yong, Lin Xuemei, and Xiao Luo. You're really getting a bit too full of yourself, Xiao Luo remarked, playfully tapping Xiao Yu on the head before suddenly springing to his feet and shouting, as if to release his pent-up anxiety. He then turned to Xiao Yu and declared, Come on, let me see how well you've trained your Charmander. Let us have a showdown between my Darumaka and your Charmander and see who has stronger. Politeness was merely for outsiders. Only true friends and family could be at ease with one another. Against a weakling like you, I'll finish this in under a minute. Come on. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle the truth and will end up sobbing alone under the covers tonight. You're full of it. I guarantee I'll knock you out today. As the two bantered, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the edge of the arena. Zhao Ruhan, you've arrived just in time. Come over and be the referee. Before Xiao Yu could speak, Xiao Luo was already waving and calling out to her. Zhao Ruhan looked at Xiao Yu, her face lighting up with a bright smile that bloomed in the summer night, and nodded vigorously, Sure, Xiao Luo, the dojo master. After speaking, she waved at Xiao Yu, Long time no see, Xiao Yu. Long time no see, Xiao Yu replied as he and Xiao Luo positioned themselves at opposite ends of the training field, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. In the center of the arena, Zhao Ruhan stood as the referee, holding the referee flag. The shiny Charmander and the vibrant Darumaka faced each other, both brimming with determination. Darumaka appeared incredibly cute, with its short limbs bouncing energetically, while its yellow eyebrows added a touch of humor. Are you ready? Xiao Yu, if you can't hold on, concede early. Xiao Luo taunted. Don't worry, brother. I'll go easy on you since you're my brother. I'll give you a bit of face, Xiaoyu replied confidently. The brothers continued their playful banter, making it seem like a debate rather than a battle. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, let the match begin. With Zhao Ruhan's command, Xiao Luo was the first to issue orders. Darumaka yawned. Though Xiao Luo appeared impulsive, he was quite methodical during the battle. He didn't rush Darumaka into an attack, but instead commanded it to use Yan first. What a sneaky move, lacking honor, using Yan to launch an ambush. In reality, the effectiveness was not much different. The only distinction lay in the accuracy. Darumaka opened its mouth and let out a yawn, sending a wave of normal-type energy flying towards Charmander. Charmander, smokescreen evade. Xiaoyu responded with caution, immediately exhaling a thick cloud of smoke beneath him, successfully obscuring itself from the yawn attack. Hiding, are we? Xiaoyu, when did you become so timid? A coward. I'm not a one-track-minded brute. This is a battle of wits and courage, understand? Even amidst the contest, the brothers exchanged mental jabs, affecting each other's morale. Darumaka, roll out. Suddenly, Darumaka curled into a ball, enveloped in rock-type energy, and rolled rapidly toward the thick smoke. The rollout skill was not much different from the game. As the rolling time increased, both speed and power amplified. Charmander, belly drum. Xiaoyu commanded, prompting Charmander to execute the belly drum skill. This skill was a formidable enhancement for physical attackers, sacrificing half of its health to maximize its attack power. A single use of belly drum was equivalent to 3 sword dances, resulting in a terrifying increase in attack. From within the smoke, the sound of rhythmic drumming resonated as Charmander, cloaked in the smoke, completed its belly drum enhancement, and its attack had reached a staggering level. However, after utilizing belly drum, Charmander's stamina significantly decreased. Xiaoyu knew he couldn't let the battle drag on with Darumaka. He had to end it swiftly. Chapter 80. The Wedding Feast. Little Charizard, Dragon Dive. Sumeryu's voice resonated. Roar. The concealed little Charizard erupted from the smoke, enveloped in draconic energy. Its gaze fierce and its aura formidable. It charged forth from the haze towards the crimson roly-poly. Bang! The rolling crimson roly-poly collided violently with little Charizard. Under normal circumstances, their strengths would be comparable, with any disparity remaining subtle. However, after the buildup of energy, little Charizard's attack had escalated to a terrifying level, rendering the crimson roly-poly utterly defenseless. The impact sent the roly-poly flying, revealing a stark difference in their capabilities. With a single strike, the roly-poly was gravely injured. The power of little Charizard's physical assault was simply overwhelming. Roly-poly yawned. Summer Luo remained remarkably composed, understanding that a direct confrontation with little Charizard was unwise. He had to rely on Yawn to secure victory. Little Charizard bite, commanded Sumeryu, urging little Charizard to launch a fierce offensive. One more strike would surely clinch the match. Both sides issued their commands almost simultaneously. The Crimson Roly-Poly unleashed Yawn once more, while little Charizard lunged at it, mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth, its body cloaked in dark energy, ready to deliver a powerful bite. The yawn struck little Charizard head-on as it approached the Roly-Poly. If the bite landed, victory was all but assured. Roly-Poly, hold firm. Summer Luo, with seasoned experience, recognized that the Roly-Poly could not withstand a second strike from little Charizard. He opted for the yawn to seize a fleeting opportunity for victory. The hold firm technique allowed the Roly-Poly to maintain a semblance of stamina even when faced with fatal damage, although it proved ineffective against vastly superior opponents. Clearly, little Charizard and the Roly-Poly were evenly matched, thus the technique bore fruit. Little Charizard clamped down hard on the Roly-Poly, yet the Roly-Poly successfully executed the hold firm technique. Absorbing the blow, simultaneously, the effects of yawn took hold, causing little Charizard to sway and slip into slumber. Now was the Roly-Poly's moment to counterattack. Roly-Poly Vital Punch. Uncertain of when little Charizard would awaken, Summer Luo directed the Roly-Poly to unleash its most potent Vital Punch. The Roly-Poly's small fist, imbued with fighting energy, focused intently on little Charizard before it launched a powerful strike. Boom! The full-force blow sent little Charizard hurtling away, inflicting severe damage and jolting it awake from its slumber. Both little Charizard and the Roly-Poly were panting heavily, clearly drained of energy. The time had come for a final showdown. Roly-Poly, burn away. Little Charizard, unleash primal force. The Roly-Poly executed the burn-away technique, not particularly powerful, yet capable of incinerating any item held by the opponent. In contrast, little Charizard harnessed the Rock-type primal force, a direct counter to fire. The Rock energy sphere collided with the flames, resulting in a slight explosion. Bang! With a soft pop, the Rock energy sphere pierced through the flames and struck the Roly-Poly, draining its last vestige of stamina. A smile graced Summeryu's face. Well played, well played. Summer Luo, though pleased to witness Summeryu's progress, felt discomfort at being defeated, muttering, "This is merely to boost your confidence so as not to undermine your self-esteem." Is that so? Summeryu chuckled. Some people will find it hard to sleep tonight. You needn't thank me. Summeryu waved his hand dismissively. It's merely an investment. Besides, we are merely fulfilling our contractual obligations. Why are you here so late? I live nearby, just over on Bailu Street. Xiaoyu, Xiao Zhao is a good girl. She's both filial and sensible, Summer Luo remarked meaningfully. Our parents like her. Brother, I'm still young. Such matters aren't on my mind yet. Besides, that's just your opinion. Zhao Ruhan may not feel the same. You're merely trying to repay kindness with expectations. Indeed, Summeryu nodded. Brother, you should focus on your own marriage first. On October 1st, the wedding unfolded as promised. The starry celebrity hotel bustling with guests, a scene of vibrant festivity. The attendees were a mix of locals from Xinguang City and esteemed guests from Tiandu, including some notable figures from the imperial capital. Among them were Lin Shuiyun and Lin Shuiyang, whose arrival stirred the crowd. The duo held prominent positions. One was the current director of the Yuanquan Laboratory, and the other, a champion from the Tiandu Pokémon Association, both well-known figures in the imperial capital. Sister, congratulations. Lin Shuiyun and Lin Shuiyang chorused to Lin Shuimei. Upon hearing their titles and recalling the trio's names, the guests realized that the Summer family's maternal side was the illustrious Lin family from the imperial capital, a revelation that took many by surprise. The news sparked a range of reactions, as attendees calculated that after this wedding, the Summer family would no longer be underestimated. Their influence poised to ascend to new heights. When Long Yanqing appeared at the entrance, Summeryu was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Long Yanqing in the imperial capital? How could she be here? What brings you here? Summeryu inquired. All right, you sit down at the main table with Grandma and Grandpa, Summeryu instructed. Okay, soon. The atmosphere soared to new heights with the arrival of Wei Yiqin and his companions, including Yin Yun and He Wenbin, whom Summer Luo referred to as the Soundbox Hero and Ladybug Hero. Chapter 81, Semi-Divine Pokémon 1. The wedding was a magnificent spectacle, stirring the entire Starlight City. The opulent stage decorations and exquisite wedding dresses prompted many to capture the moment with their phones. Yet, what left the deepest impression on Xiaoyu was the overwhelming emotion, especially when the bride, Yu Mengyu, recited her vows on stage. Xiaoyu noticed his brother, Xiao Luo, discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. After a decade-long romance, they were finally stepping into the sanctuary of marriage. Watching this heartfelt scene, Xiaoyu sincerely wished his brother and sister-in-law all the happiness in the world. Xiao Luo had numerous superior choices before him. He could have easily married women more beautiful, wealthy, and accomplished than Yu Mengyu. Yet he chose the one who had quietly supported him all along. From childhood companions to a bride adorned in white, their love story was nothing short of perfect. Would he find his own partner? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ponder. During lunch, the groom, Xiao Luo, naturally indulged in drinks, and, as a member of the groomsmen, Xiaoyu also partook in quite a bit. After toasting several rounds, he felt his head growing heavy and his complexion flushing. Although his mind remained clear, a dullness enveloped him. Observing their busy younger son, Xiao Luo and his wife, along with Xia Yong and his spouse, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and bittersweet nostalgia, realizing their son had matured and could now stand on his own. Mom, I'm leaving, Xiaoyu announced. All right, take care, Lin Shumei replied, tears glistening in her eyes. Rest on the plane and have some tea to sober up. Yanning, please look after Xiaoyu, she added. Long Yanning, her face slightly flushed, was at a loss for how to refuse, so she merely nodded in agreement. Upon boarding the plane, Xiaoyu immediately fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the plane had landed, and he was surprised to find a thin blanket draped over him. Curiously, he looked towards Long Yanning. Aside from her, no one else could have covered him. Feeling Xiaoyu's gaze, Long Yanning turned away, a hint of blush on her cheeks. After disembarking, they bid farewell to Lin Lao, Qin Lao Tai, and their uncles before hastily making their way to the dragon's secret realm. Inside the dragon's secret realm, Long Fan had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's rosy complexion, he joked, "Xiaoyu, are you up for this?" "Absolutely," Xiaoyu replied, having rested on the plane, feeling much more refreshed. He hadn't consumed alcohol in a long while, and his tolerance had significantly declined. In his previous life, such a quantity would have been trivial for him. "No problem." Long Fan nodded. "The reason I called you here urgently is to inform you that the Pokémon Association has finalized your reward. Firstly, you will receive a semi-divine Pokémon, and this year, you have the first pick. You may choose a Pokémon egg or any juvenile semi-divine Pokémon that is not yet capable of reproduction. But you must capture it yourself by defeating those semi-divine Pokémon. Therefore, I suggest you opt for a Pokémon egg. Secondly, for the remaining rewards, you have two options. One is to select any item from the treasure vault along with one opportunity to choose a non-semi-divine Pokémon, which is valid across all secret realms nationwide. As for the cash and honor rewards, they are merely nominal. The second option allows you to obtain another semi-divine Pokémon, but under the condition that you must reach the top 8 in the National College Cup to qualify for a second semi-divine Pokémon next year. Otherwise, you will have to wait 5 years. Note that the semi-divine Pokémon will be directly assigned by the Pokémon Association, and you will not have the opportunity to choose yourself. Of course, such generous rewards come with their own costs. You must also design and submit the corresponding moves for the exclusive Z moves to the League. The two rewards are fundamentally different. The first is immediately available, granting you an item and a Pokémon, while the second hinges on Xiaoyu's performance. If he makes it to the top 8 in the national finals, he will receive another semi-divine Pokémon next year. Otherwise, he will have to wait 5 years. One reward emphasizes the present, while the other looks towards the future. The choice rests solely with Xiaoyu. Long Fan observed him in silence, awaiting his decision. "Uncle Long," Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, "I choose the first option." Long Fan was taken aback, astonished that someone would decline the semi-divine Pokémon reward. Xiaoyu's unwavering choice stemmed from his unique system. The first option allowed for the selection of a Pokémon, though it may not be a semi-divine Pokémon. He could ensure the acquisition of a high-quality Dragon-type Pokémon and top-tier items. The second option, while seemingly appealing, was fraught with uncertainty. It could result in receiving a Pokémon of elite caliber, potentially jeopardizing his mission. Moreover, Xiaoyu needed to enhance his current strength swiftly, prioritizing immediate combat power over future prospects. If he couldn't withstand the present, how could he contemplate the future? "All right, but I need your decision quickly, within a week," Long Fan urged. "Shall we go see the semi-divine Pokémon now?" "Yes," Xiaoyu nodded. "Let Yanning take you there," Long Fan smiled. The Dragon-type semi-divine Pokémon are located within the Dragon-type secret realms. One is in the Imperial capital, and the other in Chang'an. Start by exploring this secret realm, and if you don't find a suitable one, then proceed to the one in Chang'an. Understood. The Dragon-type secret realm in the Imperial capital features a secluded area known as Dragon Ancient Mountain, where semi-divine Pokémon reside. Within the Imperial capital's secret realm, Dragon Ancient Mountain is home to 3 fierce dragons: the violent flying dragon, the tail spear dragon, and the fierce dragon. In the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm, one can find Dragonite, Duraludon, and Garchomp. Unfortunately, the semi-divine Pokémon, such as the Glutton and the Blade Ridge Dragon, are not present in Huagua. Although attempts have been made to introduce them in recent years, the challenge of acquiring semi-divine Pokémon is monumental. However, there have been recent reports of suspected sightings of the Blade Ridge Dragon near the world's tallest peak, Shen Mountain. The Pokémon Association is taking this matter seriously and has dispatched personnel to investigate. As Xiaoyu followed Long Yining into the restricted area of the Dragon-type Secret Realm, they navigated through multiple checkpoints and security checks, finally arriving at the foot of Dragon Ancient Mountain. The area of the Dragon-type Secret Realm is vast, with Dragon Ancient Mountain occupying nearly half of it. The Pokémon Association has established a large camp halfway up the mountain, complete with hatching rooms and living quarters. Long Yining led Xiaoyu into the hatching room first. The hatching room was modest in size, roughly 100 square feet, and the number of Pokémon eggs was disappointingly scarce. Xiaoyu counted about 20 eggs in total, and among them, only 5 were semi-divine Pokémon eggs. There were 2 eggs from the single-headed dragon, 2 from the tail-spear dragon, and 1 from the violent flying dragon. Chapter 82. Pseudo-divine Pokémon 2. 5 pseudo-divine Pokémon are present, 4 of which possess the qualifications of a champion level, while only one, the Mega Charizard, boasts the qualification of an elite champion. Indeed, pseudo-divine Pokémon stand apart, with none falling below the champion level, making them significantly more formidable compared to other Pokémon. However, despite having a single elite champion-level pseudo-divine Pokémon, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, in the realm of the game, pseudo-divine Pokémon surpass even certain legendary beings, which in Xiaoyu's mind should at least equate to champion-level status to reflect their immense power. It must be said that since acquiring the elite champion-level qualifications of the Forest Lizard and Charmander, Xiaoyu's ambitions have inflated considerably, rendering him indifferent to the once-coveted champion-level Pokémon. Such is the nature of humanity. As a child, one might have been satisfied with a mere snack, but upon maturing, desires evolve to yearn for greater comforts, expanding one's horizons as material conditions improve. Of course, the qualifications of these Pokémon eggs are not particularly high. Xiaoyu speculated that this might be due to them being the leftover selections. He made a mental note of the precious dragon egg and decided to visit the Long Dragon Secret Realm the following day before making any decisions. Nevertheless, the elite champion Mega Charizard is undeniably powerful, and with the potential for Mega Evolution, acquiring a Mega Evolution Stone for it would amplify its strength to extraordinary levels. Long Yin, furrowing her brows slightly, spoke to Xiaoyu. Did you not find anything suitable? No, I simply wish to explore my options first. I plan to decide after examining both Dragon Secret Realms, Xiaoyu explained. By the way, may I take a look at other Dragon-type Pokémon eggs? Of course. Long Yin replied without hesitation. Xiaoyu was permitted to select a non-pseudo-divine Pokémon, and naturally, the Dragon-type Pokémon within the Secret Realm were also part of his selection. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the remaining eggs, which included those of the Antlion, Red-Faced Dragon, Yaya, Elder Dragon, and Wobat, among others. Most of them were Antlion and Qingmian bird eggs, while the eggs of Yaya, Red-Faced Dragon, and Elder Dragon were scarce. As he surveyed these eggs, a pang of disappointment struck him once more. Although there were 2 champion-level eggs among them, his standards had significantly risen since 2 months ago when he would have settled for any champion-level Pokémon. He mentally noted the 2 champion-level eggs, reluctantly considering them as alternatives, but he felt compelled to visit Long's Secret Realm for a more thorough examination. Having finished, let us depart. Thank you for your assistance. Teacher Long, Xiaoyu said. All right. Long Yin nodded, and together they exited the Forbidden Zone. After leaving, they entered Long Fan's office. Have you found anything you like? Long Fan inquired, observing Xiaoyu from his chair. There is one egg I quite fancy, the precious dragon egg. However, I still wish to explore the Long Dragon Secret Realm. Xiaoyu replied. Go ahead. Long Fan nodded in agreement. I actually support your decision to visit the Long Dragon Secret Realm, as the selection here has been nearly exhausted. With only a few eggs remaining, we will have to wait for the next breeding cycle, which will take approximately a year or 2. As he spoke, Long Fan paused, contemplating, before continuing. The Long Dragon Secret Realm is larger and the energy richer than that of the Imperial capitals. The qualifications of the Dragon-type Pokémon there are also superior. Moreover, this year coincides with the breeding cycle of pseudo-divine Pokémon in Longan. A new batch of eggs has just been produced, and several newly appointed champions are quite envious. If you wish to acquire one, you must act swiftly. Do they dare to do so? Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished, as he hadn't anticipated such machinations within the secret realm. Indeed, some matters remain obscure unless one experiences them firsthand, revealing the intricate layers of intrigue that exist. There will always be those who seek to exploit loopholes, and the opportunities for such are abundant. Furthermore, this is tacitly accepted by the Pokémon Association. Otherwise, which champion would willingly guard the secret realm? A position either grants power or profit. Otherwise, who would take on such responsibilities? I understand. Xiaoyu acknowledged the wisdom in Long Fan's words, nodding. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard Long Fan's voice calling from behind. It must be said, Long Fan's kindness far exceeded that of a typical elder. Even though the Long and Lin families share a close bond, he had no obligation to go to such lengths, as it would undoubtedly offend those within the Long and Dragon secret realm. For a moment, Xiaoyu found himself pondering Long Fan's intentions. Was he optimistic about Xiaoyu's potential? Or were there other reasons at play? All right, Xiaoyu acquiesced, recognizing that this was not the time for formalities. Please wait outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Yin Ning, Long Fan instructed. Understood, Xiaoyu replied, recognizing that Long Fan had matters to discuss with Long Yin that he should not overhear, and he stepped outside to wait. I understand, Long Yin said simply. She had long been aware of her father's decision. Xiaoyu was indeed exceptional, excelling in research to the point of nearing the standards of a top-tier scientist. Furthermore, he possessed the two crucial traits required to become a leading trainer: resilience and perseverance. Through perseverance, the sword is sharpened. Through hardship, the plum blossom's fragrance emerges. With these two qualities, Xiaoyu, if he remains steadfast, is destined for a promising future. Chapter 83. The Semi-Divine Pokémon. 3. Long Yin Ning and Xiaoyu rode their respective Pokémon, the Soundwave Dragon and the Three-Headed Evil Dragon, soaring directly from the imperial capital to Chang'an. The relentless journey left both of them somewhat fatigued. By the time they reached the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an, night had already fallen. However, the duo paid little heed to their hunger and hastened straight towards the Dragon-type secret realm. Wait, the Dragon-type secret realm is not open to the public today. Please present your credentials. The guard at the entrance called out, blocking their way. Please allow us in. Inform your supervisor that we are heading to Dragon Lake to select our Pokémon. Long Yin Ning and Xiaoyu responded to the guard without a moment's pause, making their way towards the location of Dragon Lake, leaving no time for a reaction from the personnel at the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm. When they arrived at the incubation room of Dragon Lake, the supervisor, drenched in sweat, hurried over. The supervisor, a man of approximately 40 years, was portly and balding, giving him a rather unsavory appearance. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. He was, in fact, a highly skilled king-level dragon-type trainer. You must be Xiaoyu, he remarked, immediately recognizing Long Yin Ning and deducing Xiaoyu's identity. He never anticipated their sudden arrival after just receiving notification. Have you two eaten? Perhaps we should dine before you begin your selection? No. We came here in haste and have no time to waste on meals. We will eat after our selection, Long Yin Ning replied, her urgency evident as she aimed to prevent the supervisor from delaying them. The supervisor, either due to the heat of his run or his nervousness, was perspiring profusely. Internally, he lamented. He had initially planned to use less potent substances to accelerate the hatching of the semi-divine Pokémon's eggs, minimizing any detrimental effects on their potential. However, Xiaoyu's early arrival caught him off guard. Had he known, he would have opted for stronger measures earlier that afternoon, even if it meant compromising the Pokémon's potential rather than risking them being selected by someone else. Now, he faced the daunting task of explaining this to the esteemed king. At that moment, the supervisor's sole thought was to delay and placate the two young trainers. But their sudden appearance, clearly prepared, thwarted his intentions. It's quite late, and your arrival is rather unexpected. How about I treat you to a meal first and return tomorrow for your selection? He suggested, blocking their entrance while attempting to stall. We won't take long. Just a few minutes to choose. The paperwork is simple. We have all the necessary documents, Long Yin Ning retorted, perceiving the supervisor's tactics. She scoffed. Are you trying to prevent us from entering? As she spoke, Long Yin Ning took out her phone, preparing to record. Seeing this, the supervisor, despite his boldness, had no choice but to step aside. Long Yin-ning was well-versed in the procedures of this establishment, fully prepared with her documentation, rendering the supervisor's attempts at obfuscation futile. With a resigned sigh, the supervisor relented, realizing that yielding would only cost him one quality Pokémon, whereas refusing could lead to an irreparable blemish on his record. Moreover, given the discerning eyes of the two young trainers, it was unlikely they would make poor choices. Little did he know that one possessed a system, while the other wielded a supernatural ability to sense dragon types. If they were unable to select wisely, it was doubtful anyone could. "Please, enter," he acquiesced, forcing a smile as he allowed them to proceed. "I merely wish to ensure your comfort after your journey. Since you insist, please go ahead." Xiaoyu curiously surveyed the incubation room, noting the impressive array of Pokémon eggs, significantly more than those at the Dragon-type secret realm in the Imperial capital, totaling around 40. Among them were 9 semi-divine Pokémon eggs, 3 from the Dragonite species, 3 from the Garchomp species, and 3 from the Dratini species. Xiaoyu immediately focused on the 9 semi-divine Pokémon eggs, analyzing their potential. Among the 9, 6 exhibited king-level potential, 2 possessed near-champion-level potential, and 1 boasted champion-level potential. The yield rate was markedly superior to that of the Imperial capital's Dragon-type secret realm. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu's gaze fixated on the champion-level egg. Pokémon egg, shiny Dragonite gender, male type, dragon, ghost potential, champion-level ability, penetrate skills. Undoubtedly, this Dragonite's potential perfectly aligned with Xiaoyu's expectations. Moreover, its final evolution, Dragonite, was extraordinarily powerful and one of Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. In the game, Dragonite was a formidable contender, representing an exceptionally balanced Pokémon. Its dragon and ghost-type combination granted it immunity to 2 types, resistance to 6 types, and vulnerabilities to 5 types, while it lacked any quadruple weaknesses, quite a rarity for dragon types. Examining its attributes, a staggering speed stat of 142 ranked it 4th among all non-legendary Pokémon, including Ultra Beasts. Its physical attack of 120 adeptly compensated for the absence of physical attackers in Xiaoyu's current team, while its special attack of 100, coupled with a rich skill pool including Dragon Pulse, Surf, Flamethrower, Volt Tackle, Solar Beam, Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, and Meteor Shower, ensured outstanding performance on the special attack front. Additionally, its remarkable speed allowed it to utilize moves like Light Screen and Reflect, while also serving as support with skills such as Phantom Force and U-Turn. Dragonite could be characterized as a well-rounded Pokémon, though its drawbacks included exorbitant training costs and lengthy development periods. While Xiaoyu currently faced no monetary concerns, the need for TM moves to learn many of the aforementioned skills weighed heavily on his mind. The prolonged evolution process proved to be a significant hurdle, as evolving from Dragonite to Dragonair required at least gym leader-level prowess, and for Dragonair to Dragonite demanded king-level capability. With a keen eye on the champion-level egg, Xiaoyu wasted no time. "Please wrap this egg for me." "Thank you. Are you certain?" the supervisor inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although they could not accurately assess the egg's potential through its shell, they could gauge it was indeed impressive, putting him in a dilemma. "For newcomers like you, I would actually recommend Dratini. It has a gentle temperament, is easy to train, and evolves into a powerful Dragonite." Meanwhile, Long Yin-ning furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated Xiaoyu's swift choice and stealthily placed her hand on the egg, using her ability to sense its dragon-type potential while Xiaoyu conversed with the supervisor. A radiant glow enveloped her, and a subtle smile graced her lips before it faded, indicating she had received a satisfactory answer. "Let us go with this one. Please package it." Chapter 84. The Semi-Divine Pokémon 4. After carefully selecting an egg of semi-divine Pokémon, Xiaoyu did not hasten to depart. Instead, he continued to inspect other dragon-type Pokémon eggs. After all, visiting the Long and Dragon secret realm was no trivial matter, and having offended someone, it was uncertain when he would return. Thus, he seized the opportunity to examine if there were any dragon-type Pokémon with excellent potential that he could also take with him. Meanwhile, the portly supervisor wore a bitter expression, utterly powerless to stop Xiaoyu. Just then, a figure entered through the main door. 1 million. You won't choose that egg? The newcomer said nothing further, simply raising a finger and stating a succinct offer of 1 million. Moreover, I promise to assist you for free once in the future. Xiaoyu frowned at the man. He had never seen him before. However, during the journey, Long Yinning had informed him of the man's identity. Yu Haoran, who was not one of the 4 kings of the Northwest, but was the overseer of the Long and Dragon secret realm. With approximately 50 secret realms discovered nationwide and only 28 kings in total, only a few realms were guarded by the 4 kings, while most were overseen by a couple of powerful king-tier trainers. Although Yu Haoran was not one of the 4 kings, he had achieved 5th place in the king ranking tournament for the Northwest region, showcasing formidable strength, and had been appointed to oversee the Long and Dragon secret realm year-round. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu replied. Even in the face of a king-tier trainer, he could not retreat. He was determined not to let the radiant multi-dragon messiah slip away. Furthermore, this was a forbidden area of the secret realm, and despite Yu Haoran's imposing demeanor, he dared not act overtly. We have already selected the Pokémon egg. You can exchange it. As long as you haven't finalized your choice, you may still swap. Yu Haoran's gaze was icy as he looked at Xiaoyu. He urgently required a Pokémon of exceptional quality to assist him in securing a position among the 4 kings of the Northwest. He had set his sights on this egg and consulted several renowned breeders for an evaluation, all of whom confirmed its potential to exceed king tier, with a high likelihood of being of semi-champion quality. Thus, he had resolved to obtain this egg, but due to his lower priority in selecting this year, he had to wait for others to choose before it was his turn. He had invested considerable resources to persuade those with selection rights to swap eggs, but unexpectedly, Xiaoyu appeared and disrupted all his plans, threatening to render his efforts futile. Hence, he resorted to this desperate measure. 2 million. Consider it carefully. Faced with Yu Haoran's aggressive stance, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He was infuriated by the unreasonable demands of such a king-tier trainer. Yet, this was the nature of the world, survival of the fittest. Without strength, even self-preservation became a challenge, let alone acquiring resources like a semi-divine Pokémon. Ordinary individuals, without connections, could hardly find a pathway to ascend. King-tier trainers nearly monopolize scarce resources, such as a semi-divine Pokémon, making it exceedingly difficult for the numerous gym leaders and quasi-king trainers to advance. This was precisely why Su Xiao had exterminated an entire family for a Bangiris egg. It also explained why Xiaoyu had always been cautious about revealing the potential of his Pokémon. The Xiao family was inherently weak, and the Lin family stemmed from a scientific background. Among them, only his uncle stood as a king-tier trainer, thus he needed to grow stronger, secretly. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu felt it worthwhile to offend Yu Haoran for the sake of this multi-dragon messiah egg. Yet, he had to remain vigilant. Even if Yu Haoran hesitated to act openly, he would undoubtedly engage in underhanded schemes. Yu Haoran. As she witnessed Yu Haoran openly threaten Xiaoyu, Long Yinning stepped protectively in front of him, positioning herself between them, her gaze icy as she confronted Yu Haoran. Are you threatening us? This matter has nothing to do with you or the Dragon King. I offered him 2 million out of respect for you and the Dragon King. Otherwise, do you really think someone involved in research has the right to demand civility from me? Yu Haoran had long established himself as the sole authority in the Long and Dragon secret realm, his strength having rendered him arrogant and contemptuous. As he himself stated, had it not been for Long Fan's influence, he would have expelled Xiaoyu without hesitation, later assigning blame to a subordinate for a supposed oversight. He is my father's newly accepted disciple. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Long Yinning's words made Yu Haoran's expression darken considerably. Are you certain you wish to defend him? Yu Haoran's tone was grim. The Dragon King's reach is rather extensive. I wonder if you can protect him for a moment. Let alone for a lifetime. He will inevitably find himself alone at some point. Yu Haoran's words cast a shadow over Xiaoyu's demeanor. The malice in this man surpassed Xiaoyu's imagination, akin to a venomous serpent. Although he did not wish to resort to intimidation, he understood the necessity of involving his grandfather to demand an explanation from the Pokémon Association. To be honest, given Xiaoyu's current demonstrated research capabilities, if he expressed a desire to leave the country, numerous individuals would eagerly pay him to settle abroad. If pushed to extremes, He could even relocate his entire family overseas, leaving no one capable of countering him. He had little faith that the Pokémon Association would condone Yu Haoran's actions. "Hello, grandfather." Xiaoyu relayed everything that had transpired to Lin Lao over the phone, who was incensed on the other end, his fury palpable. "I will make a call," Lin Lao stated before abruptly hanging up. Yu Haoran smirked at Xiaoyu. "I respect Lin Lao, but this matter pertains to your future. Even if he comes, it will be of no use. Today, make a choice. Take 2 million and leave, to everyone's benefit." Xiaoyu ignored him, and the two remained at an impasse. Estimating that Lin Lao would arrive shortly, Xiaoyu decided to inspect other Pokémon eggs, hoping to uncover more valuable selections. Long Yin-Ning observed Xiaoyu's leisurely demeanor and felt he was somewhat too carefree. Even at this moment, he still had the energy to browse for Pokémon eggs. To her surprise, Xiaoyu indeed discovered 2 eggs with king-tier potential. However, it was evident that he had become choosy, hesitating slightly before ultimately opting to forego the selection. Chapter 85. The Semi-Divine Pokémon. And, within the incubation chamber, the number of Pokémon eggs was limited. Xiaoyu swiftly examined all the eggs, but found none suitable for his needs. Consequently, he resolved to reserve the opportunity to select non-Semi-Divine Pokémon for another occasion. At that moment, Yu Haoran's phone suddenly rang, evidently a result of Xiaoyu's recent call. Yu Haoran picked up the device, his expression darkening as he gazed at the caller ID. Despite maintaining a facade of calm, the anger simmering within him was palpable as he answered the call. "Hello, Chief." The title Chief denotes the strongest among the Elite Four, distinguishing him from the others and signifying that he is the most formidable individual in the region, aside from the champion. Yu Haoran listened intently, his grip on the phone tightening in barely concealed agitation. Both Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning fixed their gazes on Yu Haoran, the call stretching on for a full 10 minutes before concluding. With a furious glare directed at Xiaoyu, the ire and resentment in his eyes were unmistakable. "Very well." Bang! The supervisor, with a smile more sorrowful than a cry, announced, "Your Pokémon eggs will be ready shortly." Xiaoyu bore no regrets for incurring Yu Haoran's wrath. Resources were finite, and relinquishing opportunities willingly was simply not an option. From a moment he chose to become a trainer, competition with others was inevitable. "Thank you, Teacher Long. It's rather late. Allow me to treat you to a meal," Xiaoyu offered politely, then inquired, "By the way, Teacher Long, is it true that Dragon King has accepted me as a disciple?" "Indeed. Your grandfather has also given his consent," Long Yin-Ning replied candidly, recognizing that such a decision required the individual's approval. "What? Are you unwilling? How could that be?" "I'm deeply grateful for the favor bestowed by Dragon King. Xiaoyu would never refuse such a fortunate opportunity. Having such a powerful mentor as Dragon King was an exceptional blessing. So, Teacher Long, does that make you my senior sister?" "Yes." Long Yin-Ning glanced at Xiaoyu before guiding him towards the cafeteria's noodle station. "2 bowls of noodles, please." "Senior Sister Long, I insist on treating you to a grand meal, not mere noodles," Xiaoyu remarked, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Long Fan and Long Yin-Ning, especially since Long Yin-Ning had accompanied him throughout the day. Very well. Before long, the steaming bowls of noodles were served, and the two, who had been famished for quite some time, began to indulge heartily. The following day, as dawn gently broke, the spirited Xiaoyu rose early, first to check on the elven egg of Duolong Meixia, before embarking on a morning training session with his 3 Pokémon. After 2 hours of invigorating exercise, he made his way to the cafeteria, only to overhear hushed conversations among those around him. "Have you heard? That shiny Duraludon seems to have been captured. Apparently, a trainer from Sakura Country has taken it in, and that Darkrai was subdued by a Pokémon Association trainer. There are rumors of a conflict that resulted in fatalities." A month later, the Pokémon Association finally apprehended the 2 malevolent specters. At last, the weekend offers a chance for shopping. "I've been suffocating," Xiaoyu mused, furrowing his brow while enjoying his breakfast and perusing the news. Just yesterday, the 2 notorious ghost-type Pokémon were successfully captured in the capital. A mysterious trainer, possessing a colossal chandelier-like lit wick, captured the shiny Duraludon, evidently the same individual Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning encountered, Miano Ranjin. The other formidable Darkrai was captured by a league trainer. This was splendid news for Xiaoyu. The capture of the two ghostly Pokémon signified that he need only await the weekend to utilize items for treasure hunting. However, he sensed a lurking danger, given the animosity from someone like Yu Haoran, and decided it prudent not to venture out alone. Inviting Long Yin-Ning along would certainly enhance his safety, and he could treat her to a meal as well. Additionally, he recalled his reward, allowing him to select an item from the treasure vault. It appeared that Jengar's Mega Evolution Stone and the Gigantamax Wish Star had also arrived, though he had yet to even unpack his package. As these thoughts filled his mind, his anticipation for the weekend grew immensely, making his meal even more delectable as he hurriedly devoured 2 more bowls. Xiaoyu? Su Muzi exclaimed upon seeing him in the cafeteria, her surprise palpable. It had been over 10 days since they last crossed paths, during which Xiaoyu had seemingly vanished after gaining fame, leading many classmates in the training camp to speculate whether he had abandoned the path of a trainer in favor of a career in research. Now, encountering Xiaoyu once more, Su Muzi was filled with joy. You've been absent from training for so long. Where have you been? Add me as a friend quickly so I can reach you if needed. What would you need to contact me for? Xiaoyu replied, though he took out his phone to add Su Muzi as a friend. The two conversed as they finished their meals and headed toward the training grounds. Xiaoyu's presence drew attention, particularly from Shun Zijuan, who felt a pang of dismay upon seeing Xiaoyu alongside Su Muzi. Long Yin-Ning observed Xiaoyu and Su Muzi's arrival with a slight frown, but noticing Xiaoyu promptly engrossed in training, she refrained from comment. The students had grown accustomed to such rigorous training, each immersing themselves in their respective practices. Long Yin-Ning approached Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. All right. Following her to an unoccupied corner, ensuring they were out of earshot from their classmates, Long Yin-Ning crossed her arms and stated, this evening at 6. Come to my father's office. He wishes to speak with you. Understood, Xiaoyu replied. As Long Yin-Ning turned to leave, Xiaoyu called out, Long Shiji. Call me teacher during class, she replied curtly. Very well, Long Laosher. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to treat you to a meal, and, before Xiaoyu could finish, Long Yin-Ning coldly interjected, I'm busy. After she had taken a few steps away, her voice echoed back, let's discuss it after you qualify for the national finals. Chapter 86. 2 Methods of Evolution. As night fell, Xiaoyu arrived at Long Fan's office. Long Fan was reclining on the sofa, the screen of his computer displaying a classic game endorsed by a renowned movie star, Legend. Have you arrived? Long Fan gestured for Xiaoyu to take a seat on the adjacent sofa. Master, Xiaoyu greeted respectfully. It was wise to cling to such a pillar of strength, for Long Fan possessed the capability to contend for the championship. Should he succeed, Xiaoyu, as his disciple, would undoubtedly rise alongside him, enjoying a position of prominence in the capital. Long Fan smiled, clearly pleased with Xiaoyu's address. He spoke slowly. The matter of accepting you as my disciple has been discussed with Old Lin. We shan't engage in empty formalities. But one point I must emphasize, since I have taken you in as a disciple, we are now family. You must never act in betrayal of that bond. Yes, master. Xiaoyu replied earnestly. He could feel the kindness of Long Fan and his daughter, Long Yin-Ning, and he cherished their goodwill deeply. I have heard about yesterday's incident from Yin-Ning. Be cautious of Yu Haoran. His nature is unruly, vengeful, and narrow-minded. When you go out, exercise caution and avoid isolated places, Long Fan cautioned. Within the capital, you would not dare to act against you with me around, but outside, you must remain vigilant. In addition, there are several matters I need to discuss with you. The first pertains to your quasi-divine Pokémon, Duolong Mixia. Long Fan's brow furrowed as he looked at Xiaoyu seriously. Among all quasi-divine Pokémon, Duolong Mixia and Metagross are the most unique and, simultaneously, the most challenging to cultivate due to their arduous evolution processes. There are currently 2 known methods of evolution, competition and division. Let us first discuss the method of competition. For Duolong Mixia to evolve into Duolong Chi, you must find another Duolong Mixia, Long Fan explained. Xiaoyu felt a weight in his heart. In the game, Pokémon like Duolong Mixia could evolve simply by reaching the requisite level. Yet, in reality, he had long wondered where the Duolong Mixia, perched atop Duolong Chi's, had originated. To his dismay, it appeared that he would indeed need to find another Duolong Myxia for the evolution to occur. What about evolving into Duolong Boruto? Does that also mean I need 2 extra Duolong Myxia? Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire. Precisely, Long Fan nodded. The evolution of Duolong Myxia into Duolong Qi is a competitive process between 2 Duolong Myxias. The stronger one evolves into Duolong Qi, while the other loses its ability to evolve and remains in the form of Duolong Myxia. The same principle applies to the evolution from Duolong Qi to Duolong Boruto, meaning you would require 3 Duolong Myxias for this evolutionary method, with only one capable of evolving into Duolong Boruto, while the other 2 remain as Duolong Myxia. Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief. Where could he possibly find 3 quasi-divine Pokémon? What about the other method? Hold on a moment, we'll discuss that shortly. The competition method is currently favored by many and is the mainstream approach, Long Fan said, pausing deliberately to sip his tea before placing the cup back on the table. Understanding his cue, Xiaoyu poured tea for Long Fan from a nearby kettle. Ahem, the other method of evolution, division, as the name implies, occurs when a single Duolong Myxia, during its evolution into Duolong Qi, splits off a smaller Duolong Myxia that perches on its head. This smaller Duolong Myxia lacks the ability to evolve. Similarly, when Duolong Qi evolves into Duolong Boruto, a second Duolong Myxia is produced. Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't this method preferable? Why was the competitive evolution the mainstream choice? Division evolution only requires 1 Duolong Myxia. Why has the competition method, which necessitates 3, become the mainstream? Because of aptitude, Long Fan replied, gazing intently at Xiaoyu. Division evolution demands a higher level of aptitude from Duolong Myxia and presents greater cultivation challenges, thus making the evolution process exceedingly difficult. In contrast, any Duolong Myxia can evolve through the competition method. Therefore, you must prepare in advance and decide which evolution method to pursue. If you choose the competition method, you need to plan ahead for the other 2 Duolong Myxias. As for which evolution method yields a superior Duolong Boruto, there is currently no consensus within academia. Perhaps you could research this in the future, Long Fan jested. Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, contemplating for a while, his mind wavering between the 2 evolution methods. Actually, there is no rush. Your Duolong Myxia has yet to hatch from its egg. Hurrying will yield no results. Moreover, evolving Duolong Myxia is manageable, requiring at most 3. Cultivating Metagross is far more demanding, as one must have 4 Beldum for competitive evolution, Long Fan joked. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning, and he made a swift decision. I must choose division evolution. I've made up my mind. I will ensure my Duolong Myxia undergoes division evolution, he declared resolutely. Oh, are you certain? This could significantly extend the cultivation period for your Duolong Myxia, Long Fan observed, intrigued by Xiaoyu's sudden shift from hesitation to conviction. A smile graced Xiaoyu's lips. He was confident that his decision was undeniably correct. In another world, there existed a character named Owu, who possessed a shiny Metagross capable of Mega Evolution. If he were to adopt the competitive evolution method, the transformation of Metagross from 4 legs to 8 upon Mega Evolution would be inexplicable, thus necessitating the division evolution. Moreover, another point reinforced his belief that division evolution was the right path. If competitive evolution required 2 shiny Beldum to evolve into a shiny Metagross, then a single shiny Beldum paired with a regular Beldum would result in 2 differently colored Metagross, 1 gray and 1 blue. In conclusion, Xiaoyu confidently asserted that division evolution was indeed the correct evolutionary approach. Once you've made your choice, that's what matters. Additionally, from now on, you may practice in the forbidden area each night. The dragon energy within is far more potent and suitable for your training, Long Fan said, handing Xiaoyu a key. I've also informed Yin Ning to encourage you each evening. Understood, Master. The following day was Saturday, and it was time for the move learning class. Due to Xiaoyu's absence from last week's session, he had not heard Long Yin Ning's explanation of the move Dragon Claw. Fortunately, each skill was explained over 2 weeks, allowing Xiaoyu to catch up. Among his 3 Pokémon, only Charmeleon and Zubat could lure Dragon Claw, while the forest lizard was unable to acquire the skill. Xiaoyu found himself puzzled. How could the small claws of Zubat lure Dragon Claw, while the larger claws of the forest lizard could not? The essence of the Dragon Claw move lies in gathering dragon energy in one's hands to form dragon-like claws for attack, emphasizing the application of dragon energy in claw training. Long Yin-Ning spoke slowly and meticulously, using her old actor, the Stinger Lizard, to demonstrate. The explanation and demonstration took half an hour, after which it was time for everyone to practice freely. Perhaps to accommodate Xiaoyu, who had fallen behind, Long Yin-Ning approached him directly, providing individual guidance for Charmeleon and Zubat, while asking the Stinger Lizard to demonstrate for the two little ones once more. Thus, Long Yin-Ning remained before Xiaoyu for a full half hour, imparting intricate details regarding the techniques of utilizing the Dragon Claw. Moreover, she diligently guided the little fire dragon and the bumblebat through repeated practice before her departure. As Xiaoyu observed Long Yin-Ning's retreating figure, he mused to himself, "I suppose this makes me a direct disciple. Indeed, the treatment is markedly different." Chapter 87. The Wishing Star. It is no wonder that Long Yin-Ning only attends classes in the morning. She spends her afternoons training here. It seems that she is on the verge of becoming a champion-level trainer. With her two semi-divine Pokémon, her ascension to champion status is merely a matter of time. Such a young champion trainer is a rarity in the entire Imperial capital. Long Yin-Ning's attire differs from her morning outfit. She wears shorts that accentuate her long, shapely legs, and a crop top that showcases her slender waist. Previously, Xiaoyu had noticed that Long Yin-Ning's waist and legs were particularly attractive, and now, in this ensemble, they captured his attention entirely. This is also due to the fact that Teacher Long possesses an impressive figure, with the only downside being that she has already developed a rather prominent figure at a young age. Perhaps sensing Xiaoyu's gaze, Long Yin-Ning's face flushed slightly, yet she maintained an air of indifference, choosing not to engage with Xiaoyu as she focused on training her Pokémon. Xiaoyu, for his part, merely observed, quickly reining in his thoughts and calling forth 3 Pokémon to commence his own training. 2 hours later, seizing the opportunity while Long Yin-Ning took a break, Xiaoyu approached her. "Teacher Long, are you free tomorrow? Speak plainly." Long Yin-Ning replied, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and sipping delicately, beads of sweat dampening the strands of hair at her temples, trickling down her flushed cheeks. "Teacher Long, I wish to explore the Imperial capital, but I recently had a falling out with Yu Haoran, and I fear for my safety. I would like to ask if you could accompany me." Xiaoyu intended to utilize a one-time treasure hunting device to search for treasures in the capital, asking Long Yin-Ning to act as his bodyguard. But he could not openly admit his true purpose. Long Yin-Ning initially considered declining, but upon reflection, it seems Xiaoyu had not had the chance to explore the capital properly in the past month. Seeing the eager look in Xiaoyu's eyes, she reluctantly agreed, her expression still stern. "Only this once. What time tomorrow? Just contact me, and I will call ahead." They then discussed some exclusive Z moves and any new experimental hypotheses. Old Lin was increasingly pleased with Xiaoyu, and they conversed for nearly 2 hours until Xiaoyu reminded Old Lin it was time to rest. Upon returning to his room, Xiaoyu hurriedly tore open a parcel that had arrived nearly 2 weeks ago, finally finding the time to unseal it. Inside were 2 stones. One appeared to be a Mega Evolution Stone for Gongue. After examining it closely, he felt confident it was indeed the Mega Evolution Stone for Gongue. Delighted, he realized he only needed 1 Gongue to complete his collection of Mega Evolution Stones. Ideally, it would be a shiny Gongue, as the Mega Evolved White Gongue was indeed striking. However, Xiaoyu reminded himself that he still needed 2 more Dragon-type Pokémon to complete his task, and even capturing Gongue would have to wait until he had gathered 6 Pokémon. His attention then shifted to the other stone on the table, which resembled a wishing star. Unlike the radiant versions depicted in games and animations, this wishing star was dull and ordinary, lacking the dazzling brilliance associated with its counterparts. It appeared unique in shape, yet unremarkable otherwise. As Xiaoyu toyed with the wishing star, he resolved to pursue his next research direction, Gigantamaxing. Despite this ambition, he felt uncertain. In the games and animations, Gigantamaxing was linked to the mythical Pokémon, Wu Jitana, which had yet to be mentioned in this world, nor had any darkness ever appeared. Thus, he felt no confidence in his research on Gigantamaxing. Xiaoyu was also intrigued by the origins of this wishing star, as it was said that wishing stars, wishing star fragments, and wishing star shards were remnants of Wu Jitana's shattered body. Consequently, the provenance of this wishing star seemed dubious, potentially holding the key to unraveling the mysteries of Gigantamaxing and locating Wu Jitana. Ding! Task activated. Gigantamaxing. Discover the hidden realm of Wu Jitana through the wishing star, unveiling the secrets of Gigantamaxing. Wu Jitana is an immensely powerful Pokémon, requiring at least the status of a champion-level trainer for self-preservation. This is a long-term task, requiring the completion of prerequisites. Prerequisite Task 1. Collect 1-3 of the wishing stars. Prerequisite Task 2. At least one Pokémon must reach champion level. Upon hearing the task notification, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. This task felt exceedingly distant to him, as champion-level trainers typically took years to achieve that status. Thus, what Xiaoyu could do for now was to gather as many wishing stars as possible. He carefully stored the wishing star, intending to bring it to the laboratory for further study next time. Ever since he developed his exclusive Z-move, his standing in the laboratory had skyrocketed, affording him an independent office and unrestricted access to the lab, a truly exhilarating experience. After securing the 2 stones, Xiaoyu contemplated lying down to play on his phone for a while, but upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. If he didn't hurry, he would miss his training session. He had only posted one video on Douyin, an interview that had received a commendable number of likes, over several 100,000. Xiaoyu thought of posting another video when he had the chance, considering whether leveraging his newfound fame on Douyin could expedite the acquisition of stones. However, he was also concerned that purchasing stones under his name might inflate their prices. Should I take a peek? Just one glance. Ultimately, Xiaoyu's curiosity overcame his rationality, and he secretly logged into Xia Luo's account. With no followers and no content of his own, the account boasted an impressive 73,000 likes on various videos, each a testament to Xia Luo's amassed fortune. As Xiaoyu opened the liked videos, a phrase sprang to mind. Dazzling flowers may obscure the eye. Only shallow grass can leave hoofprints behind. This account had indeed flourished into something substantial. Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance further, noticing that while Xia Luo appreciated beautiful women, he had refrained from flirting or sending private messages, merely liking posts instead. This restraint was commendable. At 18, Xiaoyu was young and passionate. He knew that indulging too deeply could lead to adverse consequences. After exiting Douyin, he opened Xinyu, scanning for any promising stones for sale, only to find the results somewhat disappointing. Chapter 88. The Pokémon Association Vault. Xiaoyu reclined on his bed, exchanging messages with Wu Yaozu, whom he hadn't spoken to in quite some time. It appeared that Wu had been thriving in the rock's secret realm lately. Xiaoyu, I've recently captured a formidable Pokémon. Prepared to be utterly defeated, Wu declared with a hint of bravado. Xiaoyu retorted, I'm not like you. I will show no mercy. Next time, I shall make you regret it. Wu remained inexplicably confident, and Xiaoyu, not wishing to dampen his spirits, decided to hold back the news of his recent acquisition of a Duraludin, opting instead to surprise him in person. After exchanging playful banter, their conversation came to a close. Xiaoyu perused additional messages, encountering various unfamiliar names. Xiaoyu, you are incredibly handsome, one message exclaimed. Another complimented. Hello, your research paper was excellently written. I thoroughly enjoyed it and gained much insight. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? While yet another stated, Xiaoyu, I aspire to be the finest trainer. Just like you. Early Sunday morning, as dawn barely broke, Xiaoyu rose to prepare for his morning training. He also sent a message to Teacher Long, arranging to meet at 10 a.m. to explore the Pokémon Association Vault. He refrained from calling, fearing that the early hour might disturb Long Yanqing's rest. It was only around 6 a.m., and most people were still asleep. Long Yanqing was likely still lost in her dreams. She had been exceptionally busy over the past 10 days, barely able to catch her breath. After finally finding some free time the previous night, she had invited her closest friend for a gathering, indulging in a fair amount of wine and spending the night at her friend's home, still yet to awaken. After sending the message, Xiaoyu took his 3 Pokémon out for training. The forest lizard was showing a remarkable and visible improvement in strength. The previously unruly Charmander had softened somewhat, becoming more amicable with both Woobat and forest lizard. Woobat remained as playful as ever, continuing to enjoy its antics. The trio's rapid growth in strength was impressive, particularly Charmander, who had already reached the rare tier, while Woobat was on the cusp of breaking into the elite tier. The B-grade dragon scale Woobat wore accelerated its growth, which could sustain until it reached the dominant tier. This was why, despite being the laziest of the 3, Woobat experienced the fastest growth. Xiaoyu's desire for the reward of capturing 5 dragon-type Pokémon was piqued by the powerful effect of the dragon scale. The B-grade dragon scale was beneficial for Pokémon below the dominant tier, but the A-grade was effective for those below the gym leader tier. Capturing 5 dragon-type Pokémon would allow Xiaoyu to obtain 6 dragon scales, making it imperative to secure his 5th dragon-type Pokémon soon. Estimating the growth rates of his Pokémon, he believed that, at this pace, they could all reach the lower tier by the time the competition commenced. Although reaching the dominant tier seemed a stretch. Of course, this rapid progress came at a cost, involving substantial financial resources, various energy cubes, and special moo milk, as well as rare food items were all meticulously provided. It would be a miracle if his 3 Pokémon didn't grow given such lavish support. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had the backing of both the Xia and Lin families. Otherwise, he would have long since faced bankruptcy. In the realm of Pokémon training, especially as a dragon-type trainer, financial resources were paramount. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a call disrupted Long Yanqing's slumber. As she glanced at the caller ID, her foggy mind began to clear, recalling her promise to take Xiaoyu out to explore the capital today. She hastily answered the call. Hello, her voice emerged, warmer and more melodious than her usual icy tone, causing Xiaoyu's heart to flutter. I'm in Xiuyuan district. Without hesitation, Long Yanqing revealed her friend's address. Who is it? A sultry voice interjected from beside her, unmistakably belonging to an alluring woman. You need not search for me. I will come and find you. You are at the Lin family residence, correct? Long Yanqing quickly covered her friend's mouth, confirmed Xiaoyu's location, and hung up. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, it was nearly 10:30 a.m. It was only natural for a woman to take time for her morning routine and makeup, coupled with traffic delays. Long Yanqing was driving her vibrant red convertible sports car, the brand indiscernible to Xiaoyu, though he recognized the emblem depicting a fiery steed as belonging to a car manufacturer in this world. Today, Long Yanqing's attire was as striking as the previous day's. Skin-tight jeans accentuated her flawless figure, while her off-shoulder crop top showcased her enviably slender waist. Xiaoyu was surprised to see this side of the typically serious teacher Long get in, she said as Xiaoyu entered the car, curious about the automotive design of this world. With a swift press of the accelerator, Long Yanqing sped off toward the Pokémon Association headquarters. Upon their arrival at the Pokémon Association headquarters, Xiaoyu and Long Yanqing encountered no obstacles, smoothly passing through security and entering the vault. Inside, the vault was filled with an array of rare and extraordinary treasures, overwhelming both Xiaoyu and Long Yanqing with its opulence. Ultra Balls? Quite common. I wonder if they have Master Balls? Xiaoyu mused. A-grade power mirrors. As the initial excitement faded, Xiaoyu's envy grew. He wished to take everything home. If he could plunder the vault, he could likely live comfortably for generations. Cognizant of his own naivety, Xiaoyu struggled to contain his excitement amidst the vast array of treasures, feeling torn by the overwhelming choices. Only children make choices. I want them all. You'll never finish if you keep this up, Long Yanqing remarked, observing Xiaoyu's indecision. You should select items by category. Head to the Dragon-type item section. The treasures that are most suitable for your Pokémon. Let us take a look, Xiaoyu acquiesced, following Long Yanqing toward the Dragon-type treasure section. Located at the deepest part of the vault, a testament to its rarity and value. Upon spotting an A-grade dragon scale displayed in a cabinet, Long Yanqing suggested, this A-grade dragon scale would be perfect for you. It will accelerate the growth of your dragon-type Pokémon, ideal for your Duraludon. Chapter 89, The True Treasure. The A-grade dragon scale recommended by Long Yin Ning was indeed exceptional. It was the last item that Xiaoyu needed at the moment. He merely required one more dragon-type Pokémon to accumulate 6 A-grade dragon scales, and he certainly would not squander this precious opportunity for just one scale. Let me take a look. Xiaoyu declined Long Yin Ning's suggestion and began to meander slowly through the dragon-type treasure area, meticulously examining all the counters. A-grade dragon fawn. A-grade dragon gem. In the game, the dragon gem is a one-time use item that enhances the power of a dragon-type move, but in reality, items akin to the dragon gem serve as rechargeable resources, usable again after a recharge. Quite commendable, indeed. However, Xiaoyu felt somewhat dissatisfied with the A-grade items. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity, and he was unwilling to settle for merely one A-grade treasure. The selection of items in the dragon-type treasure area was limited, and Xiaoyu had to acknowledge that while these items were impressive, none truly captivated him. Since he could only choose one treasure, he did not rush his decision, opting instead to continue his exploration. Beyond the dragon-type treasure area lay another section, the largest in the entire vault, the area of unknown mysterious items. Upon entering, Xiaoyu did not walk far before he encountered a stunning sight. 7 or 8 Mega Evolution Stones accompanied by 2 Evolution Keystones displayed in a cabinet, adorned with a label. These mysterious gems were exceptionally radiant, their beautiful appearance complemented by remarkable hardness, seemingly imbued with potent energy, the method of harnessing which remained unknown for the time being. Wow, this is extravagant. If he were to select these stones, it would undoubtedly mark a significant record for the day. On October 3rd, Xiaoyu, ID number XXX, received the mysterious gems at the Pokémon Association headquarters. When the day of Mega Evolution's announcement arrived, the Pokémon Association would surely recall that the vault housed Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones. A glance at the records would reveal that all these stones had found their way into Xiaoyu's possession, turning him into a target of envy. The tall tree attracts the wind. If Xiaoyu were to acquire just 1 or 2, it might be manageable. But claiming so many would place him in a precarious situation, one that neither the Xia family nor the Lin family possessed the strength to safeguard against the association's scrutiny. Should they come knocking, Xiaoyu might be fortunate enough to keep a fragment, but the majority of the stones would likely be confiscated. Xiaoyu was unwilling to settle for a mere fraction. He yearned to possess all these Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones while remaining under the radar of the Pokémon Association. What to do? As he pondered a solution, he suddenly recalled that one of the rewards in the University Cup included an opportunity to select treasures from the vault, though he could not quite remember whether it was for entering the top 8 or the top 4. It should be the top 8. Securing a place among the top 8 nationally would grant him a selection opportunity. Standing still, Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment and quickly devised 2 plans. The first was rather foolish, to cultivate someone capable of reaching the national top 8, allowing them to participate in the University Cup, obtain the treasure selection opportunity, and then hand over the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones to him. However, this plan was fraught with difficulty. He was uncertain if he could even secure a place among the top 8 himself, let alone nurture another individual. Wasn't that absurd? Moreover, once that individual acquired the stones, when Mega Evolution was eventually announced, they would undoubtedly be tracked down by the Pokémon Association. At that point, Xiaoyu would be faced with the grim choice of either eliminating that person or assisting them in fleeing, all while concealing his identity. Such thoughts seemed impractical. As his contemplation deepened, Xiaoyu concluded that this plan lacked feasibility, ultimately dismissing it as overly idealistic, grand in vision, yet painfully unrealistic in execution. The second plan was much simpler and more straightforward. It boiled down to one phrase: spend money. By utilizing funds to have someone retrieve the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones on his behalf, Xiaoyu could remain in the shadows, provided he successfully concealed his identity throughout the process. While the price would undoubtedly be steep, the likelihood of this plan's success appeared significantly higher. 3 core issues needed addressing within this plan. First, identifying a suitable scapegoat, someone who had the opportunity to select treasure from a vault and was willing to sell them. Second, ensuring adequate financial resources or sufficient barter items. And third, maintaining anonymity to prevent the Pokémon Association from tracing any leads beyond the scapegoat. If these three issues could be resolved, the plan was bound for realization. Do you have a fondness for these stones? Long Yin Ning, noticing Xiaoyu standing there for an extended period, could not help but inquire. Not all. Xiaoyu quickly denied, keen to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. I was just lost in thought. Let us continue our exploration. The display cases along this area were filled with peculiar items, among which Xiaoyu discovered wish stars, wish star fragments, and other intriguing objects. These items truly tempted him. With just 2 more wish stars, he could complete the prerequisite for his Gigantamax task. The desire surged within him, and recalling the plethora of treasures he had previously seen, he even fleetingly entertained the notion of becoming a villain and seizing the entire vault. Yet, he only dared to entertain the thought. As he continued onward, the array of items became increasingly bizarre, some utterly useless, while others remained mysterious in their potential applications. It was not until he was nearing the end of this area that Xiaoyu suddenly spotted an item in a corner display case that sent shivers down his spine. It was a broken gemstone, quietly resting within the cabinet, labeled accordingly. The broken gem, remarkably hard and striking in appearance, seemed to harbor a trace of both dragon-type and psychic-type energy, though its utility remained unclear. Upon sighting this shattered crystal, the system automatically brought forth detailed information about the item. Damaged heart drop. This heart drop, having sustained damage, has lost most of its original function, yet retains a small amount of dragon-type and psychic-type energy. Ding! Task activated. The Water City Siblings. The Water City Siblings are the legendary psychic and dragon-type Pokémon, Latias and Latios. They possess the ability to become invisible and communicate telepathically, boasting formidable power. Although this damaged heart drop has lost the vast majority of its capabilities, it can still be forcefully utilized once after restoration to summon either Latios or Latias. Task requirements. Collect S-grade psychic-type items and S-grade dragon-type items to restore the heart drop, after which it can be forcibly used once to summon either Latios or Latias. Preliminary Task 1. Collect S-grade psychic-type items, 0-1. Preliminary Task 2. Collect S-grade dragon-type items, 0-1. Preliminary Task 3. Discover the specific location of the Water City Secret Realm, 0-1. Preliminary Task 4. Your strength must be at least at the quasi-elite level. Note: please use with caution. The damaged heart drop will be destroyed upon its first use. Ensure that you possess the strength to capture the Water City Siblings before utilizing it. Chapter 90. The angry teacher Long, as Long Yanning departed from the treasure vault. Her exquisite visage appeared as if encrusted with frost, resembling a beautiful ice mountain. She exuded an aura that discouraged approach, her long legs gracefully striding ahead of Xiaoyu while maintaining a deliberate distance. Clearly incensed, Teacher Long had no desire to engage in conversation, leaving Xiaoyu with nothing but her perfect silhouette. Her slender waist, accentuated by tight blue jeans that showcased her long, straight legs and flawless curves, radiated a fatal allure that irresistibly captivated the attention of passers-by. It is often said that a woman's beauty exists in 3 realms. The first pertains to her physical attributes: skin, legs, waist, face, collarbone, and overall figure. The second realm pertains to her temperament, the inner beauty shaped by personal cultivation and grace. The third realm encompasses a woman's wisdom. Xiaoyu, having lived 2 lives as a virgin, possessed a clear self-awareness. He recognized himself as an utterly mundane individual, unable to attain the second or third realms in the near future. As someone devoid of refined taste, he could only perceive the first realm, captivated solely by fair skin, striking beauty, and an alluring figure. Though Long Yanning was 7 to 8 years his senior, it did not deter Xiaoyu from sincerely admiring her exquisite waist. As the saying goes, a woman's waist is a deadly weapon. Xiaoyu mused that if he continued in this manner, his days would be numbered. Unbeknownst to Long Yanning, if she were to learn of Xiaoyu's thoughts, she might very well unleash her dragon's wrath upon him. Yet, Xiaoyu had opted for a flawed gem, much to Long Yanning's chagrin. Why not select an A-grade dragon scale to hasten the growth of the Dragon Maija? She attempted to convince herself that Xiaoyu must have his reasons for such a choice, that the perspective of a researcher is often unique, and perhaps this damaged gem held unforeseen value. Thus, the two walked along the pedestrian street, maintaining a respectful distance, the atmosphere palpably awkward. "Pardon me." A man in his late 20s suddenly approached, interrupting their uncomfortable silence, camera in hand. Accompanying him was a self-destructing magneton and a companion equipped with recording gear. "I'm Mushair, a street photographer for Douyin. I couldn't help but notice how stunning you both look like models. May I take a few photos of you?" "Rest assured, it's completely free, no charges whatsoever," Mushair insisted, displaying his Douyin account on his phone. "Here are some photos I've taken previously. Feel free to have a look." Regaining his composure, Xiaoyu promptly stepped in front of Teacher Long and inquired, "Is it truly free? Are you certain?" Hearing Xiaoyu's frugal tone, the man couldn't suppress a sneer at his expense. "What looks like yours, why are you so concerned about money? I wonder how this beautiful lady sees him." "Yes, I assure you, no charges will be incurred," Mushair reiterated with a faint smile. However, Xiaoyu's next words nearly sent him into a fit. "I don't want anything free. I only want to pay for it. I want to settle for anything less than 10,000. Not spending money makes me uncomfortable." "Bro, you're quite the comedian." Ultimately, neither Xiaoyu nor Long Yanning agreed to the photos and chose to leave. Seizing the chance during the interruption, Xiaoyu hurriedly followed after Long Yanning. Xiaoyu could only soothe Teacher Long with a kind lie, acknowledging his mistake this time, yet knowing he would dare to repeat it in similar circumstances. After all, this was a divine beast, a dragon type no less, and he had no justification to refuse. "I am not angry," Long Yanning declared after the brief interlude, her frustration having subsided somewhat. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's apologetic tone, her annoyance had nearly dissipated. Yet, she would never admit to being upset. After all, it was merely Xiaoyu's choice, and she had no reason to be vexed. "Really?" Xiaoyu asked. "Indeed," Long Yanning affirmed. "Then swear it," Xiaoyu insisted. "This selection of treasures was your own opportunity. You possess the right to make decisions, and I respect your choice. However, as your teacher, I hope you prioritize your abilities in the College Cup, selecting treasures that can genuinely enhance your strength. Your own strength is paramount. Without it, an excessive focus on research talent could prove detrimental. But now that you have made your decision, I can only support you," Long Yanning advised earnestly, always considering Xiaoyu's perspective. The more extraordinary his performance in research, the more perilous his situation became. Once, there was a genius in Huagua who specialized in the study of ancient Pokémon and shone brilliantly in his field. Yet, he neglected his own strength, keeping only a few Pokémon as pets. Tragically, he was found murdered in his home one day. The Pokémon Association later discovered that it was the work of a top-tier trainer from an enemy nation, who had surveilled the genius for 2 years before seizing the opportunity to assassinate him. Reflecting on this, a flicker of concern crossed Long Yanning's eyes. If Xiaoyu became overly absorbed in research, neglecting his own strength, he too could meet a similar fate. Thus, it was imperative for him to enhance his own abilities. Long Yanning's heartfelt concern was not lost on Xiaoyu. He understood these truths. In his previous life, over 20 billionaires mysteriously died in just 1 year in the Bear Country. Such tragedies occurred even in a world devoid of supernatural phenomena, let alone in a world teeming with the extraordinary, where assassinations could be executed with alarming ease. Noticing the slight furrow in Long Yanning's brow, Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. He realized her anger stemmed from worry for him, yet he struggled to articulate an explanation. Instead, he diverted the conversation. "Teacher Long, please don't frown so much. It will only lead to more wrinkles. You should smile more. It's already noon. Let me treat you to a meal. How about hot pot?" Chapter 91. Yunxiang Village. "Xiaoyu, you must take my words to heart," Long Yin-ning said with a serious demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Your own strength is of utmost importance. Even if you do not aspire to become one of the 4 heavenly kings, you must possess the ability to protect yourself." Moved by Long Yin-ning's grave expression, Xiaoyu felt a surge of gratitude. He understood that her words stemmed from concern. Looking earnestly at her, he replied, "Teacher Long, I assure you that after this, I will devote myself entirely to training and temporarily halt my research for the next 6 months." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's promise, Long Yin-ning's brow slightly relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, yet her expression remained as icy as ever. You need not assure me. This is your own matter. Indeed, it is my matter, Xiaoyu acknowledged, recognizing the slight uplift of her mouth as an indication of her improving mood. He quickly added, however, I would appreciate your guidance during this time. Turning away, she appeared to ignore his request, yet her steps were noticeably lighter. Let's go eat. We haven't had breakfast, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. The Pokémon Association's headquarters was situated in the bustling city center, surrounded by vibrant shopping districts. As they strolled through the pedestrian streets, they resembled stars who had stepped out of a television screen. They arrived at a highly rated hot pot restaurant and began to indulge in the culinary delights. During the meal, Xiaoyu discreetly excused himself to visit the restroom, where he utilized a disposable rare treasure detector. The device accurately pinpointed the treasure's location, and upon examining the map, Xiaoyu realized that it was quite distant, approximately 50 kilometers from the heart of the Imperial City, a journey that would take over an hour by car. He noted the coordinates and took out his phone to search for more information. What are your plans for the afternoon? Is there anywhere in particular you wish to explore? Long Yin-ning inquired, her lips flushed and her cheeks slightly rosy as she leaned back in her chair, beads of sweat adorning her fair forehead. Her enchanting eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. I would like to visit the outskirts of the Imperial City. Xiaoyu fabricated a reason. Having recently learned about Yunxiang Village, a rural area that many frequented for weekend getaways. Compared to the vibrant city center, I wish to experience the countryside of the Imperial City. Every city center looks the same, filled with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Let us visit Yunxiang Village. I have heard there are charming homestays and hot springs, making it an excellent tourist destination. After a brief respite, they promptly seized the opportunity to drive to Yunxiang Village. This idyllic village, nestled away from the urban sprawl, boasted picturesque landscapes and was a favored retreat for affluent city dwellers seeking leisure. As a result, numerous luxurious accommodations and artificial hot springs have been established there. Upon parking their vehicle, they meandered through the village, where nearly every household had constructed elegant 3- to 5-story villas, exuding an air of opulence. Where shall we go now? Long Yin-ning queried, her gaze fixed inquisitively on Xiaoyu. Let us wander aimlessly, following our instincts. Aimless exploration is often the most delightful, he suggested, although his steps were directed towards the location indicated by the treasure detector. They traversed small hills and crossed streams, walking for nearly 30 minutes before arriving at the cemetery nestled in the village's rear. As they drew closer, Xiaoyu checked the map again, confirming that the treasure lay within the cemetery, which was enclosed by iron railings. To gain entry, one could only use the main gate, where a 60-year-old security guard stood watch. Excuse me, sir, may we enter? Xiaoyu inquired at the entrance. You look unfamiliar. You're not here for a funeral, are you? In that case, you cannot enter just yet. You must have a residence permit from the Imperial City and pay for a plot inside, then wait several decades. Given your health, you might only be waiting 60 or 70 years, the guard replied, his words laced with a sharp wit. Unlike me, who will likely be resting here in 4 or 5 years. Please, no more of that. I'll let you get back to your duties, Xiaoyu interjected, realizing he was at a disadvantage in this conversation. Perhaps due to the rarity of visitors during his shift, the elderly guard continued to chat with Xiaoyu. Young man, if you were here to apply for a security job, you could enter too. Don't underestimate our profession. The monthly salary is quite decent, with full benefits. We work 1 week on and 1 week off. Besides, we even get discounts on the plots here. This cemetery boasts excellent feng shui. Just look at that hill. It resembles a turtle's back. Those buried here will not only enjoy longevity, but also prosperity. Sir, please excuse me. Xiaoyu interrupted once more, eager to leave. We are merely here for a visit. With a sense of exasperation, Xiaoyu bid farewell to the guard and rejoined Long Yin-ning. The latter, having listened to the guard's incessant chatter, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyu, is this how you feel? It seems you had quite the conversation with that elderly gentleman. Xiaoyu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and urgency, realized it would be difficult to find a reason to enter the cemetery in broad daylight. Perhaps it would be better to wait until nightfall and sneak in under the cover of darkness. Teacher Long, please refrain from laughing at me. This was an oversight. he replied, unable to contain his frustration. What shall we do now? Long Yinning asked, her smile growing ever brighter at Xiaoyu's plight. Her laughter was far more charming than her usual stoic demeanor. Let us go fishing, and afterward, enjoy a meal and perhaps a soak in a hot spring, Xiaoyu proposed. Hearing his suggestion, Long Yinning's cheeks flushed slightly, as if interpreting his words to imply an overnight stay. Let's first go fishing, and we can decide what to do afterward, Xiaoyu added. Chapter 92. Journey to Yunxiang Village as night fell. Xiaoyu and Long Yinning spent the entire afternoon by the riverbank, casting their fishing rods. To their dismay, they caught only an abundance of ordinary carp, with not a single goldfish in sight. The lack of diversity in their catch left Xiaoyu lamenting why he couldn't fish a rare Pokémon like a Gyarados, ideally one of divine quality. After their fishing excursion, they indulged in a sumptuous countryside dinner, rich in flavor and infused with rustic charm, featuring ingredients freshly harvested from the fields. However, Long Yinning firmly shook her head, resolutely declining Xiaoyu's suggestion to relax further. With the looming start of training the next day, coupled with the uncomfortable nature of a male-female outing given their teacher-student relationship, she deemed it inappropriate. This notion, she insisted, was merely a rumor propagated for the sake of self-promotion. She reiterated her refusal, stating, "Besides, I haven't brought a swimsuit. You can buy one. There's a shop at the Hot Spring Inn," Xiaoyu replied. "Teacher Long, it's a rare opportunity to unwind, and you work so hard. You truly deserve some relaxation. As long as we make it to training on time in the morning, it will be fine. Furthermore, my Pokémon have been training tirelessly and could use a break as well. Your Pokémon also deserve some leisure time." Balancing work and relaxation is crucial for higher efficiency in training. Soaking in hot springs promotes better sleep and has wonderful benefits for the body. Eventually, under Xiaoyu's persistent persuasion, Long Yinning relented, albeit reluctantly, and was led to the Hot Spring Inn in a dreamy haze. "Would you prefer the public hot spring area or a private room?" "A private room, please," Xiaoyu chose, wishing for the opportunity to enjoy Long Yinning's company away from others. While arranging the room, Xiaoyu ventured into a nearby shop to select a swimsuit for Long Yinning. The shop, clearly taking advantage of their location, charged exorbitant prices, almost double that of regular malls. Despite the steep prices, he noticed that the less fabric there was, the higher the cost. Steeling himself, he purchased the most expensive swimsuit for Long Yinning and opted for the cheapest pair of shorts for himself. Women often take longer to change, unlike Xiaoyu, who simply stripped down to his shorts and eagerly entered the hot spring. He had rented the best hot spring room, which included 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a game room. The hot spring itself was vast, roughly the size of half a basketball court, ample enough for several people to enjoy. As this was a rare moment of relaxation, Xiaoyu released his 3 Pokémon, Trico, Zubat, and Charmander, into the warm waters. Even the fire-type Charmander soaked in the hot spring, with only its tail peeking out above the surface. After a few minutes, Long Yinning arrived, her cheeks flushed. Upon catching a glimpse of Xiaoyu, she quickly submerged herself in the water, leaving only her head above the surface. She then released her Pokémon, including the likes of Bagon and Gyarados, which filled the spacious hot spring, making it feel slightly crowded. Xiaoyu busied himself, setting out snacks and drinks on the table. "Teacher Long, have a bite to eat and enjoy a drink or two." "I won't eat." Long Yinning frowned at the snacks and drinks Xiaoyu had presented, wary of his intentions. "I still have to drive later." "Don't worry, Teacher Long. Just a small drink won't hurt," Xiaoyu encouraged. As night deepened, he harbored his own plans. If Long Yinning agreed to stay overnight, he could sneak away to the cemetery under the cover of darkness to retrieve treasures. Naturally, when out for fun, one should enjoy themselves. "I'll wake you early tomorrow. Just set your alarm. As long as we make it to the secret location by 9, we're fine." Long Yinning had few vices, drinking being one of them. Whenever she had time, she would share a drink with a close friend. Xiaoyu's suggestion piqued her interest, especially as the warmth of the hot spring enveloped her, making her feel cozy and inclined to indulge. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Xiaoyu poured drinks into 2 glasses and handed one to her. "Then just a little," Long Yinning said, licking her lips. Though suspicious of Xiaoyu's intentions, she felt no concern, Her tolerance for alcohol was exceptional, and she believed that if Xiaoyu had ulterior motives, he would only end up regretting it. And so, they soaked in a hot spring while sipping their drinks. As they continued, Xiaoyu grew increasingly uneasy. The scene he had envisioned of a tipsy Long Yin-ning was nowhere to be found. Instead, she seemed to grow more spirited, shaking off her initial reservations and pouring drinks freely, while he felt himself becoming lightheaded. Teacher Long, perhaps we should call it a night. Just a light buzz is sufficient. Let us not overindulge, Xiaoyu urged, genuinely concerned by her state. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, I'm not drunk at all, Long Yin-ning replied. Her cheeks flushed, not solely from the wine, but also from the warmth of the hot spring. Chapter 93. The Rarest Treasure of the Imperial Capital Ugh. Xiaoyu leaned against a tree by the roadside, retching violently. It was already 2 in the morning, and he could hardly believe the formidable drinking capacity of Teacher Long. At first, she had been rather reserved, unable to fully let loose in front of him, but as the night progressed and she became slightly tipsy, Long Yin-ning completely relaxed her inhibitions. Had Xiaoyu not seized an opportunity to slip away midway, he would likely have succumbed to intoxication. Now, however, he was equally unwell, his stomach churning violently. Having just vomited, he felt somewhat better. He silently resolved never to allow Teacher Long to drink again. Her behavior was simply too reckless. After walking for nearly 20 minutes along a winding mountain path, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the back mountain cemetery. Dazed, he stood outside the iron gate and, with a sudden burst of energy, leaped over the fence into the graveyard. Ouch! Due to the effects of the alcohol, he nearly stumbled upon landing, but fortunately, the forest lizard was quick to grab him, saving him from embarrassment. Well done, forest lizard, Xiaoyu whispered, patting its shoulder in gratitude. I promised to find you a beautiful mate, perhaps that minass we encountered last time? Shum, the forest lizard responded, though Xiaoyu couldn't decipher its meaning. He mused that he must capture a Latias and a Latios soon, to serve as his royal Pokémon translators. Zubat, scout ahead. The forest lizard and I will follow your lead, he instructed, addressing the Zubat soaring above. The night was truly Zubat's domain, allowing it to maximize its abilities. Xiaoyu released only Zubat and the forest lizard. The poor little Charmander remained in its Pokeball, as its fiery tail would attract unwanted attention in the darkness. Following the signal from his treasure-finding device, Xiaoyu advanced quickly. However, after only a few steps, he heard the sounds of a scuffle ahead. Zubat, he called, and he and the forest lizard hurried forward, only to find Zubat engaged in battle with a Ghastly. Ghastly, a ghost-type Pokémon, was exceedingly rare in its final evolution. Jengar was a formidable creature. Xiaoyu was astonished to encounter a Ghastly in the cemetery. A gym leader-level Ghastly? With rare attributes. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Gym leader-level Pokémon were exceedingly scarce in the wild, and to find one here was astonishing. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was unable to capture gym leader-level Pokémon, yet he truly wished to claim one. Despite its slightly inferior attributes, Ghost-type Pokémon had unique abilities, such as lurking in Xiaoyu's shadow to protect him. Forest Lizard. Help Zubat. Quickly defeat this Ghastly, Xiaoyu commanded, feeling a chill from the sudden appearance of Ghastly, which revived his senses. Use Night Slash. The forest lizard's wrist glowed with dark energy as it surged forward, its body closing in on Ghastly, slicing with its dark-type energy. Simultaneously, Zubat launched an attack, using Gust to unleash a fierce wind that cut toward Ghastly. Faced with the combined assault of Zubat and the forest lizard, the disparity in strength left Ghastly unable to defend itself, and it collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyu glanced at Ghastly, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to capture a gym leader-level Pokémon, and continued onward. As he proceeded, Xiaoyu frequently encountered ghost-type Pokémon, which struck him as peculiar. These ghost types generally exhibited high attributes, but possessed weak combat prowess, most being only of rare levels. This oddity left him perplexed. Confronted with these wild Pokémon, Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of frustration, unable to capture them. After a few minutes, Xiaoyu, accompanied by the forest lizard and Zubat, arrived at a gravestone. Abandon me. Those who leave, yesterday cannot be retained. Disturb my heart. Today is rife with worries. The long wind sends autumn geese 1,000 miles. To this I may indulge atop a high tower. All harbor lofty aspirations, thoughts take flight, wishing to soar to the heavens and behold the bright moon. Drawing a blade to sever water, the water flows more swiftly. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow, sorrow deepens. Life in this world is unsatisfactory. Tomorrow, I shall set sail in a small boat. The gravestone bore only this poem by Levi, without any signature, leaving one bewildered. The signal from the treasure-finding device emanated from beneath the gravestone, indicating that a treasure lay below. Xiaoyu bowed before the gravestone, silently apologizing. Forgive me for disturbing your resting place. Forest lizard, help me dig it up. Zubat, keep watch and notify us of any developments, Xiaoyu instructed quietly. With the assistance of the forest lizard, they swiftly unearthed the surface soil, revealing a golden coffin. Open it, Xiaoyu commanded, feeling a sense of trepidation. However, the forest lizard showed no hesitation and lifted the coffin lid. Inside lay a white skeletal figure surrounded by various rare treasures. Xiaoyu's gaze immediately fixed upon one item. The judgment pot of Hoopa, damaged, highly dangerous. The judgment pot was crafted from the life source powers of Arceus's water, fire, and ground attributes. However, after ages, it had deteriorated, with its 6 golden rings completely missing. Additionally, the life source power of the ground attribute had entirely dissipated, leaving only remnants of the water and fire attributes. Due to the damage to the judgment pot, the sealed psychic powers of Hoopa, along with the core energies of ghost and dark attributes, were gradually leaking out, accelerating the growth of psychic, ghost, and dark-type Pokémon. Currently, the psychic energy had fully leaked away. The remaining ghost core energy accounted for 32, and the dark core energy stood at 100. The remaining ghost core energy could significantly expedite the growth of ghost-type Pokémon, while the dark core energy could do the same for dark-type Pokémon. A fraction of Arceus's water and fire life source powers could enhance the attributes of corresponding Pokémon. However, using them would result in the complete destruction of the Judgment Pot. Quest triggered. Judgment Pot. This quest is a decision-based task. The host choice will lead to different subsequent quests and developments. Choice. Please make a prompt decision from the following options. Option 1. Repair the Judgment Pot. The damage to the Judgment Pot is severe, but there remains a slim chance for repair. Task requirements. Collect Arceus's water, fire, and ground life source powers to repair the Judgment Pot, which will unlock the Hoopa quest line. Completing the final task will reward a one-time use of the Judgment Pot's golden rings, allowing the summoning of any legendary Pokémon. Option 2. Destroy the Judgment Pot. The core powers leaking from the Judgment Pot have spawned exceedingly powerful ghost-type Pokémon, such as the Imperial Capital's Evil Spirit Shining Shield Sword Monster and the Night Demon Spirit. They arose from the absorption of ghost core energy, allowing them to grow rapidly in a short time. With the disappearance of the Shield Sword Monster and the Night Demon Spirit, new ghost-type Pokémon have begun to absorb the core energy, resulting in the rapid emergence of numerous ghost-type Pokémon within just a few days. Task requirements. Deplete the ghost and dark core energies within the Judgment Pot to accelerate the growth of corresponding attribute Pokémon, and then consume the remnants of Arceus's water and fire life source powers to utterly destroy the Judgment Pot. No rewards will be given. Chapter 94. Return to the Dragon Realm's secret and the choice of tasks. 2 choices were strikingly evident. The first option, the task of repairing the punishment vessel, was exceptionally arduous, requiring the collection of the 3 primal sources of Arceus's life force. However, the rewards were equally magnificent, promising a mythical creature as a direct reward. If Xiaoyu were a champion-level trainer at this moment, he would find this choice intriguing. Alas, he was merely a novice, and it was prudent for him to refrain from such endeavors. The second choice was considerably simpler, yet bore no rewards, or rather, the process of completing the task itself was the reward. Without much deliberation, Xiaoyu decisively opted for the latter. It was clear that his current strength did not permit him to select the first option. He would rather reject the enticing illusions painted by the system and seek tangible rewards. Moreover, Xiaoyu already possessed a lead regarding a task involving Latios and Latias. Understanding that one should not be overly greedy, it was wiser to focus on consolidating his strength. Particularly, the Ghost-type core energy from the second choice was of paramount importance, as it would accelerate the growth of Ghost-type Pokémon, a crucial factor for Xiaoyu, especially for the yet-to-hatch Dragonite, which could significantly benefit from such energy. As for the Dark-type core energy, it was evident that Xiaoyu needed to capture a Dark-type Pokémon. Currently, only 3 Dark-type dragons were available: the three-headed dragon, the Dark Feast King, and the Roaring Moon. Among them, Roaring Moon was an ancient variant of the Dragonite, classified as a paradox Pokémon, which had yet to be discovered in this world, likely due to the absence of the Scarlet Mirage. The Scarlet Mirage, a deity within the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet universe, was responsible for creating paradox Pokémon alongside the phenomena of terrestrialization and paradox creatures. With Roaring Moon unattainable, Xiaoyu's choices dwindled to the three-headed dragon and the Dark Feast King, both of which were exceedingly rare. The acquisition of a demigod Pokémon, such as the three-headed dragon, posed an immense challenge, rendering it impossible for Xiaoyu to obtain it in the near term. Furthermore, the Dark Feast King, as an ultimate anomaly, was even more elusive than demigod Pokémon. Consequently, Xiaoyu was compelled to contemplate waiting until he gathered 6 Dragon-type Pokémon before attempting to capture a Dark-type Pokémon or perhaps lending it to his father or brother, though neither seemed to possess particularly suitable Dark-type Pokémon. Thus, he could only assess the situation when the time came. In the immediate future, Xiaoyu would likely be unable to utilize the Dark-type core energy and would focus on the Ghost-type core energy for Dragonite. Regarding the remaining Water and Fire-type life force of Arceus, Xiaoyu pondered its application. The Fire-type core should be allocated to the Charmander. But what about the Water-type? Would it be for the Spiny Dragon King, the Gildragon, or the Milotic? Xiaoyu shook his head, realizing he could not afford to think that far ahead and would simply take things one step at a time. Storing the punishment vessel within the system space, Xiaoyu continued to enlist the help of the forest lizard to close the coffin, covering it with soil to maintain its original appearance and prevent any suspicion of tampering. 2 hours later, before dawn, at approximately 5:30 in the morning, Xiaoyu's alarm rang. Struggling against his panda-like eyes and disheveled appearance, he hastily prepared himself, washed up, donned his clothes, and proceeded to rouse Long Yin Ning. Knock, knock, knock. Checking the time, Xiaoyu found it necessary to knock again, this time with greater urgency. Teacher Long. What did this mean? Was she so trusting as to leave the door unlocked? Had he missed something? Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Xiaoyu stepped into the room and flicked on the light, discovering Teacher Long still clad in the attire she wore at the hot springs the previous day, sprawled on the bed in an ungraceful manner, with only a thin blanket draped over her, failing to conceal her enchanting figure. Swallowing hard, Xiaoyu approached her and called out loudly, "Hey, Teacher Long, wake up. You're going to be late." Huh? Long Yin Ning stirred at the sound of Xiaoyu's voice, finally responding with a soft murmur, her voice melodious. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing in my room?" "Teacher, we're going to be late. We have training today, and I came to wake you up," Xiaoyu exclaimed. Upon hearing the mention of training, Long Yin Ning's awareness returned instantly. Recalling the events of the previous night, she was startled and sat up, realizing she was still in the same outfit as last night. Xiaoyu stood nearby, his face flushed, and she hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. Get out. I'll get up right away." "All right, hurry up, Teacher Long. What is happening? Does Dragon King know? Should I inform him?" She glanced at the swimsuit still in the laundry basket, feeling the warm water cascading over her, her face turning crimson as she recalled Xiaoyu's gaze from the morning, mentally cursing him as a lecherous fool. Fatigued from lack of sleep, Xiaoyu felt rather dismal, yet he was brimming with excitement. His weekend plans had unfolded remarkably well, yielding abundant rewards. Now, he needed only to persist with his training while awaiting the hatching of Dragonite. With merely 5 months until the official commencement of the University Cup, Xiaoyu felt a growing sense of urgency. He resolved to dedicate the majority of the next 5 months to training Pokémon, while allocating a smaller portion of time to capture his 5th Pokémon. The 6 A-grade Dragon Scales awarded for 5 Pokémon were of utmost necessity to him. With these scales, the growth of his Dragon-type Pokémon would accelerate significantly, providing invaluable assistance and increasing his chances of advancing to the finals. Presently, Xiaoyu's entire focus was on these two pursuits, and he would have to temporarily set aside his research. Thus, the intense training began. Chapter 95. Planning for the remaining 5 months, with 5 months remaining until the commencement of the University Cup, apart from ensuring that several Pokémon attain a master-level strength. Xiaoyu has devised additional training plans. Firstly, concerning the special training regimen for Woobat, Xiaoyu has a distinct vision for its role within the team. Currently, Woobat possesses the weakest potential among Xiaoyu's Pokémon. However, as Xiaoyu's initial companion, there exists a unique emotional bond, prompting a meticulous and thoughtful training plan for its future. Recognizing that Woobat's special attack capabilities will undoubtedly fall short compared to the future Lizard King and Charizard, it is clear that it is ill-suited to serve as the primary special attacker. Additionally, with Woobat's unique ability, telepathy, its optimal role is evidently as a supportive disruptor, contributing moderate special attack output, making it exceptionally suitable for double battles. With this clarity of purpose, Xiaoyu's future cultivation of Woobat must align accordingly. Essential support skills, such as Protect, Taunt, and Skill Swap are imperative for Woobat to learn, along with the essential Dragon Tail move, which enforces a mandatory switch. Mastery of such a diverse array of skills is essential to excel as a support Pokémon. Regarding special attacks, Woobat must prioritize learning Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, and Air Slash, alongside powerful moves such as Hurricane, to enhance its offensive capabilities. Subsequently, it is crucial to learn various special attacks that Lizard King and Charizard cannot acquire, such as Psyshock, Dark Pulse, and Shadow Ball, to fill any output gaps. While Woobat may not excel in special attack output, its extensive move pool is a notable advantage. Besides the two powerful Dragon-type moves, Woobat also has access to the impressive non-Dragon move, Boom Burst, which is quite striking. However, given the abundance of special attackers in Xiaoyu's team, Woobat must also assume the role of a supportive disruptor. The requisite skills for such support roles necessitate significant financial investment, with premium moves like Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, and Dark Pulse costing upwards of 500,000 each. The prices for Protect and Taunt are even steeper, leading to a staggering total of several million required just for Woobat's skill acquisition. Indeed, money is of paramount importance. After meticulously outlining Woobat's training plan, the focus shifts to the Forest Lizard. The role of the Forest Lizard in Xiaoyu's team is that of the primary dual attacker, balancing physical and special attacks. Although its physical attack capabilities are not as formidable as its special attack, it benefits from a rich move pool. The special attack side may be stronger, yet it remains more limited in options. Mastering both aspects will allow the future Lizard King to become an all-round fighter, capable of contending with all but Ice-type Pokémon. In terms of move acquisition, it is essential for the next 5 months to include moves such as Swords Dance, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Thunder Punch, and Cross Cut to expand its offensive repertoire. Next is the training plan for Charmander. Xiaoyu has long been ambivalent about Charmander's development. Its powerful ability, Solar Power, undoubtedly favors a special attack route. When paired with the weather-controlling Torkoal, affectionately dubbed Little Groudon, they possess the potential for mass devastation. Furthermore, should Charmander wield the Mega Stone Y for Charizard's Mega Evolution, its Drought ability could serve as a secondary weather controller. From every conceivable angle, it is evident that Charmander is more suited for a special attack trajectory, and specializing in this aspect could transform it into an exceptionally formidable special attacker. However, this raises concerns regarding the overwhelming number of special attackers in Xiaoyu's team. Moreover, if Xiaoyu were to obtain the Mega Stone X for Charizard instead of Y, the question arises, what path should Charmander take? As Xiaoyu contemplates the decision, he finds himself in a quandary. The upper limits of special attack for Charizard Y are considerably higher, especially if it does not encounter Pokémon that counter it, such as the specially defensive Blissey or Chansey. Conversely, the physical attack variant, Charizard X, would complement the team's physical offensive weaknesses and provide a more versatile dual attacker role. With both options presenting their advantages and disadvantages, Xiaoyu resolves to consult Charmander for its opinion, recognizing that a Pokémon's own desires are often paramount. For instance, if a male Kirlia prefers close combat, it is undoubtedly better suited to evolve into Galade, whereas a preference for ranged attacks would favor an evolution into Gardevoir. In such dilemmas, humans often impose their will upon Pokémon, neglecting their feelings. As for the unhatched Dragapult, Xiaoyu's singular wish is for it to evolve as swiftly as possible. Until it becomes a Dragapult, its combat capabilities remain dismally weak. Skills can be postponed. The priority must be to accelerate its growth. After completing his plans, Xiaoyu gazes at the 3 Pokémon beside him and approaches Charmander, saying, "Charmander." After a month of bonding, Charmander has formed a close relationship with Xiaoyu and promptly scurries over upon hearing his name, fixing its gaze upon him. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's inquiry, Charmander ponders seriously. If it were newly hatched, it would undoubtedly relish engaging enemies in close combat. However, after enduring Woobat's rigorous training, it has come to realize that sheer physical strength does not guarantee victory. Woobat, through the clever use of moves like Supersonic and Shadow Clone, can continuously torment opponents and secure triumphs without direct confrontation. Gradually, Charmander begins to admire such a combat style, no longer content with being a mere brawler. With a wag of its tail, Charmander makes its choice. Xiaoyu, taken aback by this response, had always assumed Charmander would prefer close-quarters combat, yet has chosen to pursue a special attack route. Are you certain? I hope you consider your choice carefully. Charmander nods resolutely. Having made its decision, it feels no regret. Very well, I understand. Henceforth, our training must be even more rigorous. Chapter 96. Hatching, Dragon Malaysia having resolved to pursue a path of sheer power. The most fitting team composition for the little Charmeleon would be the Sunny Day team, featuring the Coal Turtle. It is imperative that it learns the skill Solar Beam. The dual offensive capabilities of Grass and Fire, coupled with a sufficiently high special attack, pose a significant threat to many Pokémon. Except for the Chansey family and the Water City siblings, the formidable special attack of Charizard can typically handle most adversaries. After formulating a comprehensive training regimen, Xiaoyu began rigorously training each Pokémon in accordance with the plan, while also keeping an eye out for various TMs. Currently, Xiaoyu is particularly fond of the Taunt skill from Woobat and the Swords Dance from the Forest Lizard. As for the Solar Beam, there was no rush, as the little Charmeleon could not learn it until it evolved into Charizard. The morning training session swiftly passed, and, after revising the training strategy, the time dedicated to physical training was reduced, allowing for a concentrated focus on special attack training. During lunch, Su Muzi continued to sit at the same table as Xiaoyu, chattering incessantly. Recently, she had been battling Xiaoyu, and after learning the skill Mystical Shield, Xiaoyu's forest lizard found it increasingly challenging to overcome Su Muzi's Milotic. "What are your plans for the weekend, Xiaoyu?" Su Muzi inquired. Resting her chin on her hands, her eyes fixed curiously on him. As Xiaoyu stifled a yawn, he realized he had not slept well the previous night. Even someone as resilient as he could not withstand such late nights. "Perhaps you should rest early," Su Muzi suggested, noticing his fatigue. The taunt skill was reasonably priced at 800,000. This amount was nearly 3 times that of the Water Pulse, making such powerful transformation skills exorbitantly priced. Yet, the most outrageous was the Swords Dance skill. The TM for it was simply unavailable for purchase, and over the past month, the lowest transaction price had been 1.5 million, with most hovering above 2 million. Xiaoyu was truly at a loss for words. These individuals were genuinely affluent. Was the Swords Dance skill truly worth such a price? However, upon reflection, as the pinnacle of physical attack-enhancing skills, 2 million wasn't unreasonable. Nevertheless, for Xiaoyu, it was an astronomical sum. Indeed, as the old adage goes, wealth does not guarantee excellence as a trainer, but lacking funds certainly precludes one from becoming a distinguished trainer. After checking the prices, Xiaoyu's plans for acquiring TMs had to be temporarily shelved. He relished a rare moment of rest, taking a brief nap before resuming training in the afternoon. Time flew by, and before long, Friday arrived. Over the past few days, Xiaoyu had diligently maintained his special training and adjusted his schedule. While attending an energy training session, Xiaoyu suddenly received a call from Long Fan, notifying him that Dragon Malaysia was about to hatch and urging him to hurry to the hatching room. Quickly, Xiaoyu recalled his 3 Pokémon and rushed to the hatching chamber, where he found Long Tianwang and Long Yaning already waiting. You've arrived. If you had been any later, you might have missed it, Long Fan said amiably. It was only during their evening visits to the Forbidden Zone that Long Yaning would adopt a serious and responsible demeanor, which perplexed Xiaoyu. They were not part of any underground organization, so why the air of mystery? After exchanging pleasantries with Long Fan and his daughter, Xiaoyu's attention was immediately drawn to the Pokémon egg. He observed that the Dragon Malaysia egg had begun to tremble slightly, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Had Xiaoyu arrived any later, he might have missed the hatching altogether. Releasing his 3 Pokémon, Xiaoyu intended for them all to witness the hatching of Dragon Malaysia, thereby deepening their bond. Crack! The egg shattered, and out floated the adorably clumsy Golden Dragon Malaysia. Pokémon egg, Shiny Dragon Malaysia gender, male type, Dragon, Ghost qualification, Champion level ability, Penetrate skills, Ambush, Dragon Tail, Shadow Clone, Odd Light, Curse Bite, Quick Attack, Frighten, Entangle. Long Fan gazed at the shiny Dragon Malaysia, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his mind. Even someone of his stature could not resist the allure of a shiny, quasi-legendary Pokémon. However, this fleeting desire quickly dissipated. After taking Xiaoyu as his disciple, he regarded him as a true inheritor of his legacy. As a mentor, he could not hoard such a precious, quasi-legendary Pokémon. Long Yaning also marveled at the appearance of Dragon Malaysia. With this Pokémon, Xiaoyu's future achievements would undoubtedly reach new heights, filling her with unbidden joy. Delighted to meet you, little one, Xiaoyu said, admiring the charming Dragon Malaysia before capturing it in a Pokeball. Let's continue with the lesson, Long Fan instructed. Of course, Xiaoyu replied. Another day passed swiftly. Saturday brought another session on TM learning, and today Long Yaning would teach the skill Dragon Pulse, which Xiaoyu would not miss. With Dragon Teacher imparting the knowledge of Dragon Pulse, Xiaoyu could then legitimately have all his Pokémon, except for Dragon Malaysia, learn the skill. Long Yaning continued to explain while demonstrating with the Soundwave Dragon. However, Xiaoyu was not particularly attentive this time, focusing mainly on the application of Dragon Pulse in battles, completely disregarding the method of execution. With the TM in hand, he could learn Dragon Pulse directly. Before long, the morning session concluded. Since the capture of the evil spirit Pokémon in the Imperial capital, Long Fan no longer needed to guard the secret realm constantly and would occasionally venture out on missions. Chapter 97. The tale of Su Xiu. Long Fan's departure was anything but simple. As one of Huagua's foremost forces, every move he made set the nerves of many on edge. However, this time, Long Fan left in secrecy, and apart from select few, no one was aware that he had exited the Dragon Realm, believing instead that he remained to guard it. Moreover, Long Fan not only departed, but also took with him the Dragon Z and the newly developed Z Power Bracelet, along with the tail scales of Long Yin Ning. With 2 Z pure crystals in his possession, Long Fan was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Previously, the Dawn Society had stolen the Round Land Shark from the Pokémon Association, inflicting severe losses. This time, the Pokémon Association was resolute, eager to settle old scores alongside new grievances. To ensure the mission's success, the Alliance arranged for Long Fan's involvement, alongside another member from the Northeast, a formidable Ice-type Elite Four trainer. In the midst of these significant events in Huagua, Xiaoyu remained oblivious, his strength still too feeble. Among his peers, he was considered weak, let alone when compared to these seasoned elite trainers. Though he possessed boundless potential for the future, he was undeniably in a vulnerable position. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu found himself with an opportunity to alter his fate. The core power of the punishment vessel could substantially accelerate the growth of ghost-type Pokémon. Normally, a quasi-divine Pokémon like Duolong Maija would require 5 to 8 years to fully mature. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Su Xiu to cultivate a Banjuras to elite level within just 3 years. No one could fathom the trials Su Xiu had endured or the sacrifices he had made during that time. Indeed, numerous individuals online expressed admiration and regret for Su Xiu, as he epitomized the true essence of ordinary people in this world. For many scions of prominent families, reaching quasi-elite level was a gradual process that required minimal effort. But for someone like Su Xiu, hailing from humble beginnings, it demanded 2 decades of relentless toil. Even after attaining elite level, he perceived no prospects for advancement, standing out as remarkably ordinary among a host of younger, more talented trainers. Despite his relentless efforts, he could only gain the opportunity to select a Pokémon egg once every few years, and should he fail to acquire an egg of elite qualification, he would have to wait several more years. His life seemed to stagnate, leaving him bereft of hope for further ascension. After 7 arduous years, Su Xiao, now 45, witnessed a scion of a prominent family effortlessly obtain a Banjira's egg, prompting him to resolve firmly. Life is but a journey, and one must strive against the current. I am Su Xiao, and I shall rest no more. Thus, the once humble and diligent Su Xiao unleashed his pent-up fury. He employed Zoroark's trickery to lure away a dragon trainer from the Zhao family before ruthlessly executing his plan, annihilating the Zhao clan, and seizing the coveted elite Banjira's egg. Many speculated that had the association entrusted the Banjira's egg to Su Xiao, they might have gained a loyal ally. Xiaoyu released Duolong Maija from its Pokeball, only to find it in a state of considerable weakness. Prior to evolving into Duolong Chi-Chi, Duolong Maija was unable to learn any skills through combat, relying solely on teaching and move-learning machines. Hence, it was often regarded as the weakest of all quasi-divine Pokémon in its early stages. However, upon evolving into Duolong Beludo, its power would surge dramatically, establishing it as one of the most comprehensive and formidable Pokémon. With the potential to strike with dual blades or provide support, Xiaoyu gently stroked Duolong Maija's small head, feeding it some moo milk and energy cubes. Once it had eaten sufficiently, he retrieved the punishment vessel. As soon as the vessel was unveiled, Duolong Maija exhibited immense excitement, rushing towards it as if drawn by an irresistible scent, greedily absorbing the ghostly core energy emanating from the vessel. Presently, Duolong Maija was far too weak. Even a little consumption sent tremors through its body, showcasing its exhilaration. Little one, grow strong quickly, Xiaoyu mused, eagerly anticipating how rapidly Duolong Maija's growth would accelerate with the assistance of the ghostly core energy from the punishment vessel. As the weekend drew to a close, Monday arrived. Long Yin-Ning announced that starting this month, there would be a monthly training class competition, with the top 3 winners earning the opportunity to train in the forbidden zones of the Dragon Realm. This had become a tradition for past training classes, but Xiaoyu felt no thrill at the prospect, as he could enter the forbidden zones nightly to train. Besides, given his current standing at the bottom of the class, securing a top 3 position seemed unlikely. The competition would be a knockout format, featuring 1v1 battles, with each participant permitted to use only one Pokémon, strictly Dragon type, and without any items. Long Yin-Ning briefly outlined the rules before revealing the match schedule. To Xiaoyu's dismay, his first opponent was the familiar Su Muzi, which led him to suspect a deliberate setup by Teacher Long. Su Muzi consistently ranked among the top 3 in the training class, while Xiaoyu had only a Wobbuffet as his Dragon-type Pokémon. Su Muzi, on the other hand, possessed a Dratini of dominating strength, capable of securing victory with a single Ice Beam. With a scowl, Xiaoyu glanced at Long Yin-Ning, genuinely questioning whether she had orchestrated this, evidently eager to witness his defeat at Su Muzi's hands. He had not anticipated that Teacher Long harbored such a scheming side. Upon realizing she was to face Xiaoyu, Su Muzi approached him with a smile, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head up to meet his gaze. Xiaoyu, who would have thought we would meet in the first round? Indeed, Xiaoyu replied curtly. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Su Muzi said playfully. There's no need for that. Xiaoyu shook his head. This isn't a crucial match. There's no necessity for leniency. Show me your true strength. I wish to see just how formidable your ace Dratini truly is. All right, Su Muzi conceded, somewhat impressed by Xiaoyu's resolve. Understanding his stance, she was determined not to hold back. Chapter 98. Su Muzi's trump card on the battlefield. The swift pace of the 1v1 matches led to rapid conclusions, often within mere minutes. Soon, it was the turn of Xiaoyu to face Su Muzi. Xiaoyu summoned his sole Dragon-type Pokémon, Wombat. As Duolong, Meishiyu was not yet ready to make an appearance, leaving him with no choice but to rely on Wombat. Su Muzi, too, was unyielding. deploying her formidable Hakron. As the match commenced, the impartial referee, Long Yin Ning, cast a glance at both competitors before officially announcing the start of the battle. Hakron unleashed a thunderwave. Following their previous conversation, Su Muzi was determined to give her all. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against Xiaoyu, she resolutely commanded Hakron to utilize Thunderwave, aiming to paralyze Wang Bat, while simultaneously reducing its speed. The considerable disparity in strength rendered Hakron's Thunderwave predictably effective, successfully ensnaring Wang Bat in a state of paralysis. Wang Bat used Shadow Clone. Xiaoyu, refusing to succumb to despair, knew he had to muster all his strength. Recognizing that the supersonic attack would be futile against Hakron, he opted to have Wang Bat create several clones to minimize the chances of being hit. Despite being afflicted by paralysis, Wang Bat valiantly fought through the discomfort to summon its shadow clones. As 4 or 5 illusory Wang Bats appeared in the air, her vast knowledge of battle strategies allowed her to navigate this situation with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded Hakron to execute a tornado attack. Hakron used Tornado. Dragon-type energy surged forth, forming a whirlwind that engulfed all of Wang Bat's clones, offering them no opportunity to escape. As the tempest subsided, Wang Bat fell to the ground, utterly drained and rendered unconscious. The match concluded with Su Muzi's victory. As Long Yin Ning announced the result with an impassive demeanor, Xiaoyu had anticipated this outcome. Hakron's dominating prowess placed it among the elite in their training camp. Truthfully, the previously employed Thunderwave felt like a mere waste of effort. How could one contend against such might? Had Xiaoyu been matched against a Pokémon of a lesser caliber, he might have managed to exchange a few blows, at least avoiding a completely humiliating defeat. Yet, facing Su Muzi's Hakron, he found himself devoid of any chance. With a sense of frustration, Xiaoyu cast a resentful gaze towards Long Yin Ning in the center of the arena, faintly noticing the corners of her mouth twitching upward in amusement at his plight. Long Yin Ning had indeed orchestrated this battle, suspecting a romantic connection between the two. She hoped that by pitting them against each other, Xiaoyu would feel the sting of embarrassment and thus be spurred to train harder. In her earnestness to steer Xiaoyu onto the path of a dedicated trainer, Long Yin Ning had invested considerable effort. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu had long since developed a thick skin. Such minor setbacks bore no weight against him. The true blow would be the cancellation of his Douyin account. 3 days later, in a remarkable transformation, Duo Long Meixia's strength and size surged within just 3 days. Its growth was accompanied by an insatiable appetite, consuming energy cubes, moo milk, honey, and other sustenance at a rate several times greater than that of other Pokémon. Xiaoyu marveled at the potency of the ghost-type core energy from the Punishment Cauldron, which had significantly accelerated its growth, an effect he deemed extraordinary. At this rate, the growth acceleration appeared to be nearly 5 times the normal speed, suggesting that Duo Long Meixia might evolve into Duo Long Qi during the upcoming High School Cup, thus gaining formidable battle capabilities. However, this rapid growth came with a pressing concern. The Ghost-type energy began to overshadow the Dragon-type energy, leading to a severe imbalance. Consequently, Xiaoyu had to reduce the intake of Ghost-type energy cubes, focusing entirely on feeding it Dragon-type energy. Each night, he took Duo Long Meixia into the Forbidden Realm for training, striving to replenish its Dragon-type energy. Only through these efforts could he maintain a tenuous balance between the Ghost and Dragon energies. Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief in having acquired Ghost-type core energy. Had he obtained Dragon-type core energy, he would have been at a loss for how to supplement the Ghost-type energy. As Duo Long Meixia thrived, other Pokémon also experienced rapid growth. Wang Bat, stabilize your body and prepare. I am about to increase the wind speed. Wang Bat strained against the fierce gusts, facing a massive wind machine designed to generate strong winds for specialized training of flying-type Pokémon. Ready? 3, 2, 1, increasing wind speed. With the countdown complete, Xiaoyu pressed the button, elevating the wind machine's power. The roar of the engine intensified, and the wind speed notably increased. The sudden change in wind velocity forced Wang Bat to struggle against the onslaught, flapping its wings fervently to regain stability. Ready? Here we go. Xiaoyu retrieved several stones from a nearby box, gripped them tightly, and hurled them towards the wind machine. The fierce winds propelled the small stones towards Wombat. Faced with the incoming barrage, Wombat could only strive to evade the stones while battling the gusts. But the sheer number of projectiles left it with scant room to maneuver. Despite its best efforts, it was struck by one stone, leaving a painful mark upon its body. Wombat let out a cry of anguish, its expression reflecting distress. Yet, even amid his compassion, Xiaoyu steeled himself, urging, "Excellent, Wombat. You've only been hit once. Hold on. We'll do it again, and this time, the number of stones will increase. Focus and use your supersonic to locate the stones." Once more, Xiaoyu retrieved a handful of stones, readying them for another attempt. Wombat, prepare. He tossed a handful of stones into the air, and Wombat, determined to evade, faced the overwhelming onslaught. However, the sheer volume of stones left it with little room for escape, and, as it battled the gale, several more wounds marred its body. Chapter 99. The special training of the Noibat. As Xiaoyu gazed upon the injured Noibat, a pang of sympathy surged within him. Yet, he understood that hardship was a prerequisite for growth. If he were to show leniency now, the Noibat would likely be relegated to the sidelines, confined to a breeding facility, ultimately becoming a mere, inconsequential creature. While this notion was jestful, it remained true that should the Noibat fail to exert itself, it would probably be reduced to a mere flying pet. In Xiaoyu's current team, the Noibat's inherent potential was the weakest. Without strict guidance, it would undoubtedly become a burden. Indeed, those with lesser aptitude must strive harder. Just look at the forest lizard. Such Pokémon leave no room for others to thrive. A Pokémon that balances high potential and diligence is cherished by any trainer. Even the most formidable trainers would covet it. Moreover, Xiaoyu's rationale for training the Noibat in such a rigorous manner stemmed from its role within his team as a disruptive support. Support Pokémon often become prime targets for opponents during battles. Thus, the current training was crucial for honing evasive maneuvers, simulating future combat scenarios. The injuries sustained during training were merely precursors to minimizing harm in actual battles. As the saying goes, the sharpest sword is forged through struggle, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. To attain strength, one must invest immense effort. Success is devoid of shortcuts. Unlike those extraordinary systems encountered by other transmigrators, Xiaoyu's system was merely auxiliary. It lacked features like tenfold experience boosts, initial maximum levels, or legendary Pokémon. Instead, it operated on the principle of equivalent exchange, fulfilling tasks to earn rewards, serving only as a supportive mechanism rather than directly enhancing Xiaoyu's strength. With renewed determination, Xiaoyu looked at the battered Noibat and, steeling his resolve, picked up another handful of stones, encouraging it with fervor. This is the final attempt. Once we finish, we shall rest. Over time, the Noibat had come to understand Xiaoyu's character well. Their usual interactions were casual and relaxed. Yet during these training moments, Xiaoyu was unequivocal. Failure was not an option. The Noibat recognized that endearing gestures would not suffice. Only through diligent training could it earn Xiaoyu's approval. Prepare yourself, Noibat. Remember to sense your surroundings through ultrasonic waves and feel the rush of the wind. Xiaoyu's voice resonated, continually encouraging the creature as he began the countdown. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. As his countdown concluded, he flung the small stones into the air, where they were propelled toward the Noibat by a powerful blower, resembling bullets in flight. The surrounding environment, through the feedback of the ultrasound, formed a vivid map within its mind. At this moment, the ultrasonic waves became its true vision, far superior to mere sight. The ultrasonic positioning was merely the first step. The real challenges lay in the subsequent phases. The second step involved anticipating the trajectory of the stones, testing its precognitive abilities. This was crucial for the Noibat, as those endowed with telepathic traits could excel after training, unlike others with different abilities. The third step necessitated maintaining balance amidst a tumultuous environment, evading stones while contending with fierce winds. This tested the Noibat's physical strength. Ultimately, If 1's mind and vision could keep pace, but 1's body faltered, then the training would be in vain. Thus, physical fortitude was paramount. As dozens of stones hurtled toward it, the Noibat recalled Xia Yu's words, contemplating how to evade the impending projectiles. Suddenly, it ceased flapping its wings, lowering its body parallel to the ground, adopting a streamlined shape akin to a delicate sheet of paper. It executed a flawless 360-degree maneuver in midair, reminiscent of a fighter jet, successfully dodging the initial onslaught of stones. However, before it could revel in its accomplishment, it was struck by the subsequent barrage. The impact sent the Noibat spiraling backward, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground. Observing the injured Noibat, Xia Yu promptly shut off the blower and rushed to its side, cradling the creature in his arms. The Noibat, tearful and in pain, extended its claws, seeking solace in Xia Yu's embrace. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yu felt warmth envelop his heart as he hurriedly carried the Noibat to the infirmary, all the while offering words of comfort. "It's all right, Noibat. You performed admirably just now, and I'm confident you will succeed next time. However, you must concentrate more intently. You managed to evade the initial stones, which shows you have grasped the concept of dodging, yet you were struck by those that followed because you were unprepared. Next time, maintain absolute focus and continue to evade. You will certainly avoid being hit. Nevertheless, you did wonderfully today, and I am genuinely pleased." As he gently stroked the Noibat's head, he continued to shower it with praise. The Noibat, still a juvenile, yearned for Xia Yu's comfort in times of hurt, sought solace when wronged, and wished to share its joy with him. Xia Yu is its entire world. Indeed, the bond between Pokémon and trainer is often unique and profound. A trainer may possess countless Pokémon, yet each Pokémon has but one trainer who embodies its everything. As Xia Yu observed the tender Noibat, he anticipated the day it would evolve into a Noivern, envisioning its majestic form soaring through the skies alongside him, reigning supreme as a formidable force. One must remember that the Noivern is the sovereign of the night skies. Even formidable Pokémon like the three-headed dragon would shy away from battle under the cover of darkness. Xia Yu eagerly awaited the day the Noibat would become an invincible presence in the shadows. Chapter 100. Centenary Commemoration. In the depths of the Forbidden Realm lingered three Pokémon, Duraludon, Forest Lizard, and Charmander, awaiting his return. Upon re-entering the sanctum, Xia Yu first cast his gaze upon Duraludon. Though merely a few days old, the influence of the core energy from the punishment vessel had accelerated its growth remarkably. It would not be long before it caught up to Charmander and Woobat. However, due to the fact that Duraludon could not learn moves prior to evolution, Xia Yu adopted a simplistic training regimen, intertwining physical conditioning with energy mastery. He began by enhancing its physical strength through increased burdens, and once fatigue set in, he shifted focus to energy control, creating a repetitive cycle, simple yet effective. Xia Yu's vision for Duraludon was unequivocal. He sought to develop it into a versatile champion. With its innate champion-level potential and the absorption of ghostly core energy from the punishment vessel, it was already outstanding among its peers, despite not yet reaching quasi-master status. The power of a Pokémon with champion-level qualifications is exemplified by Wei Yaqin's Lucario, an epitome of versatility with an astonishing array of skills, capable of countering nearly all adversaries. Xia Yu aspired to cultivate Duraludon into such a formidable Pokémon. Moves such as Will-O-Wisp, Light Screen, and Reflect were essential for support, while offensive techniques like Dragon Pulse, Phantom Force, and U-Turn were equally necessary. Special attacks like Draco Meteor and Shadow Ball could not be overlooked either. A true ace. In the future, Duraludon would undoubtedly become Xia Yu's trump card, embodying the prowess and allure of a quasi-deity. What defines a trump card is this: when Duraludon is mentioned, Xia Yu's name shall follow, and vice versa, their fates intertwined. Just as the mention of Metagross evokes thoughts of Daigo, so too does Daigo bring to mind his illustrious, shiny Metagross. Speaking of Daigo, one cannot overlook the Master 8 tournament that Xia Yu had witnessed in his previous life. Daigo's Metagross, which could withstand the onslaught of Primal Kyogre and evade Mega Rayquaza as Draco Meteor without a scratch, was unable to triumph over Sharona. Truth be told, had Daigo not held back, his Mega Metagross could have decimated Sharona's team. In the realm of gaming, a Mega Metagross of equal level could easily obliterate Pikachu, leaving Xiaoyu to marvel at the Pokemon's ability to thrive against the strong, yet falter against the weak. Of course, Xiaoyu held no disdain for Sharona. He merely found the situation rather absurd. He had always admired Ash, the animated character, and after encountering a certain hypothesis online in his previous life, his fondness for Ash only deepened. However, during a tragic incident at school, Ash suffered severe injuries from a fall, leaving him on the brink of death. In his hospital bed, as he teetered on the edge of life, he dreamt of his adventures. In this dream, he arrived in a world of his own imagination, meeting Pikachu and embarking on his journey. Yet, the entirety of the Pokémon world was but a figment of his imagination. The tales we witnessed were merely reflections of his longing to travel and his fervent desire to become a Pokémon master. In reality, he had long since perished, which is why he remained forever 10 years old, having traversed 25 years, yet still embodying the essence of youth. Ultimately, the Pokémon world was merely a fleeting dream, a fantasy crafted by a 10-year-old boy. How dare you disturb my resolve? Xiaoyu shook his head, casting aside these convoluted thoughts. He pondered whether he too was afflicted by delusion, finding himself lost in such distant reflections. Regardless of whether the Pokémon world was an illusion born from Ash's final moments, it had nonetheless accompanied Xiaoyu through the long expanse of time in his past life. As long as he believed in the existence of the Pokémon world, it must indeed exist. After formulating a training plan for Duraludon, Xiaoyu turned his attention to Charmander. Since Charmander had chosen the path of extreme Y-boosting, most of its focus will be directed toward energy training. In terms of skill acquisition, Xiaoyu decided that all his Pokémon should first master Sunny Day, as Charmander's ability, Solar Power, could only be activated under such conditions. With all 3 Pokémon capable of learning Sunny Day, they could create favorable weather for Charmander's output. Charmander, let us concentrate on enhancing our energy control, practicing Dragon Pulse, Ember, and Origin Pulse continuously. Xiaoyu's specialized training for Charmander was straightforward. The process of honing special attack capabilities resembled a gradual, relentless grind, even with various instruments to assist. The essence of improvement lay in consistent practice. Having organized Charmander's regimen, Xiaoyu finally focused on Forest Lizard. Among his Pokémon, Forest Lizard provided the greatest reassurance, as it would autonomously engage in training once given direction. Should it encounter uncertainties, it would seek guidance from the Pokémon of Long Yin Ning. Excellent. If only all Pokémon were so diligent, my heart would be at ease, Xiaoyu mused. Perhaps next time he could have Forest Lizard assist Woobat with extreme evasion training, while also overseeing the training of Charmander and Duraludon. This seemed feasible. Xiaoyu stroked his chin, contemplating whether he was starting to resemble a taskmaster. Forest Lizard, come, take a break and enjoy some energy cubes, he called, feeling a twinge of guilt as he invited Forest Lizard to rest and snack. Shum. Forest Lizard glanced up at Xiaoyu, vocalizing its reluctance, as if to say it wasn't mealtime yet, and to refrain from interrupting its training. It promptly resumed its exercises. Xiaoyu could sense the creature's disdain and could only scratch his nose to mask his embarrassment. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Long Yin Ning entered, her expression grave as she addressed him. Someone is looking for you. Come with me. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, perplexed. It was late, around 8 or 9 o'clock. Why would someone seek him out at such an hour? Moreover, Long Yin's serious demeanor suggested that the matter was anything but trivial. I understand. What has transpired, Long teacher? Following Long Yin Ning, Xiaoyu was too preoccupied to appreciate her graceful figure, instead eager to uncover the details of the situation. The Pokémon Association has sent representatives. It likely pertains to the exclusive Z moves. Chapter 101. The aftermath of the exclusive Z move. Xiaoyu followed Long Yin Ning into the conference room, where he was greeted by a familiar face, his uncle, Lin Shuiyong. Beside Lin sat an unfamiliar but refined middle-aged man. Lin Shuiyong, known for his exuberant personality, appeared youthful despite being in his 40s, greeting Xiaoyu with a smile that radiated warmth. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Hong, The vice president of the Pokémon Association, Lin, said. Jiang Heng was known for vehemently opposing Xia Yu receiving a quasi-divine Pokémon as a reward. The relationship between Lin and Jiang was strained, marked by rivalry. The Pokémon Association had sent Jiang to collaborate with Lin as a means of counterbalancing him. President Jiang, I have heard much about you from my uncle, Xia Yu acknowledged, aware that Jiang was not as benevolent as he appeared, but rather a person who bore grudges. President Lin, this is your nephew, truly a promising young man. At merely 18, he has developed the exclusive Z crystal, destined to become a pillar of our nation. Jiang praised Xia Yu with a smile, a compliment laden with ulterior motives that Xia Yu saw through, given their adversarial history. Thank you for your kind words, President Jiang. Xia Yu replied politely. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Lin Shuiyang interjected, steering the conversation towards the main topic. Observing this, Long Yin-ning prepared to leave, recognizing that since they were discussing serious matters, it was prudent for her to excuse herself. Yin-ning, please stay and listen. Some matters pertain to Dragon King, Lin called out, prompting her to nod and take a seat beside Xia Yu, facing Lin and Jiang. With a grave expression, Lin Shuiyang turned to Xia Yu. We have just received news that Long Fan, the Dragon King, has appeared near the Goddess Mountain Range, joining forces with Chu Chi Shuang, the Ice-type king from the northeast region. Together, they have slain a king-level trainer from the Dawn Association and captured a member of the Elite Four from Europe. Xia Yu listened intently, realizing for the first time the magnitude of Long Fan's actions during his recent absence. While Lin spoke lightly, Xia Yu sensed the peril underlying the situation. Battles at the king level were anything but trivial and undoubtedly harrowing. President Lin, may I inquire about the specifics? Long Yin-ning, unable to suppress her concern, pressed for more information, especially given her father's involvement. I am afraid I cannot disclose that. It is classified. Lin Shuiyang's serious demeanor underscored the gravity of the situation, causing both Xia Yu and Long Yin-ning to worry for Long Fan's safety. Do not fret for now. The Dragon King and King Chu are not in immediate danger. Sensing the tension, Lin sought to reassure them. Though Long Yin-ning interpreted this as an ominous sign that danger loomed ahead, deepening her concern. Rest assured, the Dragon King and King Chu are fortunate individuals. They'll be fine. Now, to business. During the confrontation with the Dawn Association and the Elite Four from other regions, the Z Power Ring and the exclusive Z Move, developed by you, played a crucial role, leading to the instant defeat of a king-level Pokémon. Lin praised his nephew, emphasizing Xia Yu's contributions. Utilizing the unique, exclusive Z Move, the Dragon King and King Chu have triumphed over numerous foes, successfully seizing a significant portion of the Genghis dragon population. The captured Elite Four member from Europe is a valuable bargaining chip, and we are currently negotiating a ransom with the European Pokémon Association. In his report, the Dragon King spoke highly of your achievements and insisted that you receive a share of the ransom. Lin continued, his eyes sparkling with pride. The Pokémon Association has agreed to his request. We will discuss the specifics of your reward shortly. The Dragon King also sent a message urging you to train diligently and not to embarrass him at the upcoming High School Cup. I understand, Uncle. Please convey my gratitude to my master, Xia Yu responded earnestly. Of course, Lin replied. At that moment, Jiang Heng cleared his throat, seemingly eager to redirect the conversation. Let me address the next issue. With the revelation of the exclusive Z Move and its remarkable power, nations have begun to take notice. As the inventor, you may find yourself in peril, he stated matter-of-factly, meeting Xia Yu's gaze. Despite our efforts to limit knowledge of the exclusive Z Move, the involvement of numerous individuals in the development of the Z Power Ring, coupled with the Pokémon Association's discrete collection of exclusive Z crystals, could easily lead investigators back to you. In essence, you may become a target for assassination by various countries. Xia Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He had anticipated such a scenario, but the severity of the situation was alarming. The effectiveness of the exclusive Z Move, demonstrated by Long Fan, had indeed drawn international attention. Noticing Xia Yu's solemn expression, Lin Shuiyang quickly reassured him. You need not overly concern yourself. The Pokémon Association values your safety greatly. As long as you remain within the confines of the Dragon Realm, you will be secure. However, once you step outside, You must exercise caution and be accompanied by at least a quasi-king level trainer, preferably a king level trainer. To mitigate your risk, we have decided to publicly announce the exclusive Z move tomorrow to divert attention from you, although we will keep the process of creating the Z Power Ring confidential. Our strategy is to sell the Z Power Ring, engaging in mutual benefit with other nations. The confidentiality of the Z Power Ring is not high. Once countries acquire the initial batch, they can replicate it. Thus, we plan to profit from the first batch alone, with a minimum order of 20 units for purchase. The profits from this endeavor will be shared with you per our agreement, Jiang Heng elaborated, glancing at Xiaoyu with a smile. We primarily convened today to discuss your safety and rewards. If you have any thoughts, please do share them with us. Chapter 102, Additional Reward Dividend Concerning Safety and Rewards. Xiaoyu's primary concern remained his own security. You need not worry excessively about safety, for due to your outstanding contributions in the field of research, our Pokémon Association has decided to assign you a Pokémon of elite-level strength to protect you. However, this service will be provided for a limited duration of 5 years, Jiang Heng stated calmly. During this 5-year period, the service is complimentary, but you must cover the maintenance costs of the elite-level Pokémon. Furthermore, should you wish to extend the service beyond 5 years, an annual fee will apply. He added with a smile, "You're the first individual at your age to receive such treatment nationwide." Xiaoyu calculated that 5 years would suffice, and the prospect of having an elite-level Pokémon was indeed exhilarating. He couldn't help but fantasize about the possibilities, a smile creeping onto his face as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Jiang Heng replied. "The elite-level Pokémon will only intervene in times of peril and will not heed your commands in ordinary circumstances." Sensing Xiaoyu's dangerous thoughts, Jiang Heng chuckled softly. "Currently, the available Pokémon options for you include Gunge, Bosi Hu, Solar EV, Ilure Duo, Ultra Psychic Warrior Eagle, Wash Green Form, Mastiff Godfather, and Lunar EV. Considering that assassinations primarily involve Ghost, Psychic, and Dark types, our list consists solely of Pokémon from these categories." He presented a list and photographs on the table. Among the options, Xiaoyu was immediately drawn to Gungue, known for its formidable ability to meld into shadows, providing comprehensive protection. Next, he considered the Ultra Psychic Warrior Eagle, specifically its Wash Green form, which combines Psychic and Flying types. This combination allowed it to effectively sense and prevent threats from Ghost and Psychic attacks, while its flying expertise could facilitate Xiaoyu's escape in critical situations. Recognizing that he was not the protagonist of a heroic tale, Xiaoyu prioritized evasion and delay over retaliation in the face of an assassination attempt. "Xiaoyu, I recommend you choose Ilu Ray Duo," suggested Lin Shuiyong, observing Xiaoyu's indecisiveness. This Pokémon possesses remarkable strength and exceptional teleportation abilities. Trust me, selecting Ilu Ray Duo is a wise choice. Understanding that his uncle's suggestion stemmed from a place of knowledge, as the vice president of the Pokémon Association, Xiaoyu decided without hesitation, "I choose Ilu Ray Duo." "Now, Lin Shuiyong, this won't do," Jiang Heng jested, "but it's not of great consequence. The basic maintenance cost for Ilu Ray Duo is 50,000 per month. Just ensure you transfer the funds to the designated account on time, and provide an address for weekly deliveries of Ilu Ray Duo's food. I also recommend spending a bit more on energy cubes for it. A monthly maintenance fee of 50,000 for an elite-level Pokémon was relatively modest, almost a bargain. However, calculating for 6 Pokémon, it would amount to 300,000 monthly, or 3.6 million annually, a staggering figure. Xiaoyu mused that no powerful trainer is ever impoverished, resolving that in pursuit of his training career, he must seek a partner who is both cultured and nurturing, capable of excelling in both the domestic sphere and society, embodying both elegance and resilience. Having addressed safety, they turned to the matter of rewards. Jiang Heng, wearing a feigned smile, regarded Xiaoyu. "In fact, your reward have already been dispensed. Initially, the association was opposed to granting you another reward, but thanks to the strong support from Elite Dragon Tianwang, and considering the undeniable power of your exclusive Z-move, as well as the substantial profits gained from the advanced purchase of the exclusive Z Crystal and the sale of Z powerful wristbands. The Pokémon Association has decided to issue you a supplementary reward. Jiang Heng's grandiloquent speech masked the reality that this decision was largely influenced by the reputations of Long Fan and Elder Lin. Had it been a mere ordinary individual, the association would have likely neglected any notion of a supplementary reward. At present, the association has yet to propose a reward scheme, and we are here to specifically inquire about your preferences, Jiang Heng stated, adopting a negotiating stance. Xiaoyu's ideal reward would undoubtedly be one of the quasi-divine Pokémon, the fierce bite land shark, the violent flying dragon, or the fast dragon, each a powerful physical attacker of the dragon type, precisely what he urgently required. However, he doubted the likelihood of the Pokémon Association acquiescing to such a request, yet felt compelled to try. A quasi-divine Pokémon, preferably the fierce bite land shark, violent flying dragon, or fast dragon, he boldly asserted. Jiang Heng's expression brightened at Xiaoyu's demands, and he turned to Lin Shuiyang with a knowing look. See, I knew your nephew would desire a quasi-divine Pokémon. What do you think, Shuiyang? It's rather audacious of him to wish for 2 quasi-divine Pokémon in a single year. That may not be advisable. Lin Shuiyang smiled at Xiaoyu, advising, Xiaoyu, do not be overly greedy. Acquiring a quasi-divine Pokémon is absolutely unattainable. If you seek a dragon-type Pokémon, I suggest you apply for an elite-level qualified Steel Dragon. Steel Dragon? Are there none in our country? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Since that is the case, we appear to have reached a consensus, Jiang Heng confirmed with Xiaoyu. An elite-level qualified Steel Dragon is what we can strive for. By the way, if we cannot secure a Steel Dragon, do you have any alternative Pokémon in mind as a backup? The Dual Axle Battle Dragon or the Gills Fish Dragon? Xiaoyu proposed, naming 2 powerful physical attacking dragon-type Pokémon, formidable even if not quasi-divine. Unfortunately, the Gills Fish Dragon may not be feasible, as it is a fossil Pokémon and exceedingly rare, Jiang Heng replied. Thus, we are left with only the Dual Axle Battle Dragon. Now that our discussion has concluded, we shall take our leave. Young man, prepare to embrace your newfound fame tomorrow. Chapter 103. The God of Ice at the foot of the Goddess Peak. The base camp serves as a crucial way station for those aspiring to conquer the world's tallest summit. The biting wind howls mercilessly as snowflakes fall like feathers, blanketing the world in a pristine, ethereal white. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, Long Fan huddles inside, seeking warmth by the fire, while a bottle of strong liquor rests invitingly on the table. The weather is so harsh that he yearns to remain motionless beneath the covers. Senior Long, a strikingly beautiful woman, sits beside him, her winter garb and fur hat unable to conceal her exquisite features. When shall we depart? Chu Qishuang's voice is soft and mellifluous, reminiscent of the gentle dialects from the Jiangnan region, so sweet that it is hard to believe she is a true Northeasterner. Ah, little Chu, Long Tianwang, not yet well acquainted with the newly appointed 4 kings of the Northeast, reflects on their first mission together. Let's rest a while longer. I'm no longer as sprightly as I once was, and the cold is quite severe. Observing the youthfulness of Chu Qishuang, who has attained such a prestigious rank at a tender age, Long Fan cannot help but marvel at the prowess of today's youth. It reminds him of his daughter and his newly accepted apprentice. He notices an increasing trend of younger leaders and trainers emerging in recent years. Each year, news of a youngest gym leader or aspiring champion trainer from various provinces seems to break previous records. This phenomenon is not surprising, as breeding techniques improve and technology advances. The time and effort required to train Pokémon diminish. In Long Fan's generation, nurturing a quasi-divine Pokémon typically took around a decade. Senior Long, are we not venturing out today? Chu Qishuang's voice interrupts his reverie, as soft as ever. The snow is too heavy. It is best we remain indoors until it abates. Long Fan replies leisurely, lifting a cup of liquor to his lips. The warmth spreads like a comforting fire within him, dispelling the chill. He continues, to brave such a tempest would be folly. We must not rush. This is its domain, and we are at a disadvantage. We must seize the right moment. Then, an immense Articuno emerges, its colossal form obscuring the sky. Its 3 deep blue feathers resemble a majestic crown, while its enormous eyes scan the surroundings. embodying the undisputed ruler of the icy realm. The presence of such a powerful being sends a shiver down Long Fan and Chu-Chi Shuang's spines. In the realm of Pokémon trainers, not all are equal. The Articuno they face is extraordinary. While the creature has appeared numerous times in animations, some were vanquished by lesser beings, while others, like the divine Articuno from the film, were on an entirely different level. The overwhelming strength of this particular Articuno evokes memories of the terrifying Darkrai encountered years ago in a secret realm. That Darkrai truly embodied horror, unleashing its dark powers and dragging countless Pokémon into an eternal slumber. The oppressive aura of the Articuno is similarly suffocating. Upon its arrival, a blizzard engulfs the area, its immense blue figure casting a shadow over all. The blue crown and tail, reminiscent of a phoenix, flutter in the storm, while snow continues to fall relentlessly in its wake. In the Pokémon world, a typical Articuno stands about 1.7 meters tall and weighs approximately 110 pounds. However, in this reality, this Articuno exceeds 10 meters in height, its expansive wings resembling clouds that suffocate those beneath. As it soars above, it leaves behind a profound sense of dread. The emergence of this giant Articuno instills a deep-seated tremor within Long Fan and Chu-Chi Shuang. This is what it means to be a divine beast. It spreads snow and wind as it flies, embodying the true essence of the god of ice. Fortunately, the colossal creature does not engage them, but merely drives them away. Had they been forced to battle after their recent encounter, their chances of victory would have been slim. Yet, capturing such a divine beast would grant anyone the right to contend for the championship. Thus, the Goddess Mountain Range is now classified as one of the world's dangerous zones by the Huagua Pokémon Association, alongside perilous locales like the Alps and Antarctica, all of which are home to divine beasts. The news of the giant Articuno has been tightly sealed by the association, aside from Long Fan and Chu-Chi Shuang. Only a handful are privy to this information, including Lin Shuiyang and Jiang Heng, who remain unaware of the specifics, only knowing that Long Fan and his companions are on an important mission in the mountain range. The following day, the Pokémon Association in Europe engaged in negotiations with the Pokémon Association of Huagua regarding the captured champion. Simultaneously, the Yuanquan laboratory held a press conference, announcing that researcher Xiaoyu had developed a new type of Z-move, distinct from the attribute-based Z-moves, known as the exclusive Z-move. The news sent shockwaves through the community. It had been less than a month since Xiaoyu's last innovation in Z-moves, and now he had unveiled yet another groundbreaking discovery, igniting a frenzy online. At the press conference, Lin Shuiyun, the head of Yuanquan Laboratory, along with Lin Lao and the two vice presidents of the Pokémon Association, Lin Shuiyang and Jiang Heng, were in attendance. Lin Shuiyun personally introduced the exclusive Z-move to the audience. This new Z-move is a more potent variant, requiring higher conditions for its execution. It necessitates specific Pokémon to utilize particular moves, along with the Pokémon carrying an exclusive Z-crystal, while the trainer must wear a powerful Z-bracelet to unleash it. Ordinary Z-bracelets are incapable of activating the exclusive Z-move. Next, we will play a video demonstration. The footage showcases the execution of the Z-move by the Dragon Tail Chameleon. The video is somewhat grainy, reminiscent of something captured on a landline camera, a deliberate choice by Yuanquan Laboratory to achieve this specific effect. Many may question the power of the exclusive Z-move. To address this, we shall let the facts speak for themselves. Lin Shuiyun elaborated. 2 days prior, the Elite Four's champion Long Fan from the North China region executed a covert operation, utilizing the Dragon Tail Chameleon Z to decisively eliminate a member of the Dawn Society at the champion level and successfully capture an overseas champion. Chapter 104. The exclusive Z-move release conference. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about the current whereabouts of Dragon King during his mission? Mr. Lin, could you disclose the nature of Dragon King's task? Furthermore, which country do the captured 4 kings belong to? The news of the 4 kings being captured abroad has instantly stirred a significant uproar, shifting the attention of numerous reporters from the exclusive Z-moves to Long Fan's clandestine mission, particularly among foreign journalists who press for answers. At this moment, a foreign reporter with golden hair and blue eyes eagerly raised his hand. Pressing on, Will the Huagua government disclose detailed information regarding the exclusive Z moves and the technology behind the Z power rings? For the sake of global progress, technological innovation can only thrive through sharing. Isolation would merely stifle development and hinder the advancement of human civilization. However, we are not like certain nations. We are here today to unveil information pertinent to the exclusive Z moves, allowing all present to progress together. In truth, the exclusive Z moves do not entail substantial technological complexity. The core essence lies in identifying the exclusive Z pure crystal, the Z power ring, and the corresponding actions for the exclusive Z moves. These three elements are not for public disclosure by the Huagua Pokémon Association. Currently, we are only announcing the existence of the exclusive Z moves, which possess considerable power, and you may interpret that as you will. As for the technology behind the Z power rings, is Huagua willing to reveal it? The golden-haired foreign journalist pressed on, unwilling to relent. I regret to inform you that this technology belongs exclusively to our Yuanquan laboratory, developed through substantial investment of human resources, materials, and finances, for which we have also secured patent. We cannot disclose this technology freely. Mr. Lin's expression was grave as he earnestly conveyed. However, we are willing to sell the Z power rings. If anyone present wishes to purchase them, please contact the Pokémon Association promptly. Currently, our production capabilities are limited, and we can only manufacture a small quantity of Z power rings. The first batch has a restricted number of sales slots. Mr. Lin, what is the price? How many sales slots are available? The conference had once again catapulted Xiaoyu into the spotlight, as his name soared to trending status within a month. Compared to the previous skepticism and disparagement directed at Xiaoyu, this time the online discourse overwhelmingly praised him. Rather than engaging in disputes with detractors, presenting research findings serves as the most direct rebuttal. Go Xiaoyu, bring glory to our nation. Well done. Let those foreigners witness the strength of Huagua. How shameless they are, expecting to obtain our technology for free. Where those who barked just half a month ago, claiming Xiaoyu owes everything to Mr. Lin. They should come forth now. Is it possible that the exclusive Z moves were also developed by Mr. Lin, with Xiaoyu as the mere first author? Why not? I refuse to believe that someone so young could achieve such brilliance. I extend an invitation, remaining anonymous due to acquaintances. I had the fortune of being Xiaoyu's high school classmate. He was a diligent student, passionate about learning, and notably handsome, garnering admiration from female classmates.